Chapter 001 Temporary Worker, the Perfect Scapegoat. My name is Rin D, and I was currently riding my electric scooter back to the real estate agency in Yangcheng. It was only April in Tianxia, yet the temperature had already reached 27 or 28 degrees. The budding trees along the roadside were wilting under the scorching sun. Just as I entered the office, my colleague Baihui asked me, "Ren D, where's your client?" I gulped down water while saying, "Let's go. They don't want to rent anymore." None of the places we saw were satisfactory. Seeing only Baihui in the office, I asked again, "Where are the others?" Baihui turned around with a mysterious smile. "They sneaked off, what else could it be?" Old Park left wearing perfume again. Pa! Old Park's the store manager. I rolled my eyes hard in my mind, that old lecher, that dirty old man, going out in broad daylight to donate love to fallen women. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Old Park drove his white SUV, now filthy black, right up to the store entrance, not even bothering to park in the designated spot. The moment he stepped in, he yelled at me, "Ren D, what the fuck is wrong with you? What did you say to my client yesterday? Why did you suddenly back out of buying the house today when everything was agreed upon?" I also lost my temper. Me? How was I supposed to know which one was your client? There were tons of customers yesterday. Old Park slammed the table and pointed at me, shouting, "You'd better watch your tone, kid. You've been here 3 months without closing a single deal, believe me. I'll make sure you're out before your probation period ends. Don't think just because you know someone at headquarters you can challenge me." I hate when people point fingers at me, so I angrily shouted, "Get your damn hand off me. Stop pointing at me, motherfucker." Lao Pao became even more arrogant. "What if I keep pointing at you? Go ahead, hit me if you dare." Baihui quickly stepped in to pull me away and calm Lao Pao down. I clenched my fist and raised it several times, but thinking of the consequences, I had no choice but to lower it again. There's no room for rashness in an adult's world, especially not for someone at the bottom like me. "Fine, you win. If I can't stand up to you, at least I can get away from you. I'm leaving right now. I quit, damn it." I yanked the real estate sales badge from around my neck and threw it on the desk, grabbed my backpack, and stormed out. Anyway, I got last month's paycheck, and this month is only half over. I'll just consider those 2 weeks as volunteer work. I don't want the money. Riding my electric scooter, I got angrier and angrier. I flooded the company group chat and my social media with pictures and videos of Old Park. This old pervert, taking advantage of his position as the shop manager, acts outrageously, running wild in broad daylight and getting handsy with the female employees. I once came back after work to grab my keys and caught him in the act, even recorded his nasty behavior. That old bastard took my bribes without getting anything done. Anyway, I've long been sick of working as this shady real estate agent, hiding problems about properties, cheating both landlords and tenants, cutting corners on cheap materials, filling apartments with toxic furniture, and withholding deposits. Absolutely vile. After I sent the message, chaos erupted in all the real estate companies' group chats. I immediately exited the groups and blocked them. Fuming, I returned to my 6-square-meter cubbyhole and cooled down, regretting my impulsive behavior. I shouldn't have given that old coot those premium cigarettes, a total waste. I'm 22 this year and already have 4 years of work experience. My parents divorced when I was 9, my mother left and never contacted me again. At 10, my father died in a construction accident. By 17, my grandfather had also passed away from illness. I managed to stay in school until graduating high school before starting to work odd jobs. Honestly, I've lost count of how many jobs I'm on now. Lying in bed, I was scrolling through my phone playing free games for fun when suddenly a tiny light dot appeared before my eyes. Thinking my screen was dirty, I wiped it, but instead of disappearing, the dot transformed into a loading bar. I rubbed my eyes. The loading bar continued filling up. Ding! Super Temp Worker system successfully activated. Damn! I jerked up from my bed. Having grown up in an orphanage, how could I not recognize a system? Never thought a non-lucky charm like me would catch a break. I pinched my thigh hard enough to make me grimace in pain, and the system was still there. "System, mind giving me the rundown? Any welcome package?" The system replied, "Super Temp Worker, making work easier for you. No blessings, number 996, because we're not official employees. Temp workers, the ultimate scapegoat troublemakers. Temporary labor, you won't regret it." I flopped back onto the bed. This system's unusable. Time to uninstall. Ding! Mission, complete 12-hour temporary work as a YD Express sorting worker within the specified time. Reward 1, earn 20 Yen per hour, calculated based on actual working hours. Reward 2, gain advanced knife skills experience in cooking. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete garbage cleanup work in a designated area. I sat up again, cursing this damn system. What kind of mess is this? It deducts from my savings if I fail a mission. With just a few thousand in my account, losing money is basically taking my life. But the system provided such detailed task information, it even outperformed those job posting websites and agency platforms. I checked the time, 3 p.m., and immediately packed my things to head out. All the way, I kept asking the system with reluctant hope, "System, are you sure there's no beginner's gift pack for me?" Too bad besides the task countdown, the system gave no other response. This crappy system isn't intelligent at all. Someone as ordinary as me from the bottom rungs of society would never encounter those high-end systems from novels that gift you cars, houses, or small financial targets right from the start. Must be terrible reincarnation karma. When I arrived at the courier station, the entrance was piled high with packages, but not a soul in sight. I called out, "Anyone here? Is anybody there?" No answer. Checking the task prompt, I needed to find a man named Wang Defa. I shouted again, "Is Wang Defa here? Wang Defa? Coming. Hold on." A muffled voice came from deep inside the room. After a few minutes, the sound of colliding boxes was heard, and out walked a man covered in dust and sweat. He asked me, "Who are you?" I quickly replied, I heard you're looking for temporary workers? Chapter 002, Systems without starter packs are trash. Oh yes, Wang Defa's face immediately lit up when he heard me. Originally there were 2 people working here. One took leave 2 days ago to go home and get married, and the other suddenly came down with a fever this morning and can't get up. I was just looking everywhere for help. I'll pay you 20 yuan an hour if you work from now until tomorrow morning. How about it? 20 yuan an hour? That's exactly the reward money the system gives me. So with this temp job, I'll be earning double. I grinned from ear to ear. I'll take it. Sorting packages sounds simple enough, just categorize them by address, but the constant bending and standing back up really takes a toll if you don't have a strong back. I barely worked 2 hours before my lower back ached so much I couldn't bear to move. Just as lunchtime rolled around, Wang Defa waved me over for a meal, cheap fried noodles, but it saved me meal money all the same. Without standing on ceremony, I plopped down and started slurping them up noisily. With this system, plus the double pay, I felt like saving up $1 million or so wouldn't be a problem. Time flew by quickly. After working all night at the parcel delivery center, I could barely keep my eyes open by daybreak. I just wanted to go home and lie down to rest. When Wang Defa came over in the morning and saw that the originally messy express delivery warehouse had been neatly organized, with all the repacking boxes properly bundled, he happily calculated my wages for 12 full hours of work. Just then, my phone buzzed with a notification. Seeing the 480 yuan deposit, I snapped awake instantly. Sure enough, double pay for a single job. "Alright, young man, I've sent you the 240 bucks, Wang Defa said. "Alright, thank you," I replied. "Hey, no problem at all. Well, I'll head off now. Feel free to call me again if you have more work like this." I strolled leisurely back home as the streets began filling up with office workers rushing to and fro. Catching the aroma from a roadside breakfast stall, I stopped to order and eat a fried egg pancake. A super luxury car waiting at the red light was parked nearby, and I watched it while munching on my pancake. A beautiful woman sat in the car, idly waiting for the light to change. After finishing my pancake and tossing the trash into the bin, I lingered for a moment before reluctantly walking away. I thought to myself, someday I'll definitely drive a luxury car and marry a beauty like that. System, are you really not giving out any beginner's gift packs? Forget small goals or ruling the world, can't you at least give me $1 million bucks? I asked the system. The system didn't respond. $1 million won't do. How about 500,000? 10,000? 5,000? Still not enough? Still no response. After completing the sorting courier job, the task list and countdown had both vanished. If it weren't for that blinking little dot of light, I'd swear I was dreaming. Back home, I quickly freshened up, stripped naked, and burrowed under the covers to sleep. I slept straight through until past 5 in the afternoon, and when I woke up, it was already dark outside. Congratulations on receiving your reward, Advanced Knife Skills in Culinary Arts. As I was washing my face, the large golden characters startled me, then suddenly a lot of new knowledge flooded into my mind. My body also felt slightly different. I had this inexplicable urge to find something to slice, feeling oddly empty-handed. I knew this was the system implanting experience and skills into me. System, let's talk. Couldn't you give me some actually useful experience and skills? Things like gambling techniques, stock trading, or even gemstone appraisal skills? How about it? I asked the system again. The system remained stubbornly silent as ever, though I said that, deep down I truly wasn't expecting the system to catapult me to instant success. Otherwise, I wouldn't have quit real estate. If I could just spew sweet talk against my conscience to close deals, would I really have gone 3 months without selling a single property? Blending in with the crowd would have been easier. There were even several wealthy women who fancied me. I could have lived in comfort with just a nod, but I refused. My conscience wouldn't allow it. My stomach growled with hunger as I changed clothes to go eat out. Takeout was too expensive for me now. There was a nearby street lined with restaurants, ranging from grand, luxuriously decorated establishments to small, grimy, rundown eateries. The tempting aromas wafting by made my mouth water as I passed. I'd originally planned to eat noodles, but now I switched my craving to barbecue. Just one meal. I earned money today and deserve to treat myself. I found a barbecue joint across the street and had just sat down when the system suddenly popped up. Ding! Mission: complete professional kitchen knife skills work within 4 hours. Reward 1, 500 yuan. Reward 2, mechanical repair skill experience. Penalty for failed mission: deduct 10% of savings and complete garbage cleaning work in specified area. Why do you always target my savings? I grumbled at this cutthroat system. Looking at the mission details, I suddenly lost my appetite for barbecue. For the sake of my bank balance, I had no choice but to buy a loaf of bread and some water from a nearby store before heading toward the mission location. Along the way, watching people enjoying their meals in restaurants, I unleashed boundless imagination, turning the bread into burgers, chicken legs, lamb spines. After chugging the water in one go upon arrival, I tossed the empty bottle away while hiccuping. A fat man was making a phone call nearby. What do you mean? Where am I supposed to find someone for you at this hour? You should have said something earlier. I pricked up my ears to listen. Bullshit. What family emergency nonsense? Someone's definitely sabotaging me because they can't stand me. They know damn well my knife skills are lacking and they're pulling this stunt now. Humph. The competition's tomorrow. Where the hell am I supposed to find a replacement? Tell me that. Damn it. The fat man hung up angrily and lit a cigarette. I scratched my head. Looks like the mission target has appeared. Hey there, big bro, what do you want? The chubby guy's tone wasn't exactly friendly. So, I didn't mean to eavesdrop or anything, but I happened to overhear when I threw the bottle just now. Are you looking for knife skills? The really demanding kind? The guy gave me a thorough once-over. Oh, you know knife skills? Which restaurant are you from? I've got knife skills, but I don't work at a restaurant. I thought to myself, I'm not a chef either. I just acquired the skill. Not from a restaurant? The fat guy leaned in close and sniffed the scent on me. No greasy kitchen smell. You really know knife skills? No lie. Want me to find a spot and chop something to show you? The fat man stubbed out his cigarette and waved a hand. Follow me. The two took a cab to an upscale private dining spot, heading straight for the kitchen. Boss. A group of people greeted the fat man. Someone fetch an apron. Any prepped vegetables around? Over here, all good ones. I tied my apron and stood before the cutting board, staring blankly at the row of knives varying in size, so many to choose from. Which one should I pick? Only after a brief hesitation did the knife skills imparted by the system fully integrate into my mind. My fingers glided over the knives, selecting one about 2 fingers wide, then picked up a potato and began to slice it. Slices, cubes, dices, juliennes, the single potato transformed into various shapes. My movements appeared simple, but the rhythmic clinking sounds coming from the chopping board were like musical notes, making people unconsciously sway to the beat. The plump man froze momentarily when he saw me pick up the knife, then straightened his posture and craned his neck to watch closely as he observed my starting pose and rhythm. He was once an apprentice under a Shandong-style state banquet master and had worked in professional kitchens for nearly 30 years. To say his culinary skills were poor would be nonsense, but when it came to competing for first place, he still fell far short. His hand was injured, cooking posed no problem, but anything else was out of the question. His fingers wouldn't obey. This chef competition was preparation for October's state banquet selection. He had prepared early and even booked a top-tier knife skills specialist, but the specialist backed out. The competition starts at 9 tomorrow morning, and it's already 7 in the evening. Where on earth could he find another top-tier knife skills master now? Scanning the restaurant staff, the chubby man swept a glance over the onlookers inside. These were his own hires, after all. Never mind. I chopped with increasing ease, finishing a whole bowl of potatoes, radishes, and eggplants in no time. After vegetables came meat, and after meat came fish. I showcased every advanced knife technique in rapid succession. Finally, with nothing left to chop, I spotted a block of tofu on the opposite table. Alright, you're next. Filling a basin with water, I swapped knives and began slicing the submerged tofu. The fat guy saw that no one stopped him and couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. Heaven never seals off all the exits, and a loss sometimes spells a gain. He felt like he must be heaven's favorite son. If Lao Dao hadn't quit, they wouldn't have been able to snag a top-tier bladesmith like me. Half an hour later, I finished cutting the tofu. Staring at the tofu shreds as fine as hair strands, uniformly thin and floating distinctly in water like blossoming chrysanthemums, I was startled. Whoa, did I actually slice this? The chubby guy came over with a plate and said, quick, put it in here. The tofu was scooped out of the water basin, leaving the water so clear it looked freshly drawn, without a single particle of bean curd residue. I watched as the hefty man brought the tofu before himself, examining it carefully while making constant sounds of admiration. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I set down the knife, untied my apron, and began, Big brother, then I. Call me Xiaolu. There's not much age difference between us. You calling me big brother makes me feel old, the portly man replied with a laugh. The nearby chefs and kitchen helpers were stunned upon hearing this, probably the first time they'd witnessed their boss having such thick skin. I'll call you Brother Lu. After all, I'm here to work for you, I said cautiously. This was my first time using the knife skills gifted by the system, and I felt incredibly clumsy. My heart kept racing with worry that I might fail the test. If I couldn't complete the mission, my savings would be wiped out. Brother, Fatty Lou threw an arm around my shoulders. Come with me to my office, let's have a proper chat. Afterwards, I groggily had a meal with Fat Lou and drank some more. After exchanging contact information with him, I stumbled out the door in a daze. The cold wind hit me and instantly sobered me up. Did I actually get hired for this temp job or not? After walking some distance, I pulled out my phone and called Brother Lou, whom I just befriended. When I got a clear confirmation, I sighed in relief. My savings were safe as long as I followed Brother Lou to the competition tomorrow. I'd gain a new skill. Ah, sweet satisfaction. Returning home, I diligently filled a basin with hot water and washed up. After gently bidding the system goodnight, I slipped into dreamland. I've got to be in top form for tomorrow's temp job, can't let the system deduct from my savings. The night passed uneventfully, and the morning alarm sounded. I changed into a sharp outfit, uncharacteristically combed my hair into submission, and tamed all those stubborn colics. Then I rode my electric scooter to meet Fatso Lou. When I found him, he had me hop in his car as we headed to the competition venue. Along the way, he explained the competition rules, participants, and who the judges were, but I hadn't heard of any of them and didn't recognize a single name. I'm not part of the Idol fan community, so how would I know about these things? But to avoid appearing completely clueless, I spent the whole journey playing the straight man in the comedy duo, echoing his words and praising whoever he admired. He just got more and more excited, as if we'd become fast friends who'd met too late in life. We chatted idly along the way, making the journey feel shorter. After about 40 minutes, we arrived at the competition venue. This is a renowned resort villa in Yangchang, where blooming crabapple flowers adorned both sides of the walls. The crabapple blossoms stood gracefully against the wind, their radiant beauty as splendid as morning clouds beneath the dawn sky. I thought to myself then, when the time comes for my wedding, the place must be filled with countless crabapple blossoms. Let's go! Fatty Lou parked his car and walked over, pulling a case carrying his precious knives. The resort had vast open-air spaces, now buzzing with activity. Some staff were setting up the venue while others gathered in small groups chatting. Well, if it isn't Fatty Lou, you think those hands of yours can actually compete, someone remarked with a sneer. Ha, you're trying to control everything under heaven and earth, now even how I take a shit and fart. What's it to you whether I come or not? Mind your own damn business. Fat Lou shot back without holding back, then turned to me and said, my previous knife skills might have been sabotaged by that sneaky bastard. But honestly, it's a good thing he left, otherwise I'd never have met you. Ha! I looked at the man who had just been talking to Fatty Lou. He seemed quite refined, with neat and upright features like the male lead from those movies of the 60s and 70s. If someone who looked this honorable and upstanding had ulterior motives, wouldn't that make him a wolf in sheep's clothing? Put. The guy rolled his eyes at Fatty Lou. Just then, another man approached wearing a pure black chef's uniform edged with gold. With a chuckle, he said, Hey Lou, your master's an old imperial chef. How many state banquets have you tagged along to already? Quit competing with us regular folks, huh? Who said enjoying good food and making delicacies should have limits? If state banquets were boring, no one would compete for them in the first place. Who made the rule that you can't go again after attending? I was just an assistant cook before. I've never even been the head chef at a state banquet. Stubborn as a mule, Fatty Lou wouldn't listen to anyone trying to persuade him, clearly dead set on competing. Before the competition even started, Fatty Lou was picking fights left and right. If he saw one person, he'd argue with one. If he saw two, he'd take on both. Anyone watching would think he was some world-class villain, souring the mood for everyone in the venue and leaving them all secretly fuming. Lou, hey Lou, take a break, the competition's about to start. Seeing the staff adjusting the cameras, I knew things were getting underway. It puzzled me. Fat Lou had managed to piss off just about everyone. What was his deal? Did he genuinely believe he had this in the bag? The MC kicked things off, and after the Culinary Association's officials finished their speeches, the cooking competition officially began. From ingredient selection to preparation, since there were specific requirements, everyone's dishes ended up quite similar. Ultimately, victory would come down to knife skills and heat control. Fat Lou's previous competitions only had a 60% win rate, but today he claims 100% certainty of winning. He thinks no one present matches his skills, nor can they match my knife work. That's why he's been so smug before the competition. This is what you call holding all the winning cards. Today, Fat Lou plans to prepare two dishes. The first is pheasant rolls. This dish requires wrapping a slice of lean meat with fatty pork, enclosing a strip of ham in the center. You must select 30 cm strips of hog bristle meat, preferably the dense, firm fat back near the pigskin. The key to perfect pheasant rolls lies in slicing this paper thin without a single tear in the meat. The fat slices must be cut as thin as cicada wings, translucent and gleaming, while the lean meat should be ribeye, uniformly sliced. The fat slices should also be slightly larger than the lean ones to properly wrap around them. Marinate them briefly with a touch of rose liquor, then roll them before steaming and frying. The method seems simple, but it truly tests one's patience and skill. Following Boss Lou's instructions, I began preparing the pork while he stood nearby mixing the sauce. Once done, he clasped his hands behind his back and watched me slice the meat. Just then, the camera moved closer, and Boss Lou immediately hurried over to the cameraman. "Master," he said, "could you give my buddy here more close-ups, wide shots, and detail shots, especially of his face and his knife skills with the meat? Keep rolling for a while longer. My brother, you're so photogenic." The photographer didn't speak, but seemed fascinated by my meat slicing technique, actually giving me plenty of extra close-up shots that made the meat look particularly appealing. After the camera crew left, Fatty Lou strutted around the venue with a pigeon-toed gait before returning. By then I'd finished slicing the meat and began prepping other ingredients. The second dish Fatty Lou wanted to prepare was called golden lionfish, another knife skill-intensive challenge. He selected an appropriate fish for me, and I flexed my wrists before continuing my precision cutting. The golden lionfish was created by Master Chef Yuan Qingfeng, and its preparation process is extraordinarily intricate. First, the fish must be thinly sliced into 17 pieces with a flat knife, then carefully snipped into over 200 strands using kitchen scissors. Each strand must be uniformly thick, aesthetically pleasing, and neatly separated without any clinging bits of flesh during the cutting. Next comes mixing the batter, coating the fish, and frying it to set the shape. Each step demands several dozen minutes of meticulous work. There's no rushing it. A dazzling golden-haired lionfish dish can only be achieved through countless intricate procedures. Lou the fatty was adjusting the batter for the lionfish while admiring my knife skills. After I finished cleaning the fish and put down the knife, he patted my shoulder and said, "Alright, take a break now. Watch how your big brother here will wow the crowd with his skills." I couldn't comprehend the professional methods of chefs. My cooking skills were just enough to ensure the food wasn't lethal. Now that I had the system's experience skill package, I still didn't know how good my knife skills actually were. Every team at their stations was bustling with activity across the venue. Too embarrassed to look around randomly, I focused on observing Fatty Lou's movements, hoping to pick up some tricks to make my future home cooking more palatable. 1 hour later, the competition time elapsed. The judges eagerly gripped their chopsticks, scanning the room. After all dishes were presented, the judging officially commenced. Fat Lou was feeling a bit nervous this time too. Though he firmly believed no one present was a match for us, he still worried about unexpected mishaps. He threw an arm around my shoulder and asked, "Say, do you think Team Lurin can win?" I looked puzzled. "What team?" "Fat Lou and Rin Du. I just came up with this combo named Team Lurin." "Hey, the president's reaching for the lionfish now." Fat Lou had managed to make me nervous too, though truthfully I was just a temporary worker here to complete my assignment. I glanced at the blinking cursor on the system interface, no failure notification, so it looks like this might work out. After the judges' deliberation, Fatty Lou was ultimately declared the competition champion. Hurrah! Fatty Lou jumped up without a shred of dignity, this nearly 50-year-old man shaking his head, wagging his hips like an overexcited child. Ding! Task, temporary knife work completed. Rewards being issued. Congratulations on receiving reward, mechanical repair skill experience. I looked at my phone's incoming payment notification and breathed a sigh of relief. Another 500 yuan added to my savings. Not bad at all. After finishing his dance, Fatty Lou started showing off. The defeated chefs had been discussing their failures with the judges, but seeing Fatty Lou's attitude made their blood boil. "Fatty Lou, what are you so proud of? Today's 2 dishes were just dumb luck. If it weren't for this guy's superior knife skills, do you really think you could have beaten me?" "Yeah, Fatty Lou, others might not know, but we sure do. You just took a shortcut. A win is a win. Diners don't care how the cooks do it. Our Lurin team is the ultimate power combo. Brother Rindy can't cook, and my knife skills suck. What, got a problem? Keep it to yourself. There's no law saying Imperial Banquet chefs can't be a 2-person team." If I really feel like Fatty Lou deserves a good smack, maybe that injured hand of his was from pissing off the wrong people? The group continued chatting and networking for a long time before finally dispersing. Though Fatty Lou had angered the crowd, no one actually drove him away. Instead, many people came to me, asking which hotel or restaurant I worked for and where I'd learned my skills. I had to make up a story, saying I'd apprenticed under an elderly master for 2 years to learn knife skills before switching careers because the pay was insufficient. If I hadn't coincidentally met Brother Lou this time, I probably wouldn't even know if I could still handle a knife properly. Everyone sighed with regret upon hearing this, such promising talent going to waste, though it's never too late to rectify. So they all extended olive branches again, inviting me to work at their establishments and stay far away from that detestable fatty. Fatty Lou wouldn't have any of that. He immediately grabbed me and pushed through the crowd to escape the troublesome scene. "Listen, bro," he said, "in October we're headed to the capital to cook for the state banquet, the very dishes we made today. The association president has already reported it, so you can't go to any of those stores anymore. You'll have to follow me, got it? Our Lurin duo can't disband. If we break up, We won't get to serve at state banquets anymore, we'd get our heads chopped off. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chopping our heads off was an overstatement, but it would indeed affect many things. Chapter 005 Someone's always got their eyes on you. After much persuasion, I finally managed to convince Fatty Lou that I wouldn't go work as a vegetable cutter at another restaurant. I also told him that it was only because I saw how anxious he looked yesterday that I decided to help him as a temporary worker. Actually, I have a full-time job of my own. Fat Lou wasn't convinced, so I had a sudden idea and dug out a photo from when I was working a few months ago to show him. Finally reassured, he figured that with such a great job, there was no way I'd bother with backbreaking work like being a chef, let alone help the competition by working at some other restaurant. Then we agreed to keep in touch whenever possible and attend the state banquet together on National Day. I finally left Fatty Lou and returned home. Just moments ago, I nearly succumbed to the temptation of his 300,000 yuan annual salary offer. I came this close to accepting it. But then it occurred to me, I've only had this system for 2.5 days, yet I'm already being offered 300,000 yuan a year. What does that tell you? It means the experience and skills this system provides are absolutely phenomenal, absolutely legendary. If I keep completing more missions, might I acquire even more insane skills? Could I land those dream jobs paying 3 million a year? So I steeled myself and rejected Fatty Lou's offer outright, only agreeing to collaborate with him again at future state banquets. Sigh, with less than 20,000 in savings right now, I feel utterly miserable. 300,000. My phone buzzed with a notification. When I checked, Fatty Lou had actually sent me 3,000 yuan. I immediately flared up. System, why did you only give me 500? Brother Lou gave me 3,000. How come completing your mission only nets me 500? Where's the promised double reward? The system had never said any such thing. Did you swallow that 2,500? All you ever think about is my savings. Can't you be a bit more generous? Stop eyeing it. Even when giving rewards, you're stingy, nothing like other folks' systems that are so liberal. Being this tight-fisted won't do you any good. I'm telling you, act like this and you'll end up friendless. Seeing the system still ignoring me, I lay back down to rest. Fine, I'll let the system off considering Brother Lou's face. I picked up my phone again to check the notifications, and seeing my bank account balance, I grinned ear to ear. Just then, someone knocked on the door. I scrambled up and called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, the landlord." My scalp prickled with dread. Please don't tell me the rent's going up again. This tiny place has already gone from 520 to 550, another hike and I'm out. I opened the door to find the landlord lighting a cigarette. "What's up, landlord?" "Oh, your neighbor moved out. I came to check the place and figured I'd drop by to see you too. With less than 10 days left until next month, why don't you go ahead and pay next month's rent now? Saves me from making extra trips back and forth." "Oof, can't you just transfer the money? Hardly anyone uses cash these days." I couldn't help but dislike the landlord's stinginess. Demanding next month's rent more than 10 days in advance was really something else, especially when we're barely 2/3 through the current month. However, as long as rent isn't being raised, it's manageable. Only after receiving the payment did the landlord's expression soften slightly before saying, "Well, about next month, this entire area is getting demolished by month end. Just wanted to let you know. Alright, get back to work, I'm off." Hey, I fumed at the landlord's retreating figure. Who does business like this? Already a demolition millionaire and still haggling over my measly rent? If I'd known this area was going to be demolished, I could have spent these 10 days finding a new place instead. End of next month, really? I slammed the door shut with a bang. Sigh, gotta save up. I must save enough to buy my own damn house. I put away my phone, abandoning the game. From under the bed I pulled out a leather case filled with tattered old books. I sat on the bed with a book in hand. Back then, I hadn't even taken the college entrance exams before starting to work, and over the years, I've increasingly realized the importance of education. If it weren't for being held back by my lack of education, I wouldn't have had to change jobs so often. With this system, maybe I can really make up for that regret? I kept studying until around 7 or 8 in the evening, only realizing I was hungry after my stomach growled several times. It was completely dark outside. I took out my phone and ordered takeout. Today I earned money. I could spend it. Ding! The system that had been silent all this time finally spoke up. Mission, temporary food delivery. Complete over 30 delivery orders within 15 hours. Each additional order beyond 30 doubles the monetary reward. Reward 1, base reward of 500 yuan, with doubled bonuses calculated on this amount. Reward 2, gain golden throat singing skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Honestly, I think the system just enjoys watching me suffer. I just made 3,500 bucks today, and with my previous savings, it barely adds up to 20 grand. If I fail this task, 2,000 of that is gone, which means the more I earn in the future, the more I'll lose if I fail a task. Isn't this just forcing me to spend money in a roundabout way? How am I supposed to buy a house, a car, or even get married? Screw this damn system, it's useless. I grumbled as I registered as a delivery rider on another platform outside. Temporary chef assistant, temporary food delivery rider, temporary package sorter, truly befitting its name as a temp worker system. These jobs all have the highest turnover rates, with hardly anyone sticking around long term, and most workers being temporary hires. My food delivery arrived. After eating my fill and quenching my thirst, I didn't think about anything else, just washed up and went to bed. The next day, I got up early in the morning and went to collect my uniform and insulated delivery box from the rider station of the food delivery platform that had approved my application the day before. After paying a security deposit, I began my food delivery job wearing a rabbit-eared helmet. I'd lived in Yangcheng for over 2 years and thought I knew the city pretty well. But it wasn't until I started taking food delivery orders that I realized how unfamiliar I truly was with this city. There could be several stores with identical names on the same street, and many shops have separate entrances, staff access, delivery pickup, customer entrance. Take the wrong door and you'd never get the order. And why can't customers give more specific addresses? Take Xiangcheng Lihome's neighborhood for example, it's divided into 14 zones labeled 1 through 14. How was I supposed to know which Xiangcheng Lihome's north zone the customer meant? I originally thought 30 orders wouldn't be too much, no matter what, I could rack up enough bonuses to make that damn system bleed me dry. But reality hit me like a ton of bricks. After hustling all morning, from breakfast deliveries until lunchtime ended, I'd only managed to complete 17 orders in total. What's even more terrifying is that initially, to save time, I followed other delivery riders by taking shortcuts, running red lights and going the wrong way, only to find the system didn't recognize it at all. I took a bathroom break and checked the number of completed orders on my way. Feeling smug as hell, 30 orders seemed just within reach. But when I glanced at the system, only 5 had actually been finished on time. I was furious at the time, thinking this damn system had malfunctioned, only to realize later that those 5 orders were the ones where I didn't run red lights or go the wrong way. After another test run, I learned just how strict this goddamn system was. No going against traffic, no running red lights while delivering food. Chapter 006, Mission Failure. By noon, when the lunch delivery rush ended, I'd only completed 20 valid orders. In the afternoon, as if the heavens were against me, it started to rain, not heavily, but just enough to blur my vision and obscure the road. I'm getting quite anxious, there are still 10 deliveries left to fulfill. The roads are slippery from the rain, making it tough to navigate, and I can't run red lights or go against traffic to save time. How am I supposed to complete this task? My eyes glued to my phone, I visualized the entire neighborhood map in my mind, trying to chart out the most efficient route. At last, I managed to snag another order. This one's for iced drinks, requiring me to pick them up from a shop on another street. I hop on my electric scooter immediately, not daring to waste a single minute. But the order gets stuck at the source, the ice cream shop isn't ready yet. The clerk told me, "Sorry, man, the ice machine in the shop is broken and being repaired, it'll probably take a while to fix." I asked her to call the customer to see if they could cancel the order or purchase it elsewhere, but the clerk said she'd already tried, no one picked up. I refused to believe it and tried calling the client through the platform again, but still no one answered. After several attempts, I got the same result. Resigned to my fate, I stood inside the shop sheltering from the rain. 20 minutes later, the machine in the shop was finally fixed, and the girl behind the counter hurried to make the cold drink for my order. I waited another 10 minutes before boarding the car with a large bag of cold drinks. It was already after 4 p.m., leaving less than 6 hours before the system's deadline. I sped along on my little electric bike like a race car driver, though its top speed barely reached 30 miles per hour. Watching the traffic light turn from green to red right in front of my eyes, forcing another minute's wait, I could have screamed in frustration. The rain had turned the road slick, and a low-lying stretch was already pooling with water. I waited at the red light, mentally calculating how to avoid the puddles. Just then, an elderly woman with an umbrella shuffled slowly across the crosswalk. The rain slanted down diagonally. The old lady lost her grip on the umbrella, which slipped from her hand and hit the ground. As she stepped forward, her foot landed right on it, tripping her instantly. The old woman fell to the ground, crying out in pain. I wasn't far from her. Seeing several cars also waiting at the red light, I thought those drivers would surely step out to help. Yet when the light turned green, those cars simply swerved around the fallen woman and drove away. I instantly panicked, an elderly woman lying on the road in the rain. What if an inattentive driver behind us hit her? Forget the task, I quickly parked my e-bike and rushed over to help the old woman. The elderly woman lay on the ground, her umbrella blown aside by the wind. As I lifted her up, I spotted a large smear of blood trickling from her forehead. "Ma'am, how are you? Should I call an ambulance to take you to the hospital?" I asked. The old man just kept moaning incoherently, unresponsive as if delirious. Looking at the passing vehicles, I flagged down a taxi and took the old man straight to the hospital. Waiting for an ambulance would have wasted heaven knows how much time. After delivering him to the nearest emergency room and paying the medical fees upfront, I checked the contacts in the old man's phone to inform his children about the situation. Fortunately, the doctor examined the old man and said he was fine, just some minor injuries. I sighed in relief, bid farewell to the old man and the doctor, then left the hospital. When I returned to the accident scene, someone had knocked over my electric scooter, and the cold drinks in the delivery box were gone. I picked up the scooter, found a spot to refund the customer for this order, and left a lengthy apologetic message. Then the previously unreachable customer finally answered, only to immediately start screaming at me. After ranting for over 10 minutes and threatening to leave a bad review, they abruptly hung up. It was already 6:30 in the evening, the overcast sky darker than usual. The rain had lightened up, and the streets were busier with traffic. I calmly continued taking orders on the platform, making sure not to go against traffic or run red lights, diligently completing the system's tasks. By 8:30 at night, the system's task deadline had passed. I had only completed 25 orders. The mission failed. Ding! Task: temporary delivery driver not completed on time. Monetary reward cancelled. Skill reward cancelled. Task failure penalty, 10% of savings deducted, deduction completed. Mission failure penalty, clean up trash at the designated location for 5 hours. The address is. Back home, I tossed my soaked clothes onto the floor. After drying my hair, I straightaway told my boss on the food delivery platform that I didn't want to do this anymore. The supervisor was rather nonchalant, saying he understood. He must have seen countless people who quit after just one day. He also promised to pay me today's wages and the deposit by the end of the month. I tossed my phone aside and stared blankly at the chipped patch of ceiling, lost in thought. Having a system doesn't mean instantly reaching the top. In fact, it can backfire. Just like that, 2,000 yuan vanished into thin air, and my heart ached a little at the loss. I really wanted to complain about the system, but upon reflection, it hadn't done anything wrong. Running red lights or going the wrong way were all life-risking moves, weren't they? An orphan with no one to care for me. If I don't even cherish myself, what's the point of living? But the system keeps deducting so much of my money, and what's worse, I can't even refuse these damn tasks. Every assignment comes with a strict time limit, and if I ignore them, it'll drain my savings dry. Today, the one who had to save the old lady was also myself. If I didn't save her, at worst, I'd just fail that one task, not all 30. But if I didn't save her, my conscience wouldn't let me live with it. Everyone grows old, and everyone has loved ones. The pain of wanting to care for one's parents only to find them no longer here is something I understand deeply. I spent a long time lost in wild fancies without reaching any conclusion, instead recalling the days I lived with my grandfather. Overcome with sorrow, I pulled the quilt over my head and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps I'd meet the old man again in my dreams. The early morning sets the tone for the day, and the dawn air is the freshest. I woke up to find myself surprisingly fallen off the bed, with the quilt cushioning beneath me. No wonder I felt nothing. Ding! Please complete the punishment task in time. Each minute delayed will extend the deadline by 10 minutes. You have already exceeded the time limit by 10 minutes. Toothbrush still in my mouth, I glared at the flashing golden characters before me. This damn system was utterly shameless. I spat out the toothpaste foam in a hurry, splashed some cold water on my face, grabbed my clothes, and rushed out the door. What else can you do with your own system but indulge it? Just as I rode my electric scooter out of this urban village, I realized the battery was dead. I'd forgotten to charge it last night. Note, strictly following the rules. Here is the translated text without additional notes. The translation preserves the original paragraph structure, informal tone, and emotional nuance, including the resigned humor in indulging the system's quirks. I hastily rushed back and then ran to the nearest bus stop, transferring twice before finally arriving at the location specified by the system. Staring at the dark, stinky moat before me, I suddenly realized the system's punishment of deducting my savings wasn't so harsh after all. Chapter 007. I say you're ruthless. Being late by 1.5 hours, penalty extended by 15 hours, totaling 20 hours of garbage cleanup labor. Run D underestimated the system's ruthlessness and overestimated his own abilities. Without tools and protective gear, he wouldn't last 10 minutes here. System, let's negotiate a bit, alright? Give me some time to prepare before taking on jobs. Even clearing garbage for 200 hours is fine, just not all at once. Can we do it in installments? Are you really making me go pick up trash empty-handed like this? Ron D resisted the urge to retch as he stared at the indescribable excrement by his feet. Payable in installments. Please select 3 installments, 6 installments, or 12 installments. Ron D breathed a sigh of relief. This made sense. But why did this installment plan look so much like a credit loan? Could there be hidden interest? Installment X3, minimum 11 hours of garbage cleaning per installment. Installment X6, minimum 5.5 hours per installment. Installment X12, minimum 2.75 hours per installment. SSS ha. Ron D had a toothache, foot pain, and a splitting headache. 6 installments. After much deliberation, Rin D chose the relatively more suitable option. The system's penalty countdown instantly switched to an installment countdown, even thoughtfully providing a self-selected timer start/close option. With this preparatory time secured, Rin-D went to a nearby market to purchase large trash bags, gloves, masks, long-handled grabbers, brooms, and other cleaning tools. Rin-D felt fortunate he hadn't eaten yet, otherwise he might have ended up contributing additional waste to this riverside cleaning effort. You never know until you try, and the results can be shocking. Rin-D's worldview was turned upside down by this dump, because it had absolutely everything. Discarded paper, unwanted books, useless bottles and cans, scrap metal. Cigarette butts, empty cigarette packs, lighters, snack wrappers, plastic toys, pen refills, old sweaters, gloves, coat, quilt cover, condom. The most prevalent trash was still plastic bags, black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, and gray. Rin-D hadn't even finished cleaning the garbage within a 10-meter radius, yet he'd already filled 12 extra large trash bags to capacity. However, trash picking also held its surprises. Just selling those empty bottles at the recycling station could probably fetch over 10 yuan. Finding amusement in hardship, Rin-D figured if he kept collecting like this, he might eventually break even. Having filled another trash bag, Rin-D went to rest by the roadside. The stench along the riverbank was overpowering. It was no place for human habitation. A car drove past but suddenly stalled while moving. The driver got out to check the situation but couldn't restart the engine no matter what. Rin-D glanced at it twice and, recalling the engine sound from earlier, immediately identified the vehicle's problem. He walked over and tapped on the window asking, "Hey man, need some help? Can you fix cars, brother?" The driver asked cheerfully, "I don't know what's wrong, it just suddenly won't start." Rin-D popped open the car hood and said, "I could tell from the sound of your engine earlier, there's carbon buildup on the valves." He wiped the valve with a discarded towel from his person, then used a branch to fish out all the visible sediment. The driver gave it a try again, and this time the car started up. "Oh my, thank you so much. Young man, you're truly a kind soul." The truck driver, heedless of the engine oil on Rin-D's hands, proceeded to both shake and hug him enthusiastically. "Big bro, I just did a quick fix for you. It's only treating the symptoms, not the root issue. You should really get your truck properly serviced later." "Will do. I'll take your advice." The driver understood the seriousness of the situation. It was fortunate the engine died in this remote area with no people or traffic. Imagine if it had happened in a busy district. That would have meant a car accident for sure. After thanking Rin-D repeatedly, the driver suddenly remembered something. He fetched a small box of cherries from the trunk and insisted Rin-D take it. Though Rin-D tried to decline, he couldn't resist the driver's hearty generosity. Eventually, they exchanged contact information before the driver finally drove off. "Little brother, I've got to go. Something urgent came up, we'll catch up later. Drive safely on the road, take care." Rin-D bid farewell to the driver, then looked at the contact on his phone and changed the nickname, Big Brother Cherry. Looking at that box of cherries on the ground, Rin-D suddenly felt that doing good deeds still brings good karma. Just yesterday he'd lost 2,000 bucks, and now only a few hundred had come back. He couldn't possibly afford to buy those cherries. In high spirits, Rin-D found renewed energy for his work. After that, it was as if he'd activated cheat codes. He actually stumbled upon treasure by the riverbank. A thick gold chain, chunky gold bracelets, and a tightly wrapped bundle of jade jewelry. After 6 hours of work, Rin-D didn't feel like continuing anymore. He sorted and threw those large trash bags into roadside dumpsters category by category, while calling a truck to directly haul the recyclables to the recycling station. By the end of the day, he miraculously found that he'd achieved a financial balance. His daily expenses and income broke even, and that wasn't even counting the gold and jade jewelry. A terrifying thought. Just imagine how many treasures might still lie hidden in those uncleaned river sections. Returning to the urban village, he hadn't even reached his place when a car screeched to a halt, cutting him off from behind. It was old Piao. "Rin-D, you've got some nerve, kid. How dare you pull one over on me? Yo, brother Park, haven't seen you in 2 days. Looks like your cultivation's improved. Half those 3,000 worldly worries have already vanished from your head." Old Piao was only in his early 30s this year, yet he looked aged enough to pass for someone in his 40s or 50s, with his prematurely balding crown being especially noticeable. Rin-D's words struck a nerve with old Piao. Why had his hair been falling out in clumps these past 2 days? Pure stress, that's why. After 2 busy days of delivering gifts and pulling strings, the company headquarters ultimately decided not to fire him, but they're also planning to transfer him to supervise in some third-tier small town, a promotion in name but a demotion in reality, with his salary cut in half. All of this was Rin-D's fault. Once he finished handling his own affairs, he'd come settle the score with Rin-D. "Shut your damn mouth with that sarcastic talk. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your family name." Lao Piao rolled up his sleeves ready to fight, forcing Rin-D to hastily retreat while tossing aside both his backpack and the box he'd been holding. "You bald bastard. Think I'm scared of you? Run-D wasn't made of clay either. He directly pulled out a dagger from his chest pocket, one he always carried for self-defense. Living in the urban village, you couldn't stay safe without carrying some protection. Old Park completely wilted upon seeing the dagger in Rin-D's hand. Why are you carrying a weapon? Ha, ridiculous. I take one to work every day. Got a problem with that? You have no martial ethics. Talk about martial ethics with dogs? Then these mutts wouldn't do stupid things in the first place. Who the hell you calling names? You bastard. Come on then, hit me. I'm all alone anyway, no family to worry about. Stab you once and I get a year of free meals. Stab you 10 times and I'm set for life, food, shelter, no damn rent hikes. Ron-D glared venomously at Old Park and pressed on. Only question is how long you'll be laid up in the hospital. Or maybe I'll accidentally slice out some intestines, won't kill you, just cost me some compensation money. But you'd better think real hard about the consequences. Damn you're vicious. Chapter 008 Soaking. Old Piao drove off in a cloud of dust. Damned coward. Ron-D fiddled with the dagger using his fingers. This thing was crafted from wood by a buddy he'd known back in the day. It's just that my buddy's craft is superb. His camouflage paint jobs could fool the real thing. You wouldn't know it was fake unless you held it in your hands. Ren-D managed to slip past inspections and intimidate many people relying on this treasure. Then he took his belongings and headed back home. Ron-D felt thoroughly grimy after cleaning up the garbage and decided to lock his door to head for a nearby public bathhouse. Although the urban village had poorer infrastructure and messier surroundings, it still offered plenty of advantages. Take this bathhouse for instance. If it were located on one of those sleek, polished streets downtown, entry would cost at least 15 or 20 yuan. Here, just 8 yuan. Ron-D quickly stripped off his clothes and slipped into the water. The scalding hot pool water rose to his neck, instantly making every pore on his body open wide. Hiss! The hot water sent tremors through Ren-D's body, even causing his little brother to leak a few drops of urine. Noticing the other bathers around him meditating with their eyes closed, he imitated them and shut his eyes too. Ding! Mission: complete 6-hour shift as high-end banquet waiter within the deadline. Reward 1, 5,000 yuan monetary compensation. Reward 2, random foreign language mastery level skill attained. Failure penalty: deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Ron-D grew apprehensive upon reading the mission details. An upper-class banquet, filled with wealthy elites. One careless mistake could ruin his livelihood. Yet the glittering temptation of 5,000 yuan kept pulling him back. His monthly salary as a real estate agent was only 3,000 yuan. After leaving the bathhouse, Ron-D went to a noodle shop for a bowl of Yupo noodles. The spicy heat in his belly made all his troubles melt away. The temporary banquet job started at 9 p.m. Riding his fully charged electric scooter through alley shortcuts, Ren-D finally arrived at the workplace before 8:30, the back entrance of Yangqing's largest 5-star hotel. A group of people stood chatting by the hotel's rear entrance when a bespectacled middle-aged man in a neat suit emerged from within. The crowd's chatter ceased the moment he appeared. Ren-D quietly positioned himself at the back of the crowd, blending in with the pretense of belonging. This time, the system only required him to stand here by 8:30. He'd worked as a waiter in small hotels before, but never in such an ultra-luxurious one like this. Rumor had it even their waitstaff required college degrees. The man in a suit scanned the room and addressed everyone. Alright, you should all be aware tonight's banquet is extremely high-profile with stringent requirements. Line up in 2 rows shortly. Manager Ling will select the one she wants. If unpicked, you'll get 200 yuan for your trouble and can leave. Those chosen will change into uniforms and receive satisfactory compensation after the event. Oh ho! Ron-D's heart sank. There was still a selection process. He probably wouldn't make the cut. A waiter dressed in a vest and white shirt behind the suited man stepped forward, and the people at the entrance started lining up, creating a brief 2-minute chaos before the queue was properly formed. Supervisor Ling walked past the line, then casually pointed at people one by one, some taller, some shorter than him. That's it. Everyone chosen just now wasn't selected. You can collect your pay and go home. Ren-D felt relieved. So this was how the selection process worked. Wait a minute. Manager Ling suddenly called for another halt, making those selected hold their breaths. You, and you, we don't want you to either. Why? You're too ugly. Manager Ling rolled her eyes and said, there must not be the slightest imperfection in tonight's banquet. Ron-D followed the remaining staff into the elevator to the employee lounge to change clothes. Phew, I'd always heard the Summit Grand Hotel had tons of rules, but I never knew they required waiters to be handsome guys. Someone sighed wistfully. Well, looks like I'm quite the handsome fellow myself. Ha, you're just not ugly, hardly what I'd call handsome. Now to be truly handsome, you'd have to look like this. He pointed at Ren-D and said, hey bro, you look like a college student doing part-time work. Could you be a model? Pointed at by the finger, Ren-D scratched his nose and smiled sheepishly to deflect the situation. In the staff locker room, Rin-D and the others each received a set of handsome waiter uniforms, since they were all about the same height and build, and with several particularly good-looking individuals among them, the uniform enhancement made everyone appear exceptionally striking to the eye. Even Rin-D himself felt irresistibly handsome. Manager Ling then explained which banquet halls they would be serving in and important precautions before letting everyone prepare. Rin-D learned for the first time that a five-star hotel's restroom was larger than a real estate agency's office, let alone his tiny apartment. He discovered that even the floors were paved with imported premium granite, and the water served was pure natural mineral water transported by air. Meanwhile, the VIP guests of the banquet were arriving and signing in one after another. The men, dressed in impeccably tailored suits, walked across the floor with their polished leather shoes producing crisp, pleasant clicks. Some people's casually revealed belts and watches glinted brilliantly under the lights, like miniature suns dazzling enough to blind the eyes. The ladies, meanwhile, descended like celestial beings, each graceful, poised, and exuding charm, wafting delicate perfume as they filed in alongside the men. Even if not for the mission, he couldn't help but wonder just how generous a red envelope this hotel would hand him after his gig. With so many wealthy people around, they couldn't possibly be too stingy, could they? Ah, Director Yang, you're looking particularly radiant today. Ha ha ha, President Xi, long time no see. Hello, Miss Xiao, you look absolutely stunning today. You flatter me. How could I compare to someone like Madame Wang? A group of people greeted each other casually, finding places to sit or stand as they chatted. It wasn't time yet for servers like Rin-D and the others to make their appearance, but they couldn't go anywhere else either. So the group watched the banquet guests from behind a small side door connecting the workspace to the ballroom. Look, every single one of them is a big shot in Yangcheng, rolling in money or pulling political weight. Keep observations to yourself, just watch quietly. Hey, when do you think we'll get to enjoy such glory days? Rin-D watched their cheerful banter with intense envy, but what use was envy anyway? He refocused on examining the system's mission details, determined not to make any mistakes. He couldn't bear failing his savings account like this. After about 20 minutes, approaching 10 o'clock, the host concluded his speech. Manager Ling sent them to collect the liquor. Remember, keep your eyes sharp and stay alert. Following the others into the banquet hall, Rin-D's ears were immediately enveloped by the music and noisy chatter. A banquet isn't much better than a vegetable market after all. Rin-D muttered to himself. Chapter 009, Wasabi and Matcha. Since waiters had already distributed drinks to the guests beforehand, Rin-D found a corner to stand in, planning to approach only after others had finished theirs. Holding a tray in his left hand with a white towel draped over his right arm, he straightened his posture and tried to keep his gaze unfocused, careful not to stare at any particular guest. A moment later, a stunning long-legged beauty in a pink chiffon dress walked up to Rin-D, took a glass of wine, and turned away, her hair brushing lightly against his face as she moved. Rin-D suppressed the urge to sneeze, barely managing to hold back that uncomfortable sensation. He noticed an empty glass placed on someone's table, so he walked over to collect it. Once the tray in his hand was empty, he returned to the back to retrieve more drinks. The wine offered here was all top-shelf liquor, worth tens of thousands. Rin-D speculated that the hotel had them carrying glasses of wine rather than bottles to prevent any potential tampering with the liquor. After all, stealing just one bottle could mean profits in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. But as Rin-D smelled the wine, it didn't seem much more aromatic than the barrel-aged red wine or imported spirits he'd bought at the supermarket. Or maybe his palate just wasn't refined enough? He returned to the banquet hall with another tray, noticing the music had switched to something livelier. As Rin-D approached a table of empty glasses to clear them, one of the guests suddenly slammed the table in anger. Then, the angry guest threw an empty glass at the person across from them. Oh dear, drama's brewing. Rin-D secretly rubbed his hands together, wondering what this was all about. Why not just say it out loud so everyone could have a chuckle? He turned and walked away, avoiding getting involved. That waiter, come here. Ha! Rin-D froze, then turned to see the man from earlier pointing straight at him. Yes, you come here. Sir, what can I do for you? Rin-D walked over and slightly bent his waist. That seems to be how they act in movies. The man paid no heed to Rin-D, instead seizing a tray with lightning speed and swinging it at the person across from him. Holy crap! Everyone around was dumbfounded, and Rin-D panicked even more. He became an accomplice. Sir, please calm down. Please calm down. He truly exhibited extraordinary reflexes, placing himself directly in front of the victim while simultaneously grabbing the tray from the man's hands, wrapping it tightly in the towel he held. If you're gonna fight, go ahead. Even pulling a knife would have been better than this damn glass thing. Rin-D's back was drenched in cold sweat, his hands still trembling as they clutched the towel. If this had turned bloody, he probably would have ended up at the police station today. When gods fight, mortals suffer, especially an odd jobber like him who got dragged into this. Wow, this guy's so handsome. He must be professionally trained, right? The surrounding women, always eager to watch a spectacle, let out exaggerated gasps. Sir, please calm down? Manager Ling, who had been overseeing the venue, quickly reacted and rushed over in a panic. He also instructed someone to call the boss. Hurry up and deal with these things, be careful not to hurt anyone, Manager Ling said to Ren Di. Ren Di nodded and immediately strode away with his long legs. No trouble came my way. Nice, nice. This boss seems quite fair. As long as he's not the type to lose his temper and take it out on me, we can get along. His vest was soaked with splashed alcohol, and his white shirt was stained red in large patches. He looked utterly disheveled. Returning to the back, Ren Di tossed everything in his hands into the trash bin. Hey man, what happened? You look like hell, someone asked. I don't even know how we started arguing, wine got spilled. Ren Di returned. Oh, good thing you weren't being harassed. If a customer had thrown wine on you, that would have been awful. Sigh. This doesn't count, right? Surely this doesn't count? Ren Di himself didn't know either. He washed at the sink for ages, yet his clothes still reeked of strong alcohol. More than half an hour later, Supervisor Ling returned to the back. Seeing Ren Di still scrubbing the vests, he immediately spoke. Stop washing them, just throw those clothes away. Supervisor, you did a great job today. Manager Ling patted Ren Di on the shoulder. Luckily Ren Di blocked it, or else the hotel would have had to pay out a huge compensation today. The boss told me to give you a 50,000 bonus. Come find me after the banquet to collect it. After Manager Ling left, everyone around cast envious glances at Ren Di, looking like they wished they could snatch the bonus for themselves. Ren Di could only pretend not to see it and offered an awkward smile. But this trip really paid off. He sneaked another glance at the system. Would the incident at the banquet be blamed on him, causing the mission to fail? The mission list in the system remained unchanged, with no mention of failure. Ren Di let out a sigh of relief. He didn't go out again for the rest of the banquet. The supervisor allowed him to slack off in the back. At 1 a.m., the banquet finally ended as the upper-class guests gradually departed. Ren Di joined the others in cleaning up the aftermath of the event. The self-service pastries and desserts on the table remained completely untouched. There were still quite a few bottles left with just a sip or half a sip remaining, making Ren Di sigh at the waste. Hey, what do you know? This is Western dining etiquette. You never finish the drink completely. If this were Baijiu, it'd probably be gone by now. Downing such a big glass of liquor would knock anyone out cold. No one could stay upright after that. The group chatted casually while tidying up, entirely devoid of their previous intense focus and tension. The untouched pastries and delicacies were brought to the staff area, where Supervisor Ling told them to divide and eat as a midnight snack. Of course, no one held back, reaching out to grab their share. Ren Di noticed with some curiosity that among several tubs of ice cream, only the green matcha-flavored one remained mostly untouched while the others were completely empty. Could it be that this tub isn't tasty? Hey, what brand is this ice cream? How much does it cost? He asked the person beside him. I think it's called Dash, or maybe Do Dash. It's called Häagen-Dazs, not Beat to Death. Ha ha ha, all the young girls love this stuff. My girlfriend once wanted some, but nearly died of shock when she heard the price, $70 for a single scoop. Hiss. Well then, I've got to try it. What's so special about this stuff? The group started scooping ice cream balls from the tub. Matcha flavored was the most popular, with everyone grabbing several scoops. Ren Di had never eaten these before, so he followed their lead and made himself a serving. When he took the first bite of the matcha ice cream, he nearly spat it out. This isn't ice cream at all, it's wasabi. Watching the others continuously scooping more ice cream balls onto their plates, Ren Di's eyes sparkled with mischief as he chuckled. Ah, truly a delicacy of this world. Greater than or equal to less than or equal to, /. You've all got to try it, especially the matcha flavor. It's so delicious. Take a big mouthful, and it'll send you straight to heaven. Really? Then I'll try it. The guy with a girlfriend popped a green ball into his mouth. Ren Di watched as his face instantly turned beet red, eyes brimming with tears, his mouth caught between chewing and freezing in place. Ha, delicious right? Look how moved Big Bro is, he's crying tears of joy. By now, the guy fully realized he'd been pranked, while the onlookers grew puzzled by his reaction. Could it really be this delicious? Wah? The older guy nodded vigorously through his tears, mumbling incoherently. Fuking, tuafang good, this flavor, won't forget it fair life. Chapter 010 Quail Eggs. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Master Level English Proficiency Experience. Ren Di raced home on his electric scooter with the wind, carrying a fortune in his pocket. A single night's work had equaled 4 years of his previous income. Ren Di slept until 10 o'clock at home, where sunlight streamed through the drafty windows onto the bed, leaving him too drowsy and comfortable to move. The flood of English knowledge in his head confirmed yesterday's windfall wasn't just a dream. Only after checking his bank balance on the phone again did Ren Di jump out of bed in excitement. After freshening up, he prepared to go out for food. Today called for a proper feast. Before his foot could cross the threshold, the system's golden characters materialized again. Ding! Mission, complete temporary loader work at Yongcheng University Library. Reward 1, earn 300 yuan. Reward 2, gain super organization and summarization skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Run D rubbed his head and turned back into the room. System, almighty system, dear system, my ancestor, could you please have mercy on my savings? My balance is about to drop below 10, and now you're deducting half a year's wages in one go. The system pretended not to hear. Asterisk sighs deeply asterisk, temp worker, am I just a temporary host too? The system that couldn't answer. Lock the door and head downstairs. Run D still had a bowl of beef noodles at his usual spot before heading to the job location indicated by the system. Anyone here want to work as a loader? Boss, how much does it pay? At the labor market, Run D stood under the telephone pole, timing it perfectly, waiting for an employer to show up. Moving books at the library, grunt work pays 80 bucks. Anyone up for it? The crowd waiting for jobs immediately lost interest upon hearing the measly 80 yuan offer. Boss, pick me. I'll take it. Ren D stepped outside. This was his task for the day. Alright, hop in. The man had Ren D board the truck directly. The two first drove to the freight station to pick up the goods, then headed toward Yangcheng Foreign Language Institute. Around 2,000 books wrapped in craft paper filled the truck. When they reached the library entrance of the school, Ren D got to work. Although there was a small trolley in the truck, the library was an older building with no accessible ramps, just stairs. Ren D carried large bundles of books back and forth, finally finishing the task after an hour. The truck had left, but the librarian asked him to stay and help sort the books. Even though the truck was gone and he'd been paid, the system mission still showed as incomplete. Ren D sensed that the true purpose of the system probably wasn't just the loading and unloading work, but rather related to the library. Let's do it! Following the librarian's instructions, Ren D unpacked and organized all the books, then proceeded to pack up a batch of old books from the library. Alright, well done. The supervising teacher was highly satisfied with Ren D's work results. You're too kind. Ren D held teachers in the highest respect. Had it not been for his family's unexpected misfortune, he would have been attending university right now. By the way, teacher, what should we do with these books? Aside from the packed books, there were even more tattered ones either opened or with pages crumbled to shreds. Ah, we'll throw those away later. Why, do you want them? Seeming to notice the meaning in Ren D's gaze, the teacher asked with a smile. I think these books are still readable if handled carefully. Well then, take them. They're all officially reported as discarded books anyway, so it's your problem how you deal with them. Thank you, teacher. Ren D happily found some craft paper to carefully wrap the books up and said goodbye to the supervising teacher. Ding! Task, library temporary loading worker completed. Rewards being issued. Congratulations on receiving the reward, super organization and summary skill experience. Hey, this is really great. Ren D walked out of the library humming a tune. He'd really lucked out today. Buying all these books secondhand would have cost him several hundred yuan. Since he'd acquired the master-level English skill, he could study them properly. Books from the foreign language department weren't usually available in ordinary stores anyway. As he was lost in thought, the craft paper package in his arms tore with a ripping sound, and the books inside cascaded to the ground in disarray. The already damaged books suffered further as their pages went flying, scattering haphazardly everywhere. Ren D hurriedly crouched down to gather them, only to find a few people walking past who stepped on the loose papers in his hands. With displeasure, Ren D spoke up, "Excuse me, classmates, please watch your step. You're dirtying my books with your feet." Ha, what? So these people were completely not watching where they were walking. Ren D stood up holding the papers and pointed at the scattered books behind him, saying, "You knocked over my books, watch where you're stepping so you don't crush them." What the heck, I thought it was some important books. They're so torn up. Why keep them instead of tossing them out? Waiting for them to breed or something? A classmate in a plaid shirt cast a disdainful glance at those books and sneered. Who cares if I throw them or not? Watch where you're walking, don't you worry about bumping into people? None of your damn business how I walk. The plaid shirt guy yelled, then suddenly stared at Ren D in shock and shouted. Damn, it's you, Ren D. Quail egg? Ren D also recognized the person before him, still as annoying as ever. My name is Zhang Anchuan, not Quail egg. Ha ha. The two people following Zhang Anchuan chuckled unkindly. Ha, I told you you had a nickname, and you said you didn't? It suits you so perfectly. Quail brother my ass. Zhang Anchuan directed all his anger at Ren D. His nickname was the one stain he could never erase from his life. Damn it, every time I talk to you, trouble follows. Ren D, didn't you leave for migrant work ages ago? What are you doing here? Where I go is my damn business. My legs belong to me. Since when do I need to report to you, deputy squad leader? Zhang Anchuan snorted coldly. He wasn't that green kid anymore, soon to graduate as a senior and land a job at a foreign corporation. Comparing himself to someone like Ren D, who had neither education nor connections, was beneath him now. Temporary losses mean nothing, life's marathon has just begun. Zhang Anxuan regained his confidence and looked disdainfully at Ren Di, who was slightly taller than him, saying, just like how 4 years later I'll be a graduate from a prestigious university, while you'll be a high school dropout. Having said that, he pushed Ren Di aside and walked away, deliberately kicking at the books on the ground as he passed by. I bet you're doing garbage collection now? It suits you perfectly, Ren Di. A perfect match, both trash. Ren Di didn't respond, just lowered his head to pick up the scattered pages. Zhang Anxuan was his classmate who, when the teacher selected class monitor, enthusiastically treated the entire class to meals in hopes of winning votes, only to lose to the handsome Ren Di. From then on, he held a grudge against Ren Di, constantly finding faults and setting obstacles. The root of their discord, however, stemmed from the school bell. Chapter 011 First Signs of Brilliance. Ren Di shook his head with a helpless sigh as he recalled that school bell. Life flashes by like lightning in an instant, leaving painted towers bereft of destined beauty. After returning home, Ren Di found some glue sticks and white paper to reattach the pages of those scattered books. Looking at those neatly stacked books by his bedside, Ren Di felt he needed to move to a bigger place. Just as he was resting and taking a sip of water, his phone rang. It was actually an unknown number. Hello, may I ask who's calling? Oh, may I ask if this is Mr. Ren Di? A somewhat hoarse female voice came through. Ren Di pondered for a long while but couldn't recall who this person might be. That's me. I'm not sure who you are. Ah, wonderful. It seems I've got the right person. Do you remember helping an elderly lady during the rain on April 22nd? I'm her daughter. Ren Di immediately understood. The person had found him through contact information he'd left at the hospital. Thank you so much for your help. If it weren't for you, my mother might have been in serious trouble. I've been extremely busy these past few days and couldn't find time until today to call and express my gratitude. I truly apologize for the delay. Hey, no worries. I didn't do it for anything in return. Just focus on taking good care of your mother. It's really great that nothing happened to her. You don't need to thank me. It was nothing major, just a small favor. I must express my gratitude. You're such a kind and decent person. I can't let your kindness go unappreciated, especially since you even covered the medical fees for me. At the very least, I should repay you that money, shouldn't I? It's just a small amount. There's really no need to return it. Ren Di chuckled. He wouldn't have said this before, but now that his savings had exceeded 70,000, a few $100 was nothing to him. We can't calculate it that way. I've reserved a private room at Chunlai Pavilion for dinner tonight. Could you join me? At 7 o'clock? Ha? Chunlai Pavilion? Wasn't that Fatty Lou's exclusive restaurant? That's really too much. Chunlai Pavilion is so expensive. Ren Di genuinely felt embarrassed, having just turned down Fatty Lou's 300,000 yuan and now going to eat for free. It felt somewhat awkward. Not expensive at all. Please do honor us with your presence for the meal, Mr. Ren Di. That's settled then. Goodbye. Scratching his head while holding the phone, Ren Di realized he really wasn't good at handling situations like this. It was already past 5 o'clock. After washing the dirty clothes that had been sitting unwashed under his bed for 2 days, Ren Di changed into some decent casual clothes. This outfit was bought last year for his childhood friend's wedding. After changing, with the time being almost right, Ren Di set off on his electric scooter. He bought some nutritional supplements and milk powder for elderly people at a store. Upon arriving near Chunlai-gu, he noticed the parking lot was completely full, packed tight with vehicles large and small without a single gap. He rode his bike toward a nearby upscale club, intending to park there. Before he could even reach the club's entrance, he was stopped by someone in a black suit wearing white gloves. What are you doing here? Nothing really, just trying to park. Everywhere else around here is full. Can I get out of here? No entry allowed. This is a high-end club, not a place for penniless losers like you. Ren Di hadn't even finished speaking when he was abruptly interrupted. The other person rudely shoved him aside while looking at him with undisguised disgust, as if he were staring at a piece of crap. Hey, what are you pushing for? Ren Di angrily got off the electric scooter and propped it up by the roadside. Which sign or regulation says people can't park here? Just because you stretch a rope across the street, you think this is your turf? Did you check with the city government first? No stopping means no stopping. Your piece of junk car is an eyesore. Don't look down on people with those dog eyes. My car may be old, but it's still a proper vehicle. It's licensed and roadworthy. How dare you say I can't park at this spot? Ren Di got into an argument with the other person. People like this were exactly what he couldn't stand. Wearing a suit doesn't make you president, and putting on white gloves won't turn you into nobility? Going or not? Are you going or not? The other man pointed at Ren Di's nose and arrogantly shouted, if you don't leave now, I'll call for backup. You'll regret messing with me. Get lost. Thud. Just as the two were about to strike, a car unexpectedly crashed into the guardrail beside them, knocking over the ropes and metal frames marking the club's front perimeter, scattering them across the ground. A foreigner got out of the car and started shouting gibberish. The black-suited security guard was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand a word the other was saying, but seeing that everything in the club had been smashed, he still ran over to assess the situation. No sooner had the black-suited guard approached than the foreigner slapped him across the face, hurling obscenities all the while. Randy took some wicked pleasure in seeing this guy get hit, but the foreigner's stream of profanity still managed to anger him. Damn it, why should we Tianxia people take a beating from you? You're the one who didn't follow traffic rules and crashed because you didn't know the way, and now you're trying to pin the blame on us. Please abide by the laws of Tianxia. This is our country, not yours. Randy stepped forward and shoved the foreigner hard enough to make him stagger. Hearing Randy's words, the foreigner froze momentarily before starting to act up again. The strong smell of alcohol hit Randy's nose. Now he knew the foreigner had been drinking. He immediately pulled out his phone to call the police. The guy in the black suit crouched behind Randy and whispered, why did the foreigner only hit me? Your rules are really troublesome. The foreigner, intimidated by Randy's firm stance, turned to leave. Save it for the police, and stay put. A crowd began to gather, and the foreigner tried to run but was blocked several times by the surrounding people. Randy crossed his arms and watched the spectacle unfold. The man in the black suit behind him spoke up, Bro, you're really impressive. Randy glanced at him and suddenly remembered why he'd come here in the first place. By now, the roadside originally blocked by the club's perimeter was clear again. Randy hurriedly ran over, parked his car properly, grabbed his things, and dashed toward Chunlij Pavilion. Bro, you can go with peace of mind. I'll keep an eye on your car for you, nobody's stealing it. The man in the black suit shouted loudly at Randy, who had no time to respond but felt a wave of exasperation. What do you mean, go with peace of mind? This guy really has no way with words. No wonder he got beaten up. By the time Randy rushed to Chunlai Pavilion, he saw Fatty Lu standing beside an exceptionally elegant lady, engaged in conversation. Oh, sorry brother Lu, which way is the private room 206? He asked somewhat anxiously. Ha, Xiao Di, you, Mr. Randy? Fatty Lu didn't answer, but the woman smiled at Randy and said, I'm Yuqing, the one who invited you for dinner. I thought you wouldn't show up. So after all this fuss, Miss Yu was actually inviting our little D. Fatty Lu suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, dinner's on me today. Forgot to mention earlier, little D, you should come by for meals whenever you're free. Brother Lu was thinking of borrowing your cooking skills. So, these two know each other? Chapter 012 Underworld Mission. In the private room, Yuqing introduced herself as an executive at a certain company. She often brought clients here for meals, and after coming and going, she became familiar with Fatty Lu. Randy nodded. Fatty Lu was practically a master chef destined for state banquets. It was only natural he'd have regular customers. Once the alcohol and dishes were served, Yuqing began thanking Randy for helping her mother. My mom can't speak. When she was a child, she got sick with a fever, and the village barefoot doctor gave her some medicine. The fever went away, but she lost her hearing and her ability to speak. She's had a really hard life all these years, all for my sake. Randy, I really want to thank you. I've always been terrified that one day she'd leave me. Looking at Yuqing, who seemed drunk despite not having had any alcohol yet, Randy couldn't help but sigh. It seemed even social elites like Yuqing had unspoken sorrows. The two clinked glasses and downed their drinks. In the middle of it all, Fatty Lu brought another dish and sat down to chat for a while. You should have seen their faces, they all turned black. Especially when the judges announced our Lu Ren duo won first place. Ha, absolutely priceless. Lu the fatty boasted about that day's cooking competition, making Randy blush with all the praise. By around 9 o'clock, most of the food had been eaten. Yuqing took out a red envelope and gave it to Randy. Randy, I'll take the liberty of calling myself your elder sister now. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Oh no, this won't do. I can't accept this. Take it. Even if you refuse this gesture of gratitude, you should at least take back the medical expenses you advanced for me. For some reason, Yuqing's grip was surprisingly strong, making it impossible for Randy to break free. He had no choice but to accept the gift. Let me tell you, I don't have many virtues. My only virtue is stubbornness. Once I set my mind on something, nothing can change it. I don't like owing favors. Even the smallest act of kindness makes me feel indebted. And you've helped the most important person in my life, so you absolutely must take this. She patted Randy on the shoulder, her eyes glistening faintly with unshed tears. Originally I was thinking of helping you find a decent job. But now that Brother Lu says you're capable of catering for state banquets, I won't worry about that anymore. Randy, you're something special. Thanks, Changjie. Randy had nothing left to say. Who could have imagined this elder sister would have such a forthright personality? If she'd lived in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a heroine among women, a true female knight-errant of the rivers and lakes. If it were someone else, they might just offer some money and gifts to thank him. The simplest option would be a verbal thanks over the phone. Haven't you heard about those kind-hearted souls from a couple of years back who rescued people only to be extorted in return? You saved someone? Why bother? Isn't it because you're guilty? If you didn't hit them, why else would you step in? Why is it that out of all the people around, you're the only one so eager to help? People like Eugene, who both books high-end restaurants and gives generous red envelopes, are truly rare, especially when the old lady didn't even have any serious issues. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he swapped contact information with Eugene before leaving Chunlai Pavilion. Before parting ways, Fatty Lou reminded him, keep practicing your knife skills, go shock everyone at the state banquet later. As Ren D walked slowly toward the parking lot, he reflected on how much more exciting his life had become since getting the system. It felt like ages had passed since those routine days, though it had only been a few days. Seems he wasn't the type who could stand being idle either. Hey bro, you finished eating already? The man in the black suit outside the club immediately stepped forward with a smile when he saw Ren D approaching. Ren D was startled and let out a boozy burp, making the man recoil from the alcohol fumes. You nearly scared me to death. Before the man could react, Ren D exclaimed, walking around in a black suit at this ungodly hour. And you're so dark-skinned too, when you opened your mouth, you almost scared my soul clean out of my body. My bad, dude. The man in the black suit scratched his head, realizing he shouldn't have acted that way. Though the area had plenty of lights, they were all gaudy neon glows that provided little illumination. His pitch-black outfit genuinely startled people when seen up close. Ren D ignored him further, locating his car and preparing to head home. Bro, wait up. The man in the black suit stopped him and said, hey bro, can I ask you something? What is it? How easy is that foreign language you were speaking to learn? You mean English? Right. The man in the black suit nodded earnestly at Ren D. Today had been a wake-up call for him, a real shock to the system. Back in his school days, the teachers hadn't been particularly inspiring, and coming from a poor family, he never had much motivation to study hard. Most of his time was spent thinking about how to help out at home. Now, working here, he rubbed shoulders with the wealthy and powerful daily, which had given him a false sense of superiority. But that foreigner's slap snapped him back to reality. He was just a glorified doorman, a job even a dog could do. What was he, really? Meanwhile, Ren D had spoken just a few words and made that foreigner back down. That was something he genuinely admired. Sure, Ren D rode around on a beat-up little electric bike, but the man had real skills. This must be what people meant by staying humble. The man in the black suit spent the whole night turning it over in his mind. He wanted to improve himself. He wanted to rise above. It's simple. All it takes is dedication to learn. Just persist, and you'll get it. Ren D gazed at the other's unwavering, sincere expression before slowly replying, nothing is impossible to a willing heart. Anyone can accomplish what they set their mind to, so long as they possess determination and perseverance. Thank you, bro, thank you. The man in the black suit grinned widely, and Ren D laughed along with him. It was already 10:30 when he got home, and Ren D was starting to feel a headache, the delayed kick of the baijiu setting in. Too tired to even take off his clothes, he collapsed onto the bed and fell straight asleep. In his dream, he seemed to return to the village, living with his grandfather as if his parents were still there. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a swana startled Ren D, making his heart skip several beats. He sat up in bed to find the morning light already bright outside. A funeral procession dressed in white hemp clothes was passing through the street. The deafening swana sound came from a speaker carried by someone in the procession. The people at the front were scattering paper money, while those behind wailed as if genuinely crying, or maybe it was just a loop recording playing. Rubbing his head, Ren D felt sluggish. He really couldn't hold his liquor. Yesterday, Yu Qing had pressured him into drinking, and he had gone along with whatever she said without resisting. After closing the window, Ren D went to wash up, and when he looked up again, the mute system had issued a new task. Ding! Mission: complete a 72-hour temporary job as a corpse bearer in a funeral home. Reward 1, 15,000 yuan. Reward 2, advanced corpse dissection skill experience. Failure penalty: deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Put. Ren D spat out his mouthwash in shock. What the hell was this damn system trying to pull? Corpse handler? Cadaver dissection experience? Was this underworld tier job assignment trying to say his life was too damn cheerful? Chapter 013 Meat Dishes Smiley Face. Ren D's resistance proved futile, so he reluctantly got dressed and went out. Coincidentally, his entire walking route happened to match that of the funeral procession downstairs. Which made sense, presumably this family was escorting their deceased to the crematorium. A glaring sign was posted on the wall outside the funeral home, advertising an annual salary of 300,000 yuan, with 800 yuan for day shifts and 1,200 yuan for night shifts. If this job didn't involve dealing with the dead, the threshold would probably be overwhelmed by applicants. Ren D parked his car at the entrance, rubbed his face, and adjusted his expression to be more solemn. There was no room for cheerful greetings here. He found the person in charge, who immediately asked for his ID upon hearing he was there for work, then tossed him a set of work clothes, a mask, and gloves. How could you assign me such an unlucky task? Are you unhappy seeing me make money these past couple days? Ren D muttered under his breath, trying to reason with the damn system. That's the truth, young man. Wearing his mask properly, Ren D followed this brother Wang into the back morgue where all the bodies stored had complete documentation. Their task was to lift the corpses out of the body bags and deliver them to the morticians. After the morticians finished preparing the deceased's appearance, they would then place them into the coffins. Of course, this was actually relatively simple work, the only requirements being physical strength and nerves of steel. They say a dead body weighs several times more than when the person was alive, old saying never lies. Watching TV shows where two people casually tossed corpses into a van, Ren D never imagined it would feel this heavy when actually doing it. And the stench? Absolutely overpowering. Stuffing garlic up his nose made no difference. After helping brother Wang move 3 corpses, even steel-nerved Ren D couldn't take it anymore. When the last body finally reached the mortician, he bolted out the funeral home's back door to gasp in desperate lungfuls of clean air. After a while, brother Wang came out and handed him a cigarette. Ren D hesitantly accepted the cigarette. He didn't smoke. As a child, his grandfather used to smoke that foul, pungent homemade tobacco that made him recoil, and even now, the mere smell of smoke made him nauseous. But now, the smoke brother Wang exhaled actually smelled a little fragrant to him, and even a bit sweet. Seeing Ren D take out a cigarette, brother Wang chuckled and tossed him a lighter as well. Go on, take a puff. You'll feel much better afterward. Thanks, brother Wang. Ren D figured he might as well try a drag, thinking about that lingering taste alone was making his stomach churn. HSS, ha! Brother Wang exhaled smoke rings with a smile. Things are much better now. The funeral parlor has been renovated several times. Back in the day, there was no air conditioning or ventilation, the stench was unbearable. It could sting your eyes shut, we'd be crying with snot and tears streaming down, plus the flies and horseflies in summer heat, those were the toughest times. Wow! Ren D thought brother Wang was a real hero. Brother Wang, how many years have you been doing this? 20 years. My ancestors ran the charnel houses, mine makes the 5th generation, but my son won't take it up, thinks it's bad karma. Oh, actually, it's good you didn't continue working here. Staying too long in this place can really get depressing. Ha, kid, this is just the beginning. Brother Wang chuckled and patted Ren D on the shoulder. Finish your cigarette and come with me, the traffic police just called. Traffic cop? After an hour-and-a-half drive, Ren D arrived at a traffic accident scene on Yangcheng Expressway. Yuck, yuck. Ren D had nothing left to vomit, not even stomach acid. Brother Wang handed him a bottle of water and said, rinse your mouth and drink some. You'll get used to this kind of thing. How could anyone ever get used to this? Ren D looked at the pixelated mess he'd just vomited, then recalled the pixelated horror he'd witnessed earlier. Ugh. After recovering for what felt like ages, Ren D finally forced himself to mentally pixelate the scene as he reluctantly helped brother Wang gather the corpse that had been shattered into chunks of flesh. For incidents like these, the traffic police had already completed their evidence collection. All that remained was determining liability for the accident. The deceased were now the burden of corpse handlers like them. On the ride back to the city, Ren D sat silently in the passenger seat of the hearse, keeping the window open to let the cold air whip against his face. That's not even the scariest part. I've seen drowned ones, hanged ones, and even murder victims, when they finally get delivered to the funeral parlor. Bro, stop talking. Ren D covered his ears, there was no way he'd sleep tonight. Kid, you sure came at the right time today. Ordinary folks wouldn't even get a chance to see scenes like these, and only those with guts would come work in a place like this. Ren D closed his eyes to rest. He hadn't come here willingly, the system had gone berserk and sent him here. He was beginning to understand its pattern. Sudden emergencies where whatever situation he encountered would be matched with a corresponding temporary job assignment. God only knows what else he'd encounter in the future. It's so mangled, does it even need an embalmer's touch anymore? With no face left to speak of, who'd you expect us to make up for, a ghost? Of course we'll haul it straight to the crematorium, pack the ashes for the relatives to claim later. Honestly, if the body were intact, they wouldn't have shipped it to us this quickly in the first place. Oh, it was already past 1 p.m. when they returned to the funeral home, way past lunchtime, yet Ren D didn't feel the slightest bit hungry. Brother Wang insisted on taking him out to a restaurant, saying it would ward off the bad luck. Lamb stir-fried with scallions, poached spicy sliced pork, husband and wife lung slices, and for veggies, shredded potatoes with chili and vinegar sauce. That's all, plus 2 bowls of rice. After placing the order, Brother Wang turned to Ren D and said, their signature dish here is the lamb stir-fried with scallions, the aroma alone is mouth-watering. Ren D didn't speak. He had witnessed both his father and grandfather's deaths, and had seen village elders being dressed in burial clothes after passing. But this was the first time he truly understood what kind of existence humans really were. When the food arrived, looking at those colorful dishes, Rin-D felt as if he was seeing that blurred mass of gore again. He ran outside to vomit once more. Brother Wang calmly kept eating with his chopsticks, specifically picking out the meat slices from the dishes. After washing up, Rin-D ran back and started digging into his rice while grabbing pieces of meat to eat. His facial expression was utterly fierce, chewing vigorously as if he were forcing down poison. Brother Wang glanced at him, the corners of his lips curling upward, then began competing with Rin-D for the meat. As expected of one of our own, his adaptability is truly impressive. The corpse resistance duty passed by in a flash. Rin-D had thought he wouldn't be able to endure it, but before he knew it, he realized he'd already completed the task. Are you really not considering continuing this job? Brother Wang looked regretful as he tried to persuade Rin-D, feeling they'd gotten along quite well during their time together. No, thank you for taking care of me these past 3 days, Brother Wang. I just can't stand this place anymore. Sigh, too much sorrow to speak of. Hey, it's nothing. There are plenty who can run faster than you. Last month some kid only managed 1 trip with me before he went home crying and vomiting. You're better than him, at least you lasted 3 days. Rin-D felt ashamed. Without the system, he wouldn't have lasted a minute. If you ever need anything, just give me a shout. I've got some connections here, wreaths, funeral urns, any burial supplies you need, I can get you 20% off. Chapter 014, Don't Jump, It Stinks Down There. Ding. Task Temporary Corpse Carrier completed, rewards are being issued. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Anatomy Experience. Rin-D didn't feel the usual excitement upon completing the mission this time. Even the deposit of over $10,000 couldn't lift his spirits. That night, Rin-D lay tossing and turning, unable to sleep as he reflected on the past 3 days. Eventually, seeing no other option, he went downstairs and bought a bottle of Shaodaozi liquor, downing it straight in the store before even leaving. His mouth burning from the liquor's bite, Rin-D chugged another bottle of water before stumbling home in a daze. After that, he remembered nothing at all. When he awoke, daylight flooded the room. A glance at the clock showed it was already past 8. Lately, it seemed he was either staying up far too late or sleeping in far too late. Just as he was about to go wash up, it suddenly occurred to him that the system had often issued tasks during his bathroom routine. He immediately blurted out first, "System, let me make this clear, I don't feel like doing any tasks today. I'm in a bad mood. Even if you assign one, I won't do it. Find me if you want, I don't care. Who said anything about giving you a task today? You still have 5 installment penalties pending completion." Rin-D nearly choked on his own saliva. This damn system truly had no humanity. However, going to pick up trash might be a good way to change his mood. He also recalled the gold he found last time. Shouldn't he take some time to sell it? Rin-D thought about the items hidden under his bed. He heard gold prices were quite high now, and selling it should net him at least 100,000 yuan. Nice! Rin-D cheered up again. He quickly washed up, went downstairs, and ordered noodles. Today, it was braised beef noodles. With his tools ready, Rin-D headed toward the river bend of the moat. Yangchang was quite a renowned place in ancient times, where many high-ranking officials and nobles built their villas and castles. It said there was even a prince's mansion here. But later during the war, it was looted by foreigners and burned to the ground. Now in the city center, there's a museum displaying the gate plaque from the prince's mansion. When Rin-D arrived at the river bend, he discovered that the section he had cleaned previously had become littered again. All sorts of trash had mysteriously piled up along the edges once more. Psi, Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, back to work, back to work. Having grown accustomed to the stench of corpses in the mortuary, Rin-D suddenly found that the smell of garbage here wasn't such a big deal. Just as they say, there's always a higher mountain. If he ever encountered something even more foul than the smell of death, he might not find corpses so repulsive anymore. Whoa, what's this? Rin-D suddenly spotted a pale, stark thigh behind the rocks in the riverbed. Damn, could it be a corpse? Murder? Suicide? Rin-D hurriedly threw down the garbage bag and rushed over to check, only to find a completely naked inflatable doll. Who's so shameless, throwing away their girlfriend like trash? Rin-D had genuinely thought someone might have died there. His last mission had left him practically paranoid. He found a tree branch and poked at someone's girlfriend. It was surprisingly firm. So he stuffed the thing into a garbage bag, tossed it aside, and got back to work. Tiny insects fluttered about everywhere as centipedes and house centipedes crawled around. For the first time in his life, Rin-D actually found these little critters rather pleasing to look at. They gave him a sense of being alive. Was this that so-called pretentious sentimentality people talked about? He worked straight through till evening without a break. After all, skipping one meal wouldn't starve him to death. Mostly because he'd genuinely become addicted to this trash-picking business. Today he struck gold again, an entire case of jade mahjong tiles. Who in their right mind would throw these away? They looked antique, with faded coloring on many tiles, but they were unmistakably crafted from premium jade. He also found an unopened pack of cigarettes, Huazi brand, no less. These would make a nice gift for someone later. There were only two dim streetlights by the riverside, their glow further obscured by the roadside trees, making it nearly impossible to see the path clearly. Randy had no choice but to pack up his tools and sort the garbage, placing it beside the roadside trash bin just like last time, leaving it for the sanitation workers to handle. Just as Randy was about to carry the box of jade mahjong tiles back, he noticed a woman perched on the railing of the river bridge. Her legs dangled entirely over the guardrail, and the slightest misstep could easily send her tumbling down. Her long hair shrouded her face entirely, leaving Randy unable to make out her features. He desperately wanted to shout, "Be careful, you might fall," but feared startling her lest she actually slipped. Does a person only find peace when they're dead? This damn world is so sickening. Just as Randy was walking onto the bridge holding his box, standing about 3 to 5 meters away from the woman, he suddenly overheard her muttering to herself, "Oh no, this woman's contemplating suicide by jumping into the river." Randy tensed up, and in his nervous state, he absent-mindedly knocked his box against the bridge railing, producing a loud clanging sound. The woman turned her head abruptly at the sound of his voice, and Randy inwardly cursed his misfortune. "Don't jump, it stinks down there." Randy frantically dashed forward. Though the river wasn't particularly deep, the stench was overwhelming. The likelihood of being overcome by the smell was far greater than drowning. Seeing Randy running toward her, the woman simply released her grip and began plummeting downward. Randy tossed aside the item in his hand, vaulted over the railing, and leaped after the woman. The stench was unbearable. God knows what she was thinking. People usually choose auspicious burial sites when they die, so how did this woman settle on this foul stretch of water? Could it be that she planned to turn into a vengeful ghost after death to seek retribution? Randy followed the woman into the water. She seemed to have been knocked unconscious by the impact with the fetid water, lying completely motionless. This actually made it easier for him to save her. Wrestling through large debris in the river, he dragged her laboriously toward the bank. Items like wire and branches snagged on her hair and clothes. Randy struggled mightily to pry them loose. Fortunately, the riverbank here had a gentle slope, or else he might have ended up joining her in the watery depths today. Finally reaching shore, Randy saw the woman appeared to have stopped breathing and hurriedly pulled out his phone to call an ambulance. Then he discovered his phone was waterlogged and completely unusable. What should he do? At this time of day and in this suburban location, there were virtually no people or vehicles around. How could he save her? Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Randy suddenly remembered knowledge from his high school days. After hesitating briefly, he straightened the woman's body and pushed aside the hair covering her face. Only then did he realize this woman was practically still a girl, very young, about his own age. After several rounds of CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, the girl let out a weak moan, allowing Randy to finally relax. The girl then suddenly vomited a mouthful of foul-smelling black water, making Randy grimace. What kind of anguish could drive a girl to drink filthy water rather than live? Yang Lui gradually regained consciousness to find herself lying on the ground with a man sitting beside her. "Are you awake? Why did you save me? Let me die." Yang Lui wept in anguish, overwhelmed by unbearable pain. "How about waiting until I leave before jumping again?" Randy scratched his head and said, "I just can't stand seeing things like this. I've always got to help when I can. If you still want to die, just wait until I'm gone before jumping." Chapter 015. The dam system has gone crazy. When Yang Lui heard the other person tell her to wait until he left before jumping into the river, she thought she must have misheard. Normally when someone suicidal is rescued, don't people always try to comfort them by telling them to be more optimistic, think about the good things in life and not do anything stupid again? Why is this person? "I just told you, don't jump, the water here stinks. If you want to die, shouldn't at least find yourself a nice scenic spot?" Randy looked at the girl's face and said with a smile, "Look, you're quite pretty and young. Even if you die, you should find some valley full of flowers, planted with peach and cherry blossom trees. Then wear beautiful clothes and die elegantly like Sleeping Beauty. Wouldn't that be better? Why settle for such a place?" Randy shook his head. Yang Lui felt somewhat ashamed by Randy's words. He was right. Why hadn't she thought about dying beautifully? "Aren't you going to ask why I jumped into the river?" Yang Lui bit her lip, suddenly overcome with an intense urge to confess. People jump when they feel like it. Everyone's got their reasons. Maybe it was too hot and you wanted to cool off, or perhaps you fancied trying out freefall. Randy said disdainfully, shaking debris from her hair. "But if you're planning to jump again, wait till I'm gone. It's this late already, I need to get home to sleep." Yang Lui watched as the other person turned and walked straight onto the highway without even attempting to persuade her. "Leaving now, bye-bye." Randy went back onto the bridge to retrieve his belongings. The soaking wet feeling was truly unbearable. Sigh, what rotten luck. If I had gone home earlier, maybe I wouldn't have encountered this mess. Saved someone's life only to lose my phone in the process. It's all the system's fault. With all the temp jobs it could assign, why did it have to give him corpse carrying duty? All my luck's run dry, nothing but bad days lately. Damn system screwed me over. Oh, maybe your own luck just sucks to begin with? Only after returning home did Rin D realize he'd gotten scraped up. Many spots were red and swollen by now, with a 5 to 6 centimeter gash running along the inner side of his elbow. Damn it! Rin D was at a loss for words. That stinking river probably harbored every conceivable bacteria and virus. Scared out of his wits, he rushed to the hospital for treatment straight away without even changing his clothes. The next day, Rin D woke up to find his limbs numb and weak, his hands and feet devoid of strength. Damn this dog of a system. Rin D blamed his suffering on the system, refusing to acknowledge it was his own do-gooder instincts that landed him in this mess. Ding! Task: complete 1 week of temporary security work for Tiancheng Group. Reward 1, earn 3,500 yuan monetary reward. Task Reward 2, gain advanced calligraphy skill experience. Task Failure Penalty, deduct 15% of deposits and complete garbage cleanup work within designated area. Wait, this isn't. When Ren D saw the system's new round of mission assignments, he was instantly shocked. Last time the penalty for failing a task was only 10% of my savings. How did it suddenly jump to 15%? Even skyrocketing fireworks don't shoot up this fast. System, get out here. Explain to me, why did the failure penalty suddenly increase so much? Are you robbing me? Always cursing at me, do I have no dignity left? The system played dead, remaining completely unresponsive no matter what Ren D said. He shouted himself hoarse with all that cursing, but once he calmed down and saw the mission rewards again, he got instantly pumped. Being a security guard for a week pays this much? Must be guarding the vault door or something. Ren D suddenly regained his vigor, hurriedly throwing on clothes to head for the mission location. That damn system wants to deduct 20 grand from me? Over my dead body. I'll weld shut every window and chimney too. The mission location turned out to be the security booth at Yangcheng's landmark Tiancheng Group headquarters building. He was about to ride over on his electric scooter when someone stopped him first. Hey, what are you doing here? If you're not from Tiancheng, you can't loiter around here. Ah, hello there, sir. I'm here for a job. Security bro, are you still hiring? I'm strong, can pull all-nighters, carry luggage, move bricks, I can do it all. The security guard sized up Ren D before saying, what a coincidence, the security department is actually short-staffed. Old Lee went back home to handle his mother's funeral arrangements, just for a week. Temporary work, 1,500 yuan for the week. You in? Do it. Ren D replied through gritted teeth. Tiancheng Group was only paying 1,500 bucks, and even with the system's reward of 5,000 upon completion, a failure would cost him 15,000 in penalties. No matter how he looked at it, he was getting the short end of the stick. Once more, he cursed the damn system. May it bear children without anuses, may its blind date turn out to be its own sister, may its instant noodles come without seasoning packets, may it stumble into a sewer while walking at midnight. Thinking back to the system's failure penalties, Ren D immediately felt a surge of vigilance. As long as he didn't make mistakes, he'd like to see what this damn system could do to him. Talk about bad luck, why couldn't he have bound himself to a better system? Others got to become gods or immortals, billionaires or financial tycoons, but what did he get? Why are people so different? Oh. Ren D was led to the HR department to sign the paperwork, then taken to the parking garage exit behind the building to guard the gate. Here, the barrier arm lifts automatically, so you don't need to do anything. All vehicles that can enter are already registered in the system. You can play games or even sleep in the guard booth if you want. Just remember to stand up straight whenever the boss or any managers come out. Listening to the security captain's explanation, Ren D had never heard of a security job where you didn't actually have to do anything. Then, doesn't that make me just a figurehead? Yeah, right. The security captain chuckled and said, in our Tiancheng Group, who would have the nerve to cause trouble here? Who'd dare steal cars from the parking lot? You're practically our mascot, just relax. Someone will come to replace you at noon. 8 hours a day, that's all. We're a premium company, after all. After the security team leader left, Ren D felt a bit down. Being a security guard was so boring. There weren't any car thieves around, and hardly anyone came in or out. He didn't even have the chance to stop people from entering. Checking the time again, it wasn't even 11 yet, still too early for lunch break. Ren D stood alone in the security booth, idly gazing at the scenery outside. He wanted to play a game, but his phone was broken. What a frustration. After enduring it for about half an hour, Ren D couldn't take it anymore. Maybe he should go down to the underground garage and check out those luxury cars? In such a large corporation like Tiancheng Group, there were bound to be a few people driving luxury cars to work. Even if he couldn't afford one, he could at least feast his eyes on them. We common folks, today we're gonna be happy. Humming a tune, he strode straight into the parking garage. Tiancheng truly lived up to its reputation as a major corporation. The garage floor was spotless, eliciting impressed clicks of admiration from Ren D. Chapter 016 Second Failure. Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, Nissan, Toyota. As he walked along, Ren D indeed spotted several luxury cars that were astronomically expensive in his eyes. Ha, the big dung fork? Randy's eyes lit up when he saw a silver Maserati. The real car was undoubtedly 100 times more beautiful than the pictures he'd seen on his phone. He excitedly clapped his hands. Damn it, he'd buy a new phone tonight. It was downright torture to see such beauty without being able to take pictures. Then he spotted a red Ferrari. Ho ho! Randy noticed there were too many luxury cars here, even those at premium auto shows weren't this impressive. What's more, the license plates on these high-end vehicles looked extravagantly ostentatious. Sneaking down to basement level 3, he discovered a black Bentley, a white BMW, and a sapphire blue Porsche. Randy admired the car while daydreaming about how it would feel to sit inside such a vehicle. Holy crap! Holy crap! A Rolls-Royce Phantom. When Randy spotted a Rolls-Royce with license plate ending in 88888, he immediately jumped up in excitement. This car is seriously gorgeous, maybe I should go touch it for some good luck? Randy reached out his mischievous hands toward the car, but quickly withdrew them as he remembered the surveillance cameras in the area. It wouldn't be good for others to witness his embarrassing antics. After circling the car several times with lingering reluctance, he finally turned and headed toward the ground floor. As he walked, Randy's peripheral vision caught a Chevrolet Camaro parked in the far left spot, its dazzling golden yellow hue particularly eye-catching. Bumblebee? Nice! Randy rushed over to look and suddenly heard seductive moans, the kind of sounds you'd hear in certain adult films, mixed with some whispered conversation. Randy felt his streak of bad luck was never ending. Why did he keep stumbling upon these ridiculous situations? Glancing around, he realized this area was actually a blind spot for surveillance cameras, and the sounds were coming from the adjacent electrical room. He was about to leave when he suddenly caught fragments of conversation mentioning something about a princess and a manager. Instantly intrigued by the gossip, Randy quietly pressed his ear against the wall. After Yang Luwei and I get married next week and I officially become a director of Tianjin, then you can work harder to climb into the chairman's bed. Hee humph, how annoying. What do you mean work harder? Are you saying I'm not working hard enough now? Besides, that's your father-in-law, aren't you jealous? Of course I'm jealous. That's exactly why I'm putting in the effort now. Once we join forces, we'll take control of Tiancheng Group together. Ah, you're so mean, always bullying me like this. After that, there was no further gossip, so Randy only heard about the Hansho sharing fragrance incident, making him seem like some kind of pervert to those unaware. What explosive news! Who would have thought those few words contained such massive revelations? Randy suddenly recalled attending some high-end banquet before, where there seemed to be a certain Chairman Yang, the president of Tiancheng Group, right? If he went to expose this now, he wondered if the man might reward him with some money? Without disturbing the secret lovers, Randy ambled back to the ground-level security booth. Now that he'd uncovered such a huge secret, he finally understood why the system had offered such generous bonuses for this mission. Perhaps there are other opportunities for manipulation here? Randy thought that if he played his cards right, he might be able to shed his temporary worker status and become a permanent contract employee. After work in the afternoon, Randy rushed to buy a new phone. Luckily, he'd been making good money lately, otherwise, he really would have been in tears. After getting the phone, Randy went to a nearby gold shop to sell off the remaining bits of jewelry he had, netting himself over 10,000 yuan. Congratulations to Comrade Randy for breaking through the 5-figure mark and reaching 6 figures in savings. Randy walked as if treading on cotton, finding everything around him beautiful and delightful. Another early morning arrived, and Randy got up early to head to work. To prevent his savings from disappearing due to task failure, Randy worked with the same vigor he once had when carrying bricks at construction sites. The luxury cars he saw yesterday entered the underground garage normally again today, and he even spotted the owner of his favorite blue Porsche, a stunning beauty who looked oddly familiar. Randy pondered for a while but couldn't recall where he'd seen her before. Once rush hour passed, the back entrance garage of the office building became quiet again, leaving Randy bored in playing mobile games. Suddenly, several car honks sounded. Looking up, Randy saw yesterday's yellow Camaro parked at the garage entrance, where the barrier arm still hadn't lifted. Randy ran out to take a look and discovered that the license plate of the Camaro was obscured by dirt, causing the barrier machine to fail recognition and block its passage. Right now, your license plate is obscured, so the barrier system didn't recognize it. May I ask, are you? What the hell? The car window rolled down, and a man dressed in a white suit, rather handsome looking, started cursing at Randy the moment he saw him. Don't you fucking know who I am? Are you trying to mess with me? Can't you see the barrier won't open for me? Don't you know to lift the damn thing when I show up? What the hell are you staring at? Look at that pathetic face of yours. Lift the damn barrier now. Who do you think you are? Barking at me like some mangy guard dog? I endure. Randy turned his head and pressed the switch to raise the barrier. He had only come here for the money the system offered. There was no way he'd stoop to the level of dealing with such a wolf in sheep's clothing. Just a few more days of putting up with him. Randy rolled his eyes, took out his phone, and continued playing games, only to have the security team leader suddenly appear beside him before 10 minutes had passed. Shaoran, did you somehow offend young Master Lu? Ha, who? Run D froze in confusion. The one driving the yellow Chevrolet. Oh, that's Stu. B. Run D narrowly stopped himself from uttering the rest of that word. He didn't even bother cleaning the mud covering his license plate, then yelled at me for being blind when the gate system couldn't recognize it to enter the parking garage. I didn't say anything. What? Did he yell at you guys too? The security captain smiled and handed Rindy a cigarette, saying, "Hey, that guy's always like that. If he weren't the chairman's son-in-law, who the hell would care about him? He just called and swore at me, demanding I fire you." He's really the chairman's son-in-law? Remembering yesterday's incident, Rindy suddenly felt like he'd stepped in a massive pile of crap. Yeah, a high-end overseas returnee. That guy causes the most trouble in the company. No idea what kind of potion he fed the chairman to get recognized as a son-in-law and forced the young miss to marry him. Brother, I really can't help it. That bastard oversees our department. Do me a favor, I'll have them pay you 2 days' wages. His savings at risk. Just as Rindy had this thought, the system sounded immediately after the security captain finished speaking. Ding! Temporary security guard assignment not completed on time. Monetary reward revoked. Skill reward revoked. Task failure penalty. 15% of savings deducted. Deduction complete. Task failure penalty. Chapter 017, Misfortune Amplified. If you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Rindy went with the security captain to settle his wages, he snapped a couple of photos inside the Tiancheng group. Then he compiled everything he had heard the previous day into a detailed post and directly published it online, tagging Tiancheng group's official account, no less. You want to fire me, don't you? Aren't you all high and mighty wanting to be a director? Watch me make you go for wool and come home shorn. He refused to believe people wouldn't gather around to watch the spectacle. No evidence? So what? After all, some people aren't blind, flies don't swarm around a flawless egg. Once he writes it out, there will definitely be people who believe it, especially since this is the absolute truth. It's not even a rumor. Rindy rode his scooter home with 250 yuan in his pocket, having vented his frustration but unable to recover his savings. Just yesterday he was celebrating happily, but today he was back to square one, his savings plummeting to 4 digits again. Woo-hoo-oh. The familiar riverbank. Only a day had passed, yet here he was again. Penalty time stacking due to mission failure. Extend the installment plan or choose a higher difficulty penalty task? P.S. Completing one higher difficulty penalty task cancels all remaining penalties. No way, absolutely not choosing a higher difficulty mission. Rindy shook his head like a rattledrum. Only a damn fool would trust this system's nonsense. Choosing a high difficulty mission would be like lighting a lamp in the outhouse, asking for trouble. Whether he was truly cursed by the god of misfortune or became too haunted after completing netherworld tasks, Rindy had barely finished cleaning when the sky unleashed another downpour. Rindy had no choice but to turn back, but the rain grew heavier along the way. In low-lying areas, the water had risen past his calves, and in some places, even above his knees. Things were even worse in the urban village, where flooding was more severe. In a momentary lapse of attention, Rindy's scooter plunged straight into a manhole. The sewer cover had been swept away by the surging floodwaters. Who knew where? He fell hard, choking on a couple mouthfuls of muddy water, and a nasty bump rose on his head. The scooter fared even worse. The handlebars snapped off the frame, and the seat flew so far it was nowhere in sight. The manhole seemed to be clogged, the murky water stagnant with no sign of flow. Had Rindy been walking instead of riding, he probably would have tumbled straight into the sewer below. Rindy struggled to his feet and yanked the half-broken bike free from the sewer grate, then retrieved the other wheel that had gone flying. His poor little motorcycle had served him loyally for 3 years, only to meet such an inglorious end, dismembered in pieces. As he pondered this, 2 bubbles gurgled up from the well's mouth, followed by a woman's high-heeled shoe emerging from the water, its pristine sole still bearing the size tag. Rindy froze at the sight. Then another shoe floated up. Damn! Rindy was hopping mad, cursing his streak of rotten luck. Damn, this system was ruining his life. After a brief moment of panic, Rindy hurriedly pulled out his phone to call the police. There was no way he could handle a dead body in the sewer by himself. As a model student, Rindy had only been to the police station a few years ago when canceling the household registrations for his grandfather and father, and hadn't set foot in such a place since. But now, because of some unfamiliar woman, he'd been brought here. It felt so nerve-wracking. What if the police thought he was the murderer? XX. Name? Rindy. Age? 22. Gender? Male. Rindy swallowed hard. He really wasn't a criminal. Occupation? Temp worker. Ha! The police officer looked up at him. Jobless bum. Just lost my job this morning. Rindy quickly explained. I was fired this morning because I offended someone. How did you discover the deceased? Just happened to spot it, really. 2 shoes floated up from below. Then I noticed them and knew there must be a body down there. Ren-D dug his nails into his palms. How could he possibly explain that he possessed corpse dissection skills through his system experience, or that his recent stint as a cadaver transporter made him hypersensitive to such things? He could smell that distinct odor from half a mile away. The police interrogated him at length without revealing anything, finally having him sign a statement before releasing him. Even though he'd simply been the one to make the discovery, they'd treated him like some kind of murder suspect. After getting home, Ren-D rested briefly before realizing he had no idea what to do with himself. Looking at his bank balance on the phone, Ren-D suddenly felt exhausted. System, can't you assign me a longer-term job? Even if they're just temporary positions without benefits like social insurance, at least help me solve basic subsistence issues. If not for my remaining savings, I'd probably be starving on the streets by now. Look, I'm about to lose even this place to stay. Can you really bear to see me homeless? This system exclusively provides temporary assignments. The skills and experience gained will adequately address the host's subsistence needs. Damn it! Ren-D grew annoyed. He'd only acquired a handful of skills so far: knife skills, mechanical repair, organizational methods. Though seemingly decent specialties, individually they offered no real career prospects. He had no culinary skills. What use was fancy knife work if he couldn't cook? He just happened to get lucky stumbling across someone like Chef Lu. Without that stroke of luck, Chef Lu only remembered him because he dreamed of cooking at state banquets. Otherwise, he'd still be a lowly vegetable chopper. Why would anyone pay 30 grand for him when they could hire someone decent for 3 to 5,000? When it comes to mechanical repair, mechanics, auto repair, it might sound impressive. But no matter how skilled you are, can fixing things really make you a millionaire? Organizing and categorizing, is this even considered a skill? At most, it just makes tidying up this little room more comfortable. But as for finding a job outside? Ridiculous, who'd ever hire me for that? Along with mastery of English and corpse dissection, Ren-D massaged his throbbing temples. His head was pounding like mad. His English proficiency skill seemed the most useful so far, but relying exclusively on that to work as a translator? He'd checked, professional certification was required. The next exam was still over 3 months away, and this year's registration window had already closed. Could he really just go around boasting about his mastery-level English without proof, claiming skills beyond the highest certification tier? People would sooner think he'd lost his marbles. As for that final skill, best not to even mention it. Ren-D took stock of his situation and realized he still hadn't found a way to get rich. Fishing out a bag of instant noodles from under his bed, he found an empty bowl to soak them in while picking up a book to read. If only he could become a library assistant reading books for free while getting paid. Just thinking about it made him bubble with joy. But alas, such plum jobs were beyond his grasp. Sigh, Omicron asterisk. Ding. Mission, complete 3 days of temporary auto mechanic work. Reward 1, receive 5,000 yuan monetary reward. Reward 2, acquire C-class racing skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Chapter 018 Modified Sports Car. Ren-D held his instant noodle cup, watching as the system's newly issued penalty for mission failure was reduced back to 10%. Go ahead and deduct all my savings then. Write it down. Failure deducts 100% of deposits. So I haven't earned a penny and have been working for you all along, is that it? Host, rest assured. Once your deposits reach the standard of 1 billion yuan, task failure will indeed result in 100% deposit deduction. Put. Sigma, degree. Ren-D choked on his noodles as his breath hitched wrong, sending strands down his windpipe. The tasks issued by the system are all within the host's capabilities, without any deliberate difficulties or other issues. If the host fails the task, it is the host's problem. If you have any questions, please eat more walnuts. Eat walnuts? What does that mean? Ren-D froze for a moment before realizing, was the damn system calling him brainless? How dare it? The sky hadn't turned, but the man tossed and turned without sleep. Ren-D got out of bed, the heavy dark circles under his eyes betraying his condition. While washing up, the system's glaring golden characters still hovered before his eyes, seemingly determined to remain until he accepted a mission. After eating 2 baozi downstairs, Ren-D boarded the bus heading toward the mission location specified by the system. People are so fussy. Though he claimed to disdain the system, he secretly yearned for its rewards. Racing experience. This made Ren-D, who'd never had money for driving lessons, itch with anticipation. Free driving skills, nice. Arriving at a rather run-down-looking repair shop, Ren-D had spent nearly half an hour just finding the place. Who on earth would open a repair shop in such a location? How could they possibly make any money here? In the dilapidated yard, Ren-D spotted 2 men smoking under a sunshade with their shirts off. Excuse me, are you hiring mechanics here? Ren-D stepped forward and asked. How many years of experience do you have fixing cars? Ren-D scratched his head and said, not many years, less than a year, to be precise. He'd only done it once. See that Honda over there? Can you tell me what's wrong with it? Oh, sure. Randy walked into the repair shop's yard where the old master pointed at a Honda car. After starting the engine, getting out to check under the hood, and inspecting it further, he approached the old master and said, "The tire rim's deformed. It needs replacing." "Right you are, but we're only busy these few days. Would you be willing to work as a temp?" Randy nodded. The system assigned him temporary jobs anyway, even if he wanted something long-term, there weren't any available. And so Randy started working at this repair shop. But after just 2 days, he understood why they had only hired him for 3 days. The place also handled private modifications, and recently, the rich second-generation kids in Yangcheng had organized a drag race. A crowd of them rushed here to modify their cars, and with the race date set, many still hadn't finished their modifications. That's why Randy got the chance for temporary work. They were in a hurry. Watching the boss charge 200,000 to 300,000 yuan per car for modifications, he was practically green with envy. It was unbearable. Otherwise, he'd really love to start his own tuning shop, but this kind of thing was illegal. Still, Randy knew these people had connections. Reporting them wouldn't do him any good, it'd only land him in serious trouble. "When will my car be ready?" A red pitchfork, a red Maserati pulled into the repair shop, and the owner got out to ask the shop boss. The boss immediately approached the young owner with a smile. "Young Master Wang, your Lamborghini won't be ready until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest." "That's slow? By tomorrow, the ship will have sailed. What did I tell you before? It must be done today, or I'll smash this place of yours." Randy looked at the boss and stood up, saying, "Boss, I can modify cars." "You?" Both men turned to look at Randy simultaneously. Wasn't mechanical repair skill precisely the ability to modify and fix things? Besides, he'd been watching for 2 days and had it practically figured out. "You sure about this? Don't wreck young Master Wang's car, you couldn't pay it back even if you worked 10 lifetimes." "Don't worry, I wouldn't speak up without confidence." Randy said to the young master, "Tell me how you'd like it modified, and I'll estimate the time needed. If it's doable, you just wait a while and see how well the car turns out." "Alright, as long as it's done well, I'm not picky." The veteran mechanic was busy modifying another luxury car with his apprentice, so when young Master Wang's car arrived a bit late, it didn't get slotted in. Now that Randy had taken over, the boss was naturally pleased. After all, the money was already in his pocket, and having someone handle the work without sharing profits was just perfect. As Randy listened to young Master Wang's requirements and examined the available parts in the factory, he quickly understood where the real challenges of this modification lay. The job requires repositioning the car's engine, rerouting multiple wiring circuits, adding protective measures, and installing 2 additional turbocharger units. In simple terms, it's like strapping 2 rockets onto that sports car. At that speed, only an astronaut could handle it, right? Randy studied young Master Wang's physique and doubted his reflexes were particularly sharp. Have you ever seen an obese race car driver? Or any speed-based athlete weighing over 180 pounds? This young Master Wang might stand a chance in sumo wrestling perhaps? Randy grumbled internally while his hands worked tirelessly to completely dismantle the car. After 7 or 8 hours of relentless effort, he finally finished modifying Wang Xiao's car. As for that young Master Wang, Randy didn't quite know how to describe him. The guy had genuinely just sat there playing games for 7 or 8 hours straight. Someone with such patience to endure boredom without moving an inch should be an otaku, shouldn't they? Why was he into sports cars? Go! Flank him near point A. Dodge the ultimate move, damn it. Randy walked up to young Master Wang and saw him playing a house raiding game with someone. Observing the intense battle, Randy remained silent. 2 minutes later, the winner emerged, and young Master Wang exited the game in frustration. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. Couldn't even seize such a perfect opportunity. Young Master Wang, your car's modifications are complete. Would you like to take it for a spin? Done already? Hearing this, young Master Wang immediately brightened up and rushed to the sports car. He inspected it carefully but could discern nothing aside from an extra pipe added to the rear. Will this actually work? Just get in and give it a test drive, I guarantee there won't be any issues. Randy said, massaging his sore shoulders while glancing at the sky. Evening had already fallen, and soon enough, he'd complete this assignment. Right then, the boss walked over, took a look at the car Randy had fixed, and gave him a thumbs up. Not bad at all. How about staying on to mentor our apprentices? I'll pay you this much. Randy glanced at the 2 fingers the boss held up, noticed the tense expression on the veteran craftsman beside him, and shook his head in refusal. Forget it, the pay was too low, the work too exhausting. The boss pursed his lips in disappointment. Urgent jobs are all gone, and the remaining repairs are few. Will you still come tomorrow? No. Randy said with a smile, we agreed on 3 days, I can't steal other people's livelihoods, right? With one more person like me, everyone would earn quite a bit less. The boss nodded and transferred Randy's 3-day wages to him via mobile payment. As for the modification fee, what modification fee? Chapter 019 Contradiction. After Randy received his 3 days' wages, the system's reward arrived as well. Ding! Task, temporary auto mechanic completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, reward obtained, 5,000 yuan monetary reward. Congratulations, reward obtained, acquired C-level racing skills experience. Ren D calmly glanced at his bank account. The balance that had once soared to such heights now made these few $1,000s seem like pocket change. Back in the day, it would have taken him a whole month to earn this amount. Human ambition and desire truly know no bounds. He remembered when earning 5,000 a month had felt like landing a dream job. Young Master Wang returned after taking a spin in his Lamborghini. This car runs much faster than before. Not bad, very nice. As long as you're satisfied, the boss said with a smile. This deal made him the biggest winner. Just then, young Master Wang's phone rang. He answered, but after just a short while, he started yelling furiously at the person on the other end. Ren D had just finished washing his hands and was about to pack up and go home when he heard young Master Wang's furious shout. Lu Laosan, you ungrateful bastard. You dared to trick me, you promised me but then went to drive for Lu Minggang instead. Do you want to be blacklisted in this circle, huh? Or do you think the Wang family is easy to push around? Just you wait. Ren D halted mid-step, turning his head to blink curiously at young Master Wang nearby. Was this really happening the way he guessed? Hey, young Master Wang, are you short of a race car driver? A grade C1, maybe? Ren D volunteered himself, feeling quite confident his hunch was right. Are you a race car driver? Wang Xiao sized up Ren D with a look that said, you're full of it. What kind of professional driver ends up working as a mechanic in a repair shop? I am Class C certified. The system certified skills were flawless in every way except for lacking that little red booklet of official accreditation. Bro, drive for me tomorrow and I'll give you 100,000. If you can beat old Lu III, I'll give you 300,000. Yes, sir. Ren D was so excited he couldn't sleep all night, waking up at 5:30 in the morning. System, see that? I landed a gig all by myself, one that could earn me 300 grand. Showing off. Have you ever considered whether you're even capable of landing such jobs? Have you no shame? Have you? The system remained silent as ever. Ren D had been strutting around for ages without getting the slightest reaction, like punching the air, immensely frustrating. After taking a cold shower in the bathroom, he changed into a tracksuit. Morning commuters, crowded bus stops, weary-faced workers dragging themselves to their jobs. Ren D walked slowly out of the urban village, watching the flowing crowds like an outsider. It suddenly struck him that he'd only had the system for a little over 20 days, yet his past life already felt like distant history from years ago. Seize the opportunity. Ren D, your day to rise above others is coming soon. Under azure skies free of clouds, Prickle Mountain in the suburbs of Yangcheng sits at an altitude of over 2,300 meters, its winding road twisting through 18 hairpin turns. In the past, many villages dotted the mountainside, but now most have relocated elsewhere. Gradually, traffic dwindled on this route until it became a racing ground for Yangcheng's second-generation rich kids. Young Master Wang Yiheng, never cared to mingle with these racing heirs, but family obligations compelled him to build connections with them. He had no choice but to get a car and join their game. It was supposed to be just casual fun, but Lu Ming, the young master of the Lu family, had just returned from abroad and ingratiated himself with the Tiancheng group. Soon, he was set to unite with Yang Lui, the princess of the Tiancheng group. Wang Yiheng despised Lu Minggang's banana republican demeanor. The man went abroad for a spell and came back spouting nonsense about mixed bloodlines, how foreign genes were superior, how pure and noble foreign ancestry was, and so on. Wang Yiheng just cursed him as a Western-worshipping disgrace who'd forsaken his ancestors. As it turned out, someone must have relayed these words to Lu Minggang's ears, and from then on, the two men bore mutual grudges against each other. Wang Yiheng wasn't actually the one driving in the race, he had hired a professional driver. But just before the competition, Lu Minggang poached his driver. He knew little about the racing scene, just as when Ren D mentioned he could race, Wang immediately agreed to let him compete without a second thought. Lu Minggang was about to become the son-in-law of Tiancheng Group, effectively making him the local dragon of Yangcheng. But 2 days ago, some bastard exposed his secret dates with the chairman's secretary and even posted a petty essay about it online. If it weren't for the lack of concrete evidence, he might have lost his engagement. Because of this incident, however, his wedding with Yang Luoi was postponed, and Yang Tiancheng outright fired the suspected secretary. Furious and needing to vent, Lu Minggang decided to take it out on Wang Yiheng, nicknamed Fatty Wang, since the guy had badmouthed him behind his back. What really burned him, though, was how Yang Luoi had been giving him the cold shoulder from day one. Even when Yang Luoi was put under house arrest by Yang Tiancheng, it didn't make that woman change her attitude. If he didn't have ulterior motives, he truly wanted to hire someone to take care of Yang Luoi. Ren D took a taxi heading towards Seer Mountain, encountering one luxury sports car after another overtaking his taxi along the way. The taxi driver was so shocked by this situation that he nearly forgot how to drive. Damn it! What's wrong with these rich folks? Racing on this kind of road? Don't they care about their car's undercarriage at all? Randy stared at those cars with envious eyes. When would he ever be able to afford one? Isn't it just these rich folks having too much time and money? He grumbled. They can't even drive these sports cars properly in the city, and the roads outside are terrible, all covered in gravel. Aren't they worried about scraping the undercarriage? Maybe, to them, the cost of these cars is just pocket change? Randy muttered. The world of the rich is beyond my understanding. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, sigh. Seeing how they treat their cars, I feel a bit heartbroken. I feel the same. Randy nodded in agreement when suddenly the taxi swerved sharply, throwing him to the other side of the seat, his head banging against the car door with a loud thud. God damn it! The driver yelled as he jerked the steering wheel. A car behind them had abruptly cut in without signaling or warning, nearly causing a collision. Randy saw stars from the impact, and when he turned his head, he saw a shit-yellow Rolls-Royce Cullinan driving alongside the taxi. To his shock, the driver inside was that very guy he'd briefly met, the one who'd gotten him fired from Tianjin Group and cost him 15% of his savings. The taxi driver glared furiously at Lu Minggang in the Cullinan. Lu, however, just smirked, extended his right hand, flipped the bird, and sped off. All the taxi could do was eat his dust. Damn it! Think you're hot shit just cause you drive a fancy car? Piece of trash. If I were 20 years younger, I'd ram you right now. The driver muttered angrily under his breath. Randy's gaze turned icy as he stared at the car ahead. Chapter 020, The Race. Arriving at the meeting point, Randy had barely stepped out of the car when he heard the sound of an arguing crowd. Fatty, if you're gonna apologize, do it properly. Stop dithering like an old woman. Yeah, exactly. Look at the company we're in today. Brother Chi, Brother Zhao, and Brother Lu are all here. Don't try to steal the spotlight. I won't apologize. What ya gonna do, bite me? Wang Yihang jutted his neck and roared, if you're so tough, why don't you crawl back to your rotten America? Why don't go screw foreigners there? Why come crawling back to Tianxia for sanctuary when you're in trouble? If you're so capable with your fancy foreign daddy, why not go back and be his filial son? Foreign-worshipping traitor selling out your ancestors for glory, am I wrong? You think some damn college diploma makes you humanities elite? You're the real scum. Wang Yihang, if you've got the guts, stop talking nonsense and hit me. Go on, hit me. So what if I have a foreign dad? What's it to you? Sour grapes, you're just a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I get it, you're jealous. Get your M. I just can't stand that smug look on your face, you two-faced bastard. Alright, stop fighting. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses finally stepped out to stop the argument between the two. This gathering was organized by me today. For my sake, settle your differences with skills if you have any problems. Brother Chi, are you also siding with this bastard? Wang Yihang said, you knew damn well this guy stabbed me in the back by poaching my racer, and now you're putting on this act? Who do you think you're fooling? Wang Yihang, watch your tone. Are you really going to disrespect Brother Chi like this? That's right, Wang Yihang. Can't keep your own people in check, so you're throwing mud at others? Shut up, all of you. Young Master Chi stepped between them and said, settle this with a match 5 million. The loser leaves this circle for good, dare you? The winner stays, and neither side bothers the other again. Deal? Alright, it's a bet. Both men answered simultaneously. Listening to their wager from the back of the crowd, Randy inwardly sighed, rich people really treat money like dirt. At that moment, Wang Yihang also returned to his car and spotted Randy standing nearby. Hey bro, you're here? Think you can take that bastard down? He pointed at Lu Minggang and a short guy standing beside him. Randy narrowed his eyes, glanced at Lin Minggang across from him, and snorted coldly. From now on that bastard will cross the street to avoid you. Lu Minggang felt someone staring at him. After scanning the area without spotting any particular gaze, his eyes landed on Wang Yihang standing aside chatting with someone. He immediately let out a scornful chuckle. Lu Laosan, if you win the race, I'll give you $1 million. Best case scenario, take out the opposing rider. Got it? Anyone who dares cross me. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. If I claim to be second in Yangqing's racing circle, no one would dare call themselves first. The guy they dredged up is clearly an amateur. Any racer with any reputation would have shown me some respect. Just sit back and enjoy the show. A group of people operated drones to observe the road conditions, while others conducted an on-site inspection before making preparations. Sitting in the driver's seat, Randy took a deep breath and steadied his nerves. Although he had used the system's abilities several times and knew it was reliable, the electrifying atmosphere and surroundings still stirred up Randy's nervousness. Unbeknownst to him, his palms were already drenched in sweat. Ahead on the road, a strikingly dressed woman waved a small red flag. Just alongside, Lu Laosan drove a Ferrari sports car, parallel to Randy's Lamborghini. The engine roared to life, and as the flag waved the next second, the two supercars simultaneously surged forward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that instantly obscured everyone's view. And as the smoke and dust cleared away after 3 to 5 seconds, the two cars could no longer be seen on the road. So fast? A group of people rushed to the drone monitors to check the race conditions. Along the track, They had set up 6 drones capturing footage from different angles simultaneously. Talk about playing it professional. In the office of Tianqin Group's chairman, Yang Tiancheng glanced at his daughter Yang Luoi's gloomy, sullen expression and casually waved his hand. Alright, go about your business. Your engagement with Lu Minggang is hereby cancelled. I'll explain it to the Lu family later. Yang Luoi nodded without saying a word and simply walked away. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, sigh. After Yang Luoi left, Yang Tiancheng let out a heavy sigh. He never expected that the man he had high hopes for would turn out to be a two-faced villain. What he thought would be a dependable match for his daughter had actually brought a scoundrel into her life. The already strained father-daughter relationship had now reached rock bottom. If I'd known this would happen, why did I start this in the first place? Yang Luoi's furrowed brows relaxed only slightly after leaving the office. Forcing her to get married had nearly driven her to despair. Had she not encountered someone kind enough to save her, given the severity of her depression, that might truly have been the end. Thinking of that figure, Yang Luoi's cheeks flushed slightly. That person must have thought she was out of her mind, choosing such a filthy ditch to end her life. At the time, she really had been overwhelmed, trapped without escape. And then there was his remark about finding a nicer place to bury herself. If she ever got married, she'd absolutely say yes to that person. Rubbing her cheeks, Yang Luoi took out her phone to call her bestie. Where are you? Wanna play games with me? I'm at Seer Mountain, racing with Chi Tian and the others. Today, that bastard Lu Minggang will either die or lose a layer of skin betting against me. We wagered 5 million. And Chi Tian set up a betting pool. I put my money on myself to win, while that jerk invested over 3 million on his side. Yes, I overtook him. Yang Luoi instinctively held her phone further away from her ear upon hearing the shouts coming from the other end. It wasn't just one person yelling, many others were cheering loudly too. My engagement with Lu Minggang is off. My father just informed me after completing his investigation. Really? That's amazing. I knew that guy was rotten to the core. No matter how much someone pretends, the genes in their blood never change. Just based on what he said, I knew from the start that guy was trash. Damn it. Randy, go faster. Don't lose to that bastard. Come on, speed up, faster, hurry. Yang Luoi moved the phone slightly farther away again, waiting for the voice on the other end to quiet down before continuing. I need to find someone. Can you help me? Wait a minute. I'm about to win. Randy, hurry. Block Lu Lao-san, take him down. Quick. Ha 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 ha. I won. Luoi, I won. I beat Lu Minggang. Oh. Yang Luoi could hear the commotion on the other end, the roaring of car engines and the cheers of numerous people. But this had nothing to do with her right now. She just wanted to find that person. Chapter 021, 5 million in pocket money. At the foot of Piercing Ear Mountain, the race between Lu Minggang and Wang Yiheng had just concluded. Their respective drivers, Old Third Lu and Rendi, saw Rendi's car cross the finish line 30 seconds ahead. Throughout the harrowing race, both vehicles had fought tooth and nail, narrowly avoiding multiple collisions with trees and overturns. At the most perilous moment, half a car's length had dangled over the cliff edge. Rendi sat in the car for quite a while before regaining his composure. Pretending he wasn't scared would be a lie. After all, it was his first time driving this kind of sports car. Once again, he felt the system's formidable power as he won the race. In the end, people had to pull him out of the car and held him aloft for ages. Lu Minggang, a bet is a bet. When are you going to pay me? Wang Yiheng stood before Lu Minggang with crossed arms, righteously demanding his money. Useless. Lu Ming's face darkened as he slapped Lu Lao-san across the face. So you're the king of racing in Huanyang City, huh? He sneered. Bragging doesn't cost anything, does it? No one's better than you? Is that it? Trash. Go die. Lu Lao-san was knocked to the ground but didn't dare to fight back. None of these young masters and misses were people he could afford to offend, though they always included him in their fun. The truth was he was essentially scraping a living under their patronage. Moreover, he had just discovered that Lu Minggang had placed another 3 million bet on him. Watching Third Lu getting beaten, Wang Yiheng couldn't resist making sarcastic remarks again. But this is the heavens opening their eyes. If you were still my racer, I'd probably lose my underpants today, right down to the lining. Lucky, so lucky, that you're not my racer. After beating him for a while, Lu Minggang gave Wang Yiheng a cold glare, then snorted at Rendi standing nearby before turning to leave. Don't you dare go back on your word. If you still want to survive in Yangcheng, remember to pay me back before tonight. Watching Lu Minggang's retreating figure, Wang Yiheng yelled, "All right. I just heard some news. Your engagement with Yang Luoi is cancelled. Why don't you crawl back to your goddamn American daddy and go breed with some foreign mare? May you father a whole litter of bastards." What did you say? Lu Minggang froze instantly. What the hell was Wang Yiheng talking about? Holy shit, really? Is this info reliable? Let's wait, there should be concrete news coming out by evening. Wang Xiao, where'd you get your info? Didn't they already send out their wedding invites? Exactly, Wang Xiao, you can joke about meals but not gossip like this. After dealing with the crowd, Wang Yiheng approached Ren Di and said, "Ren Di, thank you. I never expected you'd actually beat Lu Laosin. Color me impressed." Ren Di smiled, his face showing little excitement or enthusiasm. These young masters were settling the bets, tossing around figures like 500,000, a million, 3 million as if they were nothing. He completely lost interest in the paltry sum in his hands. He didn't deserve to breathe this air, didn't deserve to stand in this place. The money's been transferred to you. Made a whole year's allowance in one go today. Oh, a year's pocket money? 3 million or 5 million? Watching Wang Yihan laugh without a care in the world, Ren Di silently put away his phone. "Mr. Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now." He wanted to go back and buy a car, just for getting around, nothing fancy. His little electric scooter had already retired, and without a vehicle, getting anywhere was inconvenient. While he was at it, he might as well check out some nice houses, whether to rent or buy. After all, he had some money now. "Great. I'll be sure to call you again next time I need help." Ren Di bid farewell to Wang Yiheng. During that time, 2 attractive young women approached him asking for his phone number, even slipping him 2 business cards. "Hey handsome, wanna hang out later? Let's go clubbing?" Ren Di wasn't interested. Today's excitement had been more than enough, and clubbing was out of the question. His kidneys couldn't take it, especially with all those sharp turns on the mountain road that had his adrenaline pumping faster than he could handle. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of his chest, and his hands and feet trembled as if he had Parkinson's. If not for the fact that his brain still remembered what he was doing and his driving skills had kicked in smoothly, today would have been his death anniversary by next year. He really needed to calm down. Looking at his own palm, Ren Di couldn't help but laugh. Luxury cars really handle differently. He tried hailing a ride for half the day with no luck, so he decided to walk part way. Before he'd gone far, sounds came rushing up behind him. 2 cars sped past one after another, leaving clouds of dust in their wake. Cough, cough. Watching the disappearing taillights while swatting at the kicked-up dust, Ren Di fumed. Driving that fast, what, rushing to be reborn? One was a Ferrari, the other a Cullinan. Both were Lu Minggong's cars. Could it be that Wang Yiheng's earlier claim about Lu Minggong's marriage falling through was true? Ren Di thought maliciously, this is very good. The best outcome would be for Lu Minggong to get fired by Tancheng Group too, so he could taste the bitterness of unemployment. By the time Ren Di got home, it was well past dinner time. In high spirits, he ordered himself a hot pot meal. After taking an afternoon nap, Ren Di hailed a taxi to a pre-selected property sales office. The housing salesperson warmly received Ren Di. There was none of that flatter the rich while stepping on the poor nonsense often seen in novels. Ren Di wanted to purchase a spacious apartment of around 120 square meters. In Yangcheng's better residential areas, prices ran tens of thousands per square meter. He'd have to take out a mortgage, as today's earnings would barely cover the down payment. There was another consideration. Ren Di figured the system kept eyeing his savings. If he spent the money, let's see how the system would keep tabs on it then. "Sir, let me break down the calculations for you. This is a spacious 3-bedroom apartment covering 120 square meters. At the current price of 22,000 per square meter, the total comes to 2.64 million yuan. After adding transaction taxes and other fees, the full amount rounds to exactly 3 million. Currently, the developer is running a promotion. Buying the apartment includes a free garage and basement. There's also an offer where a 30% down payment gets you a 20% discount, while a 20% down payment gets you a 10% discount. Which option would you prefer? If you're considering a loan, I can connect you with the right departments to secure the lowest possible bank interest rate." Ren Di was stunned. How did his own calculations differ so much from the salesperson's? Out of nowhere, the price had ballooned by over 300,000 yuan. Recalling the shady practices he'd heard about in the real estate world, Ren Di straightened up and chuckled softly. "Miss, your commission cut is downright ruthless. Do you think I'm an easy mark? Or do you just enjoy pushing people around? Selling me one apartment earns you nearly half the price of another one. Haha, if you're not satisfied, we can certainly discuss it further. Nobody buys a place at first sight, it's all about negotiation, right? How about this? I'll apply to my manager for the lowest possible discount, 15% off. That's the absolute best I can do. Let me think about it some more. Honestly, the layout of this apartment isn't that great. The front is completely blocked, so sunlight only comes in for maybe 2 or 3 hours a day. It'd be fine in summer, but in winter, you'd probably freeze to death in here. Just imagine how much more heating you'd have to burn through." The salesperson rolled her eyes discreetly. "If you can't afford it, just say so." As if prime property would ever fall into your hands. Chapter 022 Temporary Workers Don't Deserve to Have. After touring the sales office, Ren Di visited a car dealership. After browsing around, he realized he was just a small mouse in this world. He initially thought having 50,000 in savings was substantial, but to his surprise, it couldn't buy him anything worthwhile. As for the things he could actually afford, he didn't like any of them, with 500,000, he could only get a tiny one-bedroom apartment less than 20 square meters. What would he even do with that? He still wanted to get married and have children someday. You could buy an ordinary low-end Mercedes or Honda with 500,000, but the insurance, taxes, and fuel costs afterward turned out to be far more complicated than he'd imagined. And that's not even counting parking fees. Crunching the numbers, he realized his savings were barely enough for self-comfort. Psi, Epsilon Sadface Omicron asterisk. Back in his rented room, Rendi obediently sat on the edge of the bed and began reading. He didn't deserve a big house or a car. Temporary workers don't deserve social insurance or housing funds. Temporary workers are experts at taking the fall when things go wrong. Temporary workers, you're totally worth it. The dormant system suddenly came to life and sent Rendi a mocking.jpg. Rendi's hand trembled slightly as he held the book, yet he caught the sarcasm steadily. You laugh at me, but why don't you reflect on yourself? Other systems can give their hosts benefits, have assistants that can actually speak. Why are you just a text-based temporary worker system? Typing out a ding and pretending it has sound effects? Plugging your ears while stealing a bell? Pure self-deception? Other people's systems arrange mansions for their hosts, villas with swimming pools, garages filled with luxury cars, even property deeds ready to go. Why can't you do the same for me? My sea-level racing experience isn't even enough for a racing license. Is it really that hard to handle something as simple as a photo? Have you ever stopped to think why? Right, you should know. It's because your system is useless that I, the host, am suffering along with you. If only you were some kind of god-tier rich system, or a secret agent system, or even a top tycoon system. Hell, at the very least, if you were just a master chef system, none of this would have happened. You give skills but only halfway, handing out knife skills without culinary arts, dissection techniques without medical knowledge. Tell me, aren't you utterly pathetic? Can't even produce a proper voice, forcing me to dub for you. Are you some kind of joke? You're not worthy of a mansion, and you're not worthy of sound effects either. I'm just an ordinary person. I'll carry on fine without you. What about you? Think you can laugh at me? Doubt your own system's life first, you punk. Rendi focused intently on his books, determined to get both his translation and racing licenses next year. If the system wouldn't help him, he'd just have to push himself harder. Risk it all, and you might turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. A translator surely earns more than a mechanic, and a race car driver will always outshine an ordinary chauffeur. The next day, Rendi got up and washed his face, unusually finding that the system hadn't assigned any tasks today. 2 whole days without anything happening was somewhat unexpected for Rendi. Did yesterday's antics break it? System, are you there? Have you decided which house to gift me yet? One with a garden and swimming pool? At the familiar 6 o'clock, Rendi decided to ignore the system. Not broken? Then it must be throwing a tantrum with me? Doesn't want to assign me tasks anymore? Might as well use this time to look for a new rental. The current place will be demolished in about 10 days. Every day he sees moving trucks hauling away furniture. With his phone in pocket, Rendi headed out. After some thought, he decided to go to a place called Pearl Garden. He'd visited there with several clients back when he worked as a real estate agent. Overall, the housing conditions there were decent. Well, if it isn't Rendi, what brings you here? In the agency office, Baihui spotted Rendi and immediately stood up to greet him. It's been nearly a month since we last met. How have you been? Have you found a new job? Oh, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion to store manager yet. Seeing the dog tag hanging from Baihui's collar, Rendi couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed his departure had actually worked to Baihui's advantage. Hee, thanks to luck. Thanks to luck. Baihui chuckled and continued, haven't you found a job yet? Do you want to come back? This time I've got your back. No need. I actually came to ask if you have any apartments for rent in Mingzhu Garden. My place is about to be demolished. Rendi smiled, silently grumbling that Baihui never seemed to think anything positive about him, couldn't even say 3 sentences without mentioning his unemployment. Was this some kind of curse? Baihui took Rendi to view 3 or 4 rental apartments at Mingzhu Garden, and they finally settled on an 80 square meter 2-bedroom unit. Renting such a big place, got yourself a girlfriend now? Bai smiled and asked Rendi, what's she like? Pretty? Good personality? His lecherous grin made Rendi sick to his stomach. Covering Baihui's face with his hand, Rendi snapped, can't it just be that I've struck it rich and want to live alone? Ha! If you could really strike it rich, would you be stuck unable to close a single deal back at the agency? Baihui's words struck Rendi where it hurt. He didn't believe for a second that someone like Rendi could ever get rich. Nowadays, anyone with real talent would have already established themselves and settled down. Honest, simple folks like Rendi had absolutely no connection with wealth. As the saying goes, a horse won't grow fat without midnight snacks, and a man won't get rich without windfall gains. Without even the guts or drive to earn extra cash through proper means, dreaming of striking it rich? In your dreams. Noticing Baihui's glance, Rendi gave a faint smile. Thankfully he'd really stopped himself from continuing. Considering their friendship, Bai Hui gave Ren-di a favorable price and even pointed out all the minor flaws in the apartment up front. Ren-di nodded. Those small issues were nothing, as long as the roof didn't leak and the electricity meter didn't keep ticking upward every day. After signing the contract and making the payment, Ren-di shared a meal with Bai Hui before returning to his own place to pack his belongings. Since he didn't have many belongings, Ren-di managed to move everything in a single trip. Everything went smoothly. Afterwards, Ren-di called the landlord to request the security deposit, and the landlord promptly returned it without making excuses to deduct any money, likely because he knew the building was slated for demolition. With nothing valuable left inside, he probably didn't care whether Ren-di had taken anything or not. Ren-di finished tidying up the new place by evening. Just as he was about to order takeout, Wang Yiheng called him. Why would young Master Wang be calling me? How odd. Ren-di looked at his phone with some confusion, then answered as Wang Yiheng's voice came through. Ren-di, come out for a drink. Ha? Asterisk hee hee. I'm feeling happy today. Let's celebrate beating Lu Minggang. That bastard just repaid me the money. My treat. Oh, and I'm bringing along a good friend of mine to introduce you, a real stunner, asterisk. Ah, young Master Wang, isn't it a bit inappropriate for someone of your status to be inviting a commoner like me? Hey, come on. Or do you not consider me a friend? Do you think after embarrassing Lu Minggang today, he can't touch me but can't touch you either? Alright. This was turning into some gang politics, seriously. Ren-di reluctantly agreed. Chapter 023 All In. Taking a taxi to the place Wang Yiheng had specified, Ren-di discovered it was actually a very, very small bar. At first glance, the facade had an anime-style aesthetic, the kind of place only otaku boys and girls would appreciate. So, it suited Wang Yiheng's taste perfectly. After all, he was a hardcore old-school anime fan. Ren-di took one glance and immediately sized up the bar's layout, a counter at the very back, surrounded by about 7 or 8 partitioned booths. The small dance floor in the center flickered with colored lights, but the bar wasn't crowded. It wasn't the chaotic, wild scene he'd imagined. Wang Yiheng waved at him from one of the booths. Ren-di walked over with a smile and greeted him. Young Master Wang, call me Yiheng or Yi. Being called a young Master Wang is so awkward, it makes me want to put on airs and pretend to be some spoiled rich kid, and that's just exhausting. Ha? Ren-di was dumbfounded. What did he mean by pretend? Wasn't he just a spoiled rich brat? Who in their right mind races cars for a living? Who goes around threatening people and wrecking their businesses? I'm only saying this because I like you, don't mistake my kindness. Wang Yiheng held his wine glass and displeasedly said to Ren-di, I think highly of you. Deal. I'm definitely making friends with you too, Yiheng. Ren-di looked Wang Yiheng squarely in the eyes and said earnestly, hee hee, that's more like it. Wait a sec, I'll introduce you to my bestie when she gets back. Bestie? Ren-di was startled. Was it appropriate for a man to use that term? Shouldn't it be more like childhood friend or bros? How did bestie come into play? At the very least, sisters would have been better. Just as he was contemplating this, a figure in white approached them. Ren-di was shocked. Wasn't this the Porsche beauty from Tianchang Group? He worked as a security guard for a day and a half, and had seen several luxury car owners, but the one who left the deepest impression was this stunning beauty. Yang Luoi also noticed Ren-di and was instantly shocked. Could this really be the racing driver Wang Yiheng had mentioned? Unconsciously, her face turned bright red. First, he had saved her, and now he had defeated Lu Minggang in this manner. This man was practically her guardian angel. Luoi, this is Ren-di, the racing driver I told you about, an absolute beast behind the wheel. Handsome, isn't he? Way better than that green-haired loser. If you're looking for a boyfriend, aim for someone like this. Stop, don't say any more. Yan Luoi blushed awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Her gaze darted nervously across Ren-di's handsome face, unable to settle anywhere properly. Hello? Ren-di. Ren-di grew slightly uncomfortable under the stunning woman's intense stare. He spoke up first, her piercing eyes felt like little knives that made him uneasy. Please don't let her have noticed him eyeing her car earlier. Hello, I'm Yang Luoi. Ren-di was astonished once more upon hearing the name. He hadn't expected this stunning beauty to be the princess of Tianchang Group. That Lu Minggang really was no good. How could he cheat on such a beautiful fiancée? Yang Luoi awkwardly extended her hand, and after Ren-di politely shook it, he withdrew his own. Wang Yiheng watched from the side, eyes wide with surprise as he glanced between Yang Luoi and Ren-di. Thank you, Yang Luoi said to Ren-di. Thinking she was referring to today's racing incident, Ren-di replied somewhat awkwardly, no need to mention it, technically I was just doing my job. After accepting young Master Wang Yiheng's 300,000 payment, of course I had to give it my all. Besides, to be honest, I genuinely loathe that Lu Minggang too. The guy's a complete beast in human clothing. Ha, what do you mean by that? Wang Yiheng asked curiously, could it be that you also have a grudge against him? Yes, my last job was ruined by him, it even cost me a lot of money. And he also, Suddenly, Run-D noticed Yang Luoi standing nearby and hesitated to continue. After all, the things he knew weren't appropriate to say in front of the main person involved. Anyway, just know this guy doesn't do humane things, that's all. Go on, tell me. Spill it, I could use a good laugh. What did that guy do? Wang Yihong pressed further. That guy, field combat, and he's even planning to cause trouble in the Tiancheng Group's board of directors. Run-D glanced at Yang Luoi and said, I heard it with my own ears. Because of this, I lost my job. Yang Luoi gasped in surprise. Were you previously an employee of Tiancheng Group? How come I've never seen your resume? Well. Run-D replied sheepishly. I was just a temp worker. Ha ha ha. So it turns out we're all members of the Anti-Lu Alliance. Run-D ate some pastries from the table, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, there was still a significant gap in status among the three of them. He was clearly the most disadvantaged in this gathering. The three of them didn't actually talk much, spending most of the time drinking and eating. Yang Luoi was like a little rabbit, quietly watching Run-D the whole time, while Wang Yihong occasionally chimed in, though most of his words were curses directed at Lu Minggang. Run-D suddenly realized these two people didn't seem as happy as he was. At the very least, they didn't live contentedly. Wealthy, yet unhappy? There was a popular saying circulating online for a while, better to cry in a BMW than to laugh on a bicycle. Watching the two of them, Run-D secretly vowed he wanted the BMW, but he also wanted to keep smiling. After 10 p.m., the trio dispersed. Both Wang Yihong and Yang Luoi called designated drivers to take them home. Before leaving, Yang Luoi kept hesitating as if she wanted to say something to Run-D but ultimately remained silent. After watching their cars drive away, Run-D walked over to the roadside curb and sat down. Ding! Mission: complete 3 days of temporary public security maintenance work. Reward 1, 15,000 yen cash reward. Reward 2, acquire experience in advanced military combat techniques. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Seeing that the system had actually assigned temporary work this time, Run-D was somewhat surprised. And the 10% deduction for failure hadn't increased either? System, why aren't you being stingy today? So generous? Run-D cleared his mind, feeling slightly better after the alcohol wore off, and decided to walk home to both save money and get some exercise. The host is absolutely right. A system without ideals isn't a good system, and a temp worker without ideals isn't a good temp worker either. Which temp worker wouldn't want to become permanent? Ha 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 ha. Run-D burst into laughter. Who doesn't have dreams? Who wants to remain a nobody forever? Fucking psycho. What the hell are you laughing at? Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on the back of Run-D's head, sending him stumbling forward and nearly toppling over. By the time he steadied himself, the assailant had already disappeared into the distance. Damn it! Degree. Drunken, momentarily devoid of rational thought, Run-D instinctively gave chase, his body moving faster than his mind, and launched a flying kick at the fleeing figure. Chapter 024. It's you again. Run-D dashed forward and kicked the man to the ground with a flying tackle. The guy clearly hadn't expected Run-D to counterattack so fiercely. Infuriated, the man scrambled up from the ground. Dressed in a black hoodie that swallowed his figure, his facial expression remained hidden in the shadows. Yet from beneath the dark hood gleamed a pair of piercing eyes, feral and unsettling, like a beast's. You're looking for death. The man's voice was low and slightly hoarse. You're the one who's sick, motherfucker. Whether I laugh or not is none of your damn business. Run-D fired back without backing down. You wanna fight? Sneaking around like that, anyone can see you're no good. What did you say? You're no good. Walking 500,000, he spat. Run-D didn't even realize he'd let such words slip out. The road was somewhat secluded, flanked by towering trees on either side. Streetlights hid beneath the lush branches, making the path appear dimmer than it should. The man was startled by Run-D's words and lowered his head slightly. Say that again? If you're drunk, I suggest you go home quietly. What did you say? That you're a murderer? A walking 500,000 bounty? Do you dare admit it? The man pulled a switchblade from his pocket. With a sharp click, the gleaming blade snapped out, flashing cold steel. Run-D's head was swimming from alcohol, his eyelids heavy as he swayed unsteadily on his feet. Step by step, the man advanced toward Run-D, who pressed a hand to his mouth, fighting the rising nausea. Just as the man was about to reach him, Run-D couldn't hold back any longer. He bent over and vomited violently. The sudden display made the man freeze in disgust, narrowly avoiding getting sprayed straight in the face. Damn it! Just as Run-D opened his mouth again, he deftly sidestepped and countered with a backhand slap across Run-D's face. Struck down by the blow, the pain jolted Run-D into clarity just in time to see a knife thrusting toward him. From somewhere deep within, he mustered unexpected strength to seize the attacker's wrist and sank his teeth into it with savage force. Let go. Release. Caught completely off guard, the man hadn't anticipated this desperate move. Run-D's teeth found their mark precisely on the man's existing wound, amplifying the agony beyond measure. Let go. Release. Are you a dog? Ren D's jaw ached from biting down, but he still didn't dare let go. By now he was fully awake. Anyone who dared pull out a knife to hurt someone was definitely trouble. Ah! The man couldn't hold on any longer, and the knife in his hand clattered to the ground. Noticing this, Ren D released his bite, suddenly headbutt the man's chin, then flipped over to pin him down. The man's arm was twisted behind his back by Ren D, writhing in pain from his wound as he kept resisting. Think you can pull a knife on me? Let's see you try. Let's see you try. Ren D pounded his fist repeatedly against the back of the man's head until, after several blows, the man fell unconscious. A cold gust of wind swept past, making Ren D shiver. Shit, did I kill him? He trembled with fear, hesitantly extending his fingers to pause beneath the other person's nose. Feeling the faint breath, he frantically grabbed his phone to call the police. This was the second time this month. He had no idea what the police thought of him by now. At the police station, Ren D found himself seated obediently in the interrogation room once again, giving his statement. You again? Officer Zhang Xiaoyu smiled upon seeing Ren D, then proceeded with the standard interrogation. Name? Since you've already recognized me, can we skip this procedure? Ren D said helplessly. Absolutely not. You know its procedure yet still want to bypass it? Age? 22. Well, today's event really. I can only say you've got the luck of the devil, and you are absolutely right. That guy was indeed a wanted fugitive. Zhang Xiaoyu said to Ren D. I got a bit muddled drinking with friends today, didn't really think that much about it. He hit me, so I just hit back. Wusong fought tigers on Jingyang Ridge, but you caught a wanted criminal while drunk. That's seriously badass. Alcohol gave this coward some courage. If it had been any other day, I wouldn't have dared. Ren D covered his face, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. Another officer had just mentioned how he'd bitten the suspect's hand badly enough to require 12 stitches. Drive safe on your way back. We'll notify you in a couple days when the bonus comes through. Thank you, thank you. When Ren D returned home, he still felt somewhat incredulous. He had actually captured a fugitive, managing to apprehend the knife-wielding suspect completely unscathed. Could it be that his grandfather and father were watching over him from the heavens? Or perhaps, after sleeping, Ren D was awakened by his phone alarm, opening his eyes to find it was 8:30. A new task had been posted. After washing up, Ren D carefully reviewed the requirements, then grabbed his ID and dashed to the designated office. Yangchang was hosting a marathon, requiring a large number of staff and volunteers. After submitting his materials, Ren D was assigned to security maintenance, tasked with patrolling alongside the police. The next day when the marathon began, Ren D followed Officer Wang to maintain order along the main route of the race. This temporary assignment was completed quite well. Working alongside Officer Wang had broadened his perspectives, and he'd even picked up some profiling tips from the veteran policeman. For instance, where pickpockets typically operated during such events, which demographic groups required special surveillance, and how to distinguish between law-abiding citizens and potential troublemakers. Ren D thought to himself, no wonder police officers always checked IDs on the subway yet never stopped him. Turns out they could spot a decent citizen at first glance. Oh. This time the mission was completed without incident, and Ren D gained a set of advanced military combat skills in his mind. He practiced a few stances on the spot and felt fiercely capable. If he had acquired these skills earlier, he wouldn't have had to endure getting bitten by that wanted criminal last time. Ren D walked home cheerfully, casually throwing punches here and there, almost like he wanted to show off what to do. Just as he was nearing home, his phone started ringing. Ren D noticed it was an unfamiliar number and politely answered, but there was silence on the other end for a long time. Hello? Did you dial the wrong number? Or is the signal bad? Hello? Ren D. It's Luo Yi Yang. Young mistress? Ren D was taken aback. Why was Miss Yang suddenly calling him? Yang Luoi nervously gripped her phone, swallowing hard before speaking word by word. I'd like to treat you to a meal, to thank you, for saving me. We already settled that yesterday. It was nothing. No, I jumped into the river to kill myself, and you saved me. Yang Luoi finally spoke the words she had been wanting to say. Ren D froze. Chapter 025 Unequal Social Status. A wealthy heiress worth hundreds of millions jumps into a river to commit suicide? And it's such a filthy, stinking trash-filled ditch. Ren D had previously noticed something odd between Yang Luoi and Wang Yihong, but never expected such a dramatic turn of events. So what? Looking at the girl across from him, Ren D asked. Please, be my boyfriend. No way. Ren D rejected the idea without hesitation. He wasn't about to do thankless hard labor. Sure, Yang Luoi was stunning, but he couldn't afford her. Besides, her father was a major figure in Yangcheng. There was no way someone like him would ever be considered a suitable match. Love? What a joke. At best, they'd be a couple for one day before he ended up as a cement pillar. Or worse, some rich guy would shove a fat check in his face and sneer, *, you're not right for my daughter. Take the money and get lost, *. Various images flashed through Rendi's mind, none of which pointed to a good outcome. Yang Luoi's eyes widened in astonishment. She had assumed he would agree for the sake of money. Before her mother's accident, there had been no shortage of people around her willing to do just that. I can pay you. No deal. Rendi still shook his head. Being a boyfriend means taking responsibility. A certain great man once said that any relationship not aimed at marriage is just playing around. He wasn't about to play around. Why would he engage in a relationship knowing marriage wasn't possible from the start? Is it that I'm not pretty enough? Yang Luoi lowered her head. No, you're actually quite beautiful. Then why? Or do you have a virginity complex? Are you afraid I had something with Lu Minggang? I can tell you I'm still. Neither. Stop making wild guesses. Rendi interrupted Yang Luoi's words. These aren't ancient times where a man saving a woman and touching her twice means she has to pledge herself in return. I saved you out of conscience. It has nothing to do with whether you're rich or poor, pretty or plain. Similarly, becoming your boyfriend isn't about your wealth or looks either. The reason I don't want to be your boyfriend is our social status. We're not equals. Rendi replied calmly. Even if being with you could save me 30 years of struggle, that's not the path I want to take. The road I choose is one I'll walk step by step, firmly and steadily. It's mine, not yours or anyone else's. I don't want to be a parasite, a social parasite. I don't want to reach old age, on the brink of death, only to realize I've lived a wretched, dishonorable life without virtue or love. Living like that would bring me no joy, no happiness. Yang Luoi was left speechless. Do people like this still exist in today's society? In this money-worshipping world, could there still be someone so pure? She considered herself naive enough, but she never imagined the other person could be even more so. Well, would you be friends with me? Yang Luoi asked. Well, I think we're already friends, aren't we? Rendi felt somewhat embarrassed, his earlier bravado now making him blush. Truthfully, who wouldn't be secretly thrilled to have such a girlfriend? A wealthy beauty pursuing him first? This was something that'd make him the envy of everyone. Any real man would say yes in a heartbeat. Suppressing his restless thoughts, Rendi calmly sipped his coffee. Equality matters. For any relationship to last, both sides must be equals, whether in giving or receiving, spiritually or materially. Otherwise, over time, the imbalance takes its toll, just like it did with his mother. At the thought of that woman, even that faint glimmer of satisfaction in Rendi's heart vanished completely. He wanted to marry a beautiful rich woman, so he had to become tall, rich, and handsome himself. The fairy tales of a Prince Charming and Cinderella were just that, fairy tales, not reality. The two parted ways, and as Rendi watched Mississippi Yang Luoi drive away, he suddenly remembered the day he rescued her from the filthy water. Back then, he had held her waist, and it seemed his hand had even brushed against something soft. Rendi flexed his fingers absently, then recalled the exquisite makeup Miss Yang had worn earlier, especially those adorable, plump red lips. If only he had dared to slip his tongue in back then. Kicking a small pebble in frustration, he shoved his hands into his pockets and trudged homeward. It's already 8 p.m. now, several hours wasted for nothing. He should have just stayed home to play games instead of coming here. Rendi started wondering if he should buy a computer to have more gaming options. Just as he walked along the main road past one block and was about to turn the corner, the system issued a task. Ding! Task: complete one temporary shift as a reserve boxing team member. Reward 1, receive a monetary reward of 10,000 yuan. Reward option 2, acquire advanced piano performance skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. System, why have you started assigning tasks at night recently? Didn't you always release them during daytime before? Rendi wondered curiously, was it trying to prevent him from oversleeping by scheduling tasks in advance? The system remained silent. As Rendi browsed through the task details, he suddenly noticed the location was actually nearby. Scanning his surroundings, his eyes landed on a sports club, the exact place for picking up this temporary worker assignment. Maybe I should scout the location first? After some thought, Rendi turned and headed straight for the club. Since the establishment was still open, he pushed the door right in. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? Nope. Where's your membership card? Nope. Then do you have money? No, wait, no. Do you need money just to enter this place? Rendi scratched his head. Yes, sir. Our club operates on a membership basis. Free admission requires relevant professional certifications. If you don't have the credentials, you'll need to pay a membership fee of 500,000 yuan. What certificate? Our club offers 10 sports including free combat, swimming, fitness, boxing, shooting, and rock climbing. To participate in any of these activities, you must present relevant certificates proving your professional qualifications. If you don't have certification, you'll need to pay a membership fee of 500,000 yuan. Our club provides professional coaches for training. We are a professional sports club. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond my comprehension. Rundi pondered for a moment, then scrolled through the system task details as he said, I don't have a certificate, but I want to participate without paying. Is there a way? The receptionist widened her eyes and smiled, then you can compete with our professional coach. If you win, you'll qualify to enter. Rundi could read the unspoken message in the other person's glare. Poor bastard, scram before I beat you to a pulp. Mixed martial arts, if I defeat your coach, do I get to join the gym for free? Rendi's eyes lit up with excitement. He was eager to try out the freestyle fighting skills the system had given him. The skills provided by the system were all excellent. Aside from lacking certification, they were perfect. This time, he could even pocket 500,000 for free. What a steal! What a steal! Chapter 026 The Swagger of a Temp Worker. The receptionist smiled and asked Rendi to wait on the lobby sofa before immediately calling the head of the club's fighting ring. Coach, someone's here to pick a fight. Thud. Thud. Snap. Oops. On the ring, Rendi fought intensely with the boxing coach, finally ending the match with a mutual smile between them. Not bad, bro. Where'd you learn that? Just picked it up from videos. I only know the basics. Rendi replied. MMP, kid, you trying to fool me? With that kind of stamina, physique, and technique, you telling me you've never trained before? Rundi chuckled as he wiped the sweat soaking his shirt. Stripping off his upper garment, he took the towel the coach handed him and gulped down an entire bottle of ice-cold water before finally feeling somewhat relieved. All I know is military boxing. Compared to that, combat sports are just flashy moves. Hey, listen to you. The coach smiled at the receptionist's sister who had been watching the show from the sidelines. Xiao Li, get this brother a membership card. The receptionist's sister reluctantly agreed and left while murmuring, little bro actually has 8-pack abs, so handsome. Rundi heard the girl's words and looked down in shock. Holy crap, since when did I grow an 8-pack? No way, right? Is this painted on? He touched his abdomen somewhat uncertainly with both hands. Could the system have transformed his physique while giving him skill experience? Bro, this is just too much, a freaking 8-pack. How'd you train for this? Ha! Rundi laughed awkwardly, he'd only just seen it himself. By the way, our club plans to participate in the National Martial Arts Tournament. Would you like to join us? Tomorrow happens to be the final registration deadline. Rundi remembered his temp worker mission. He was supposed to be a substitute, not an official competitor. Ding! Detecting host's proactive initiative, temporary worker mission adjusted. Reward doubled for achieving excellent results in a martial arts competition. Task Reward 1, receive a monetary reward of 20,000 yuan. Task Reward 2, gain advanced piano skills and grandmaster level calligraphy expertise. Task Failure Penalty, deduct 20% of assets and complete trash cleanup work in the designated area. If you place in the competition, there are rewards, 2 million for winning the golden belt. You in? Fine then. I've never participated in this kind of competition before. Elementary school poetry recitals don't count. Rundi shrugged. If the system had thrown dignity to the wind, what else could he do? Failing the mission would immediately deduct 20% of his earnings. No windstorm could blow in that much cash every day. Besides, what if he actually won? Just, what if? After signing up for the fighting competition, Rendi began training at the sports club. The boxing coach taught him about easily overlooked fouls and technicalities. Someone must have leaked news about his 8-pack abs, because people from other training areas in the club started coming to watch. Every time Rendi threw a punch, a girl in the audience would scream, her enthusiasm rivaling that of die-hard celebrity fans. Rendi, go for it. So handsome. I love him to death. I have 6-pack abs too, just 2 fewer than Rendi. How come no pretty girls ever cheer for me like this? The combat coach chatted with a member saying, who the hell do you think you're looking down on? Ha ha ha, even if you had 12-pack abs, no one would cheer for you. Why? Why? Don't you ever look in the mirror? What does this have to do with a mirror? It matters, because when Rendi looks in the mirror every day, he sees a gorgeous hunk, while you see nothing but yourself. After practicing for 3 hours, Rendi called it a day. Mooching free food and drinks here while getting daily massages left him feeling utterly fabulous. The only downside was that he'd have to return to normal life once the competition ended. He secretly wished it would drag on a bit longer. Lounging in the rest area, Rendi scrolled through news headlines on his phone. Yet another celebrity scandal dominated the trending topics. The only story that caught his eye was a breakthrough in Pacific Rim marine research. Who knows when he'd ever have the cash and freedom to travel to the Arctic, the Antarctic, or the Sahara Desert to see the blue planet's eye. Some dreams might remain pipe dreams forever. What are you thinking about? The competition starts next week. It'll take at most 3 days from preliminaries to finals. I signed you up for the 75 kilograms division. Give it your best. Is the championship belt made of pure gold? Kinda curious how much I could get if I melted it down and sold it. But some bystanders nearly choked on their own saliva upon hearing this, all glaring at Rendi as if he were an idiot. Rendi shrugged indifferently. He was just thinking aloud, was that not allowed? Besides, if he won the belt, it'd be his to do whatever he pleased with, who could stop him? Country bumpkin. Someone suddenly cursed. Run-D turned his head and saw Lu Mingang walking over from the shooting range next door, carrying a sling bag on his back. What's wrong with your club? How could you let such tasteless people in? The standards are too low, it's downright disappointing. Oh, isn't this young Master Lu? Didn't you have a wedding to attend? Weren't you supposed to marry the heiress of Tiancheng Group these past few days? What are you doing loafing around here instead of preparing for your wedding? Run-D fired back without mercy. Haven't had the chance to congratulate you on becoming a groom yet. Like hell I will. The corners of Ren-D's mouth curled into an especially brilliant smile. After all, he wasn't even at Tiancheng Group anymore, and his new temporary job application was already submitted, just waiting for the competition to start. This bastard had no means to make him fail again. They've crossed paths several times, truly a case of mismatched energies between them. Ran-D smirked while Lu Mingang's face darkened like the bottom of a wok. Ran-D had a knack for poking sore spots, ruthlessly stripping away his dignity and trampling it underfoot. Rumors about Tiancheng calling off their engagement had already spread throughout Yangqing's social circles these past 2 days. To make matters worse, his scheme to bribe young Tiancheng's secretary had been exposed, earning him disapproving glares even from his own family. Lu Mingang had come to the sports club to blow off some steam, only to run into this braggart spouting nonsense in the lounge area. I just didn't expect them to say that. Do you want to die? Oh wow, I'm so scared. Last time I lost my job because of one word from young master here, now is his lordship planning to have me thrown out of this club too? Run-D said dramatically, I'm truly just a nobody, why do you hold such petty grudges? You called me a country bumpkin, but magnanimous as I am, can't I even congratulate you on your wedding? That young master Lu really. Lu Mingang didn't know how to fight. Seeing the mocking gazes from those around him and knowing he was currently at the center of the recent storm, he gritted his teeth several times but couldn't bring himself to say anything. Eventually, he simply turned and walked away. You've got history with him? Yeah, didn't I just say so? I used to work as a security guard at Tiancheng Group, and this bastard got me fired with just one word, all because I didn't recognize him. With skills like yours, why not come be a coach here? Even 100,000 a month would be peanuts for you. Ren-D smiled, me, I'm just a temp worker. Chapter 027 Birthday. Ren-D went to compete, thinking he could at least win a championship belt, only to realize upon stepping onto the stage that things weren't at all what he'd imagined. When the bell rang and the surrounding crowd roared, Ren-D could see nothing, not because he'd gone blind, but because his opponent completely captivated his attention. After a few rounds between them, Ren-D discovered his weakness, lack of experience. Beyond physical strength and technique, his combat experience was far too limited. When compared to veteran fighters, the gap became painfully obvious. After 3 days of competition, he ultimately secured third place, earning a bronze belt that carried a deeper hue than the golden championship belt. As the tournament concluded, the system completed its final assessment. Ding! Mission completed, rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving rewards, advanced Guqin skills and Grandmaster level calligraphy experience acquired. As the recipient of a national freestyle combat bronze belt, third place, the sports club awarded Ren-D an 800,000 renminbi bonus on the condition that he leave the championship belt displayed at their establishment. They also gifted him a diamond membership card. Ren-D happily accepted. Only a fool would turn down free money, especially when it came from getting beaten up. After resting at home for 2 days, the system still hadn't issued him any tasks. It probably knew Ren-D hadn't fully recovered from those beatings. Meanwhile, the police also transferred the bounty for capturing the wanted criminal, and Ren-D's wallet suddenly swelled up, his total savings now reaching 1.25 million yuan. Such an amount was unimaginable to him in the past. So it's true, the path to getting rich quick is definitely an unusual one. The 3 major deposits in his savings account were all earned through high-risk endeavors, though not illegal. They were achievements beyond ordinary people's reach. The next day, Wang Yiheng and Yang Luoyi invited Ren-D to join them for a meal celebrating Yang Luoyi's 22nd birthday. Ren-D was somewhat curious why Miss Yang wasn't spending her birthday at home with family. Wasn't this the classic scenario shown on TV, those lavish birthday parties thrown for wealthy heiresses? Yet here was Miss Yang breaking the trope. Where were the bikini-clad beauties by the pool? The champagne and whiskey? The mountains of priceless birthday gifts? How could a random restaurant and a strawberry cake be considered a birthday celebration? This is just pathetic. Ren-D couldn't figure it out, but he didn't ask either. Yang Luoyi blushed as she ate, never expecting Ren-D to be dragged along for her birthday celebration. In previous years, it had just been her and Wang Yiheng having a simple meal together. As for the so-called family banquet held at home, that doesn't qualify as a birthday celebration. Sorry, I didn't know it was Luoyi's birthday today. I didn't prepare a gift. No need. There's nothing Luoyi lacks. What really matters is properly accompanying her for a good meal and wishing her happy birthday. That's better than anything. Yang Luoyi also nodded, feeling somewhat awkward about how to face Ren-D. Ren-D kept wanting to ask, your family's so wealthy, yet you're this stingy with birthdays? He surveyed the restaurant's surroundings and noticed a piano placed in one corner. Wait here. Ren-D stood up, wiped his fingers clean, and walked over to the piano. It was an ordinary Yamaha piano, something Ren-D had never encountered in his 22 years of life. But now, a melodious note resounded, drawing the gazes of everyone in the restaurant toward him. Ren-D employed his advanced piano skills to play a lively tune. Yang Luoyi watched his performance in stunned silence, never expecting Ren-D would play the piano for her. As the song concluded, Ren-D returned to the table and said to Yang Luoyi once more, "Happy birthday." "Thank you. You looked pretty cool just now, had that pianist vibe going on," Wang Yihong commented. At that moment, someone approached Ren-D and said, "Excuse me, sir, would you be interested in performing?" "Ha?" Ren-D froze. "Performing? To play the piano? I'm the assistant director of Yunyu Film Group. We're currently looking for a temporary actor who can play the piano well. Would you be interested in taking part?" "Me? Acting?" Ren-D was startled. He could act? Since when did he know how to do that? Yang Luoyi was clearly much prettier, so why didn't they ask her instead? "Heh, you looked really good playing the piano just now. What role are you planning to give my buddy?" Wang Yihong said. "We still need an actor for a minor but crucial supporting role in our drama. First requirement is good looks, second is good looks, and third is the ability to play the piano. Sir, you're absolutely perfect for this. Go on, go for it. I've never seen how filming works before." "Yes." Yang Luoyi also blushed while looking at Ren-D. With just a few words, Ren-D was persuaded by the three to sign this temporary actor contract. Yang Luoyi found Ren-D's flustered state quite endearing, feeling her heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. That evening, when their gathering ended, Yang Luoyi returned home very late. "Why are you only coming home now? Where were you all afternoon?" As soon as she entered the door, Yang Luoyi saw her father Yang Tiancheng sitting on the sofa. "Having dinner with my best friend. Be careful, avoid crowded and complicated places. I'm not a child anymore. What's the matter? Won't you even listen to a few words of concern from me? We're throwing you a birthday party in 2 days, remember to dress yourself up nicely." "Got it." Yang Luoyi's good mood vanished instantly. Was this another scheme to sell her off at a higher price? While going upstairs, she once again ran into Li Lu, Yang Tiancheng's current wife. TSK, I thought some trash from a garbage bin hadn't been taken out. After all this time, how come there's still a stench clinging to you? A young lady should behave like one, hanging around with paupers all day. Aren't you afraid of dragging down your own standards? Don't block the way if there's nothing important. Good dogs don't block the path. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever responds is the dog then." Yang Luoyi bumped past Li Lu without a backward glance and returned to her own room. "Yang Luoyi!" Li Lu cried out shrilly after being painfully bumped, only to be answered by the slam of a door. Lying on her bed, Yang Luoyi pulled out her phone and gazed at the photo she'd secretly taken of Ren-D playing piano, her heartache involuntarily surfacing. "You heartless jerk, how could you be so cruel? Am I not pretty enough for you?" She recalled that day when she became so distressed over her marriage with Lu Minggang that her depression flared up and she ran off to attempt suicide. Later, because Ren-D said even suicide should be done in a place with good feng shui and beautiful scenery, she suddenly realized how foolish she had been. Why should she torment herself for someone so undeserving? If anyone should die, it ought to be Lu Minggang. Cheer up, Yang Luoyi, you can do this. Ren-D, I swear I'll catch up to you. Achoo! Ren-D sneezed. Who was cursing him behind his back? Chapter 028 On-Set Accident. Stormwind Pictures is a local film production company in Yangcheng that ranks among the top 10 in the entire Tianxia region. Ren-D arrived at the pre-arranged shooting location to participate in the filming. He was cast as a young music teacher who was supposedly many people's first love. Skilled at playing piano and charming girls, no, rather, exceptionally good at comforting young women. After carefully reviewing the script he received, Ren-D spent 2 days observing the film crew and realized that acting is incredibly simple. Why? Because if you forget your lines, you can just say 1, 2, 3, or if all else fails, recite goose, 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 curving neck sing to the sky. Ding! Mission: complete temporary actor job. Reward 1, receive 5,000 monetary reward. Mission reward 2, acquire aircraft piloting skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Just as Ren-D had memorized his lines, finished his makeup, and was about to start filming, his system appeared. Put! Ren-D nearly choked on his own saliva. Wait, bro, are you messing with me? Are you pulling this stunt right before filming starts? You nearly scared me to death. Director, action! Suppressing all turbulent emotions, Ren-D sat before the piano to begin filming his first scene. All he needed was to play engrossed with genuine passion, letting others admire him, that would suffice. Melodious piano notes flowed through the air. The surrounding crowd became mesmerized by the exquisite music, gently swaying to its rhythm. Cut. Once again, the director's shout interrupted everyone's intoxicated expressions, and Randy also flustered and hit 2 wrong notes. But none of it mattered anyway, since this last bit would be cut in the end. Next scene, prepare for the next scene. Props team, clean this up. Randy's fingers hadn't even left the piano keys when 8 people came to carry the piano away. Just like that, tucking away his now idle hands, Randy stood up. The students who had been gazing at him with intoxicated admiration and hope now withdrew their expressions one by one, turning away to attend to their own affairs. Damn, now that's what I call an actor. The expressions just flow naturally. Randy walked to the break area and silently began reading his script, a single A4 sheet. Seriously, system, what crazy whim made you suddenly give me this kind of task? He muttered quietly while communicating with his idiot system. To relieve the host's worries, create favorable conditions, and achieve even greater glory. Is this your idea of creating glory? You're trying to ruin everything. Randy didn't know how to describe this damned system anymore. He was just acting in a play, merely accompanying the crown prince in studying, making some petty cash. It's not like he was dreaming of becoming a big star anyway. But thanks to the system's meddling, now he had to go buy a copy of An Actor Prepares? This is just messing with people. The system must be broken. Next scene, action. Moments later, Randy stood at his mark again, beginning his show-off, no, his serious performance. Cut. Hey you, walk a bit slower, make your movements more effortless, keep your head up. Yes, sir. Randy went through the scene one more time and finally met the director's requirements. Alright, take a half-hour lunch break. At the director's announcement, everyone began cheering. Randy also joined the line at the production assistant's station to collect his boxed meal. While the leads had their meals delivered to them personally by the staff, everyone else had to pick theirs up themselves. Randy? Having just found a seat, Randy was startled to hear someone call his name. Turning his head, he saw a crew member leading Yang Luoyi into the room. What was the young mistress Yang doing here? Randy stood up and greeted her. What brings you here? Am I not welcome? Yang Luoyi asked with a smile. No, it's not that. How did you get in? They don't allow outsiders here. Randy changed the subject. This is Tiancheng Group's territory, of course I can come in. Ah, alright then. Damn capitalists, always turning guests into hosts whenever they please. Are you here to inspect, or just visiting? I came to watch you perform. Ha ha. Randy felt somewhat embarrassed. What did he actually know? Absolutely nothing. He was merely relying on the system's skills to deceive everyone. You're truly amazing. I heard you can repair cars, race them, and even play the piano. I saw a combat sports video online yesterday. That was you, wasn't it? Exclamation point. Randy was startled. How had he been exposed? I'd like to know, is there anything you can't do? Randy instinctively hunched his shoulders under Yang Luoyi's wide, glistening gaze, feeling oddly self-conscious. Given the system's usual modus operandi, rewarding him with diverse experiential perks for every completed task, he might genuinely evolve into an omnipotent superhuman at this rate? By the way, this is for you. Yang Luoyi took out a keychain from her handbag and handed it to Randy. I can't take the car keys. Randy refused Yang Luoyi's gift. Are you kidding? He's a man with self-respect. How could he possibly mooch off a rich woman? I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to thank you for saving my life. I told you, it's just a small favor. You really don't need to mind it. Randy hurriedly declined. But inside, his heart itched like being scratched by a cat's paw. How could they just gift a car? Why a car? He wanted it so badly. Let's get to work. The crew member shouted, and Randy hastily turned to flee. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might accept the gift against his principles. Over here, let's set up the backdrop. Randy ran off to help, while Yang Luoyi withdrew her hand and sat there looking somewhat dejected. A group of people moved props around and adjusted the lighting stands, bringing back the piano that had been carried off earlier. Alright, ready, release. A soft vibration sound rang out as the piano sat on the floor, unnoticed by anyone that it was pressing against a cable. The lighting crew was moving some fog machines, and as soon as they were turned on, dry ice smoke spread across the ground, transforming the place into a fairy tale scene. Yet Randy felt a slight chill. Ready, action. Randy began playing the piano again, this time switching to a different piece. The melodious piano music filled the air once more as the cameraman circled around him, capturing the moment. But the pulley system beneath the camera had unknowingly entangled the ground cables. When the last bit of slack was dragged into the machinery, the next instant saw the cables yanking down surrounding light fixtures, stands, and various equipment in a sudden collapse. Many were caught completely off guard by the scene, their minds frozen in shock as they stood dumbly in place awaiting impact. Holy shit! Randy was also startled by the abrupt calamity. but his body reacted faster than his mind. In the blink of an eye, he whipped off his jacket and flung it in front of a cluster of lights while simultaneously spreading his arms to grab several people behind him, tackling them to the ground. As the light fixtures exploded, the jacket blocked most of the flying glass shards, sparing many from serious injury. Yang Luoyi screamed in horror as she witnessed the accident unfolding beside her. Ren-di, Ren-di, don't die on me. Chapter 029 Ren-di's Machismo. Just as Ren-di had raised himself halfway up, a sudden heavy impact sent him crashing back onto the ground with what felt like two soft mounds pressing against his back. Ren-di, don't you dare die. Yang Luoyi clung to Ren-di, crying and screaming, startling everyone around who thought Ren-di was really injured and dead. Hurry, call an ambulance, quickly. Was someone hurt? Who's there? How terrifying. The noisy voices around him gave Ren-di a headache, and despite several attempts, he couldn't break free from the force restraining him from behind. Ren-di, sob, don't die, cough, if you don't let go, I'll suffocate. Ren-di finally caught his breath and spoke. Wah, I understand, I will never forget you, sob. I said I'm not dead yet, do you want me to die? Ha! Yang Luoyi suddenly came to her senses. You're not dead? Hurry up, if you don't let go soon, I'm gonna suffocate. Ah! Yang Luoyi released him and hopped back 3 meters away like a startled rabbit. Ren-di massaged his neck and shoulders as he climbed up from the ground. Did Miss Yang intend to become his human burial offering by plastering herself on him like that? Sigh. What a ridiculous situation. The ambulance arrived, took a look at the scene, then tossed out a line, go buy some band-aids at the pharmacy, before driving off. Yang Luoyi immediately bowed an apology to everyone. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was all my fault for being too impatient. So I thought. It's fine. Even the director found himself somewhat meek when facing the young lady. After the set was tidied up again, production resumed. However, Ren-di's scenes were completely finished, appearing a total of 7 times for a cumulative duration of 5 minutes. Most of them showed him playing the piano and smiling. Because of Ren-di's rescue act, the production team gave him a big red envelope bonus. Ren-di left the set together with the young lady. I'm sorry. Yang Luoyi followed behind Ren-di, still apologizing. When she saw the accident, death was the first thing that flashed through her mind. Without thinking clearly, she just screamed. Holding Ren-di and crying bitterly, she truly had only one thought, she might as well die. Ren-di looked at Yang Luoyi's slightly red and somewhat swollen eyes, then swallowed the words he wanted to say. Let me treat you to a meal. We earned money today, so let's have something good. Ren-di finally spoke. Okay, let me grab my bag. Yang Luoyi smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks again. Ding! Mission temporary actor completed, rewards being issued. Congratulations on receiving the reward, gained airplane piloting skill experience. Sigh. Ren-di's mind was in a daze. The skills and experiences provided by the system were becoming increasingly sophisticated, now even flying airplane experience had appeared. The next moment, driving experiences of various aircraft models flooded his mind, along with parameter settings and more. Hiss. Ren-di gasped, why were there even bomber and fighter jet piloting skills mixed in? System, are you trying to kill me? Ren-di thought to the system, now you're giving me fighter jet piloting experience? Aren't you basically wishing me dead? Is this something I can possibly learn? Is this a skill I can actually show off? The system only distributes skill experience points, whether to use them or not is entirely the host's responsibility. Is this really my problem? A guilty person owes his vulnerability to his possession. Don't you understand that? Logging off. The system was playing dead again, no matter how Ren-di called, it wouldn't respond. Sigh asterisk. He sighed. Sorry, Yang Luoyi assumed Ren-di was apologizing again because of her sigh, her eyes brimming with tears. It's fine, my sighing has nothing to do with you. Really, I just, sigh. Ren-di rubbed his head, unsure how to explain. The girl's pursuit of him was too obvious. Given her history of suicide attempts, he didn't dare say anything that might upset her. I wonder if Wang Yihong knows about her situation. I'll ask him later how to handle this. The two found a decent-looking restaurant. Yang Luoyi ordered a boiled fish dish while Ren-di chose lamb. Just as their food arrived, Yang Luoyi's phone rang. Yang Luoyi's heart skipped a beat. She'd forgotten about the party she was hosting at home today. Hello? Answering the call, Yang Tiancheng's voice immediately boomed through. It's already 6 p.m. Why aren't you back yet? The guests are almost all here. Do you even have any sense of time? I got it. Yang Luoyi hung up the phone instantly after speaking. Her eyes welled up with endless grievance as she looked at Ren-di. Ren-di felt unnerved by her gaze and awkwardly put down his chopsticks. Are you going home? He asked. Yeah, they prepared a birthday banquet for me. Ren-di nodded. It seemed like the kind of banquet you'd see at a trade fair or promotional event. Head back early. I won't hold back on these dishes. Ren-di said with a laugh. Do you really not like me? Are my looks not good enough? Yang Luoyi asked. We're not compatible. honestly. Ren D answered. Is it because I'm not beautiful? No, you're very beautiful. I have money, good looks, and a great personality, so why don't you like me? We're not from matching backgrounds. What era do you think this is, still caring about such things? Yang Luoi smiled bitterly. Isn't the primary condition Mr. Yang Tiancheng chose for you about finding someone from an equally prominent family? Ren D countered, if I said I wanted to marry you, could you endure your monthly allowance shrinking from 3 million to just 3,000? Could you bear living in a place under 100 square meters? Maybe your bedroom wouldn't even be as big as your current bathroom. And what if I were the one supporting you instead? I've lost face. Ha, never thought you'd be such a male chauvinist. It's not chauvinism, but... Ren D scratched his head, the word stuck on the tip of his tongue. Yang Luwei lowered her head, took out the car keys, and handed them to Ren D, saying, I can really take care of you. Wait for me 3 years. Ren D suddenly blurted out words that even shocked himself. What? I mean, I'll try to become a first-generation rich in 3 years. I'll marry you. Damn it. We're not even dating yet and you're already talking about marriage. Ren D slapped himself, his mouth had completely run away from him. Yang Luoi's eyes widened as if she'd just heard an illusion. What did you say? Forget it if you didn't hear. Just go home already. Ren D quickly waved his hands. Aren't your family members waiting for you? You're going back on your word. Are you even a man? Yang Luoi was at a loss seeing Ren D backtrack. He'd clearly promised to marry her within 3 years. How could he just shrink back now? A stunningly beautiful and wealthy woman was chasing after him, begging to take care of him. Compared to all those sugar mamas from before, this was simply incomparably better. The little voice in Ren D's heart kept shaking his resolve, especially after seeing how devastated Yang Luoi had been today when she thought he'd died. He realized this girl had genuinely fallen for him. Yet the gap between them was truly vast. One was a celestial fairy, the other a mere mortal on Earth. Chapter 030 Trust in Conan Logic. Ding! Mission, complete 1 month of temporary auxiliary police work. Reward 1, receive 18,000 yuan monetary reward. Reward 2, gain firearms mastery skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. As a new day began, the system issued another mission. Ren D grabbed his hair and asked the system, System, have you caught a virus? How dare you give me any skill? Aren't you afraid I'll end up in prison eating free boxed meals and sewing on machines for life? Do you wanna ascend to heaven or what? Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, sigh. Ren D really wanted to shout, screw this job. Hello, is this where you're hiring auxiliary police? Ren D arrived at the local police station with his ID card and some other documents. Yes, are you here to apply? Yes, thank you for your help. Ren D smiled, his handsome appearance causing the young girl opposite him to blush involuntarily. Alright, please wait a moment. And so Ren D passed the review and became an auxiliary police officer. Since auxiliary officers weren't formal police and didn't have many rights, they were essentially temporary workers, only assisting the police with repetitive tasks when needed. For a solid week, Ren D followed Officer Zhang Xiaoyu everywhere. Yes, the very same officer who had taken Ren D's statement. Zhang Xiaoyu was genuinely curious about how Ren D had ended up becoming an auxiliary police officer. Truth be told, the benefits and compensation for auxiliary police officers weren't particularly great. While there was a chance to transition into the formal police force, the odds were about the same as getting into a top-tier university through the national college entrance exams, akin to thousands of troops trying to cross a single log bridge. Brother Zhang, who do you think actually stole that thing? The landlord is most likely the culprit, but let's wait for the fingerprint analysis to come back before jumping to any conclusions. Zhang Xiaoyu replied as the two were handling a case involving a missing piece of valuable jewelry from a tenant. After ruling out habitual offenders and the possibility of misplacement, they discovered some leads and were preparing for the next round of interrogations. Ren D nodded. Having followed Zhang Xiaoyu for over a week, he had now thoroughly familiarized himself with police life. No major incidents, but minor ones kept cropping up non-stop. However, the kind of bizarre encounters he'd experienced twice now, those were just downright unbelievable. It was downright outrageous that he kept running into such things. Ren D pondered, could it be that because of the system's existence, he was some sort of chosen one, hence his probability of encountering strange incidents was dialed way up? In the evening, Ren D and Zhang Xiaoyu finished dinner and returned home. After a hectic day where he'd been run off his feet, Ren D felt that if he really became a police officer, he probably wouldn't last long. It was just too exhausting. Just as he was about to take off his auxiliary police uniform to shower, a loud thumping noise came from the ceiling, making the overhead light fixture sway. Soon after, some ear-piercing heavy metal music started blaring. Ren D checked his watch. It was already past 9 p.m. Didn't most people go to sleep at this hour? Was the upstairs neighbor throwing a rave? He then went upstairs and knocked on the neighbor's door. Who is it? Hey, downstairs. Keep it down. You're disturbing everyone's rest. Alright, got it. An impatient voice came from inside. Rundi shook his head as he returned home. The noise upstairs did quiet down somewhat. He began undressing, but just as he was halfway through, the ceiling started vibrating again, sending dust fluttering down. This time Rundi even heard ghostly wails and howls, as if there was a fight going on. Deal. Getting dressed again in a fury, Rundi stormed upstairs. Just then, the neighboring elevator doors opened and out stepped a delivery guy carrying over a dozen takeout orders. From this place? Rundi asked. Ah, yes, you are. Give it to me. I happen to be looking for them. Rundi took the food and began knocking on the door. The delivery guy heard someone inside asking a question. Rundi replied, a food delivery guy. Delivery guy. After a long while, the door finally opened. As Rundi handed over the food delivery, he simultaneously blocked the door with his foot. Hey man, what's your problem? The door had been answered by a shirtless man with bright red dyed hair, who glared at Rundi with a thoroughly menacing expression. What do you mean? Can't you keep it down? Do you know what time it is? Don't you realize you're disturbing the neighborhood? The music's blasting, and all that banging, are you fighting or something? None of your damn shit, cops. Just as the guy was about to curse, he suddenly spotted Rundi wearing a community officer's uniform and immediately shouted in alarm. Rundi froze. What was going on? At that moment, screaming and the sound of breaking objects came from inside the room, followed by someone shouting, run. Instinctively, Rundi's body moved faster than his mind. He yanked the door open and charged into the room. If these people were this frightened just because he was wearing an auxiliary police uniform, they must be up to no good. Upon entering, Rundi saw scattered tissues and small boxes with needles strewn across the floor. Someone rushed into the bathroom as if trying to destroy evidence. Rundi suddenly understood what kind of situation this was. The advanced combat skills granted by the system were immediately put to use. Not a single person in the room was allowed to escape. Everyone was knocked down. Even the guy flushing the toilet was dragged out and struck unconscious with 2 quick blows. Within minutes, the room fell silent. When Rundi went into the inner bedroom, he saw 2 completely naked women lying there, trembling. Gee, they're so beautiful. He hurriedly covered his eyes, though the overly wide gaps between his fingers betrayed the little thoughts lurking in his heart. Hey, brother Zhang, I found something about this matter. Rundi made a call to Zhang Xiaoyu, who had just returned home and was taking a shower. Zhang was momentarily stunned, and after hearing Rundi's words, he felt utterly dumbfounded. How did this kid run into trouble again? Zhang Xiaoyu rushed to the scene with his colleagues, and once again, Rundi was questioned and had his statement taken. However, this time, they didn't ask about his age or name. Rundi recounted the whole incident. He couldn't even rest properly after returning home, only to encounter this kind of trouble the moment someone came knocking. It was also because these guys had guilty consciences, they were foolishly unable to distinguish between police officers and auxiliary officers' uniforms. The moment they saw Rundi, they panicked and became flustered. Good job, kid. You've made a huge contribution. Perfect timing too, since we haven't met our first half quotas yet. This credit just fell into our laps. Zhang Xiaoyu patted Rundi's shoulder with a laugh, but inwardly he was considering whether to pull some strings to officially recruit him. This kind of Conan-like constitution that triggers special events wherever he goes is truly rare. By the time he finished handling these matters, it was nearly midnight, and Rundi could finally lie down to rest properly. He couldn't help but find the whole situation amusing. No sooner had he laid down for barely 2 minutes when his phone suddenly rang. Rundi answered angrily, only to hear a voice say, Lei Hao, this is Officer Zhang from Yangcheng Police Station. We currently have a case that requires your cooperation. Rundi. Chapter 031, Merit once again. No matter what you do, if you don't want a criminal record on your file, then you'll have to drink with us. Or you'd better transfer 50,000 as bail money to our account first. The voice on the phone still spoke with that non-standard Mandarin accent, making Rundi feel anxious for him. You want me to cooperate with your case? Do you know who I am? Rundi replied while rubbing his forehead. And who might you be? Don't you know who I am when you call me? Oh, of course I know. Alright, as long as you understand, turn yourself in at the police station tomorrow morning. My badge number is. Rundi recited Zhang Xiaoyu's badge number and said, Don't think you can run away, your location has already been locked. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I just got off a whole day's shift and you had to disturb my rest. Good night. Rundi hung up the phone, hearing the bewildered scammer on the other end foolishly respond, Good night. Then the scammer became entangled in thought. That person had mentioned a police badge number and told him to turn himself in at the police station. Did that mean he just tried scamming a real police officer while pretending to be one? Like Li Gue meeting Li Kue? A fake running into the genuine article. The scammer was so terrified he immediately threw his phone aside, utterly at a loss. Should he flee? But the other party said his location was already traced. Yet if he didn't run, he feared prison. What should he do? What should he do? Coincidentally, police sirens sounded outside at that moment. The scammer, terrified and thinking they were coming for him, immediately rushed to the balcony, ready to jump and escape. And then, Ren D had no idea that his single sentence had scared a scammer to death, literally, making him jump off the building. He slept soundly through a wonderful night and woke up the next morning to start another day as a community officer. Zhang Xiaoyu took Ren D around for a few more days, handling cases that just kept coming. No sooner was one resolved than another took its place, leaving them no time to rest. There's another case here of roadside parking where a luxury car got scratched and needs to be dealt with. The two of them ran to nearby stores one by one to copy surveillance footage for clues. Feeling thirsty, Ren D went to the neighboring store to buy water. It was already mid-June, and the sun was particularly intense. Standing in an exposed spot for less than half an hour could make your skin peel. As he was drinking his water, he suddenly noticed people coming in and out of a tea shop across the street. About 10 people entered in just 3 to 5 minutes, while 4 or 5 came out. The shop didn't look that big, yet it could hold so many customers. Is this tea house really doing that well? Ren D returned to Zhang Xiaoyu's side and asked, Brother Zhang, is the tea business profitable these days? Tea? Everything makes money these days. Zhang Xiaoyu grinned. What? Feeling envious? Ha, who doesn't want to make money? Ren D noticed something strange about the tea house across the street. Brother Zhang, look at them. Why's everyone coming out holding stuff up and staring at the sun? What the hell is that about? Zhang Xiaoyu also found it a bit odd. Yeah, what do you think they're looking at? Check. Zhang Xiaoyu and Ren D exchanged glances, their eyes instantly lighting up. Something's up, X2. After reporting to their department and escalating the matter, armed police actually arrived to conduct a surprise raid and seal the tea house. Afterwards, they discovered a secret passage in the tea house, which led to an underground casino. With so many people coming and going, who would have thought? The greatest hiding spots are often in plain sight. No one could have guessed without being told. It happened to be the World Cup round of 16 matches, and this underground casino was bustling with soccer betting. Those entering and exiting under the daylight were likely winners coming to collect their payouts from the day's matches. Ren D had scored another major victory, leaving Zhang Xiaoyu grinning from ear to ear. This kid was truly born to do great things. Next month, he'd definitely put in the paperwork to promote Ren D to a permanent position. Such exceptional talent shouldn't go to waste. Ren D is taking a day off. No need to deal with trivial chores, and getting to sleep in. Ren D felt life couldn't get any better. What a pity, there's only 1 week left before he completes a full month. If only he could become a permanent employee. Ren D had previously examined Zhang Xiaoyu's gun as well, though it was unclear whether the firearms experience granted after completing this temporary job encompassed a single type of firearm or multiple types. Thinking back to his previous flight piloting experience, Ren D speculated that the system was more likely to provide him with comprehensive firearms experience. The problem was, he hadn't even touched a gun before. Like a bride on her wedding sedan, it was entirely his first time. What the hell use his experience alone? Who knows if he'd even get a second chance to handle a gun in this lifetime. Just like before, the experience was useless. If only the system had given him some tangible item instead, something he could handle and play with. Wait, no. Ren D abruptly halted his dangerous train of thought. Under no circumstances could he deliver physical goods. Possessing unregistered firearms would land him a lifetime sentence, punching sewing machines in prison. The system's current approach was perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. His phone rang. It was actually Yang Luoi calling. Answer, or not answer. Ren D had been deliberately ignoring her for quite some time, yet Yang Luoi persistently called him every single day without fail. He half wanted to blacklist her, but feared this fragile girl might collapse from despair and jump off some building again, then he'd really bear the guilt. After some thought, he finally answered the phone. Ren D, you finally decided to pick up my call. Yang Luoi's voice brimmed with delight, making Ren D scratch his head awkwardly. Well, I've been busy with a new job lately. I know, you became a cop. Saw your photo on social media. Haha, no, I'm just an auxiliary officer, not a real cop. Can you come out and go shopping with me? There's pay involved. 10,000 bucks, you taking it or not? Yang Luoi said. This isn't about the money. 100,000 yuan. Just tell me where. Ren D replied immediately. Bringing up money would hurt our feelings. Someone as wonderful as me, you know what I mean, right? He. Wait for me at the ice cream shop on 5 Elements Street in Yangcheng. Yang Luoi chuckled as she hung up the phone and went to freshen up. Just as she was about to head out after getting ready, Li Lu also happened to be preparing to leave, and the two ran into each other at the garage entrance. Li Lu lashed out directly, dressed up so flashy. Are you planning to go out and seduce men? If your father knew, wouldn't he break your legs for this? Yang Luoi sneered back. If I seduce anyone, it's because I'm young and pretty enough to do as I please. You don't even have anyone willing to be seduced by you. Guess Dad must be blind to treat you like some treasure. If only his eyes weren't so useless. You vile little brat, dare repeat that. Ha, I certainly don't have the guts. If I possessed that particular capability, would you have even set foot in my family home? Just think, what merits do you have besides a big belly? What's your function beyond breeding? You're asking for death. Li Lu angrily moved to grab Yang Lui, but Yang spun around and got straight into the car. The vehicle roared to life, leaving Li Lu standing in a cloud of dust. Just you wait. Voice cracking. Chapter 032 Gluttony. Ren D swore he'd never go shopping with a woman again. His soles were rubbed raw with blisters, his legs felt like lead weights dangling from his hips. All he wanted was to collapse on any available surface, whether a stair step or bench, and just breathe for 5 goddamn minutes. Yet Yang Lui showed zero signs of fatigue, practically dragging Ren D by the collar toward yet another boutique. Staring at her stiletto heels and those dainty pink-painted toes, Ren D wondered, were her feet forged from steel? How else could anyone wearing those torture devices engineered against human anatomy still prance around like a damn marathon runner? Ah, this was pure agony. Ren D couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed onto a nearby pillar and abruptly plopped down onto the ground. Let me rest. I really can't walk another step. Pretty please, young mistress. Ren D struck such a comically pleading pose that Yang Lui burst into giggles. Truth be told, she was exhausted too, but Ren D's presence had her so exhilarated she'd momentarily forgotten her physical fatigue. The pair eventually settled into a coffee shop. Unable to resist, Ren D secretly wiggled his toes inside his shoes, trying to soothe his swollen, aching feet. Is being a police auxiliary fun? Yang Lui blinked her big eyes as she asked Ren D, looking every bit the picture of innocent curiosity. Ren D couldn't help but boast. I'd say it's pretty good. You wouldn't believe it, but I've already accomplished several commendable deeds at the police station. Really? Tell me more. So Ren D recounted to her all the various incidents he encountered while working alongside Officer Zhang Xiaoyu, as well as his own meritorious deeds. Yang Lui burst into laughter, drawing frequent glances from those around him. After resting enough, Yang Lui dragged Ren D off toward the next store, instantly making Ren D complain. However, to Ren D's surprise, this time Yang Lui didn't browse women's clothing but instead looked at men's outfits, selecting several sets for Ren D to try on. Look at your cuffs, all frayed with loose threads. You should really buy yourself some new clothes already. Yang Lui pushed Ren D into the dressing room and shut the door before he could even react. As he looked at the clothes in his hand, Ren D felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. The last person who had shown him this kind of care was his grandfather. After changing his clothes, when Ren D walked out, Yang Lui's eyes were glued to him. She couldn't look away. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but a pretty woman can make men stare dumbfounded. Likewise, a handsome man can make women drool. Yang Lui was practically drooling, utterly smitten. She never expected that once Ren D put on the clothes she picked out, he'd look like a completely different person, no less striking than those pretty boys on TV, and with his rough skin, he exuded even more rugged masculinity. Girl, where did you find your boyfriend? What does he do? He's too handsome, isn't he? The voice of a woman beside Yang Lui snapped her out of her daze. Right, how can he be so gorgeous and handsome? Truly the man I chose to chase. Yang Lui muttered to herself. Ren D felt all his hairs stand on end, as if being stared down by a predatory beast. Is that, maybe not so good? No. Wonderful. Yang Lui finally snapped out of it, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand as she shouted, Shop assistant, check out. Ha, does this count as being kept? Ren D wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. His old clothes had been snatched away by Yang Lui before he even got a chance to change. And so the day passed in a daze, leaving Ren D completely exhausted as he lugged 2 large bags of clothes back to his own home. Yang Lui hadn't even given him a chance to argue before taking his old clothes away. Equivalent exchange, my foot. His old clothes combined weren't even worth $100. Hell, they couldn't even buy a single sleeve of the garments he was wearing now. Yet he didn't outright refuse either. The girl's blatant pursuit left him somewhat tempted. After all, he'd already blurted out waiting 3 years to marry her. Getting to know each other a bit sooner couldn't hurt, right? Absolutely no problem. Make money. As Ren D remembered his auxiliary police job would be completed in another week, he wondered, should he try getting a pilot's license next? They say pilots earn several million per year. If I could find a pilot job, it would at least be a respectable profession. At night, Ren D slept exceptionally soundly. He dreamed of piloting a fighter jet to battle villains, and after his victory, a girl in the control tower shouted, Ren D, you're amazing. I want to marry you. Then, Ren D happily looped his plane through the sky until oops, he crashed into a mountain because he wasn't paying attention. That's when he woke up. Ren D found himself upside down, having fallen off the bed headfirst. At the police station, the rewards for Ren D's 2 commendable deeds came through. Since he wasn't a formal staff member, the authorities only gave him material compensation, a total of 20,000 yuan in bonuses that landed in Ren D's hands. Holding the money, Ren D felt a bit emotional. Before getting the system, his savings hadn't even reached this amount. Now with the system, his savings had surpassed $1 million. Such is the unpredictability of life. He used to think the system wasn't a good one because it didn't provide tangible items. Now that he thought about it, perhaps this kind of system was actually the better one. At noon, Randy treated everyone at the police station to a meal, and except for those on duty, they all went to a hot pot restaurant together. The hot pot restaurant was doing good business, and everyone ordered their favorite dishes. Come on, everyone raise your glasses to toast to our comrade Randy. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled and urged everyone to lift their glasses of juice. During work hours, no drinking juice is just right. Randy, I always knew you were a capable one. Look at you, stumbling upon cases wherever you go. A real deductive genius. Ha ha ha. I can see you've got a bright future ahead of you. Who knows, you might even get promoted to a full-time position. With your achievements, another 3 to 5 years, and you might just end up being our boss. Amid everyone's laughter, Randy felt a little embarrassed. Could he say that with the system, he looks down on being a police officer? Nothing beats having cheats. The meal was lively and full of chatter, when suddenly a group at the next table started shouting in their direction. Shut the fuck up. What's wrong with you? Why so damn loud? Randy and his friends were scolded, and instantly felt a bit embarrassed. They really had been making quite a noise. Zhang Xiaoyu stood up. Sorry brothers, His words were cut short when Randy tugged at Zhang Xiaoyu's sleeve and whispered, Brother Zhang, don't these guys look familiar? The guy who just cursed at Randy and the others waved impatiently, his face showing irritation, before turning back to his meal. Damn unlucky. If you bastards don't shut up I'll waste you. Zhang Xiaoyu, Randy, and a few colleagues took out their phones. Randy typed something in the group chat, then pointed at a photo on Zhang Xiaoyu's phone before gesturing behind him. Instantly, their eyes lit up. Chapter 033, Don't even think about snatching it from me. Who would have thought that just going out for a meal could turn into a golden opportunity? Zhang Xiaoyu and the other police officers immediately stood up with broad smiles, encircling the young man they had been eyeing earlier. Surrounded, the young man looked up defiantly and snapped, Hey, what's the deal? Got a problem? Li Ting? Hearing his name called, Li Ting froze in surprise. Sorry, we're police officers. Li Ting's face instantly drained of color at the word police, becoming as pale as the plaster on the walls. His legs trembled and his whole body went numb. How did his meal end up surrounded by policemen? An entire crowd of them? Do policemen eat hot pot too? Randy couldn't help but laugh at the other person's appearance. Kid, another merit for you. Someone clapped Randy on the shoulder. This has nothing to do with me. Why is it being credited to me again? Randy thought to himself, only for someone to pat him on the shoulder again. Impressive. Not bad. Randy, you're awesome. After getting his shoulder patted several times until it nearly swelled, he wondered what was wrong with these people. Why were they singling him out like this? Randy felt these people must be crazy. Was it really necessary to go this far just to catch a fugitive? With this incident, Randy became notorious in police circles, earning the nickname Troublemaker Ren. Zhang Xiaoyu wanted to retain Randy and even applied for a formal recruitment assessment for him, but the spot disappeared before it could be secured. This left Zhang Xiaoyu feeling somewhat resentful, while Randy just chuckled and handed in his resignation. Being a temporary police assistant only lasted a month. With all the system mission rewards collected, there was no benefit in continuing. The meager pay from the police station wasn't even enough to cover rent. Zhang Xiaoyu felt sorry for Randy but didn't stop him. True talent shines wherever it goes. Ding! Mission, temporary police assistant completed. Rewards distributing. Congratulations! Reward obtained, firearms proficiency skill experience. Phew! Randy gestured with empty hands for a long while. The firearms knowledge in his mind truly broadened his horizons. Damn, even flintlock musket skills and experience were included in the system. From ancient times to the present, there wasn't a single weapon called a gun that Randy couldn't handle. System, you're incredible. Host, have you forgotten something? Randy had just finished buttering up the system when he received a reminder from it. What? What did I forget? Failure penalty. But I didn't fail this mission. Damn it. Randy forgot. Although this task didn't fail, he still owed 4 rounds of garbage cleanup work. Considering that the host cannot repay the debt from failed tasks through installment payments on time, this system will apply interest penalties. Stop. Randy watched helplessly as his punishment for failed tasks, the number of river cleanups, increased from 4 to 5. This damned system is downright inhuman. Just when he had nothing to do, the system found him work. Randy took the garbage cleaning kit and hailed a taxi directly to the stinky river. ****. What a sin. It hadn't even been a month since his last visit, but the section of the river Randy had previously cleaned was already piled high with trash again. The scorching heat made the riverside stench so unbearable it turned one's stomach. Randy's mask turned black within 10 minutes, yet he stubbornly kept cleaning. Compared to his savings goal, this was nothing. Nearby, a news van passed by carrying a field reporter from Yangcheng Sky TV, alongside her cameraman. They had just returned from covering nearby areas. It's barely July and already hitting 30 degrees. How are we supposed to survive August and September at this rate? And ate an ice cream bar, thinking how exhausting fieldwork could be. Heh, it's manageable. At worst, I'll just make fewer trips outside. The photographer chatted with an while driving. Hey, what's that person over there doing? And he suddenly spotted someone carrying a black garbage bag by the riverside. The cameraman also noticed and remarked casually, must be a trash collector. Wait, stop the car, let's check it out. Panicked, and he told the cameraman, I smell a news story brewing. Ding! Mission, complete temporary volunteer work within 12 hours. Reward 1, earn 20 yen per hour, calculated based on actual working hours. Mission reward 2, acquire advanced perfumer skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Run-D suddenly noticed the system popping up again to assign him a task. A perfumer? Run-D's face immediately darkened. Was this damn system trying to kill him? He was cleaning up garbage here, practically wishing he could plug his own nostrils shut, and yet the system was rewarding him with perfumer's skill experience. Was it afraid his nose wasn't sensitive enough already? Are you waiting for the next time I come here to clean the garbage, hoping the stench will kill me so you can inherit my savings? Sir, may I ask what you are doing? Suddenly someone on the shore loudly called out to Run-D. Run-D turned his head to see a stunning woman standing by the roadside watching him, with someone carrying a camera behind her. A reporter? Or an internet celebrity? Cleaning up trash. Run-D replied. Excuse me, how long have you been sitting here? Did you clean all this by yourself? And he didn't want to go down to the riverside, but she also didn't want to miss her big scoop. Run-D didn't feel like talking. Opening his mouth would bring out the smell. Sir, are you a volunteer? Could I interview you? And he figured this person must be an environmental volunteer. Their appearance screamed someone with germophobic tendencies. Run-D looked at her and suddenly had an idea, then walked over. Just as An was about to step forward to ask, she caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor and immediately halted her steps, subtly retreating 2 paces. Are you reporters? Asked Run-D. Yes, can I interview you for a moment? And he smiled and asked, aren't you exhausted cleaning this place in such scorching heat? Run-D removed his mask and asked, is the camera rolling? When An saw the strikingly handsome face beneath the mask, her smile widened even further. It's recording. Did you want to say something? We'll be editing this footage later. Then I'll say it. Run-D said to the camera, I've cleaned this riverbank 2 or 3 times already. Don't judge it by how dirty and messy it looks now. When it's properly cleaned up, the scenery here is actually quite beautiful. And you wouldn't believe all the benefits that come with cleaning up trash here. What benefits? And he asked. First, doesn't a cleaner environment make everyone happier? Run-D smiled. Second, much of the trash we sweep up can actually be reused or sold for money. Third, and most importantly, treasure. I've already found 40,000 yuan worth of gold and silver jewelry here, plus around 100,000 yuan in jade and such. Sometimes I even come across unopened cigarette packs. You'd never guess how many treasures a place like this holds. Look, see how much of the riverbed is still uncleared? Who knows how many more treasures are waiting to be found? And why do I get the feeling you're treasure hunting? Run-D, exactly. And no one can take it from me, it's all mine. Chapter 034. Hands move before brain thinks. That very evening, Yangcheng TV broadcast Run-D's footage, edited with an ease touch. The viewers saw a different version. The reporter asked, Sir, are you a volunteer? Can I interview you? Run-D said, You guys don't realize there are many benefits to cleaning garbage here. No one can compete with me for them. They're all mine. The reporter asked, Aren't you tired cleaning here in such hot weather? Run-D replied, I've cleaned this river section 2 or 3 times already. I've picked up 40,000 yuan worth of gold and silver jewelry here, plus a pile of jade worth over 100,000. Occasionally I even find unopened cigarette packs. You'd never imagine how many treasures are hidden in places like this. Look, there's still so much of the river left to clean. Who knows how many more treasures are waiting to be discovered. The next day, many people went straight to the workwear store to buy equipment before heading to that same river section to clean up garbage. For nothing else but that 40,000 worth of gold and silver jewelry and over 100,000 in jade. Ding! Social volunteer temp task completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on obtained reward, perfumer skill experience. As soon as Run-D opened his eyes, he realized the system had actually given him the reward for yesterday's newly assigned task. But the problem was, he had only accepted the task yesterday, hadn't checked the details, nor completed it. So how did it get marked as finished? So Run-D quickly checked the task logs, which clearly stated he was supposed to volunteer at the neighborhood committee, but he hadn't gone yet. Yikes! System, did you get a virus? Hacked? Are you malfunctioning? Host is advised to get a medical checkup. Systems don't get sick. If you're not malfunctioning, why are you giving me mission rewards? What's your game? Got a Trojan? I don't know how to disinfect you? The host has successfully completed the task. Rewards will be issued as normal. Am I sick? Have I lost my memory? Ron-D rubbed his head, genuinely unable to recall when he had gone to complete the assignment. How did I finish the task when I never even went to the neighborhood committee? The system requires the host to complete 12 hours of volunteer work within the specified time. The host's cleanup of river garbage yesterday became widely known, and ordinary people now recognize the host as a volunteer. Thus, the system reward distribution conditions have been met, and the task reward will be issued. Wait a second. Ron-D pondered, did this mean he could exploit a loophole or game the system? Just like in an online game, where a daily quest asks you to kill 10 insect monsters, what if he didn't go to the designated location but instead killed 10 insect monsters elsewhere? Would that still count as completion? All bugs, all monsters, and no problems? Isn't this a bit too easy? It feels like the mission difficulty dropped drastically, like we're taking advantage of the system. Nice. Ren-D. Yang Luoi invited Ren-D out again. This time, the young miss wanted to buy cosmetics and asked Ren-D to accompany her. Remembering the suffering his feet endured last time, Ren-D suddenly felt the urge to turn around and run. I saw you on TV yesterday. You were so cool. Is that so? Ren-D touched the tip of his nose. Of course, he was handsome. Still, being praised so bluntly by Miss Yan left him feeling a tad embarrassed. Haven't you seen the news? This morning's headline was all about Trash Brothers' road to riches. Degree. What the? No. How did that journalist edit the footage? Ren-D was dumbstruck. How much have you saved up? Need me to invest some for you? Yang Luoi blushed as she asked Ren-D. I'm not making a living by picking trash. Ren-D said. Yeah, I know. You've already picked up over 100,000. Is the key point to pick it up? The point is not that. What Ren-D really wanted to say was something completely different. He had only intended to trick a few people into cleaning the river, but somehow it felt like he'd ended up tricking himself as well. Yang Luoi smiled and fell silent, and the two began strolling around the shop counters in the mall. Ren-D walked past various counters. Whether it was the sales clerks or the customers, he could smell their scents. The perfumer's skills automatically came into play, and Ren-D felt as if he had fallen into a warehouse of chemicals. Damn it! Having too good of a skill can actually become a problem. The overwhelming stench of those cheap perfumes was killing Ren-D on that temp job, not just nauseatingly pungent, but downright toxic. Yang Luoi noticed Ren-D's pale complexion and asked with concern, what's wrong with you? It's fine. Ren-D dodged a lady walking toward him, whose overwhelming perfume barely masked the even stronger stench of body odor beneath. Ren-D couldn't hold back the urge to sneeze. Really? Yang Luoi didn't believe it. Ren-D subtly shifted his body to make slight contact with Yang Luoi, and immediately a unique, delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. In that instant, Ren-D felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. The fragrance was somewhat reminiscent of jasmine, yet with a hint of lily, light and subtly sweet. Your perfume smells better than theirs. Ren-Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself. What the? Yang Luoi's face flushed red as she instinctively gave Ren-D a shove. Ren-D was momentarily dazed by the unexpected shove. He hadn't said anything wrong. It was just the truth. Could there actually be an issue? Suddenly, a perfume bottle the size of a palm came flying towards Yang Luoi's position. Ren-D reached out and caught it in midair. He turned to look in the direction where the object had been thrown, intending to identify who had such poor civic-mindedness as to litter carelessly. The scene before him revealed a commotion unfolding at a nearby counter, where a sizable crowd had already gathered. Want to take a look? The lucky gene awoke, and Ren-D felt the urge to check it out. He turned his gaze toward Yang Luoi. Yang Luoi nodded, and the two of them pushed through the crowd, only to see a disheveled woman smashing things at a perfume counter. The floor was littered with broken glass and shredded tissues, and the sofa where people would rest was smashed to pieces. This woman was surprisingly strong. It's just that the counter glass is quite sturdy, all tempered glass. The valuables are securely locked beneath, making it impossible for him to smash through. Die, all of you, just die. The woman smashed things while cursing. Hey, did anybody call the cops? Already did, but we'll have to wait a bit. Hearing that the police had been called, the onlookers stopped worrying and focused entirely on the spectacle. Go die, all of you. After smashing everything in sight, the woman found nothing left to destroy and redirected her fury toward the bystanders around her. Many shrank back in fear, but even more raised their phones to record the scene. The woman didn't land a hit on anyone. Instead, her foot slipped on the scattered debris, sending her tumbling forward. Unfortunately, shattered glass lay directly beneath her. Had her face hit the ground, it would have been ruined. Ren-D acted on his instincts. His hands moved before his brain could even process it. In an instant, he lunged forward and grabbed her hair, saving her from a disfiguring fall. Yang Lui gazed at Ren Di with sparkling eyes. This man was the one she adored, always the hero who stepped forward without hesitation. Chapter 035 My Turf, My Rules. That evening, Ren Di escorted Yang Lui home after dinner. Since things had already reached this stage between them, it wouldn't be right for him to play hard to get anymore. But it's really tough for him without a car or a house. Yang Lui lived in the largest and most luxurious villa district in Yangchang. As one of the top wealthy families in the city, living spacious and far away was a must. The hardship fell on Ren Di, who drove Yang Lui's car to deliver her to the entrance of the villa district. Alright, I'll just drop you off here. Drive back yourself. Stay safe. Are you sure you don't want to come in? Maybe for some tea or something. No, I'll come in when I feel I'm worthy enough. After getting out of the car, Ren Di took out his phone to hail a ride. Alright then, I'll be heading back. Mum, I'm off, said Yang Lui several times, yet still didn't move an inch. Mum, goodbye, goodbye. Yang Lui said it multiple times, yet remained rooted to the spot. Ren Di put away his phone and noticed Yang Lui staring intently at him with palpable expectation. Suppressing an internal sigh, Ren Di smiled and reached out to pat Yang Lui's head. Go on back. Get some rest early. Great. This time Yang Lui smiled contentedly and drove her own car into the residential complex. Ren Di stood there watching the car disappear. As he turned around, a phantom slowly drove past him. Ren Di glanced at it. Damn. Yang Tianchang's car. Did they not see what just happened between me and Yang Lui? Ren Di stood there staring at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The windows hadn't even rolled down, probably didn't see. Only after Yang Tianchang's car entered the residential area did Ren Di finally relax. Yang Lui had just arrived home when she spotted Yang Tianchang getting out of his car, her cheerful expression immediately fading. Yang Tianchang looked at his daughter and said, "You can play, but know your limits." Yang Lui pressed her lips together without speaking. She couldn't refute him, nor would she. Arguing would only bring trouble for Ren Di. What Yang Tianchang thought was his own business. As long as she withstood the pressure and waited for Ren Di, she believed he wouldn't disappoint her. Just like before, he would pull her out of this muddy swamp. Yang Tianchang had no idea about Yang Lui's thoughts as he entered the villa without looking back. Ren Di waited over 20 minutes before finally hailing a taxi, where the chatty driver remarked, "This villa area rarely gets any rides. Most cars aren't even allowed inside. What brings you here, brother?" "Heh, just running errands." Ren Di gave a perfunctory reply. "Not even qualified to get in?" After returning home, Ren Di looked up information about flight license examinations on his computer and consulted several institutions. Obtaining a flight license domestically was quite troublesome for him due to restrictions on flight hours and examination locations. Even if he told people he had experience, it wouldn't help him pass, and the registration period had already closed. Even if he managed to register now, the fastest he could get his license would be in a year and a half. Another way to get the license is to obtain an international certification, which costs around 60 grand. Ren Di felt a toothache, money just slipped through his fingers. Damn, it hurt. Still, for the sake of the future, Ren Di decided to go through certification. Having sorted out his thoughts, he slept soundly through the night again. Early in the morning, Ren Di received another new task from the system while brushing his teeth and washing his face. Ding! Task: complete a 3-day temporary job as an airport cleaner. Reward 1, receive a monetary reward of 5,000 yuan. Reward 2, gain advanced computer programming skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Looking at the task details and the comprehensive introduction to the skills, Ren Di calmly changed clothes and took a taxi to the airport. Isn't it just sweeping the floor among a group of aunties? Easy. Familiar procedures, a simple interview, and before even 10 o'clock, Ren Di had successfully transformed into an airport cleaner. But, why was he assigned to this area? Ren Di cleaned the restroom nervously, his heart fluttering with unease, mostly because the women's restroom was unusually crowded. As a grown man, he stood at the entrance and shouted, "Is anyone in there? Anyone here? No one? Then I'm coming in." After shouting for a while with no response, Ren Di placed a cleaning in progress sign at the door and entered to tidy up. When he emerged, he removed his mask. Phew, exhausting. It's not physical exhaustion, but mental fatigue. From childhood till now, this was my first time entering a women's restroom. What an eye-opener. You, ah, pervert. Ren Di suddenly saw stars as a slap sent him reeling in confusion. Who's there? What kind of airport is this? How can there be male cleaners in the women's restroom? A middle-aged woman was shouting while grabbing Ren Di by the collar and dragging him out. Come quick, the cleaner is peeping in the women's restroom. The woman's shout sent tremors through the entire airport. A crowd of onlookers gathered, and airport security along with patrolling police officers came over to inquire about the incident. Ren Di explained that he had just gone in to clean and was attacked when he came out, without even getting a chance to explain himself. The middle-aged woman stubbornly insisted he had been peeping. Later, the police checked the surveillance footage and saw the order in which people had entered the restroom, confirming that Ren D had been wrongfully accused. Asterisk psi asterisk. Epsilon sad face omicron asterisk. Ren D put on a mask and sprinted to another area of the airport to continue cleaning toilets. Now you know why the airport hires temps for this job, because it's downright nasty work. Word has it that a few days ago, a female janitor cleaning the men's restroom got harassed, so the airport decided to trial a male cleaner instead. And then today, the same thing happened all over again. Life is full of unpredictable twists and turns. Cleaning the men's restroom was relatively straightforward. Ren D first scrubbed the urinals outside before moving on to clean the toilet stalls inside. As for the supersized restroom with 50 toilet pits, Ren D scurried in and out like a frantic prairie dog. Suddenly, while cleaning one of the toilets, he heard a simple clicking sound. Then his mind involuntarily recalled the source of that voice. 4.73mm caliber, German 411 caseless rifle, equipped with ammunition, 4.73 by 33mm DM11 caseless rounds, magazine capacity 50. But, Ren D shook his head. How on earth did such a massive thing end up in Tianxia country? Didn't everyone know Tianxia banned firearms? Following the sound, he found a tightly closed cubicle door. He knocked on the door and asked, "Anyone there? If you're cleaning up, please come out quickly." Wait a second. The person inside seemed a bit nervous as they spoke, and then Ren D heard the sound of flushing water. Holding the mop, Ren D stood slightly farther away. When the door opened, the person inside saw him standing there, mop raised and ready. Ren D also noticed the musical backpack on his back, realizing at a glance it probably contained something like a guitar. "EW, what a stench," Ren D deliberately remarked. The man glanced at Ren D and turned to leave when suddenly a large mop descended onto his head. Before his body could react, a karate chop knocked him unconscious. Almost forgot I'm actually the national martial arts third-place champion. Daring to cause trouble in my territory? You've really got a death wish. Chapter 36, now we're being watched. Ren D made a call to the airport duty office, which then notified the airport police department. A group of officers arrived and took away the person Ren D had captured. What's more, several additional police dogs suddenly appeared patrolling the airport. Then Ren D heard the news that 2 more criminal accomplices had been caught. As the janitor who made a great contribution on his first day at work, Ren D concealed his identity and fame, continuing to clean the garbage in every corner while wearing a mask. I haven't been a boss for many years. I don't love the cold edge of the bed. Don't make me miss. Singing a little tune, Ren D ended his day's work. Ren D, come here for a moment. Ah, team leader. The airport cleaning division operated in several shifts. Ren D worked the day shift, and it was this team leader who assigned him to clean the toilets. I heard you made a great contribution right after arriving today. Heh, what a coincidence, Ren D said with a smile. Well, you see, the higher-ups think you did well and were planning to give you a bonus. But you're not one of our formal employees, not even under probation. So, you get it, right? Got it. Ren D's smile stiffened slightly. How could he not understand this situation? He understood it all too well. Alright, work hard. Strive for regularization. Earning over 10,000 a month isn't just a pipe dream. Got it, foreman. Then, I'll head off first after my shift. The moment he turned around, Ren D's smile collapsed. What kind of nonsense was this? Luckily, I'm only working as a temp for 3 days. Even if the airport doesn't pay me, at least I've got the system as a safety net. Besides, am I really someone who's desperate for a measly 3 or 500 yuan bonus now? Humph. Ren D grumbled all the way home. He wasn't sure if his online passport application had been approved yet. Once it came through, he could go abroad to get his pilot's license. When he becomes an airport pilot someday, just wait to see the expression on that janitor supervisor's face. How dare she withhold my bonus? She must have a death wish. The 3-day cleaning stint passed in a flash. Once the temporary airport janitorial assignment was completed, Ren D bid farewell to the supervisor immediately after receiving the system's reward. After all, he was just a temp worker, the kind without even basic insurance, so he simply took his wages and left. TCH, what a piece of work. Can't even bother to say thank you. The supervisor spat upon seeing Ren D pocket the money without so much as a glance in his direction. Monitor, how could you spit everywhere right after I finished mopping the floor? A cleaning lady nearby said angrily, if you keep this up, I'll report you to the manager. How many people have quit this month already? And now you're adding to my workload. Do you think I'm some kind of beast of burden? Ah, no. Don't talk nonsense. After leaving the airport, Ren D took a taxi straight to the police station near his home to meet an old friend. Hey, Ren D, what brings you here today? The officers and auxiliary police at the station all greeted Ren D when he arrived. Just came to see everyone and pick up my passport. Oi, where are you planning to go have fun? Even got a passport now? Hee hee, traveling. The world's so big, Gotta go see it for yourself, right? Rundi exchanged pleasantries and chatted with acquaintances for a while before taking his passport and leaving. As he stepped out, he nearly collided head-on with someone because he wasn't looking up. Zhao Hang watched Rundi enter the police station, and Zhang Xiaoyu, who happened to see him, froze in surprise. Xiao Si, who was that guy just now? He looks vaguely familiar. Ah, that's Rundi. He worked here as a temporary police assistant for a while, originally planned to recommend him for a permanent position. Zhao Heng understood this was clearly someone who quit after failing to get that permanent promotion. Young people lack perseverance. They're lazy in their work and poor in character. Back in the day, senior officers would serve as auxiliary police their entire lives without complaint, and there were plenty who even gave their lives for the nation. Zhao Heng dismissed these thoughts and then asked Zhang Xiaoyu, "Is your station chief in? I need to collect some documents." "Yes, he's in. Please go ahead." Zhao Heng was the director of Yangcheng's Public Security Bureau, abbreviated as Xian Bureau. Recently, Yangcheng had been plagued by numerous public safety incidents, leaving them overwhelmed with work. What was even more frustrating was that these cases showed no traces of evidence, and by the time incidents were discovered, they were already a step behind, often leading to the culprits escaping. When he retrieved the necessary documents from the director's office, Zhao Heng skimmed through the latest case files in search of clues. He discovered that several incidents involved the same individual who had reported them, Rundi. There were also various records of Rundi filing reports during his time as an auxiliary police officer. Is this guy possessed by Di Renjie or Conan? How does he manage to stumble into trouble wherever he goes? As Zhao Heng stared at the thick stack of case files, he realized that 1/3 of the public safety incidents were connected to this man. And these were just 2 months' worth of cases. Could it get any more ridiculous? Suddenly, he recalled the sensation when he had bumped into Rundi earlier. By some sixth sense, he felt there was something unusual about this Rundi. After that, Zhao Heng exchanged brief greetings with people and left with the documents, returning to the Xian Bureau's field office. "Director Zhao, you wanted to see me?" Zhao Heng called his subordinate Wu Bin into his office. "All right, help me investigate someone thoroughly, check every detail about him. Here's his ID number." "Sure thing." Wu Bin cheerfully accepted the order to conduct the investigation. Rundi had no idea he'd caught the attention of a national agency in Tianxia country, otherwise, he'd have been scared out of his wits. With the passport in hand, he could now go register for the license exam. Yang Luoi called again to ask if he had time to go see a movie. Apparently, the film Rundi had acted in was already released. So fast? Don't movies need to go through review anymore? It's only been a few days? Rundi also wanted to see how his performance turned out, what he looked like on the big screen, so he went to the cinema with Yang Luoi. The two bought standard popcorn and cola, sitting in seats toward the back, patiently waiting for the movie to start. "By the way, have you ever been abroad? Do you still need to exchange money to spend overseas?" Rundi suddenly asked Yang Luoi. "Yes, I've been abroad." "Why? Are you planning to go?" Yang Luoi inquired. Just heading out for some errands, thought I'd ask for once." Yang Luoi's eyes sparkled as she said, "So where exactly are you going?" The situation varies in every country. Some places it's hard to even book hotels, and without local connections, you'll be stuck. Plus, foreigners don't work on weekends, you know. Rundi had thought it would be simple, attend the exam, then head home in 3 to 5 days at most. But judging by Yang Luoi's words, he might end up staying much longer than anticipated. "Where are you going? Need me to be your guide?" I want to get a pilot license." "You can fly planes?" Yang Luoi asked in astonishment. "Where did you learn that?" I learned it from playing games. There's this ultra-realistic flight simulator. After playing it, I felt like I could actually fly a plane." Rundi was spouting the most unconvincing lies. "Really? You're amazing." Yang Luoi gazed at Rundi with admiration, her eyes full of stars. "This girl, is she an idiot?" Chapter 037 I've flown an F-22. Upon learning that Rundi wanted to obtain a pilot's license, Yang Luoi immediately gathered relevant information and booked flight tickets and hotel accommodations for both of them the next day. She insisted on accompanying Rundi. Rundi was completely caught off guard by Yang Luoi's whirlwind arrangements. Hadn't he just mentioned wanting to apply? How did they suddenly have concrete travel plans? That evening, Rundi started packing his luggage as soon as he got home. Clothes, toiletries, bank cards, and his passport. Apparently mobile payments weren't widely used abroad, with cash being more common. Should he exchange some foreign currency first? Banks were closed by now, and he wasn't even sure if mobile payments would work there. Tossing and turning all night, Rundi kept muttering to the system not to assign him any tasks. He was going abroad and wouldn't have time for missions. In the morning, Rundi woke up with dark circles under his eyes like a panda's. He had spent the entire night thinking about going abroad, the possible situations he might encounter, and consequently couldn't sleep a wink. Yang Luoi drove to pick Rundi up at his apartment. When she spotted his dark circles, she burst into laughter. "What did you do to end up like this?" "It's all right. Ron-D would rather die than admit he'd been so anxious and indecisive that it kept him up all night. Yang Lui grinned carefreely. It seemed her depression hadn't relapsed since being with Rin-D. Yang Lui led Rin-D through security check, verified their flight tickets, collected boarding passes, and waited in the departure lounge. Ron-D moved through the procedures like an emotionless puppet with mechanical precision, only finally relaxing when seated in the waiting area. Ron-D slept through the entire 9-hour journey. Upon arrival, Yang Lui expertly guided him out of the airport into a taxi that sped directly to their hotel. At this moment, Rin-D truly felt that he had indeed gone abroad. All his previous worries had just been pointless overthinking. Foreigners turned out to be just ordinary people after all. The city's architecture wasn't much different from back home, and some aspects were even worse than in China. What's more, you could see litter and dog crap scattered along the streets everywhere. The two slept again at the hotel to adjust to the time difference, and Ren-D was quite satisfied that the bed was enormous. The only pity was that he had to sleep alone in the room while Yang Lui stayed next door. Ren-D, are you up yet? Outside, Yang Lui, all dressed up early, was knocking on the door while Ren-D was brushing his teeth. The system had once again issued a new temporary job assignment. Ding! Mission, complete a tour guide gig within 12 hours. Reward 1, received 1,200 yuan monetary reward. Reward 2, acquired advanced painting skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. When the door opened, Ren-D saw Yang Lui wearing a long pink bohemian-style dress. Today, her loosely draped hair was curled into waves, while the jewelry adorning her hands and neck perfectly accentuated her divine beauty like a goddess. Do I look pretty today? Yang Lui noticed the sparkle in Ren-D's eyes and asked. So beautiful. Come, let me take you to register. Yang Lui immediately wrapped her arms around Ren-D's, making him feel as if his arm was enveloped in soft cotton. Glancing downward, his entire body tingled as if his meridians had been unblocked, sending a thrill through his mind. I've already arranged the itinerary. First, we'll go to the registration point to sign up. Then they'll assign a suitable instructor to assess if you're eligible for the exam. If you pass, they'll schedule the test, but you'll need to pay a fee of $200,000. If you're not qualified, they'll arrange for you to take classes instead. But I'm sure you'll pass. Oh, by the way, Ren-D, do you speak English? Yang Lui suddenly remembered to ask. The entire way, Ren-D had been dragged along by him without saying much. Soon, Ren-D would need to speak for himself during registration. What if there was a language barrier? That would definitely cause problems. Yes, Ren-D replied. Oh, that's good then. Yang Lui felt relieved. If Ren-D hadn't known how to handle things, she wouldn't have known how to comfort him. She'd arranged so many details yet forgot this crucial one, damn it all. Having studied abroad and traveled frequently overseas, she'd grown accustomed to such matters. But she'd forgotten this was Ren-D's first time abroad. There were countless things he simply wouldn't know. The hotel shuttle took them to the flight school's facility. Many aspiring pilots were registering for lessons there, alongside others learning skydiving. After all, this school specialized in anything related to the skies. The two encountered a staff member while filling out forms. Ren-D asked, "This pilot license comes in different levels? Can I get them all at once?" The staff member looked at Ren-D as if he were an idiot, then replied mechanically, "Sir, you must understand that aircraft are classified into numerous categories based on model and size, each with different operating systems. The simplest planes like amphibious gliders or crop dusters use basic joystick controls similar to driving a car. More challenging helicopters require learning instrument panels and other equipment, while advanced small passenger planes have over 300 buttons with far more complex operating systems. Aircraft engines also vary greatly. While flying, you must understand basic aircraft construction to handle emergencies. So what you're suggesting about obtaining them all at once is simply a pipe dream." Ren-D desperately wanted to declare, "I, Ren-Sky Sovereign Pilot D." But after thinking for a moment, he decided not to mention it and instead asked, "What's the highest level license I can get here? What do you offer, Airbus or T-Series helicopters?" The staff member gave Ren-D a surprised look. "Are you a retired pilot? I've flown an F-22, though only in a game." Ren-D gave an ambiguous answer, carefully avoiding whether he was a retired pilot or where exactly he'd flown an F-22. Let them speculate, otherwise, how would he ever get that pilot's license? Hearing that Ren-D had piloted an F-22, the staff member's eyes immediately widened. Since the US recruits many foreign mercenaries and talents from various countries through such means, the staff assumed Ren-D was another individual who had been brought to the US in this manner. With a smile, the staff then suggested, "If you want to obtain all the licenses, here's what I recommend." Following the recommendation, Ren-D paid over $400,000 to schedule 2 flight license exams, which would allow him to secure several types of pilot licenses in one go. After making the payment, Ren-D received his exam eligibility and waited for the staff to arrange the venue and personnel for his tests. The great thing about foreign countries is that money talks, going through the VIP channel is so satisfying. Just like that, Rendi's savings plummeted to 4 digits. What a devastating drop. Oh. Chapter 038, Simple Task. After leaving the registration point, the two parted ways with Rendi saying he wanted to visit the museum. There's no way around it, the temporary job assigned by the system was to work as a tour guide. Being completely unfamiliar with the place, who could he possibly guide, and for whom would he be giving tours? Inside the museum, no matter what exhibits were displayed, would he still make mistakes just by reading aloud? What if he'd seen those artifacts before? What if he actually knew about them? So Yang Luoi took Rendi to the largest cultural museum in the area, which housed many of Tianxia's national treasures that had been plundered by America during the chaotic era, artifacts that had never been returned to this day. TSK, no wonder people say deception, fraud, and theft are the paths to fortune. The damned country couldn't even fill 3 pages of history books without stealing and plundering. After all their deception and thieving, their history books could fill 300 pages. Rendi said to his tour companion Yang Luoi, just documenting the origins of these treasures would be enough to illustrate their ancestors' daily lives. Ha ha ha. Yang Luoi laughed like a kid weighing 50 kilos. Rendi also cracked a smile before glancing at his system interface again. It really didn't specify where to take the job, just that he had to act as a tour guide once. Complete it, and he'd get the reward, with no restrictions on the location or group size. That's to say, as long as there's one person following along and listening to his explanation, the task will be considered complete. This mission is a breeze. Or did the system intentionally relax the requirements knowing he's abroad? Rendi thought gleefully to himself. Would you like me to be your tour guide? I can tell you about most of the stuff in this museum. Rendi looked at the museum pamphlet and said to Yang Luoi with a somewhat smug expression. Great, then we're counting on you, Mr. Tour Guide? Yang Luoi played along, saying she didn't mind anything as long as she was with Rendi. Ding! Mission commencing. Rendi looked at the system interface, which automatically began recording the mission process the moment Yang Luoi called him a tour guide. Alright, let's start the explanation from here. This is... Walking slowly with Yang Luoi, Rendi had indeed read many books about these cultural relics and their stories before. Now with the museum handbook in hand, he naturally could explain things clearly. Yang Luoi had visited this place before, but it was her first time doing so with Rendi. She had heard Rendi's explanations before, but did that really matter? The two walked slowly along. Whenever Rendi began recounting the historical background of cultural relics, Yang Luoi would promptly exclaim in admiration or simply play along as his straight man. The place was crowded with tourists from various countries. Rendi was explaining things to Yang Luoi in Heavenly Summer tongue, and some Heavenly Summer visitors nearby also caught his commentary. Before they knew it, these listeners had fallen in step behind the couple, quietly following along. Rendi saw the number of listeners on the system panel turn to 6 and immediately felt elated. The museum tour was already halfway done, just getting through the remaining half would mean completing this tour guide assignment. So nice! As Rendi was about to explain the next artifact, someone suddenly spoke up. Rendi, you are Rendi, right? Ha! Rendi turned his head to see a strikingly beautiful woman standing just a few meters away. Her long, sleek black hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore traditional Tianxia patterned attire. With the slightest smile, she seemed to radiate a captivating glow. Li Nana? You're Li Nana. Rendi instantly recognized this beauty. She was none other than his high school crush and first love, the very reason for his feud with Zheng Anchuan, Li Nana. What are you doing here? Heh, it's been a while. Rendi was somewhat surprised to unexpectedly run into an old classmate here. It really is you, Rendi. I never imagined I'd actually meet you here. Li Nana greeted Rendi with a smile. You've become even more handsome now. Heh, is that so? Rendi was thrilled by the praise. Yang Luoi felt a tinge of jealousy as she watched the two greet each other so familiarly. Rendi, aren't you going to introduce me to who this is? Yang Luoi walked over and wrapped her arms around Rendi's, deliberately tilting her head to rest on his shoulder. Oh, this is my high school classmate, Li Nana. Rendi then introduced to Li Nana. Nana, this is. When it came to Yang Luoi's identity, he suddenly froze, unsure how to introduce her. Yang Luoi had always been the one pursuing him, and he'd rejected her twice already. Yet now they'd already gone on 2 dates, and this time she'd even traveled thousands of miles abroad to see him, but Yang Luoi still wasn't his girlfriend. How should I introduce this? As a regular friend? That would sound too distant, makes him seem like a complete jerk. Calling him my boyfriend? But, thinking about how he hasn't even given me a proper response feels like taking advantage of the girl. Just as Rendi was struggling over this dilemma, Yang Luoi spoke up. I'm Rendi's fiancé, Yang Luoi. My father is Yang Tiancheng, the chairman of Tiancheng Group. Li Nana was momentarily stunned by Yang Luoi's words. She never expected Rendi to be on the verge of marriage already. Back then, Rendi's decision not to attend college had genuinely made her feel regretful. Who would have thought they'd meet years later in a distant foreign country? And this Tianchang group, she knew it was an exceptionally powerful corporation. Yet unexpectedly, Rendi had become engaged to such a girl. She glanced at Rendi's face, her cheeks slightly flushed. It made sense that Rendi could charm such a beautiful girl. Miss Lee, didn't you come with your boyfriend? Visiting museums alone can be quite dull. Yang Luoyi opened her mouth with a lethal blow. No, I don't have a boyfriend. Li Nana's eyes held a trace of quiet melancholy. Rendi noticed everything, seeing Yang Luoyi's full-on domineering aura, but despite wanting to speak up, he didn't dare. Would you like to join us for some shopping? We can have dinner together later? Rendi politely made small talk. Great, Li Nana replied. Look out, Yang Luoyi responded. The two of them simultaneously turned to look at Rendi, who scratched his head in puzzlement. He was just being polite, why were these two reacting so strongly? Then, Rendi strolled through the museum with a stunning beauty on his left and another on his right, drawing frequent glances from the crowd. Rendi, what's this? Yang Luoyi pointed to an artifact in the display case and asked. This is. Rendi, look at how beautiful this is. Can you tell me about the origins of this item? Li Nana pointed to another display cabinet and said. Rendi suddenly felt that today's temporary tour guide job might not be completed. What should he do? Rendi, I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Li Nana suddenly said to Rendi, there's never any news about you in our high school class group chat. Who knew we'd have this fateful encounter today? This is truly wonderful. Rendi, not good at all. Chapter 039, Two Women, One Grand Drama. Yang Luoyi and Li Nana seemed to have made a tacit agreement as they continuously asked Rendi about the historical stories of the museum artifacts, one inquiring about the exhibit on the far right while the other questioned him about the one on the far left. Whenever Rendi accommodated Yang Luoyi, Li Nana would visibly sulk. But when he paid attention to Li Nana instead, Yang Luoyi would pout and stare at him with teary puppy dog eyes that made Rendi forget his lines, causing him to spout complete nonsense. The temporary tour guide task issued by the system failed when the three people left the museum. The latter half of the tour turned into an all-out battle between the two women, with Rendi being nothing more than collateral damage. Rendi felt utterly innocent. He knew Yang Luoyi was chasing after him. But what was the deal with Li Nana? Back in the day, she never said anything about liking him, and after high school they'd completely lost contact. How could sparks fly now when they randomly met again? Sitting at the dining table, Rendi looked at the two women seated on either side of him, his mind preoccupied with whether he'd end up being detained to wash dishes after this meal. He was broke. Damn it. The glaring golden words mission failed still hovered before Rendi's eyes, threatening to bring him to tears. What should have been an easy, nearly guaranteed success of a job had been completely botched and he couldn't even tell anyone about it. His already dwindling savings of less than 40,000 yuan had instantly shrunk by another 4,000. Yang Luoyi glanced at Li Nana and then smiled at Rendi, saying, Rendi, how about giving me a massage tonight? I walked so much today that my legs are sore. Okay. Rendi was about to refuse when someone fiercely pinched his thigh under the table. Seeing Yang Luoyi's alarmingly cheerful smile, he quickly agreed. Li Nana watched their exchange silently before lowering her head to sip her coffee. She was just a step too late, but it didn't matter, she would make her move when the time came. I'm graduating and returning home next month. Rendi, do you have any good companies to recommend? That way we can meet up often. No. Rendi let out an awkward chuckle. Here he was, an unemployed temp worker, being asked for job recommendations. What a joke. Oh, by the way, did you come to Mainland for vacation? I just realized your English is amazing, your accent sounds even more authentic than mine, and I've been living here for years. I'm here to take the pilot's license exam. Rendi replied. Li Nana was startled, she hadn't expected Rendi to have learned to fly a plane. Impressive. It's a long story, let's not get into it. What's your major anyway? Rendi forcibly changed the subject, his own affairs couldn't withstand close scrutiny. The meal passed with Rendi treading on eggshells, finally coming to an end. Li Nana left her contact information and departed, while Yang Luoyi's perpetually smiling face finally fell. Is this why you've always rejected me? Your heart belongs to that Li Nana, not me. My affections were misplaced after all. Yang Luoyi's tears fell drop by drop like golden beans, each one striking Rendi's face and heart. No, I didn't. Rendi tried to explain. There was absolutely nothing between him and Li Nana. Those were just memories left behind during their impulsive teenage years. Besides, after high school, he hadn't kept in touch with any of his classmates, he'd long realized they belonged to different worlds. How could he possibly entertain any thoughts about her? Just like his current standing with Yang Luoyi, they two existed in different worlds, never equals. He was just struggling to cross the chasm now, striving to move toward her world. Ren Di wiped Yang Luoi's tears, his rough palm brushing against her delicate skin, making him feel even more inadequate. I really have nothing to do with her, we just happened to meet today. I came here with the ticket and location you booked for me. I truly didn't know. Psi, Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk. Yang Luoi twisted her fingers, her father's words echoing in her mind again. Playing is fine, but remember moderation. Were she and Ren Di truly star-crossed? Why did everyone seem determined to deny her happiness? Why must they always force her? Am I really so detestable? In this world, do I not even have the right to pursue happiness? Sobs? You're not detestable. I don't find you detestable, you absolutely have the right to pursue happiness. Stop crying. Ren Di couldn't help but cup Yang Luoi's face. Look at me. He word by word said to Yang Luoi, I really like you. I'm working hard now to catch up to your status. The reason I came here to get a pilot's license is to have the basic qualifications to stand beside you. I've said it before, I don't want you to only have 3,000 yuan in allowance each month, unable to afford what you truly desire. You said you'd support me, but I know that money isn't really yours, it's your father's. If you spend his money, sooner or later you'll have to pay it back. Political marriages and exchanges of benefits are the choices most people make. I don't want you to end up like that, nor do I want you to truly become impoverished. The only way to solve this is for me to rise up. I'll become someone your father has to look up to. I'll become someone who makes you happy and lets you remain a princess. That's why I've pushed myself to come this far. Getting a pilot's license is just the beginning. I'll keep striving for more. Please, don't cry anymore, okay? Really? All this is for me? Ren Di, seeing Yang Luoi's flushed face, couldn't resist kissing her. Wah wah wah. Yang Luoi's face turned even redder. After escorting Yang Luoi back to her room, Ren Di finally had time to wipe off his sweat. So exhausting. Ding. Reminder host, please complete the mission failure penalty as soon as possible. Since you are not currently within Tianxia territory, designated location changing. Location change complete. The system popped up demanding attention, making Ren Di want to bang his head against the wall in frustration. The day had been pure chaos settling Yang Luoi while dealing with the system. Staring at that long list of penalties for failed tasks, he felt like throwing himself into a river. At midnight, seeing the streets nearly deserted, Ren Di slipped out of the hotel in a hooded outfit to complete his penalty task. He had no intention of doing this in broad daylight and risk being photographed like a fool. Back home, he wouldn't have cared, but he was overseas now. His jet black hair and dark eyes immediately marked him as a foreigner. If someone were to take photos or videos and post them online, who knows what kind of vicious criticism he'd face. Why do environmental work in a foreign country instead of your own? This kind of banana doesn't deserve to be human. Is it a perversion of humanity or a collapse of morality? A man goes abroad to pick up trash. Hashtag what's wrong with this world? People would rather be dogs to foreigners than be Chinese people? Hashtag. Just imagine those clickbait headlines from keyboard warriors and self-proclaimed public intellectuals. Ren Di pulled his clothes tighter around himself, so cold, _ Chapter 040, Unlucky Hands Can't Blame the Deal. Ren Di spent another $10 buying several large trash bags and a pair of gloves at a 24-hour convenience store. When he first walked into the store with his hands tucked in his pockets, the clerk was dozing off. He was about to ask if they had trash bags when the clerk suddenly jumped up in fright, raising both hands above his head. The money's under the cash register, the clerk said. Ren Di was completely bewildered. Just as he was about to take his hand out, the clerk screamed in panic again, Don't shoot! Don't shoot! The surveillance is on! Ren Di took both hands out of his pockets and pointed at the shelves, asking, Do you have any trash bags? Only then did the clerk realize there was no gun in Ren Di's hands. Patting his own chest, he replied, Bottom right shelf at the very back. How much? Ren Di asked. $8. Do you want gloves? The clerk suddenly said after seeing Ren Di holding a black plastic bag, or it'll leave fingerprints. The gloves are cheap, just $2. Wait, I can help you disable the surveillance cameras. Ren Di walked out of the convenience store with a total WTF expression, still clutching the items. What on earth did the shop assistant think he was going to do with these things? And why destroy the surveillance cameras? Following the system's mapped route, Ren Di jogged all the way to what appeared to be the back alley of an upscale street. The towering, neon-lit skyscrapers of the main street stood in stark contrast to the pitch-black, muddy back alley less than 20 meters away, like two utterly disparate worlds cleaved apart. Ren Di was lucky enough to even find a broom in the trash heap. He began cleaning up the garbage on this street. Since it wasn't his own country anyway, he just focused on sweeping up the visible trash and throwing it into trash bags, disregarding anything in corners or out of sight. Before long, Ren Di had cleared quite a bit of garbage and dumped it all onto a trash pile. The trash cans in M country were all large metal bins. After sweeping half the street, Ren Di felt a bit tired, so he found a spot to sit down and rest. It was already past 2 a.m. when suddenly Ren Di heard some muttering sounds, as if people were arguing. Then came muffled noises, similar to the small pops of those firecrackers kids play with during New Year celebrations. Hiss, gun? Thinking about how this country was full of descendants of robbers and murderers made Rendi's liver ache and balls hurt intensely. Going out this late at night, wasn't he just asking to be targeted? He had been so focused on avoiding being noticed that he completely forgot this country wasn't safe after dark. Shortly after the sound echoed, Rendi saw someone charging out of the darkness, but the person stumbled and fell after only a few steps. A small package they had been gripping flew out of their hands and landed right at Rendi's feet. Yet, rather than coming back to retrieve it, the stranger immediately scrambled to their feet and kept running forward. Rendi was curious about what the object was and had just reached out when footsteps approached again, freezing him in place. Then Rendi saw 3 men in white shirts and black suits chasing from a distance, nearing the spot where the person had fallen. The 3 stopped to examine the road surface, and Rendi noticed they were holding large-caliber pistols. One of them even shone a flashlight across the ground and swept it around twice. Terrified, Rendi hugged himself tightly, trying to diminish his presence. Fortunately, his dark clothing blended perfectly with the surroundings. If caught, he'd go from being an innocent bystander to becoming the unfortunate headline himself. The 3 men seemed to confirm the bloodstains on the ground, and after seeing there was nothing else noteworthy, they quickly determined the direction and chased after their target. Seeing them leave, Rendi's pounding heart still hadn't calmed down, thumping wildly as if it wanted to leap right out of his throat. Sigh. Oh, how did cleaning up trash end up causing so much trouble? Damn system, this is all your fault. Rendi grumbled at the damn system. The system played dead. Rendi picked up the small package from the ground and realized it seemed to be a hard drive. Should he take it? He did have that hacking skill after all. Anything worth stealing must be valuable. If it contained bank account passwords or something like that, even better. Rendi fantasized as he subtly slipped the small package into his pocket. Hey system, this punishment mission is life-threatening, right? You don't actually want to see me die in a foreign land, do you? How about we just call it completed today? This is foreign territory. When night falls, all kinds of demons and monsters come out. I'm freaking terrified here. How about you issue me a gun too, like the ones those 3 guys were holding earlier? If you give me one, I won't be scared anymore. Otherwise you might as well kill me right now. Fine. Host has cleaned up 1/3 of the streets already. We'll round it up and count this as completed. But don't get complacent, host. Next time you must complete the punishment mission properly, or your rewards will be halved and punishments doubled. Got it. Next time for sure. Next time absolutely. Since the damn system was being so agreeable this time, Rendi was naturally overjoyed. Whatever system daddy said must be right. He tossed the gloves and other gear directly onto the ground, then walked off in the opposite direction from those people. By the time Rendi returned to the hotel, daylight had already broken past 5 a.m. He'd taken a massive detour to avoid those people, only to end up getting hopelessly lost along the way. To save money, Rendi didn't take a taxi, mainly because he didn't dare trust that taxi drivers were decent people. He'd witnessed one snatch a passenger's wallet and flee. After walking for 2 hours, he finally made it back to the hotel. Rendi opened the door, ready to shower, only to freeze in shock the moment he stepped inside. When he'd left, all his belongings had been neatly packed in his suitcase. Now, his things were scattered everywhere, the entire room ransacked inside and out, his underwear even hung from the TV. A thief had broken in. Rendi was dismayed to find his passport and other items missing. He immediately called the hotel staff to report the theft and woke up Yang Luoi. Fortunately, she was unharmed. Had anything happened to her, he would have been held responsible. Yang Luoi was equally shocked to learn Rendi's belongings had been stolen. After all, she had booked this 5-star hotel, part of a global chain known for its high security standards. How could such thefts occur here? Soon, more guests began complaining to the hotel about stolen items. Some lost expensive jewelry, others missing passports and cash, and several reporting high-end clothing gone. Rendi had lost the fewest items among all these people. Who knows what this thief was thinking? Passports have photos and can't be used by anyone else, so why steal them in the first place? The police came, took a quick look around, snapped a photo of the burglary scene, muttered something about waiting for updates, and then left. Chapter 041 Flying a Plane Learned Through Gaming. Yang Luoi hadn't lost anything. Rendi borrowed her laptop to check the hard drive he'd found. Watching Rendi smoothly boot up the computer and navigate the DOS system, Yang Luoi inexplicably felt her face grow hot. Rendi obviously knew his way around computers. Would he stumble upon certain hidden files? The kind that could utterly ruin her social life? Yang Luoi suddenly remembered the photos she'd secretly taken of Rendi, and immediately became so flustered she didn't know what to do with her hands. Rendi spent some time cracking the hard drive's password, only to discover its contents were dangerously hot to handle. No wonder this could drive someone to kill and steal. It's truly extraordinary, and the scope involved is shockingly extensive. This is messed up. Rendi immediately ejected the hard drive before turning to ask Yang Luoi, "Are there any important files on your computer?" And no. Nothing much? What's wrong? Yang Luoi asked in a low voice. This hard drive contains very important data. Since we're heading to the embassy later to process temporary passports, I need to turn this in. You should reformat your computer to erase any traces. Does it hold anything important? No. Yang Luoi gritted her teeth and said, as long as the body is destroyed and all evidence is removed, Rundi won't find out about her little secret. It hurts. Oh, really? Rundi felt something was off about Yang Luoi's demeanor, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Shrugging it off, he proceeded to completely reformat Yang Luoi's computer, scrambling the original file partitions while installing a fresh operating system login and other configurations. Phew, let's head to the embassy, Rundi said. He's under tremendous pressure now. Who would have thought that failing a simple mission would lead to failing the penalty mission too, and even encountering that deadly thing. After packing up, the two took the elevator downstairs. In the hotel lobby, Rundi noticed the television broadcasting local news, then saw a series of pixelated images flash across the screen. Yang Luoi frowned at the sight and commented, public safety in the US has really gone downhill these past 2 years. Rundi didn't respond. He recognized those blurred images on TV. It was clearly the person who lost something last night. The clothing and surroundings matched perfectly, especially the spotlessly clean floor area he'd scrubbed half the night. Let's go. He took a taxi to the embassy, where staff had them scan a QR code to fill out relevant information. After finishing the form, Rundi tried asking if he could meet with the Tianxia ambassador, insisting he had something important to discuss, but he was told that without an appointment, it wasn't possible. This was so troublesome. Unaware that his face was etched with the same frantic expression as ordinary travelers who'd lost their passports, embassy staff assumed he was merely trying to bypass procedures for faster passport processing and outright denied his request. Luoi, wait here for me, I'm going to the restroom. Rundi used a bathroom break as an excuse to sneak into the staff-only restricted area behind the embassy. However, the moment he entered, he felt the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his back. Don't move! Hands above your head, turn around slowly. Complying, Rundi turned and saw a man in casual clothes holding a standard-issue domestic police pistol. Noticing the unmistakable military bearing radiating from the man, Rundi instantly relaxed. Phew, finally found the right people. Before the man could speak, Rundi quickly said, there's a hard drive in my inner chest pocket containing important documents I want to hand over. The man didn't move, keeping his gun steadily trained on Rundi. However, he gestured with his other hand toward a corner of the room, and soon 2 soldiers arrived to escort Rundi into a small chamber. The hard drive, along with his phone and other personal items, had already been confiscated. You're saying there are important files on this hard drive? Rundi nodded. This morning's local news reported a homicide case. This item is the key piece of evidence. Homicide? Embassy military attaché Ling Xiao studied Rundi while recalling the message he'd received earlier that morning about the theft at the American First Pharmaceutical Research Facility and the murder of a researcher. He'd only just learned about the incident himself. And now this person was claiming the hard drive contained crucial files related to the case? How did you get it? And how do you know about the files inside? Ling Xiao continued asking. Rundi scratched his head, found it while collecting trash. He had already prepared his cover story. Ha! Ling Xiao looked skeptical. I've always heard Americans are filthy rich, like even picking trash can make you wealthy. Last night on a whim I went trash picking, then saw 3 people chasing a man. When he tripped and fell, he threw this document right at my feet. Guess he planned to come back for it later since he didn't retrieve it immediately, and then, so you just went completely unnoticed? Ling Xiao was intrigued. The ones chasing the researcher were from Blackwater, a notorious American security firm staffed by ex-special forces. How could they have missed spotting an ordinary person? Rundi replied, I was wearing black clothes crouched beside garbage bags in the dump. Those guys completely looked past me. Ling Xiao thought to himself, was this the perfect way to blend into the garbage? Then how did you know what was inside? I know a bit of hacking. There was no way to convincingly lie about this, so Rundi downgraded his skill level slightly. After all, no one was around to correct him. And if asked how he learned it, self-taught, of course. Aren't these kinds of self-study tutorials plastered all over the internet these days? I recommend a few books, go learn them. If you master it, the tutorial was clear and easy. If you fail, well, that's just because you're slow-witted, plain and simple. Ling Xiao nodded. The embassy had its own network experts agents who were already working to decrypt the contents inside. Rundi sat in the small room drinking a cup of water and waiting for about half an hour when Ling Xiao finally got the results. The items he had surrendered were all genuine. Moreover, they had managed to extract some fingerprints from the hard drive's casing. This matched the researchers' fingerprints they'd obtained through other channels, but the matter still warranted further careful investigation. Rundi was released. Don't go anywhere these next few days. Just wait at the hotel for updates. We'll arrange to have your passport reissued and sent to you shortly. But I have an exam tomorrow, for my pilot's license. Put. Ling Xiao, who'd been drinking water, spat it all over Ren Di's face in shocked reaction. Is it really that surprising? Is flying a plane so shocking? Or are you saying poor people can't play with rich folks' toys? Ren Di shot Ling Xiao a resentful look as Ling Xiao kept apologizing profusely. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I just didn't expect you'd come here to get certified. You could have gotten licensed back home too, right? Ren Di wiped the water off his face and said, I just learned it by playing games. You can't get certified back home. But here they don't care how I learned. Put. Ling Xiao spat out his drink again. Chapter 042 The Fairy has glycerin enema. After Ren Di and Yang Luoyi left, Ling Xiao immediately relayed this information back to their home country and requested an investigation into Ren Di's background. What? Investigate Ren Di? At the Xi'an Bureau, Zhao Heng had just received Wu Bin's investigation report when another assistance request came in. They needed to investigate Ren Di. Could this guy be some sort of suspicious character? After a brief hesitation, Zhao Heng decided to set aside his instincts and immediately began reviewing Ren Di's records. Ren Di, male, age, 22. Born in Guiyou Village, XXX County. His mother left when Ren Di was 9 years old after divorcing his father. His father died in a construction site accident when Ren Di was 10. He was then raised by his grandfather until age 17, when his grandfather passed away from illness. Here follows the record of Ren Di's subsequent life, detailed down to every job he's held and how long he's lived in each place. After dropping out of high school at 18, he began taking odd jobs in society. As Zhao Heng stared at the lengthy string of employment records, he fell into deep thought. Was this questionnaire he'd received actually just someone's job application resume? Continuing to read further, the survey results regarding the duration of each temporary job. In 8 or 9 cases out of 10, conflicts arose with others, or they quit due to disapproving of their employer's unlawful actions, or left because they refused to accept unwritten rules. Some didn't want to gift bribes, others refused to accept being kept as a lover, and declining the offer of luxury cars and mansions. What kind of nonsense is this? Is there really anyone willing to work hard for 30 more years instead of taking shortcuts these days? Zhao Hao flipped through Ren Di's photos again. It seemed, he only had slightly better lips than himself, slightly more attractive eyes, marginally nicer eyebrows, and a nose that appeared a tad more refined. So why were so many people wanting to keep him as a sugar baby? Great in bed? Wait, isn't this guy still a virgin? Never visited those massage parlors before. Zhao Heng continued reading, then noticed how the other party's work history suddenly seemed to have taken an unbelievable turn, as if they'd hit the jackpot. Had their luck changed? After working as a real estate agent, he spent a day as a package sorter before trying his hand at a chef's blade skills. Even getting into state banquets now? Zhao Heng was shocked to see a red mark highlighted. There were other temporary jobs like hotel waiter listed afterward, but nothing particularly special. Damn, street racing? He noticed another entry, seemingly Ren Di didn't even have a driver's license, right? He checked Ren Di's basic profile, sure enough, there was no mention of a license. Unlicensed driving, involving underground street races no less, this was outright illegal. After reading it all in one go, Zhao Heng tossed the documents onto the desk. He could only conclude that this guy was just an ordinary person who happened to possess a few skills. But why would foreign embassies be investigating him? Zhao Heng made a phone call and reported Zhang Ren's investigation results to his superiors. He went abroad to get a pilot's license? Learned it through gaming? What an outrageously absurd family trip, utterly preposterous. I play shooting games every day too, but my marksmanship hasn't improved one bit. But where did he get the money from anyway? Zhao Heng rummaged through the materials again and saw Ren Di's transaction records. Wu Bin had dug out all of Ren Di's transaction records from the past 3 years. The earlier years weren't much to look at, with a year-end balance of just around 1,000 yuan. Only in the last few months did the deposits begin to increase, 300, 500 here and there, just normal transactions. This guy actually paid his taxes? Pay 2,000 in taxes? Donate 5,000 to some charity organization? The most recent donation record was yesterday, 4,000 given to the family of a child with leukemia? Zhao Heng chuckled. Going through this, he never would have guessed the guy was such a bleeding heart. Couldn't even afford his next meal, yet still found time to worry about others. No house, no car, no wife, and yet he's fretting over someone else's daughter. Earning money isn't easy for him, so how could he be so confident about going out to get a pilot's license? Does he really think he knows how to fly a plane? Or, is it money laundering? Or is he just out of his mind? Zhao Heng thought about it but couldn't come to a conclusion, so he simply let it go. He's not a bad person, not a spy. That's enough. He's just an ordinary man prone to trouble, what folks would call hard-fated, bordering on being a solitary star of calamity. Meanwhile, back at the Tianxia embassy in Manhwa, Ling Xiao received the domestic report confirming that Ren Di was indeed nothing more than an ordinary person with slightly unusual circumstances, not affiliated with any special organizations or professions. This put his mind completely at ease. He then forwarded the collected data through secure channels back home. The medical research findings and certain recorded details within would serve as a powerful boost to Tianxia's pharmaceutical industry. This development held immense benefits for Tianxia with no drawbacks. Many medicines they once relied on others for could now be domestically produced. Are you the formula? There are no Chinese herbs abroad. Your medicines are synthetic, while ours are natural. You're asking for the name? There are countless people with the same name under the sun. I'm called this simply because everyone's used to it. I'll change to a new name soon enough. Thinking about these things, Ling Xiao happily went out for a stroll. Ren Di returned to the hotel with Yang Luoi. Yang Luoi wasn't too worried about Ren Di being gone for so long, merely assuming he had constipation from not acclimating to the water. She even secretly slipped him a tube of glycerin suppositories. Don't ask why she had that sort of thing, just plead ignorance. Fairies transcend earthly trivialities, after all. Having only been in the Manhwa, the US, for 2 days, Ren Di already felt like ages had passed. All he wanted now was to finish this matter quickly and return home. No matter how luxurious other places might be, nothing compares to his own humble home. Being away is never as comfortable as staying at home. However, Ren Di's flight license exam went surprisingly smoothly. With the power of USD paving the way where even ghosts and gods step aside as the big spender, Ren Di aced all the tests effortlessly, earning high praise from the examiners. Then, on the third day, the Tianxia embassy delivered the latest passport. Ren Di and Yang Luoi concluded their brief stay in the US and returned to Tianxia. Nothing beats the smell of home. As soon as he got off the plane, Ren Di took a deep breath and declared, "Next time, I'd rather die than leave the country again." But didn't you get your pilot's license precisely to fly planes? How can you fly without going abroad? Oh, after bidding a reluctant farewell to Yang Luoi, Ren Di took a taxi back to his own home. This trip out completely emptied the money in his pockets, leaving Ren Di so heartbroken over the expense that he couldn't even bear to eat. He spent a long time browsing pilot recruitment ads online and tentatively sent his resume to a few. But here's the thing, should he include those short-term gigs that lasted just over a month? Ding! Mission, complete 1 week as a temporary sanitation worker. Reward 1, receive 3,000 yen monetary reward. Reward 2, gain mastery level French language proficiency. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Before Ren Di could even send out his resume, the system issued another task. Chapter 043 Everyone wants to be Zhao Gao. Ren Di hadn't anticipated that the system's new assignment would be sanitation work. In Ren Di's mind, only elderly uncles and aunties were willing to do such jobs. Even during his hardest times, he'd never considered sweeping streets, first because it never occurred to him, second because it felt somewhat shameful. But after experiencing the system's penalty for failed missions, Ren Di felt he had no dignity left to lose anyway. What's the big deal about handling garbage? A man who's dug through trash bins on the other side of Blue Planet isn't afraid of such trivial tasks. Following the system's recommended optimal route, Ren Di successfully signed up at the designated location and got hired as a sanitation worker. Dressed in a brand new orange uniform and equipped with a set of cleaning tools plus a trash truck, Ren Di drove his little vehicle to patrol his assigned territory. It was already July, and July burned like fire. Though it was only just past 9 a.m., the sun was scorching hot as if trying to roast people alive. The trees on both sides of the road drooped listlessly, while the energetic cicadas began their chirping. To Ren Di's ears, their calls sounded like a menu recitation, reminding him of the fried cicada pupae he ate as a child. Ren Di's mouth watered. His mind brimmed with memories of the various delicious ways cicada pupae could be prepared. As he swept the streets, he consoled himself with Aku's psychological tactic, fantasizing about feasting on these delicacies. While sweeping along one particular street, Ren Di noticed the rampant problem of illegal parking. Looking closer, he realized this was actually a dead-end road. The other entrance had been temporarily blocked due to subway construction. The roadside was piled high with uncleared trash. No wonder the supervisor had said use your discretion when assigning him this spot. Sigh, Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Ren Di sighed. That damn system had screwed him over again. He figured it must be punishment for failing that disciplinary task back in America. The system was clearly getting its payback now. The surroundings were completely exposed, with temperatures soaring over 35 degrees Celsius. Ren Di's fingers gripping the broomstick were sunburned red, while the rubber soles of his shoes showed signs of melting, leaving behind black footprints with each step he took. System, get out here. Is this how humans should be treated? Assigning me street sweeping duty in this scorching heat? Detecting excessive ambient temperature. System malfunctioning. For the first time ever, the system, which had always feigned death, suddenly responded. Ren Di's breath hitched. Damn dog. Seriously? But what could he do? Just scan it. The thought of another failed mission and seeing his hard-earned savings slip away made Ren Di want to sing The Injustice to Doi. Perhaps Providence heard Ren Di's prayers, as the weather turned gloomy by noon. Seizing the cool respite, Randy promptly swept up a pile of trash and completely transported it to the waste station for disposal. When returning to his worksite, he stopped the garbage truck at a red light and took a sip of water. Just then, a luxury car pulled up beside him. Its window rolled down slightly as someone tossed a heap of rubbish onto Randy's body. Randy looked at the fruit peels, scraps of paper, and unidentified gelatinous substances thrown at him, instantly growing angry. "Hey, can't you throw these in the trash bin?" He knocked on their car window and asked. "What's the big deal? Aren't you just a trash collector? What's wrong with letting you handle it?" "I'm not a trash can. Why are you throwing garbage at me instead of in the bin?" When Randy saw it was a woman in the car, his urge to punch someone subsided somewhat, but his expression darkened even more. The woman reeked so strongly that he could instantly detect all sorts of odors on her. Absolutely mental. The woman cursed as the traffic light changed, and the driver sped away. What the hell was that? Randy watched the car disappear into the distance and pulled out his phone. "Think you're tough, huh? You drive a luxury car while I'm stuck with this junk heap. Figured I wouldn't dare mess with you, is that it? Don't you know there's a trick called the omnipresent friend circle, and another called shaking the tree? Hey, I've worked at a police station before, not really, but as an excellent scent analyzer, you think I didn't smell that distinct odor on you?" Randy photographed the woman's license plate and sent it to brother Zhang Xiaoyu. "Randy, what's going on here?" After Randy sent over the picture, Zhang Xiaoyu replied instantly. "I suspect that woman might be carrying drugs. You know, I've encountered that stuff before, and I just caught that familiar scent again. It's definitely on her. Brother Zhang, maybe you should check it out." Zhang Xiaoyu was speechless. "Randy, are you a dog or what? Even the sniffer dog's job is being stolen by you." But then he remembered Randy's special constitution and decided it might be worth investigating after all. After hanging up on Zhang Xiaoyu, Randy began cleaning up the trash on the ground. He could bet his life this woman wasn't getting away. Time for her to enjoy the all-inclusive food and lodging services arranged by the state. As Randy maneuvered his trash truck forward, he sideswiped another luxury car while turning a corner. "Motherf, what's going on today? Did I forget to check the almanac before leaving home? Was today not supposed to involve vehicles? You filthy street sweeper, are you blind? You saw my car and still walked right into it. Are you trying to die?" As soon as Randy got off the bike, the luxury car owner stepped out and began shouting angrily while pointing at his nose. "Another female knight errant?" Randy took 2 steps back, then noticed the other car had crossed the lane divider. His own driving was perfectly normal, the other vehicle was going the wrong way. Now emboldened, Randy retorted, "So what if I stink? You're the one driving the wrong way, who's in the wrong here? Dare to call the traffic police? Dare to settle this and see who ends up paying? Keep pointing your finger at me and I'll drop to the ground right now, just watch me." The woman drew a sharp breath, sizing Randy up before rolling her eyes in disdain. "Who the hell do you think you're fooling? If you dare lie down, I dare run you over. It's just money. I've got plenty to spare. You stinking street cleaner, don't even know your place. One phone call from me and you'll be begging for scraps, believe that?" Randy had genuinely never encountered someone so arrogant before. The responsibility clearly didn't lie with him, yet this person was deliberately trying to shift the blame? She must have eaten too much Sanlu milk powder, rotting her brainstem and atrophying her cerebellum. "Who the hell do you think you are? Is your dad Li Xuanzhang or Li Gang? Go ahead, call them here, and let's all judge who's really at fault. Are there any uncles or aunts around willing to testify for me?" Randy shouted towards the nearby shops, instantly summoning the peanut gallery. Someone actually stepped forward with their phone, saying, "I can record video evidence for you guys, would that work?" Randy turned back to the arrogant woman. "Go on, call your parents, call whoever's got your back, let's see how you, clearly in the wrong, are going to make me lose my job. I'm posting this whole thing online later." Humph. The woman got into her car without looking back, though her driving skills left much to be desired. Randy was forced to retreat 20 meters as he watched black tire marks scuff the ground and saw the overturned garbage truck spill its contents everywhere. Sigh, epsilon sadface omicron asterisk, miserable. Being at the absolute bottom rung of society, living is exhausting. No wonder everyone wants to claw their way up, to stand at the very top. Chapter 044 Randy, omnipresent. Randy had been in a bad mood all day, when Zhang Xiaoyu called him out for drinks that evening. As for the woman Randy had told Zhang Xiaoyu about, Zhang had actually asked someone to look into it. They first arranged for sniffer dogs, then set up a checkpoint under the pretext of screening for drunk drivers to stop the woman, whereupon the dogs detected contraband substances on her. The woman was arrested. As the first person to provide the lead, Randy received a bonus. Zhang Xiaoyu personally delivered it to Randy and took the opportunity to have a meal together, with Randy bringing Zhang Xiaoyu to Fatty Lou's restaurant. Fatty Lou personally cooked them a table full of delicious dishes. The three of them ended up chatting happily and drank quite a bit. On the third day of his sanitation work, Yang Luoi came looking for Randy again. When she found out Randy had become a sanitation worker, she surprisingly changed into work clothes herself and started helping him. Aren't you afraid of losing face? What's there to lose face about? The whole country's promoting environmental protection now, with volunteer initiatives everywhere. How is sweeping the streets with you something to be ashamed of? Yang Luoi grinned like a blooming flower. Perhaps love is blind. To her eyes, Ren Di was practically radiating a golden glow at that moment, looking absolutely dazzling. It's hot out. Why don't you go rest over there for a while? Don't get heatstroke. Don't all you girls worry about suntans? Wouldn't want you to get unattractive. Would you feel guilty if I became ugly? Why should I feel guilty? You're the one who got uglier, not me. Because I grew ugly for you, got tan and ugly from keeping you company under the sun. Will you feel guilty now? I told you to go rest in the shade. You disobeyed me and turned ugly, and now you want me to feel guilty. What kind of robber logic is this? Ren Di felt completely bewildered by this young lady's twisted reasoning. Yang Luoi sat by the roadside, sipping the cold drink Ren Di had bought for her. Ren Di? What's wrong? You keep changing jobs every few days, why not find something more permanent? You even got your pilot's license in the US, so why not become a pilot? Well, Ren Di scratched his head. How was he supposed to explain? The airlines didn't want him after he submitted his resume. Compared to those ex-Air Force pilots or those trained by the airlines themselves, a self-taught guy like him without a proper diploma just couldn't compete. With all these skills but no way to use them, was that why the system didn't issue him any certificates? Seeing Ren Di's troubled expression, Yang Luoi realized pilot jobs were actually hard to come by. There were only so many places needing pilots, not everyone could afford to own a plane. Would you like to join Tiancheng Group? Yang Luoi asked quietly, afraid her offer might wound Ren Di's pride, yet keeping it unsaid left her feeling uncomfortably stifled. Ren Di indeed hadn't heard Yang Luoi's words clearly and asked, what did you just say? I didn't catch that? I was asking, what are your plans for the future? Can you really marry me within 3 years? Ren Di's sweeping fingers stiffened momentarily before resuming the motion. Of course I can. It's just, right now. Ren Di felt somewhat lost. He believed he could reach the peak, earn enough wealth to marry Yang Luoi. As long as he diligently completed the system's tasks each time, there would surely come a day when the world would recognize him. But, could something like the system be spoken of aloud? Ren Di looked at Yang Luoi, opened his mouth only to swallow his words back down. I believe in you. When the time comes, I want to throw the most extravagant wedding, invite my favorite celebrities to perform, and even hire grand banquet chefs to prepare our wedding feast. Oh, this. Damn, girl, your ambition is insane. But he doesn't have that kind of money power yet. A week of sanitation work passed in a flash. Ren Di successfully resigned and received the system's reward. Ding! Temporary sanitation worker task completed, rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving reward, mastery level French language proficiency experience. After a week of hard work, Ren Di finally managed to recoup the system deductions he had previously lost in the moldy country. Ding! Task, complete 1 temporary pianist job. Reward 1, 10,000 monetary units granted. Reward 2, field medic skill experience acquired. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. No sooner had Ren Di begun to smile at receiving the money than a new task was announced. This was happening rather quickly. Especially when he saw that skill reward, he increasingly felt the system was becoming twisted. Damned system, what the hell is this battlefield first aid? Are you trying to send me to war? Or just get me killed? First firearms skills, now first aid skills. Will you throw in tank driving and artillery skills in a couple days? You've already given me aircraft skills. When are the ship navigation skills coming? Host, please don't rush. Ship navigation skills will come. Rush? Can't you tell I'm being sarcastic here? Ren Di felt liver fire rising from sheer frustration, but the system's inability to understand sarcasm left him seething with explosive rage. Unable to find any outlet for his frustration, Ren Di still accepted the task upon seeing the monetary reward offered by the system. Not like he had a choice anyway, he'd never even found an option to refuse. After reviewing the mission details, Ren Di realized the requirements were quite demanding this time. He needed to acquire a full set of high-end equipment. He called Yang Luoi out to help him choose. The two went together to a brand store to buy suits. Why did you suddenly think of buying clothes? I'll need them in a couple days. Might be using them often from now on. Ren Di explained that this was all about making a good impression. At a high-end suit shop, Yang Luoi picked out an outfit that accentuated Ren Di's demeanor and had him try it on. Degree, oh no. What if I can't bear to let you go out wearing this outfit? Yang Luoi's heart raced wildly when she saw Ren Di come out. Does it look good? Ren Di stood before the mirror and gave himself a once-over, failing to notice anything unusual about his appearance or any particular merit to the clothes. He just felt uncomfortably constricted all over. How exactly did you become like this? Your aura seems to be getting better and better, and why is your face becoming increasingly handsome too? I can't take it anymore. Yang Luoi held her face in her hands as she gushed with infatuation. Hearing Yang Luoi say this, Rin Di suddenly realized his own transformation. Just as she said, his aura had changed. System, was this your doing? To help the host better complete temporary work tasks, the system naturally must handle all relevant matters. Rin Di sensed a thick, blue-like stench emanating. Damn, system was really pushing its luck? Wow, that guy is so handsome. Rin Di turned around, and the first thing the lady saw upon entering the store was him, prompting an exclamation of admiration. Right after, a man's voice sounded. Rin Di, why do I see you everywhere? Chapter 045, The Advancing System. Rin Di, why do I see you everywhere? A sharp voice rang out, dripping with malice. Rin Di turned his head to see a man and woman entering the store. The woman was unfamiliar, but the man turned out to be Zhang Anchuan. This guy must have swallowed gunpowder, his words were so incendiary. Which backwater gutter did this yellow rat crawl out from, pretending to be human in clothes? The moment you open your mouth, you give yourself away. If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. Yang Luoi stood before Rin Di like a brooding hen, opening her mouth to scold him angrily. Zhang Anchuan was out shopping with his new girlfriend that day. Upon entering the store and spotting Rin Di, his first thought was, why is this guy here? His girlfriend might slip away. That's why he'd said Rin Di was everywhere. Back in their school days, every girl Zhang had ever taken a liking to had ended up preferring Rin Di. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Anchuan grew agitated by the comments, especially since his girlfriend was still blatantly staring at Rin Di, completely disregarding his dignity. Humph, birds of a feather flock together, seriously. Yang Luoi tugged Rin Di toward the other side, furious at the woman's unmistakably covetous gaze. Seeing Yang Luoi's anger, Rin Di also felt unsettled and hurried to coax the young lady, urging her not to be upset. On the other side, the woman next to Zhang Anchuan said to him, do you know that man from earlier? He's so handsome. If only you had half his looks, I'd never lose my temper with you again. Epsilon sat face Omicron asterisk, sigh. Could you get his number for me? Lily, that guy's only good looking, he's totally out of our league. He dropped out of high school, has no money or job, and is even an orphan. Do you really think someone like that is worth associating with? The world is full of attractive, talented people. It's better to steer clear of trash like him. The woman nodded after hearing this. You're right, sigh, I just can't resist beautiful things. I guess Dad had a point making you follow me around. Haha, absolutely. As their conversation became lively, Rin Di cast a glance at Zhang Anchuan. That bastard always tries to step on me no matter when. Fine. I'll remember what you said today. Just wait till I use my hacking skills to deal with you. Don't let me catch you slipping, or else. He kept this matter in mind, purchasing clothes for himself before leading Yang Luoi away. When will you ever change that gentle temper of yours? They're bullying you right to your face, yet you don't get angry at all. Honestly. Inside an ice cream shop, Yang Luoi scolded Rin Di. Rin Di smiled, his temper was far from good. He didn't say anything, but those things were facts. But I just can't stand him. So what if you're an orphan? Did you eat his family's rice? And what if you didn't finish high school? Who hasn't had unexpected setbacks? Besides, you only dropped out because you couldn't afford it. This girl would really do anything to defend herself. Rin Di grabbed Yang Luoi's hand. Don't be angry, you'll get wrinkles. You were so worried about looking ugly before, now you don't care? Humph. Carrot, please don't be mad, it hurts me to see you like this. Alright then. I have to head home. What's wrong? I've got something to do. Made an appointment earlier about a new job. I'll go check it out. Rin Di gave an embarrassed laugh as he glanced at the system prompt before him, helplessly bidding farewell to Yang Luoi. After they parted ways, Rin Di quickly found a place to change clothes, then headed to the designated restroom where the supervisor for this temporary job would appear. Before long, a sweaty man rushed into the restroom as expected, immediately unleashing a torrent of thunderous pollution inside. Damn, I forgot toilet paper. His voice boomed with impressive vigor, as if afraid the whole world wouldn't hear. After waiting 30 seconds, Rin Di pulled out his pocket tissues and knocked. Hey man, you need some paper? Oh yeah, do you have any? Lend me some. I came in such a rush that I just realized I didn't bring tissue. I've got some here. Rin Di handed the toilet paper to the other man. After a short while, the man came out and was visibly pleased to see Rin Di still there. Thanks bro. If it weren't for you, I might have had to sacrifice a pair of underwear today. You're welcome. After saying this, Rin Di paused and added, can I ask you something? Do you know anywhere nearby that's hiring pianists? I've been looking around but can't seem to find the right place. I'm a bit lost. A pianist? You can play piano? Hearing Rin Di's question, the man immediately brightened up and said, perfect, buddy, could you help us out in a pinch? Rin Di nodded. He'd been waiting for this very remark from the man. He had no idea how the system managed to predict people's motivations and intentions. Every temporary job assignment perfectly intercepted someone's urgent needs, positioning him at just the right moment to get hired. When Yang Luoi returned home, she saw her father and that woman dining together without leaving his seat for her. Humph. She didn't care about it, but the feeling of being excluded from your own home truly hurt. So when Yang Luoi saw the two, her expression remained unchanged as she went straight upstairs to her room. Seeing Yang Luoi's demeanor, Li Lu inwardly rolled her eyes, all dressed up to go fool around outside, without a trace of a dignified young lady's bearing. Yang Tiancheng, meanwhile, pondered for a while. His daughter had gone abroad with someone recently. Could she really have set her heart on that ordinary man? It seems I must find a suitable match to marry Yang Luoi off. You're not going to tomorrow evening's banquet, Yang Tiancheng said to Li Lu. I'll take Luoi tomorrow, you just stay home and rest. Li Lu instantly protested vehemently. We agreed long ago that I would go. Why the sudden change? Unless you're still scheming to auction off your precious daughter to the highest bidder? Dream on. Don't tell me you're unaware she shared a room with a man during her recent trip abroad. Yang Tiancheng looked at Li Lu and said, You knew? Of course I knew. I even pinned their intimate. Li Lu suddenly stopped speaking, staring fearfully at Yang Tiancheng. Yang Tiancheng's face remained absolutely expressionless, but the words he spoke next sent chills down Li Lu's spine. Have you forgotten the conditions I set when I allowed you into this house all those years ago, just because you've been Mrs. Young for so long? That's not true. I haven't. Li Lu argued back. Every time your daughter mocks me with sarcasm, am I not allowed to retort? If she doesn't restrain her actions, can't I at least get some information from others? Don't forget, I have my own connections too. Pfft, connections? Yang Tiancheng sneered. For our son's sake, I've never embarrassed you, yet you constantly try to humiliate me. Even if I don't particularly like my daughter, she's still my child. Mind your boundaries. Don't make me regret this. Understood, Tiancheng. Li Lu sat there pouting with a sullen expression, yet the contrast between her mature attire and her childish demeanor created an oddly endearing and innocent impression. A naive woman in her 30s? Yang Luoi felt nauseated watching this scene from upstairs. Chapter 46, Everything's lovely and darling, only the system is strange. If you can't bravely resist the arrangements of fate, then you can only accept the reality of life. For the first 20 years of her life, Yang Luoi used every means possible to resist her sworn enemy of destiny, Yang Tiancheng. But in the end, all it brought her was growing doubt about whether her existence was right or wrong. Had it not been for her deskmate Wang Yiheng being there, she would have jumped off the school building back then. Wang Yiheng was an otaku obsessed with anime and manga. Back in school, most boys were into martial arts stories or violent action genres. Only Wang Yiheng liked watching things like magical girls transforming into warriors, stuff typically favored by girls. As a result, Wang Yiheng ended up isolated with no friends, while Yang Luoi was purely withdrawn into her own world at the time. Wang Yiheng had no friends but never felt lonely, often doodling adorable little things in his notebooks while talking to himself. Over time, after hearing his stories repeatedly, Yang Luoi grew fond of those characters he described. Because they were brave. Because they could face enemies without retreating. Because they embodied everything she aspired to become. From their first conversation onward, Yang Luoi and Wang Yiheng gradually became close friends, kindred spirits. He's trying to drag me to another damned banquet again. Lu Minggang isn't even cold in his grave, and already there's a new scheme. Yang Luoi called Wang Yiheng to vent her frustrations. Then tell Ren Di to buck up and face Yang Tiancheng head-on. Tell him your man is Ren Di. Alas, he just can't muster the courage. Yang Luoi was distressed. She could see the worries and pressure weighing on Ren Di. What if pushing him too hard made him run away? You must understand, this was a relationship she'd fought hard to win. Though Ren Di had developed some affection for her now, when the stakes outweighed survival itself, he would never choose her over his own life. She knew Yang Tiancheng's methods all too well. That's why she'd never once mentioned Ren Di in Yang Tiancheng's presence. So what now? If your man can't handle it, it's not like I can take his place. Wang Yiheng shrugged helplessly. He couldn't stand up to Yang Tiancheng either. His father might have been another matter. Unfortunately, even at home he was practically negligible, his words carrying no weight at all. How annoying. If this were ancient times, we could elope and never be found. But society is too advanced now, it's so frustrating. In ancient times, without means of transportation, you wouldn't even cover 200 li in a day of running. Hey, how about stirring up some trouble, then letting your man play the hero for once? What do you mean? Hero saves the beauty. Then let Yang Tiancheng understand that without a life, there's nothing left. Life is what matters most. And since your man saved his life, asking for your hand in marriage shouldn't be too difficult, right? You've been reading too many novels. At most he'd pay someone off with 10 or 20 grand and be done with it. And do you really think all those bodyguards around him are just for show? Right, I forgot about that. No way forward, no way back. It's like being trapped between heaven and earth with no escape. Unless your man has connections that reach the heavens, Yang Tiancheng would have to back down. Too bad Ren Di's just a muggle. You're the muggle. Your whole family is. Yang Luoyi didn't like Wang Yiheng talking about Ren Di like that. Wang Yiheng was speechless. She had only known Ren Di for a few days, yet she was already taking his side so much. A woman's heart inclines outward, the ancients truly didn't lie. This world isn't worth it. I really don't want to come back in the next life. Yang Luoyi murmured to herself. Following the system's instructions, Ren Di obtained a temporary job as a pianist. Little did he expect that this time, the venue for his performance would actually be the Grand Prosperity Hotel. He never expected to return here after working as a waiter for just one night. Tonight there's a high-end banquet being held here. Think you can handle being the pianist, buddy? You can play those classical pieces, right? The person speaking to Ren Di was none other than Wang Chang, the brother who forgot his toilet paper yesterday, now one of the personnel supervisors at Dingsheng Hotel. Wang Chang had taken a day off to accompany friends shopping when he suddenly fell ill from bad food and desperately searched for a toilet, only to realize he had no paper, nearly leading to an embarrassing situation. Fortunately, he encountered Ren Di. Dressed in new clothes that day, Ren Di's demeanor and appearance instantly won Wang Chang over. Upon learning Ren Di was seeking work as a pianist, Wang Chang immediately thought of him for tonight's banquet. Their Dingsheng Hotel had several signed pianists, but to be honest, their skills were mediocre at best, nothing special. He didn't know how skilled Ren Di was, but there was something incredibly appealing about him, like an ancient European noble that people couldn't help but admire. So he decided to give Ren Di a chance. If the guy really played exceptionally well, they could sign him to the hotel. If not, it would at least repay his earlier favor. Either way, he wouldn't lose out. Truly befitting of Wang Chang, a man who never owed anyone a single debt of gratitude. Wang Chang's little schemes were unknown to Ren Di, but this time, the system had mandated that he wear this new outfit throughout the mission and recite preset lines. Ren Di felt so damn exhausted. It had never been like this before. Why was it so troublesome this time? Was it because he'd tried exploiting a system loophole to farm rewards, so the system patched it up? But he hadn't even put his plan into action yet. Ren Di inconspicuously scratched his butt. Wearing nothing but underwear beneath the ill-fitting costume made walking feel so awkward. Here, try getting a feel for it first. This piano of ours is $1,000. The corporation spent $2 million and waited a year and a half to get it. Ren Di gently caressed the white piano surface, smooth as a mirror reflecting light, then ran his fingers over the keys. Ivory. Turning to Wang Chang, he said, Broadwood, the royal supplier to the British Crown. Wang Chang immediately gave him a thumbs up. Bro, you're a real pro. Impressive. Most people haven't even heard that name, let alone know its history. You're the first to recognize it at a glance. Ha! Ren Di flexed his fingers and asked, may I? Aloud. Then, Ren Di sat down and began to play. A cheerful, simple melody drifted melodiously through the air, causing those nearby to pause in surprise. It wasn't that no one had played this piano before, but none had brought it to life quite like this. Bro, you've got to play at the banquet tonight. Wang Chang couldn't help but feel proud of his brilliant decision. How had he managed to stumble upon such an incredible pianist? You're welcome. Ren Di continued his elegant performance. Damn the system, it even dictated which piece to play and required him to finish the entire performance. He glanced sideways across the hall. There wasn't a single proper audience member in sight. Who was he even playing for? But if he stopped midway, he feared the mission might get complicated. The official event hadn't even started yet. If the system decided to act up, he couldn't afford the consequences. Heartbroken, oh. Chapter 047, Splendid and Magnificent, the rooster who oversees heaven, earth, and even the air. At night, the busy corporate slaves finally caught a breather and began indulging themselves gaming, dining out, singing, and dancing. Everyone relaxed in their own way, striving to find some joy while surviving in this world. But many people still remain at their posts. Zhao Hang gazed at the city lights and silently rolled up his car window as the crowd moved around him. Notification operation begins. Yes, sir. One by one, responses came through his earpiece. They were this world's unseen guardians. While you indulge in leisure, there are always those who carry the burden for you. What seems like peaceful times are merely someone else bearing the weight on your behalf. Ren Di played music in the open-air banquet hall atop the pinnacle of Dingsheng Grand Hotel. Following the system's instructions, he glanced at the servers and attendants around him, at the well-groomed, glamorous guests, at those successful figures laughing and conversing effortlessly, then abruptly, for no reason, that saying came to mind. The splendor of this world always rests upon steadfast foundations, otherwise, it would merely be an ornate tomb. Yang Luoyi reluctantly followed Yang Tiancheng to the Dingsheng Hotel, where the crowd around them flaunted their feathers like extravagant peacocks, and she was just another bird among the flock, which made her feel suffocated. This banquet was held on the top floor, a feast under the stars and lights. Supervisor Ling was busy overseeing the food service, as he had to stay hyper-vigilant during such large-scale events to prevent any mishaps. Upon entering the venue, Yang Luoi was greeted by a melodious piano tune. This music carried more vitality than usual, and it sounded genuinely pleasing to her ears. She couldn't help but glance toward the pianist, and that one look instantly froze her in place. While playing, Ren Di also swept his gaze across the guests, and there he saw Yang Luoi radiant like a princess in her splendid evening gown. Of course, how could an event like this be without the young mistress's presence? He winked playfully at Yang Luoi, causing her to awkwardly fidget with her hands like a naughty child caught red-handed. What to do? Would Ren Di think she's frivolous if he saw her wearing this backless dress? And what about this extremely vibrant makeup she applied today? Would Ren Di consider her flighty? Yang Luoi's restless thoughts accompanied her as she slowly walked to the music section, watching Ren Di play the piano. Just as the piece concluded, Ren Di could finally take a break. He'd been playing continuously for half an hour. How did you get here? Yang Luoi asked somewhat shyly. As you can see, I took on some odd jobs. Ren Di replied with a smile. You look especially beautiful tonight. Am I not pretty on regular days? No, you're pretty too. It's just that tonight you look like a celestial goddess, while normally you're more like a little fairy. Oof. Yang Luoi lowered her head, not daring to look at Ren Di. What's the theme of tonight's banquet? I see so many foreigners here? Ren Di asked Yang Luoi. Seems to be some signing ceremony. The Chi family reached a cooperation agreement with Smith Heavy Industries from abroad. I don't know the details though. The Chi family? That's right, Chi Tian Motors. Well, these companies always love giving themselves grand-sounding names. Chi Tian? Might as well just call it Great Sage, that would be more exciting. You've seen people from Chi Tian before, they're the ones from that racing event. He seemed to only remember a certain young Master Chi. Was his name Chi Tian? His nickname wouldn't happen to be Monkey, would it? Ren Di suddenly recalled that young Master Chi's appearance. His round ears and slightly pointed face bore an uncanny resemblance to a monkey. How did you know? He asked. Yang Luoi gave Ren Di an unexpected glance. Did he tell you that? But you mustn't say anything about monkeys in front of him. Not even mentioning Journey to the West is allowed. What kind of psychological trauma must this be to make him avoid monkeys so much? As if reading Ren Di's thoughts, Yang Luoi whispered into his ear, I heard when he was little, he went to see the animals at a nature reserve, but ended up being carried off by a group of monkeys. He lived among them for a whole week before being found. Since then, he's especially hated monkeys, can't even stand hearing about them. Oh, dear. Could it be that those female monkeys did something unspeakable to him? Ren Di speculated with malicious intent. At this moment, someone approached and asked Ren Di to continue playing, as guests had requested music. Ren Di returned to his seat and began a new round of performance. Suddenly, the system popped up again. Host, please go to the restroom in 3 minutes. Huh? What the hell? System, you're overreaching. You control the heavens and the earth, now you're even policing my piss and shit? System, you've been acting up since yesterday. If you've been hacked, squeak once. If you're malfunctioning, squeak twice. Stop spouting nonsense at me, okay? Go to the restroom in 3 minutes, next you'll be telling me which damn stall to use. Ren Di was really fed up with this damn system. Host, please go to the toilet in 3 minutes, the last stall. Enough is enough. If you don't give me a proper explanation, I'm quitting this job today. Punish me if you want, I'd rather beg on the streets tomorrow than do another mission. Ren Di mentally issued an ultimatum to the system, bring it on. Who's afraid of whom anyway? The system is planning for the host's future. Does the host want to remain a temporary worker for life and never aim for full-time employment? Ren Di's heart turned cold. What kind of opportunity could a temporary worker system even offer to help him go permanent? The system has detected a 1% probability of encountering a special event during this mission. Host, please seize the opportunity. 1 minute remaining. A special event? Ren Di looked around, wondering what could possibly happen here. Was it another case of customers fighting like last time? But the system hadn't given him any warning that something would happen last time either. 3 minutes passed. Just as the song ended, someone behind him requested another piece, which happened to be assigned to the orchestra next to his. Ren Di quietly slipped downstairs to the restroom. When he reached the last seat, he realized there wasn't anything unusual after all. Is this what you call a special event? Are you kidding me? Ren Di finished his business and looked around. Nothing unusual here except for one window. Just then, a large figure wearing a black hood with only eyes visible emerged from the stall next to Ren Di. Their gazes locked instantly, both staring wide-eyed at each other. The hooded man was startled. Wasn't this place supposed to be empty? How did someone appear out of nowhere? Ren Di looked into those blue eyes and instantly knew this was the special event the system had mentioned. What should he do? Pretend he didn't see it, or apprehend this person? Just as he was pondering, the other man pulled out a pistol from behind his back. Well, no need to deliberate anymore, the outcome was clear. Chapter 048, Chaos. System, you think my lightning-fast reflexes mean I've got some special bloodline or something? Ren-D pondered this question every time it happened. His body moved before his brain even registered the need. Just now, before that guy could even fully draw his gun, Ren-D's limbs had already sprung into action, knocking him out cold and dragging him inside. If this doesn't prove supernatural ancestry, then nothing does. No, there are no idealistic forces in this world. No? Then what kind of existence are you? And what's your method of transmitting skills and experiences to me? This system belongs to the technological faction, where technological power evolved to its peak can manifest as divine miracles. Alright, let's not get into that for now. What should we do about this guy? You're not seriously suggesting I call the police, are you? If I report this, I'll have to give a statement, and tonight's temp job will be ruined again, and it'll all be your fault. Ren-D asked with righteous indignation. Host is requested to remove the weapons and communication devices from the target. Ren-D reached over and found the black earpiece tucked in the other person's ear after a quick search. Fortunately, all his earlier exchanges with the system had been internal dialogue, so the target hadn't heard anything. With his headphones on and weapons concealed on his person, Ren-D threw the man into a toilet stall and locked the door from the outside. Returning to the main hall, Ren-D still felt a flutter of panic in his chest. Apart from handling guns at the police station, this was the first time he'd ever carried one so closely against his body. Don't blame him for being timid. Ordinary people simply never get the chance to touch them. Host, please continue playing to complete the temporary pianist job. Is that it? Ren-D was slightly surprised. Was there nothing else besides handing him weapons and an earpiece? Playing dead again. Still pretending. Rolling his eyes, Ren-D sat before the piano and began observing the crowd around him once more. That guy just now had blue eyes, clearly not from Tianxia. Tonight was another night with many foreigners present, and there must be some issue among them. That guy has a gun on him. Does that mean the banquet is about to turn into a hostage situation where the robbers start killing, and then pin the blame on the Tianxia people? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Ren-D's ear. Number 7, how are you? Have you already entered the venue? Should he answer or not? Then came a system prompt. Answer him. Say yes. Yes, sir. Ren-D responded. Good. You take action as soon as number 3 gives the signal. Yes, sir. Ren-D responded again, but who was number 3? Ren-D scanned the room but couldn't spot anyone behaving suspiciously. Just who is number 3? Someone tell him already. The banquet seemed to be reaching its climax now, with many guests standing still to listen to the host's speech, occasionally breaking into applause. Suddenly, a firework shot up into the sky and exploded with a bang, bursting into brilliant colors. Ren-D heard a voice through his earpiece. Begin the operation. Operation? What operation? Ren-D was somewhat bewildered. The system hadn't given him any prompts either. At that moment, many people raised their heads to look at the sky as fireworks rose one after another, turning the entire sky into a dazzling tapestry of colors. Some girls started snapping photos with their cameras, while others began dancing with those around them. Amid the explosions of fireworks, Ren-D heard a different sound, the crack of gunfire. Glancing at the foreigners again, he noticed they had retreated toward the staircase. Were they preparing to leave? Then, screams erupted from the crowd as women began running wildly, and chaos ensued. Moments later, Ren-D saw 2 people collapse mid-sprint, blood spurting from their bodies like tiny fountains. Damn, this scene is terrifying. Ren-D could no longer afford to hide his capabilities at this moment. He dashed through the crowd searching for Yan Luoi. The system's tasks could wait. His girlfriend's life was far more important. Behind a row of long tables, Ren-D spotted Yang Luoi, Yang Tiancheng, and several elderly men lying prone on the ground. Luoi, he called out urgently, are you okay? Ren-D, what are you doing here? It's dangerous, get down now. Yang Luoi pulled Ren-D to the ground, who found it amusing how everyone was sticking their butts up in the air, trembling like sieves from fear, yet still mindful of their dignity, like they were crouching but not really, just kneeling with their bodies and rear ends sticking high. Ren-D had this impulsive urge to go over and give them a good kick. Hold it in, Jiao. Dash? Chairman Yang, where are your bodyguards? Do they have guns? Ren-D asked Yang Tiancheng. Yang Tiancheng looked at Ren-D, wondering how this man had appeared here and why he wore such an amused expression. Tianxia bans firearms. Ren-D nodded, meaning there were guns, but they couldn't be brought out, plain and simple. At a time like this, you're asking useless questions? Find a way to get us out of here. You work for the hotel, don't you? Do you know where the emergency exit is? A balding middle-aged man grumbled impatiently. I'm just a temp worker. Ren-D grinned, flashing a row of white teeth, as his earpiece crackled to life again. Number 7, status report? Did you retrieve the item? Host, please answer yes, then have them gather at exit E. Got it. Meet me at exit E. Ren-D said. Got it. The voice in the earpiece faded away. Ren-D glanced around. Many people were still hiding under tables on the rooftop, while others lay injured on the ground. Most of the injuries had been caused by the frantic stampede during the scramble to escape. Everyone up, the enemy's gone. Ron-D helped Yang Luoyi to her feet. Get down. Who said the enemy's gone? Who are these enemies? Where are they? What do you even know? Yang Tiancheng grabbed Yang Luoyi's skirt and yanked. Yang Luoyi looked at Ren-D, then at the people on the ground, but still stood up. With a loud rip, Yang Luoyi's dress tore open from the small of her back down to her legs, turning into a large piece of fabric that slid off. Ron-D caught sight of Yang Luoyi's snug pink breast covers and what appeared to be a very sheer, flesh-colored thong. He quickly took off his own jacket and draped it over Yang Luoyi. Hey, Chairman Yang, even if you're her father, you can't just take advantage of your daughter like this. Ron-D was truly grateful to old Yang, but maybe next time they could pick a better setting? His nose was itching. Was he about to get a nosebleed? Ron-D quickly dismissed the thought. Yang Luoyi's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She wanted to jump off a building, crawl into a hole, or simply die of shame. Ren-D's attention was now elsewhere. Among those injured people lying on the ground, some appeared to be in serious condition. I'm going to help you, Luoyi, be careful. Ron-D possessed battlefield first aid techniques granted by the system, with particular expertise in surgical injuries. He first assessed the severity of everyone's wounds, then administered emergency treatment based on their prioritized conditions. But lacking proper tools, Ren-D improvised by using items from the dining tables as makeshift equipment. Large dinner napkins became bandages for dressing wounds, while metal chopsticks and similar items served as splints to immobilize fractures. Soon all the injured were properly attended to. At this moment, the people who had fled toward the emergency exits all came running back, shouting, "Fire! The place is on fire! Fire! Run upstairs!" Chapter 049, Let the Bullet Fly for a While. A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering all the wine glasses and bottles on the table as a massive shockwave sent several people flying before slamming them heavily onto the ground. The stairwell at the top floor had now become the burning gates of hell. Those who had rushed back upstairs wore expressions of survivors who had narrowly escaped disaster. Had they been just a second slower, they might have been engulfed in flames. "Honey, are you okay? Honey, don't scare me like this." A middle-aged woman helped her husband up from the ground, though the man was in poor condition, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ron-D hurried over to assist in lifting several others from the floor. "Hurry up and help move these flammable items away from the stairwell. Take away all the tables, chairs, and carpets." He shouted at Yang Tiancheng and the others who were standing stunned nearby, "Quickly, if the fire spreads up here, none of us will get out unscathed." When life and dignity are placed on the scale together, people realize that compared to fate, everything else is just bullshit. Ron-D kept yelling you this and you that. The chairman didn't hesitate for a moment before lifting the tables and removing the carpets. At this moment, there were 21 people on the top floor. 2 had sprains, 3 had broken legs and couldn't walk, and 2 had gunshot wounds, though fortunately their injuries weren't fatal. Through gestures from Yang Tiancheng and his group, they created a fire break between the top floor and the levels below. For now, the flames couldn't reach them, but the smoke visibly thickened, so dense its darkness surpassed even the night sky. Ren-D took out his phone to check the time, only then realizing there was no signal. None of the emergency numbers would connect. Why isn't the phone working? There's no signal at all? Others also noticed the situation and began calling out anxiously. "Number 7, where are you? I don't see you. What happened?" A voice crackled through the earpiece. "Responding to host, en route." The system prompted again, but Ren-D wasn't having it. He directly turned off the earpiece before snapping it in half and throwing it to the ground. "System, I don't care what your plans are, whether for my sake or your own, but don't play games with human lives. Had you warned me earlier this would happen, so much could have been avoided." The system merely predicts the general trajectory of events based on human behavioral patterns, but it's not 100% accurate. Just like how the host chose to abandon this opportunity, that's something the system couldn't foresee. "Honey," the lady from earlier suddenly cried out. Her husband had collapsed onto the ground without warning. Ron-D rushed over in alarm, only to find the man in critical condition, his face pallid, his breathing ragged, and his pulse erratic, weak yet frighteningly rapid. It was clearly a sudden cardiac episode. "Does anyone have quick-acting heart relief pills?" Ron-D shouted. The crowd looked at each other, then a slightly chubby uncle and a handsome old man stepped forward. "I have some. I've got some too, right here. Thank you." Ron-D quickly administered the medication to the patient and then asked his wife, "Madam, has your husband ever had any heart problems before?" I don't know. He's never mentioned having any heart issues." Only about 10 minutes had passed since the incident at the banquet. It was unclear whether people outside had noticed the fire at Dingxing Hotel and called the authorities. But remembering that the hotel not only had a fire but also an unknown number of criminals, Ren-D sensed this rescue operation wouldn't go smoothly. "We can't wait any longer, we have to save ourselves," Ren-D said. "But given the situation, how can we possibly get out? There's a fire downstairs, plus there was that earlier shooting incident. Who the hell are these people, and why would they do this? I'm absolutely furious. At that moment, another thick cloud of smoke billowed up, followed by explosions and the crisp rhythmic sound of gunfire. This time everyone heard it clearly. For a moment, no one spoke. There was no way to know how those who had gone downstairs were faring. From the rooftop, they couldn't hear any sounds from below, and the high surrounding guardrails blocked any view of the street conditions. There wasn't even a single tall building near Dingsheng. These people were like shipwreck survivors stranded on a deserted island. Just when he was at his wit's end, he suddenly noticed a fenced-off area on the rooftop of Dingsheng Hotel, the very spot where Rindy had played the piano earlier. He asked, "Does anyone know what that is? A water storage tank or something?" At that moment, Supervisor Ling stepped forward and explained, "That's a helicopter. The boss originally bought it intending to build a rooftop helipad, but the permits didn't come through, so it was converted into this open-air banquet hall instead. The helicopter's just been left here as decoration ever since." "A helicopter? We can get out." "Perfect, we can escape by flying out. But who knows how to fly a helicopter? It's not like driving a car." Hearing that no one could fly it, everyone fell silent, though Rindy was preoccupied with other thoughts. Yang Lui gazed at Rindy with starry eyes, her previous panic completely gone. Others might not know how to fly a plane, but her boyfriend did. Clearly, this man was the hero sent by heaven to save them all. Just as the group remained silent, a person came rushing up from the stairwell below. The flames that had ignited upon him extinguished almost instantly. When he stood up, the crowd suddenly noticed he wasn't wearing formal attire or ordinary clothes, but rather a full-bodied black bodysuit that revealed only his eyes. Rindy immediately recognized this as the man he'd knocked unconscious earlier. Apparently, the inferno downstairs had blocked the escape route, forcing him to flee upwards. The newcomer's gaze swiftly swept across the rooftop crowd before locking onto his target. Drawing a dagger from his boot, he began advancing toward the group. "Put all your valuables right here, now." He spoke fluent Tianxia language and tossed a pouch onto the ground. Most of the crowd were middle-aged or elderly, aside from a few young people. Their bodies were either plump or slightly overweight, not a single fighter among them. The man brandished a gleaming dagger toward them, and everyone grew fearful. Some hid behind others, while others trembled as they removed their jewelry. Rindy kept watching the man's eyes. This was no ordinary robber. His gaze kept shifting between the frail old gentleman and another middle-aged man, suggesting some other motive. The other party's real intention isn't about drinking. Looks like this punk forgot who knocked him out earlier. Actually, he hadn't forgotten at all. He simply couldn't remember Rindy's face, only that he'd been ambushed by a devastatingly handsome man in a suit. None among this group matched that description. There were handsome men wearing only white shirts, and suited men who weren't handsome. The only decent-looking suited man was the wrong age, so he remained completely composed. Though punishment would be inevitable after returning from this mission, at the very least they needed to complete the task first. Yang Lui grasped Rindy's arm nervously while watching him, but Rindy patted her hand reassuringly to signal there was no need for panic. Yang Tiancheng's face darkened as he removed his wristwatch. If not for the fire preventing his bodyguards from reaching him below, he would have taught this man the consequences of provoking the mighty. Chapter 050, Retired Ultimate Special Forces King. Rindy pretended to remove his watch as he approached the man. At the instant of dropping the item, he suddenly threw a punch, but his opponent detected the ploy immediately and dodged the strike. "Number 7? You know me?" Agent 7 froze momentarily before realizing the person who'd taken his communicator was standing right before him. "So you do know." Rindy sneered as he grappled with his opponent. Truth be told, he could have simply shot the man, but not before this crowd. After all, he still had to live his life outside. If the police found out he had a gun, how'd he get it? Why did he know how to use it? That kind of trouble was the last thing Rindy wanted. Despite the opponent brandishing a dagger, Rindy showed no fear, exchanging punches with him blow for blow. Yang Lui watched Rindy taking hits, each thud making her heart shudder in rhythm. The others were silently cheering Rindy on in their hearts. "Take down that bastard. This young man, very good." Yang Tiancheng suddenly spoke these words while standing beside Yang Lui. Never would he have imagined that the person he looked down upon would step forward at this crucial moment. Moreover, he'd just noticed that Rindy possessed medical skills, that simple trauma treatment wasn't something an ordinary person could master. Now locked in combat with these criminals, their fighting prowess clearly surpassed that of his own bodyguards. Afterwards, he might consider having Rindy serve as his personal bodyguard. It seems the other party can play the piano too? Yang Tiancheng suddenly realized again, this person seems pretty impressive. During their fight with number 7, Rindy kept taunting him with words, eager to uncover those secrets. But number 7 refused to say anything besides curses. Whatever. Since he couldn't get an answer, there was no point playing along. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move. With a sharp crack, his kick landed on number 7's knee, sending the man staggering off balance. Rindy allowed him a moment to recover, but this proved costly. Number 7 slashed diagonally with his dagger, slicing Rendi's shoulder. Rendi gritted his teeth, grabbed Number 7's arm, twisted his body to execute a back throw, and then cleanly snapped Number 7's neck. Rendi. Seeing Rendi stand up, his blood-stained arm soaking most of his shirt crimson, Yang Luwei rushed toward him in panic. Rendi was actually intentionally injured. How else could he kill Number 7? And without killing Number 7, how could he discreetly take the pistol from him? To outsiders, it would appear he was fighting desperately against his opponent. Coming away unscathed would be unbelievable. Patting myself on the back for my clever little scheme. O.D. Yang Luwei was now crying uncontrollably, her makeup smeared into a frightening mess across her face. Rendi, are you in pain? What should we do? There's no doctor here. Looking at his shirt stained with snot and tears again, Rendi couldn't help but feel helpless. Young mistress, please don't make things worse. I'm fine. He deftly picked up a large tablecloth, tore it into strips, and began bandaging himself. There were more pressing matters at hand now. By now, thick smoke had filled the rooftop surroundings. The fire had reached the stairwell entrance, and parts of it were already collapsing. Rendi addressed the group urgently. I can operate a helicopter. Everyone, help me dismantle this barrier together. What? You know how to fly a plane? Kid, you better not be lying. Flying a plane is no joke. That's right. Our lives are literally in your hands now. If Rendi hadn't just saved everyone moments earlier, saying something like this would have gotten him beaten up for sure. I wouldn't joke about my own life. So everyone worked together to dismantle the barriers surrounding the helicopter. Several board chairmen were left panting heavily. Men accustomed to years of privileged lifestyles now resembled elderly laborers resting after a grueling shift at a construction site. Rendi, observing their state, was reminded of his time as a sanitation worker when most of his colleagues in the department had been elderly men and women in their 50s and 60s. With the barriers removed, the red and blue single-rotor utility helicopter was finally revealed. Utility helicopter, capacity of 7 people. Rendi looked at the people around him. Not counting himself as the pilot, he could only transport 6 people at a time. It would require 4 trips to complete the evacuation. Are you really able to fly this? But we don't have the keys. Supervisor Ling stared at Rendi. He'd been feeling that Rendi looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he might have seen him before. I don't need a key to open the helicopter, but how much fuel is left inside? How many trips can we make? I already know its maximum carrying capacity. If we squeeze in, we can transport 9 people per trip. 3 trips should get everyone out. The main issue is we have wounded and critically ill people here who can't wait for government rescue. Just now, Rendi noticed the gunshot victim had fallen unconscious. If they didn't get medical treatment soon, they wouldn't need it anymore. I don't know how much fuel is left inside. Manager Ling replied. He only knew about the helicopter because this rooftop was under his jurisdiction, but the helicopter itself wasn't his responsibility. Upon hearing Manager Ling's words, 2 young girls burst into tears directly. Forget it, maybe there's fuel. Let me check first. Rendi climbed onto the helicopter directly, then used the key to unscrew the bolts on the control panel. He pulled out the wiring inside and began connecting cables to bypass the key verification process and start up the helicopter. At this moment, he once again realized the formidable power of the skills bestowed by the system. Super mechanical repair techniques coupled with aircraft piloting skills enabled him to quickly familiarize himself with the helicopter's internal structure and make any modifications he desired. Sure enough, the aircraft started up, though it didn't have much fuel left. When the helicopter's instrument panel lights flickered to life, everyone's eyes widened with realization. This young man hadn't been lying after all. He truly could pilot an aircraft. In these times, learning to fly was no simple matter. Only those with money, connections, or power could access such training, and obtaining a license was notoriously difficult. Just who was this young man? The girls who had been crying moments earlier now gazed at Rendi with shining eyes, speculating about his identity. Is he one of those retired Special Forces legends you read about in novels? Or is it the Special Forces king dominating the city, with a haughty young mistress fiancée who looks down on him? Or perhaps a super Special Forces king who took on the role of a personal bodyguard to repay a favor while simultaneously enjoying a vacation? They also wanted such a close, super bodyguard? Several people began scanning the crowd, wondering, who could possibly have the prestige to be bestowed with such incredible luck? Yang Luwei watched Rendi execute those dashing helicopter maneuvers, 2 swift movements and the aircraft lit up, insanely cool beyond all limits. How can this man be so skilled, so perfect? Rendi jumped down from the helicopter. How's it going? Got any fuel? Everyone crowded around, chattering excitedly as they bombarded him with questions. No problem. Rendi shook his head. There isn't enough fuel in the helicopter for even 10 minutes of flight. It's not enough to get all of us out of here. What should we do then? Just wait like this. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, another deafening explosion erupted. The Dingxing building suddenly began violently shaking, the ground trembling as if it were on the verge of collapse. Chapter 051 The Reason to Stay. When the tremors finally ceased, Rindy noticed the ground had tilted slightly, sending various objects rolling downhill toward the sunken side. We're running out of time. This place is too dangerous, Director Ling. How much strong liquor do we have left here? The kind with nearly the same alcohol percentage as pure ethanol? Rindy knew very well that the liquor served at such high-end banquets was extremely premium. Many bottles were directly airlifted for the occasion. Liquor? Manager Ling asked in bewilderment. Alcohol can work as fuel too, though it burns fast and won't last long. But it's still better than having no fuel. Do you have the strongest liquor available here? Yes. When it came to alcohol, Manager Ling immediately perked up. He walked over to a toppled crate and opened it. In the earlier chaos, everyone had forgotten about these valuable items. Here we have 3 bottles of Jamaican rum at 80% alcohol concentration, and 1 bottle of Scotch whiskey. Will these suffice? Since such liquor was quite precious, they were all stored in specially designed crates. Fortunately, he had prepared them in advance for today's reception, otherwise, it would have been impossible to find anything comparable to pure alcohol. Only 4 bottles? Rindy looked at the mere 4,000 milliliters of alcohol, calculating how long it could last when converted into fuel. It was already past midnight. From a distance, he heard the wails of police sirens and fire trucks. The rescue operations at the base of Dingxing Tower would take hours to reach the rooftop at best. But distant water couldn't quench present thirst, they simply couldn't wait. Then the wind picked up again. Fueled by the gusts, the hotel's flames rapidly climbed to the top floor. The original railings and other structures began to burn uncontrollably, filling the air with a pungent stench that triggered coughing fits among the crowd. Quickly use the remaining alcohol to wet napkins and cover your nose and mouth. Rindy shouted, coughing uncontrollably right after. People sprang into action again, scrambling to find unbroken bottles of liquor to pour onto tablecloths. Fortunately, there was no shortage of fabric here even if other supplies ran low. Rindy then helped load the 2 unconscious individuals onto a helicopter, placing wet cloths over their noses and mouths. Everybody, gather around. Rindy beckoned. At this moment, no one questioned his words based on their respective statuses, nor did anyone oppose him. They all instinctively obeyed. The big problem now is that the helicopter doesn't have enough fuel. We've only found 4 bottles of strong liquor to make do as makeshift fuel. I have an idea, wondering if you're willing. Speak, we're listening. As someone carrying substantial weight, Yang Tianchang was the first to voice his stance. Every helicopter is equipped with escape ropes and carabiners, and the helicopter's fuel won't support more than 5 minutes of flight, maybe not even that. So within this limited time, I must get everyone evacuated safely. This requires all of you to board the helicopters, but cabin capacity is limited. There's only one solution. You want us to dangle from the ropes? Yes, sir. Rindy nodded. There are already 2 unconscious people on the plane, which can still seat 4 more. The elderly gentleman with heart problems can sit, and his wife must sit to care for him. That leaves 2 spots for those with broken legs who can't walk. And there's still 1 person who can't even get on. The rest of you will have to hang on for dear life. Rindy looked at the group. Each of them was covered in soot, utterly disheveled. The once pristine girls had turned into Cinderellas, the corporate tycoons now looked like construction laborers, and the waitstaff, well, they were still just plain old waitstaff. The fire here is already spreading upward. If it weren't for the rooftop's large size, we'd probably all suffocate by now. Visibility is extremely low. Even if government rescuers arrive, there are only 2 options: sending helicopters to ferry us in trips, or waiting for the flames to die down. Rindy laid out the situation for everyone. Helicopter takeoffs and landings follow strict standards. They can't just use any open space. Visibility and wind conditions also test a pilot's skill. Right now, I'm forced to pilot outward. Once we clear the smoke, I can safely land you all. On the other hand, if rescue teams try to reach us but can't pinpoint a landing spot, how much time would you waste trying to escape via rope ladders? With the fire raging and oxygen running out, how long do you honestly think we can hold on? Hearing Rindy's words, everyone finally realized just how perilous their situation was. Who wants to be the last one evacuated? Rindy looked at them and delivered his final statement. I'm the one piloting the helicopter. We only have a few minutes to escape. Let's vote. Are you willing to take this risk with me, or do you prefer to keep waiting? An oppressive silence fell as each person contemplated Rindy's words. Coughs erupted one after another. Even with mouths and noses covered, eyes remained exposed, the smoke stinging so badly people could barely keep them open. I'm getting out of here. The first to voice dissent turned out to be a delicate young woman. Her dress hung in tattered strips, and she stood barefoot, her shoes long discarded. I can't take this anymore. I'm going home. I'm coming too. When one person stepped forward, others followed suit. The group unanimously decided to leave. Rindy also pointed out that the helicopter could only hold out for a few more minutes. Those on the first trip down would definitely be safe, but the second trip was much riskier. Thus, arguments erupted. Everyone fought for a spot on the first flight, anything to survive. Yang Luoi stood beside Rendi, crying softly. Rendi, are we going to die? No. Rendi's mind raced through the environmental map of their surroundings. The helicopter was moving fast. 1 minute would be enough to get them clear of the fire. What he needed now was a safe place to land. If they'd had enough fuel, he could have hovered, but there was no time or opportunity for that now. Stop arguing. At this moment, I hope everyone can show some spirit of sacrifice. Let the women and elderly go first. Rendi said. I'm a party member, I'll stay behind. Suddenly someone spoke up. It was a waiter. I'll stay too. A middle-aged boss said. I almost forgot, I'm also a party member. Me too. I'll stay as well. Yang Luoi declared. Rendi turned to look at Yang Luoi, never expecting that she too was a party member. I believe in you. You'll definitely get us out of here, right? Rendi nodded firmly. Having finally selected the remaining 6 personnel, Rendi took 2 safety ropes from the helicopter and directly divided the group in 2, arranging them by height before securing everyone to the ropes. Hold on tight to the ropes later. Even with carabiners, it's dangerous since we don't have enough harnesses. But there's no time left now. Just hang on for about a minute and you'll be safe. Use the rope underfoot as support. Make sure you grip it tight. I have acrophobia. A middle-aged man cried out, his legs so weak he couldn't stand up at all. Honestly, can't you push through? Fine, then stay down here and don't come up. I don't want to. The middle-aged man clung desperately to the rope. Then close your eyes and don't open them until I say so. As the first passenger, Yang Tiancheng spoke with apparent calm, though no one could see the cold sweat pouring down his back or how his slick palms made the soles of his feet slip against the ground. He's also afraid of heights. Chapter 52, Conclusion. The helicopter's rotors slowly turned, their violent downdraft scattering the thick smoke around them. Those still on the ground had to cling desperately to welded pillars or support beams to avoid being blown away. Rendi's world narrowed to firelight and toxic smoke. To pilot the aircraft, he had to remove the wet cloth covering his face. As the helicopter rose gradually, a cluster of people dangled below like grapes on a vine, each clinging to the rope ladder for dear life without daring to slacken their grip. Rendi glanced at the fuel gauge. Indeed, just after takeoff, half the fuel was already gone, even more than he'd anticipated. Not daring to waste a moment, he proceeded toward the destination at the optimal speed and altitude. Hanging at the very end of the rope was Manager Ling, who currently felt like a leaf spinning wildly in a tornado, his body completely out of control as it whirled round and round. Since Rendi wasn't flying very high, Manager Ling could feel flames licking at his backside, his hair apparently getting singed by the fire. He looked utterly wrecked, completely overwhelmed by the pain. The wind howled against his face, deafening his ears. Sparks occasionally spat onto his skin, stinging sharply and making him want to scream. Yet the thick smoke choked him, leaving his throat tight and suffocated. Just as he felt death closing in, his foot suddenly brushed against something, and the wind seemed to die down. Squinting cautiously, Supervisor Ling realized he had already stumbled beyond the bounds of the Dingsheng Hotel. What his foot had touched earlier was nothing but leaves. Where is this place? Rescuers at the Dingsheng Hotel suddenly saw a helicopter flying diagonally from the rooftop, carrying several dangling people. Why is there a helicopter? Where did it come from? Wait, those people, they're the trapped guests. Hurry, follow the helicopter to check for any injured people? Rendi desperately struggled to keep the controls steady, preventing the helicopter from losing balance. The overload was simply too severe. Luckily, there were few pedestrians and vehicles on the road at this hour. Spotting a relatively open area, Rendi brought the helicopter down. Nearby, 2 rows of saplings as thick as bowls were uprooted by the powerful rotor wash, while some infrastructure was sent flying and crashing into the surroundings. As soon as the helicopter landed, Manager Ling collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The others dangling from the ropes appeared equally haggard, looking every bit like refugees. Originally darkened by thick smoke and then thoroughly disheveled by the fierce wind's kiss, everyone had lost their appearance. The women on the rope were now shivering like little quails, frozen to the bone. Police cars and ambulances arrived shortly after, as if they had anticipated the situation. 2 minutes later, as the helicopter's blades came to a complete stop, the rescue team rushed over, evacuating everyone on the ground and assisting those still aboard the aircraft to safety. A member of the orange-clad emergency team approached the helicopter and asked, "Hello, are there any more trapped individuals? And how did you manage to get this helicopter? Ask them if you need anything. There are still people on the rooftop. I need to go save them." The man suddenly noticed Rendi's shirt, darkened to a deep crimson hue, and grew instantly concerned. "You're injured, you need medical attention. I'll call for help immediately. No time for treatment, save lives first. There are still people waiting up there. Do you have any fuel? The helicopter's out of gas." "Okay, I'll get you gasoline." The man quickly arranged for people to fetch the fuel. Soon, a barrel of gasoline siphoned from a police car was brought to the helicopter. Rendi directed them to refuel the helicopter. At this moment, Ren-D felt the exhaustion in his body. His nerves had been stretched too tightly while piloting the aircraft through thick smoke with 6 people dangling below. He couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. Fortunately, he had managed to pull through. Are you okay? Do you need to rest? No need. Gazing at the billowing smoke in the distance, with flames illuminating half the night sky, Ren-D gritted his teeth and said, I still have to go back for my girlfriend, she's waiting for me. The surrounding personnel were evacuated from the area to avoid burdening the helicopter. Apart from Ren-D, no one else boarded the craft. Initially, the person in charge had considered finding a replacement for Ren-D to pilot the helicopter for the rescue, but upon reflection, realized it was impractical to find another pilot on such short notice. Moreover, since no one knew the exact situation above, they still needed Ren-D to guide them. Rather than going through all that trouble, it was better to let Ren-D act on his own. With the fuel supply secured, Ren-D no longer worried about consumption. He flew at maximum speed just above ground level, leaving countless disturbances in his wake. Many were startled awake by the deafening roar close to their ears, while others found their windows suddenly shattered. In short, Ren-D bombed an entire street using a helicopter. Flames and thick smoke engulfed the rooftop of the Dingsheng Hotel, with only a small cleared area left in the center, prepared specifically for the helicopter's landing. As Ren-D piloted the helicopter back, the rooftop was now completely obscured by towering smoke. Unable to see the situation below, he had to rely on muscle memory from his earlier takeoff to hover cautiously before lowering the rope ladder. Under these circumstances, attempting a full landing was out of the question. The downdraft from the rotor blades would inevitably blast the already cramped survivors off the roof. That wouldn't be rescue work anymore, it'd be manslaughter. The tug of gravity beneath the helicopter signaled to Ren-D that someone had climbed aboard. 12 people had already been rescued, leaving 8 more besides himself. The first to climb up was a middle-aged man, the same fellow who'd proclaimed himself a party member. 5 others gradually managed the ascent afterward. Given the worsening conditions and everyone's depleted stamina, only the most formidable individuals could make the climb now. Where are they? Have they grabbed the rope ladder? Ren-D asked, feeling his lungs struggle for breath, his throat burning unbearably, and his eyes stinging unbearably from the smoke. Alright, Ren-D, let's go. Yang Luoi's voice came from outside the helicopter. Foolish girl turned out to be the last one to climb up, and she was still hanging on the outside. Ren-D caught a glimpse of shadowy figures below in his peripheral vision, maneuvering the helicopter to ascend before turning back toward the original street. Now clear of the dense smoke and freed from fuel constraints, Ren-D flew at a deliberately slow pace, primarily because he feared the silly girl Yang Luoi might suffer a wardrobe malfunction. After all, the young miss was only wrapped in a cloth while wearing his suit jacket inside out. If the helicopter flew too fast, what if the foolish girl's modesty got compromised? The helicopter descended gradually, with the group behind tumbling out like rolling gourds upon landing. The rigid airplane wings finally came to a complete stop, and the waiting rescue team swiftly rushed forward to provide assistance. Ren-D jumped down from the aircraft but lost his balance and fell hard. Are you alright? Get a stretcher over here, quick! Someone shouted. Ren-D pushed past the person and stumbled his way toward Yang Luoi, who was also being surrounded by people. However, upon seeing Ren-D, Yang Luoi ran over in tears and hugged him tightly. Ren-D, you silly girl, why did you have to be the last one to come up? Don't you know how worried that made me? Leaning against Yang Luoi, Ren-D secretly slipped something from his embrace into the inner pocket of her clothes, whispering, keep this safe for me. What? Yang Luoi hadn't even noticed the extra weight in her arms when Ren-D's eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. Ren-D. P.S. Just my wild imagination running rampant here. Folks, take it as random fun reading and don't scrutinize too closely, some references are genuinely unverifiable. Chapter 053, So much joy from Shinibu antics, regretting earlier foolishness while committing new ones. Ren-D, are you really not planning to take the college entrance exam? No, even if I got in, I wouldn't have the money to continue studying. Might as well not take it to avoid the hassle. Ren-D answered Li Nana's question. He wasn't going to take the exam. But, if you get into Tsinghua or other top universities, they offer tuition waivers. Student loans are also an option. Why aren't you aiming for them? Debt-free is carefree. I don't like owing anyone anything. Ren-D, are you planning to join the Communist Party? The teacher looked at Ren-D kindly and asked, the requirements for joining the party in high school are being at least 18 years old, having excellent academic performance, and being a motivated student. You're still a month short on the age requirement. Can it be moved up earlier? Ren-D asked. No, that's non-negotiable, but your teacher hopes you can attend university, even if just to broaden your horizons. There are many things you can't learn right now except through the university experience. Sorry, teacher, I regretted it. Abruptly, Ren-D opened his eyes. He had just dreamed about his high school days. Then he suddenly shouted those words of regret, startling himself awake. Yang Luoi, who had been resting beside Ren-D's bed, was jolted awake by his cry and hurriedly asked, "Rendi, what's wrong? What do you regret?" Ah! Seeing Yang Luoi, Rendi realized he was now in a hospital ward, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant. He was dressed in a hospital gown at the moment, the collar askew and revealing half a shoulder, the wound inflicted by number 7 neatly bandaged. "Does it hurt badly?" Noticing Rendi staring at the wound, Yang Luoi thought he was suppressing pain and hurriedly called for a doctor. The doctor came to examine Rendi, confirmed his wound hadn't reopened, checked his foredrip, then left. "Rendi, you've slept for 2 days and nights. I thought you'd never wake up." Yang Luoi's eyes reddened as she looked at Rendi, who scratched his head in disbelief. Had he really slept that long? No wonder he'd been having nightmares. Back then, just one step away, he regretted not continuing his university education when he started working in society. Sigh, *Omicron**. If we're talking about the reason, Rendi utterly despised his youthful ignorance, his head filled with nothing but vulgar thoughts, always believing he could defy fate. Back then I thought even without university I could make something of myself. Ah, the restlessness of adolescence. Wait, Luoi, was the fire at Dingsheng Hotel put out? How was it handled in the end? The fire is out now, but over a dozen people died. Yang Luoi replied. Just then, someone knocked on the open hospital room door. Rendi turned to see Zhang Xiaoyu in police uniform accompanied by a plainclothes officer, with Zhang cheerfully rapping his knuckles against the doorframe. "Officer Zhang? What brings you here? Come on in," Rendi called out. "Ha, came to see the big hero," Zhang Xiaoyu replied with a laugh, glancing at the person beside him before adding, "We heard you woke up the moment we entered the hospital. Perfect timing, I'd say. By the way, feeling better now?" "Yeah, pretty much." Rendi chuckled and turned to Yang Luoi. "Luoi, could you find me something to eat? I'm starving to death." "Alright, wait for me." Yang Luoi left. Rendi let out a slight sigh of relief. "What's the matter? Afraid your friend might hear something they shouldn't?" Zhang Xiaoyu asked. "Nope, no, don't get the wrong idea." Rendi immediately denied it 3 ways from Sunday. He absolutely couldn't admit he was afraid Yang Luoi might spill the beans about his illegally stashed firearms here. Otherwise, the great hero would instantly become the villain, stepping on sewing machines while holding sanitary pads, laboring away day after day while counting down to New Year's. Truth be told, he didn't have any ill intentions, he just wanted to keep them as personal toys. What harm could a Chinibu teenager possibly have in mind? "Can you tell us how you killed that knife-wielding assailant?" Someone beside Zhang Xiaoyu spoke up, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. The man looked vaguely familiar to Rendi, as if he'd seen him somewhere but couldn't recall where. He turned his gaze to Zhang Xiaoyu. Understanding his confusion, Zhang Xiaoyu explained, "This is Zhao Hang, director of the Xi'an Bureau. The fire at Dingsheng Hotel involves certain other forces and circumstances, and the case has now been fully taken over by the Xi'an Bureau. You can answer freely." "Oh, it wasn't anything special, just fought with the guy for a while and then ended up killing him. Mainly because he had a knife, and I was kinda terrified. He was really good," laughing face. Rendi began to rack his brain, replaying the murder in his mind, meticulously searching for any possible slip-ups that might expose him. Zhao Hang nodded. If he hadn't known all of Rendi's experiences, he might have believed it. A man bold enough to meddle in the ruthless struggles of foreign syndicates, someone who dares to step into the ring for bare-knuckle brawls and drives illegally in underground races, would he ever know fear? Someone who dares to take a flight license exam just by playing simulator games, and you're telling me you're scared? I've never met anyone bolder than you in my damn life. So how did you end up at Dingsheng Grand Hotel? I heard you went there to play the piano? Zhao Hang asked again. Yeah, go work as a temporary pianist. Rendi replied, suddenly thinking of the system. Damn system, had it deducted his money again? His savings were already running low, and he still needed to save up for a wife. The system rewards were issued long ago. Otherwise, where do you think those first aid skills you used to rescue someone at the hotel came from? The system suddenly popped up to prove its innocence. Oh, this. Rendi froze. Since when was the system this nice? Doesn't seem like the usual bastard system anymore. Was it possessed or got a processor upgrade? What should I do? Can someone tell me? Waiting online, rather urgently. In that case, you're really multi-talented. Zhao Hang smiled and said, you're so skilled, you can fight, fly planes, and even play the piano. You're practically a jack of all trades. Where did you learn all this? I'd love to pick up some hobbies too, broaden my horizons. Well. Rendi froze, at a loss for words. How could he possibly explain this? He couldn't keep making things up. Damn it! His brain was overheating trying to come up with something. If everyone around him only knew about one of his skills each, he could still justify it with a plausible backstory, no one probing deeper, and he could slip by unnoticed. But it'd be terrible if anyone found out about all his skills. He couldn't possibly claim to be a genius, could he? I play a lot of games and sort of, self-taught through gaming, like flying planes. Rendi offered this excuse. Put. Zhang Xiaoyu burst out laughing. If people could learn to fly planes just by playing games, Then wouldn't playing spaceship building games let someone construct actual spaceships in real life? Zhao Hang dodged Zhang Xiaoyu's spray, rolling his eyes as saliva flew from the other's mouth. Sorry about that. Covering his mouth with a grin, Zhang Xiaoyu said, Ren Di, speak properly, stop your bullshitting. Ugh, Omicron asterisk, fine. I'll tell the truth, all my abilities were given by the system. Happy now? Ren Di shrugged, unable to come up with a plausible excuse. Seeing how meticulous Zhao Hang was, any hastily fabricated pretext would inevitably have loopholes. One investigation would expose it. Ha, given by the system? Why not say aliens gave it to you? You think you're Ali Yun Drive or something, storing all that nonsense? Ren Di chuckled wryly. See, nowadays no one believes the truth when you tell it. Fine, if you're determined not to believe the facts, there's nothing I can do about it. Chapter 054 Insane Hints. Zhang Xiaoyu asked Zhao Hang after leaving the hospital. Do you really believe this kid learned to fly a plane just by playing video games? Zhao Hang didn't respond, opting instead to light a cigarette. He hasn't had a proper rest for 3 days straight. The fire at Dingsheng Hotel had obscured many things, and in this confrontation with their enemies, the Xi'an Bureau had miscalculated. Let's wait and see, just wait and see a bit longer, Zhao Hang said after finishing his cigarette. Zhang Xiaoyu said indifferently, I don't understand your business, but that young Ren Di is truly outstanding. I wanted to recommend him for a permanent position back then, but there were limited slots and it didn't work out in the end. Frankly, it's such a pity to let such talent go to waste. There's no need to speak up for this kid. Whether he's up to the task remains to be seen. At the very least, there are several questionable points I haven't figured out yet. Zhao Hang said, You think it's just your police department's system that's hard to break into? Do you think our National Security Bureau is any easier? It's even tougher than yours. Many people have been living under assumed names since graduation till now. This kid is just too unpredictable. Every man has his price. What you see as recklessness, I see as youthful vitality. It all depends on where you place someone. If you lock Sun Wukong in a temple and make him sit still all day, do you think he'd last? You've got to find the right place for him. What then? Put him in charge of the peach garden? Zhao Hang glared at Zhang Xiaoyu. If I didn't know you were my old classmate inside out, I'd really suspect you were this kid's father. Ha. Zhang Xiaoyu laughed. You have no idea, being with this kid is like picking up achievements for free, a life of effortless victories. The bonuses alone come almost weekly. If we weren't so close in age, I'd want to call him Dad. Ranil Hora Dad D was currently sticking his butt out by the window, craning his neck to see if the two had left yet. After asking a few more questions, Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhao Hang soon departed. Ren Di had thought there would be endless questioning to get to the bottom of it, but this was all? Still, did they actually believe what he said or not? Ren Di, I bought you some food, come eat while it's hot. Yang Luoyi entered the ward and unloaded a pile of delicious treats directly onto the table. Ren Di thanked Yang Luoyi and immediately started eating heartily. It wasn't until he felt somewhat full that he remembered another matter. He looked at the closed door and quietly asked Yang Luoyi, Luoyi, have you kept safe the thing I asked you to guard for me? Hearing this, Yang Luoyi visibly shuddered. Ren Di, are you trying to get yourself killed? Her mouth was covered by Ren Di. Lower your voice. Quiet. Shoo, Ren Di, are you out of your mind? Where did you get that thing? Found it. Ren Di lied without batting an eye, though it wasn't exactly a lie, was it? The previous owner of that gun had already kicked the bucket, making it an abandoned object, so legally speaking, he'd just found it lying around. That thing is really dangerous. Aren't you scared? Yang Luoyi patted her chest with lingering fear. When Ren Di initially asked her to keep that thing, she hadn't even known what it was, and his sudden collapse had left her frantic with worry. Yang Luoyi only realized when changing clothes after returning home that what Ren Di had entrusted to her was a gun. She almost screamed on the spot when she thought about how she'd carried this gun while giving statements in front of police officers, strutted in and out of the hospital with it, and even got driven home by cops while it was in her possession. The mere thought made her whole body tremble. If anyone had discovered this thing, alright, just keep it safe for me. You can return it once I'm discharged from the hospital. Ren Di thought that the raging fire at Dingsheng might actually help cover up a lot of things. Even if the police discovered weapons were missing, they probably wouldn't be able to trace where they went, likely suspecting they were burned in the blaze. Possibly, maybe? Annoyed, Ren Di scratched his head in frustration. When he didn't have a gun, he longed for one desperately, but now that he possessed it, he worried over this hot potato sitting in his hands. Could all of this be part of the organization's scheme? Ren Di was discharged from the hospital after the doctor confirmed his condition, with the medical expenses covered by the government. All he needed to do was to come back on time to get his stitches removed. Returning home, Ren Di felt incomparably relieved. Be it a golden nest or silver nest, nothing beats his own doghouse. Nice. Lying on the bed, Ren Di took out his phone to play games. Everyone said they learned their skills through gaming. If he didn't get solid proof, it just wouldn't do. He downloaded a new game from the rankings to play, but before it finished downloading, the system popped up. Ding! Mission, temporary streamer, complete at least one 4-hour gaming live stream session. Reward 1, earn 200 yuan per hour, calculated based on actual streaming time. Task Reward 2, acquire advanced makeup skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Run D immediately jumped up from his bed. This task seems pretty simple, at least it didn't specify how many followers he needed. But what on earth is this makeup skill about? What does a grown man need with makeup techniques? System, what's the meaning of this? Are you hinting at something? Host is overthinking things. What do you mean I'm overthinking things? What's the point of this makeup skill? Give me something actually useful, like stock trading? Or maybe an antique appraisal skill? Host is truly overthinking things. Really? For the sake of petty cash, Ren D accepted the task anyway. It's not like he had anything better to do while resting at home. Ren D fussed around for a while before propping up his phone on the table as a camera, then sat down in front of the computer to download and play games. He downloaded the game on his computer and booted it up, then opened the livestream software on his phone as well. After pondering for a moment, he named the stream, the Casual Worker Livestream. So Ren D devoted himself wholeheartedly to playing games. After all, the system said he needed to stream for at least 4 hours, he'd just play for those 4 hours then. The new streamer's live broadcast had almost no popularity. Many people would leave the moment they saw the low viewer count. The entire live room was populated by just a few bots spamming advertisements for other streams. Ren D was happily playing games, mainly because he hadn't played for a while and felt quite relaxed. After playing for over 2 hours, Ren D took a break to get some water. Then he noticed the viewer count on his phone's livestream. There were actually real people watching. Hey there, esteemed viewers. Ren D greeted the audience like other streamers did. Ah, the streamer finally noticed us. That wasn't easy. You were so focused on the game, you must have forgotten you were still live, right? Are you guys even watching the game? All I'm looking at is the streamer. I've never seen a streamer this handsome before. I want to give him kisses and hugs. Hashtag streamer. Auntie here is 58 this year, divorced with 2 kids. Life's cruelty has worn down my edges, but it can't dull my soul longing for love and freedom. My first half of life was bitter. I spent over 40 years gutting fish at RT Mart. I thought my heart had turned as cold as those fish, but seeing you made me realize I'm still young. I don't have much money nor anything to give you, just 2 Maybachs, a few apartments in Thompson Riviera, and a Sahiuan for rent. Don't look down on Auntie. Every day I feel my youth slipping away while wiping tears to the ticking of my Vacheron Constantine. I'm so tired. Thankfully there's you, or I wouldn't have made it this far. Sent you my address via DM, Auntie will wait. Ren D broke out in goosebumps reading these barrage comments in his livestream. Chapter 055 Shameless Face. Ren D was startled by the comments in the live stream. The familiar tone and patterns reminded him vividly of several work experiences from his past. Had he not stood his ground back then, he could have trimmed 30 years off his struggle right now. Watching Ren D's frightened expression, the live chat erupted with even greater amusement. A lady had gathered a group of wives to watch Ren D's bashful appearance, despite it being a gaming livestream where Ren D had done nothing at all. The viewer count instantly surpassed 10,000, with most being women. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? The streamer is totally my type. I just want to take him home. Streamer, say something. Why did you stop talking? The streamer is so adorable. Hugs and kisses. Hashtag woo-ah. Ren D couldn't bear to look at the live stream anymore. He stayed silent and kept playing the game until the 4-hour mark, then abruptly shut down and ended the stream without a word. Phew, epsilon satface omicron asterisk, scared me half to death. Ding. Mission, temporary streamer task completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward, advanced makeup skill experience. System, why didn't you come out to save your daddy earlier? Do you have any idea how scared I was by those rich ladies? I'm traumatized. How are you gonna make it up to me? The system suggests that the host apply makeup when going out in the future to avoid such troubles. System, you really don't love me anymore. The system ran away, leaving Ren D to savor the new skills and experience. TSK, makeup truly lives up to its reputation as dark magic capable of turning humans into ghosts, and ghosts into humans. Impressive, absolutely impressive. Respect. Who says men can't wear makeup? How superficial. With makeup skills, he could now become the thousand-faced young lord, using his real face for good deeds and borrowing others' faces, like Zheng Anquan's, for mischief. The next day, Yang Luoyi arranged to meet Ren D to hand over the gun. The two had an impromptu date at a park. Make sure you keep this safe, I barely slept these past few nights because of it. Yang Luoyi handed a package to Ren D, who tucked it into his backpack before asking, do you notice anything different about me today? No difference? Still as handsome as ever. Yang Luoyi replied. Ha! Rendi suddenly had a sense of déjà vu about this scene. He'd clearly changed a lot. Wasn't it common knowledge that girls were supposed to be meticulous observers? How could she not tell he was wearing makeup? Take a closer look. Rendi grabbed Yang Luoyi by the shoulders, forcing her to look at him properly. You, hurry up, say it. There's a piece of vegetable stuck in your teeth. I've heard of steel straight men, but now I've met a steel straight woman. Forget it, just give up, let it all burn. Rendi turned his head away, his tongue frantically probing inside his mouth as if trying to destroy evidence. Ha ha ha. Yang Luoyi burst into loud laughter. Ah, just kidding. Rendi grew even more depressed. You look even more handsome today, shining bright like the sun in the sky. Yang Luoyi gazed at Rendi, her little face flushed red like a big apple. That's more like it. Rendi looked at Yang Luoyi with a cocky expression and said, I'll teach you how to do makeup later, so you can be a sparkling princess too. Ha! Yang Luoyi thought she must have misheard. Rendi was going to teach her makeup? Your current foundation doesn't suit you, I'll switch you to a different shade later. Also, your eyeliner is unevenly thick and thin, your lips are a bit dry, and this lipstick, no need to change the lipstick, but you really need to take better care of your skin. Ha! Sigma, surprised face. This time it was Yang Luoyi's turn to be shocked. What had she just heard? She understood every word her boyfriend said, but since when had he become a beauty blogger? My man really can do anything. Admiration. Admiration. Seeing the twinkle in Yang Luoyi's eyes, Rendi tossed his hair with a flourish. That's more like me. Shameless. Ding. Task. Complete a 1-week temporary gardening job at the park. Reward 1. Receive a monetary reward of 2,000 yuan. Reward 2. Gain advanced botany skill experience. Failure penalty. Deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. The system abruptly interrupted Rendi's daydream and coldly slapped the mission right in his face. Ha, gardener? Rendi scrolled through the mission details, his expression growing darker by the second. The system just couldn't stand to see him happy. This damn mission actually required him to start right now. How was he supposed to keep his date? He'd spent over an hour that morning doing his makeup perfectly, all for that ideal French-style moment with young Mistress Yang Luoyi. Ahem, you know what I mean, right? Right. So, that's it? Damn system, if you dare assign tasks, then come out and face me. Rendi was so angry he didn't even know how to ask Yang Luoyi to leave. At that moment, Yang Luoyi received a phone call and looked at Rendi with an apologetic expression. Rendi, I'm sorry. No problem. Go ahead with what you need to do. Come find me again when you're done. Rendi smiled. Heaven is helping me. Lucky bastard. Yang Luoyi gave Rendi a reluctant kiss on the face before leaving. Rendi watched her figure disappear into the distance, then turned and headed toward the park management office. Boss, your demands are way too much. Asking just 3 of us to mow the entire park's grassland, there's no way we can finish in time with so few people. Even if I grew extra arms, it'd be impossible. I don't care. You have 1 week to trim all the plants in this park, or I won't pay you the remaining balance from the last job. A young man and an older man were arguing loudly in the office, their conversation crystal clear to Rendi as he listened. The elderly man is the foreman, the younger one is the park manager. Seeing the old man come out with a furrowed brow, Rendi stepped forward and called out to him. Uncle, are you hiring temporary workers here? Just for 1 week, you name the price. The old man's eyes lit up. Really? I can decide any amount? Right, any amount will do, but I'll only work for a week. Deal, 2,000 for the week. You start today. The elder man decisively agreed. Can you use scissors and ride a tricycle? Yes, Rendi replied with a smile. Alright then, follow me. Isn't it just some simple manual labor? There's nothing Rendi, can't handle. Rendi was brimming with confidence, determined to milk the system dry. The slap of reality came so swiftly. How could Rendi have ever thought this task would be easy? This task is simple, my ass. He thought the tricycle the uncle mentioned was the bike-style kind with an extra wheel at the back. In reality, it was one of those electric 3-wheelers with a cargo bucket in front, the kind where the handlebars wobble uncontrollably, has no foot brake, and basically steers itself when moving. Sudden acceleration when starting, intermittent brakes that worked when they felt like it. Rendi was losing his mind. Chapter 056. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it righteously. Rendi spent over a day just learning how to drive an electric tricycle. Heaven knows why such a simple vehicle was harder to control than a race car. Working in the park under scorching temperatures of 37 to 38 degrees, nearly 40 degrees Celsius, Rendi felt like he was being dried into a stinky salted fish. After enduring a grueling week, Rendi finally completed the task. The uncle patted Rendi on the shoulder while handing him his 2,000 yuan wages, praising the young man for his kindness and good character, saying he'd surely marry a beautiful wife someday. Ding! Temporary gardener mission completed. Rewards being issued. Congratulations on receiving reward, advanced botany skill experience. Finally able to rest properly, Ren-D lay on his bed eating an ice pop with the electric fan blowing, indulging in life's simple pleasures. This scorching weather makes staying home the most comfortable option. From now on, if he ever goes out again in such sweltering heat, he'd be a complete idiot. Working in such scorching heat is truly inhuman labor. Ren-D pondered whether he should sign up to take the translation qualification exam. It seemed registration was open now. The phone rang. It was Yang Luoi calling. Hey, Miss Rich Girl, have you finished handling your business yet? Okay, it's handled. Ren-D, come over here. We're waiting for you at yard number 8 on XXX Street. Ren-D still wanted to ask, but Yang Luoi had already hung up. Reluctantly, Ren-D put on his clothes and stepped out, once again feeling the sun's scorching embrace. He recalled what he had just said to himself. He was such a damn idiot. After just 2 steps, the soles of my shoes started sticking to the ground, making every step a sticky struggle. Ugh. At this moment, Ren-D missed his own room intensely, desperately wanting to turn around and go back. Only when the taxi dropped him off at the entrance of a towering white-walled Baroque-style building did Ren-D finally feel a trace of coolness. The entrance was flanked by 2 rows of ginkgo trees, their tall branches and dense leaves blocking out both sunlight and heat. The remaining light filtered through the mottled foliage, scattering like stars fallen from the sky. Dappled and dazzling, strikingly beautiful. Does Yangcheng even have a place like this? When Ren-D arrived for the first time, Yang Luoi was waiting in the shade by the entrance. Ren-D, over here. Stepping inside the building, Ren-D saw all sorts of exquisite European-style decor, bare-bottomed cherubs, breastfeeding Virgin Mary sculptures, and the like. Where is this place? Ren-D walked up to Yang Luoi and asked. This place is called Lanjiatai, but since it's at street address number 8 on XX Street, outsiders usually call it number 8 mansion. If you say Lanjiatai, no one would even know it. Lanjiatai. Sounds like some emperor's imperial lodge or something. Ren-D was puzzled. Do you know what I've been doing these past few days? Yang Luoi looked at Ren-D with sparkling big eyes, as if seeking praise. Work, eat, sleep? Ren-D couldn't imagine what else Yang Luoi could do. Isn't this how fairies usually behave? Wrong. Guess again? I don't know. Hee. Alright, I knew you wouldn't figure it out. I went to negotiate for you. Hand what over? You saved so many big bosses before, and they wanted to give you gifts to thank you. I handled the negotiations for you. Without you, those tycoons would have been injured, especially the chairman of Chitian Group who would have died from sudden cardiac arrest. You saved their entire corporation. How could they just brush you off with mere gifts? Yang Luoi clung to Ren-D's arm, snuffling adorably like a little piglet. Ren-D's eyes immediately lit up at these words. Ha, do I really seem that shallow? I didn't save people for gifts or money, so how much did they give? Did all of them contribute? A few bosses didn't offer anything at all. I told my dad to talk with them. Didn't you have a bad relationship with your father? Ren-D was somewhat surprised Yang Luoi was actually willing to lower herself to ask her father, all for his sake. Yang Luoi kept her head down, her expression obscured, but Ren-D knew she wasn't in the best mood at the moment. The old man bowed his head to me in the end. Ren-D had misjudged Yang Luoi's reaction. He nearly died in that place, and it was my boyfriend, the one he always looked down on, who saved him. If not for me, would you have ever gone to such a place? I know you only took that piano job to see me, didn't you? Well, how could he deny it? Ren-D reluctantly lied. It was for you. I even told the old man that in 3 years you'd come riding on colorful auspicious clouds to marry me. My boyfriend's got extraordinary talents, strong and handsome, plays piano, flies planes. Who does he think he is to look down on you? That Lu Ming gang he picked for me. What kind of trash is that? Boozing, whoring, gambling, drugs. His body's weaker than a chick's. Aside from his family having some money and his dad having some connections, how is he better than you in any way? Missy, with just that bit of money and connections his family has, they've already surpassed 99.9% of ordinary people. Of course, we're cheat-level characters, our awesomeness tier is still higher than theirs. Yang Luoi's stream of compliments would have made Ren-D's tail, if he had one, wag straight up to the sky. The two walked into the interior of Langia Terrace, where Yang Luoi led him to a room. Inside were about a dozen people, precisely the VIPs Ren-D had rescued that fateful night. Speak of the devil, Ren-D's here. Yes indeed, we were just talking about you. The pleasantries from these VIPs made Ren-D feel incredibly honored, yet he still conscientiously greeted everyone. Though these people were all smiles now, if he inadvertently offended any of them, they wouldn't remember his life-saving grace. Truth be told, when he saved them he'd really been saving himself, never expecting any repayment. Exactly as Yang Luoi had predicted, after chatting for a while, they all presented gifts to Ren-D, deeds to luxury villas, titles to supercars, even property certificates for an entire commercial street. Ren-D looked at Yang Luoi's upturned chin and shook his head helplessly. Honorable bosses and chairpersons, I appreciate your thanks, but please keep your gifts. My contribution truly doesn't merit such things. Honestly, please take them back. He wouldn't have refused if they'd offered 100,000 or 200,000 yuan individually. But what were these extravagant gifts? Were they trying to bury him in money? He feared accepting them would mean getting hit by a car tomorrow, wealth acquired but life forfeited. And were they really opening their wallets out of gratitude for him? Run D didn't believe it. Just take it when it's given to you. Do you think our lives aren't worth this? Or do you feel it's too little? It's not that I think it's too little, it's too much. Run D smiled bitterly. You're all esteemed individuals with incredibly busy schedules. Having you gather here just to thank me is already a tremendous honor. Giving me money on top of that is really unnecessary. Ren D politely declined with a smile, while inwardly weeping bitterly. Farewell, my precious money. Degree? Ren D? Yang Luoi was somewhat surprised. Didn't Ren D just ask excitedly about how much money they'd receive outside? Why was he refusing even a single cent now? Alright, Luoi, that's enough. Yang Tiancheng interrupted Yang Luoi, who was about to say more. A gentleman loves wealth, but earns it in the proper way. Rendi speaks the truth. Chapter 057 Kowtowing to the Big Shots. Rendi glanced at Yang Tiancheng, remembering how he'd bossed the old man around just days before. Was it possible the old coot held a grudge against him now? Rendi, I heard you're constantly switching jobs. How about being my bodyguard? Yang Tiancheng said, 3 million a year. Just follow me around normally. Ho ho. Just as I thought, these people had nothing better to do than gather here to thank him. Now the fox has shown its tail. Hey, how can you offer just 3 million? Even a retired special forces bodyguard starts at 3 million. Run D is so young, can fly planes, and is a skilled fighter. You're giving him 3 million? Who are you trying to insult? Ren D, come to our company, I'll give you 5 million a year, with 1 month of paid leave annually. How about that? Come on, everyone knows your company runs on 996 overtime culture all year. Paid leave? Who'd believe that? I certainly don't. 996 is for the regular employees, not me. Why are you worrying about that? The bosses immediately started arguing among themselves, leaving Yang Tiancheng speechless under their barrage of accusations. These people actually all coveted his body. Thinking such petty cash could make this young master sell himself? Absolutely must underscore kowtow to all you masters. Whoever offers more money, we'll go with them. So Ren D remained silent, simply watching until they exhausted themselves and called a truce. Ren D, don't just sit there in silence. Are you interested in this job? Yang Tiancheng was the one who spoke up. Well, I'm honored by everyone's kindness. Just as Ren D was about to agree, the system suddenly popped up. Host is requested to decline. Why? Why should I reject such a great opportunity? Ren D questioned the system internally. You won't give me 5 million a year, but you won't let others give it to me either? If the host agrees to the other party's request, the system will self-destruct. Self-destruct? If the system self-destructs, the host will suffer damage and all skills and experience granted by the system will be revoked. Damn it! Ren D immediately said to everyone, I still can't do it. The system self-destructed, and without any skills or experience, how the hell is he supposed to work as a bodyguard now? He's become nothing but a flashy but useless showpiece, all bark and no bite. Dumber than a sack of hay. If anyone finds out, they'll surely stuff him in a concrete pillar and sink him to the bottom of the sea. Why? Heh, it's confidential. Just don't ask, everyone. Ren D said with a calm expression. Why? For nothing. The damn system screwed me over. Just as victory comes from Xiaohe, so does defeat. The damn system gave him unimaginable things, yet also stole so much joy from his life. But when the bosses heard this, they exchanged glances knowingly, looking as if they'd expected this all along. One of them smiled and said, well then, since Brother Ren D feels the gratitude payment is too much, let me give you a bit less. Would that be acceptable? How about 500,000? Ren D mentally gave this handsome older gentleman points. Too much he couldn't accept, but a little less was fine. Still, he had to play it cool. He couldn't lose his style. This is still too much. 300,000. Not a cent less, or we'd lose face just mentioning it. Our lives combined are worth hundreds of billions. Even random purchases cost more than this. We know the rules, but this amount doesn't cross the line, so no one can say anything about it. Rules? What rules? And what line are we talking about? Electrical wires? Ren D suddenly felt like they might have misunderstood something. This is good. I'll also chip in 300,000. This is good. Haha. Ren D immediately heard a series of ding-dong text notifications chiming from his phone. These people already had their own accounts registered? Though puzzled, he merely glanced at his phone before slipping it back into his pocket. After chatting for a while longer, Ren D decided to take his leave. Unable to contribute much to the conversation, he figured it'd be better to head home and play video games instead. Yang Luoi accepted the task of escorting him home. The moment the two departed, the previously jovial discussion among the influential figures came to an abrupt halt. Appearances can be deceiving, and the sea can't be measured by a bucket. If it weren't for your reminder, Brother Yang, I really wouldn't have guessed this guy turns out to be with the state. A big shot remarked. Yang Tiancheng chuckled and said, Heh, I just happened to come across the information by chance. Chairman Yang, what are you all talking about? Isn't he just a slightly more formidable character? I wanted to ask earlier, why are you all so eager to have him as your bodyguard? A somewhat lower-ranking boss spoke up. He had been semi-coerced into attending this gratitude gathering. Having been rescued by Rindy in such an embarrassing fashion at Dingsheng Grand Hotel, he already felt humiliated and wanted nothing more than to forget the entire incident and everyone involved. Yet Yang Tiancheng had personally sought him out and demanded his presence, insisting he show sufficient sincerity to that young man. Now, listening to the conversations among these higher-ranking figures, it seemed there was more to this than met the eye. Well, Chairman Yang, why don't you enlighten us? We're quite curious too. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Yang Tiancheng slightly straightened his posture before speaking slowly. Do you all know what truly happened with the fire at Dingsheng Hotel? Wasn't it said to be a gas explosion in the kitchen? Someone immediately responded. Yang Tiancheng shook his head and said, it's because of Qitian Group's new project. How could that be? This hotel isn't. Are you saying someone sabotaged it? That's right. Yang Tiancheng explained, this time there was such a major accident that over a dozen people died. If it weren't for Rindy, we would have all been killed too. Actually, their real target was the Qi family, we were merely collateral damage. What? Everyone was stunned. Such grand gestures probably don't come from ordinary forces. It's the West. Yang Tiancheng pointed to the West and added, I originally didn't know about this either. It was only after a good friend in the capital heard about my misfortune and helped me inquire that I got a rough idea of the situation. Then, Rindy. My friend told me that this matter is highly confidential, and he could only check basic summary information, not the specific details. But, everyone straightened their backs and pricked up their ears to listen attentively. But he said there's a name in this document rated at 3S level, replaced only by the initial R. R. Rod. Hiss. A group of people gasped in shock. Security clearance level 3S? I heard even the highest national leaders only have level 5S clearance. This is completely insane? There couldn't be a mistake, right? Someone asked worriedly. Absolutely not. Yang Tiancheng bowed confidently. My good friend told me that codenames like these are usually the initials of names, that's the first point. Secondly, I initially had my doubts too. But when my daughter was taking care of Rundi during his hospital stay, I planned to ask him directly. Yet the moment I reached the ward entrance, I saw people from the Xi'an Bureau walking out, chatting and laughing. Do you think anyone who can casually joke around with Xi'an Bureau agents is just an ordinary person? A criminal? Think about it, after any rescue, aren't we all questioned by the police first? Yeah. My daughter said Rindy was never even questioned. He just woke up in the hospital and went straight home. Why do you think that is? And another thing, can just anyone fly a plane? Without the keys at that. Tisk, ha. If Rindy knew these people were over here theorizing about his background, he'd probably laugh his head off. Chapter 058 Honk Honk Honk. Never study a damn overpowered cheat, or you'll end up beating yourself up over it. The first thing Rindy did after getting home was lock the door. The second was pulling out his phone to check his bank account. Wahahaha, honk 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 honk. Rindy laughed so hard he doubled over, eventually collapsing onto the floor and rolling around in hysterics. Moa, moa, moa. Rindy was so overjoyed he didn't know what to do with himself. We common folks sure are happy today. Rindy was humming a tune when his phone rang again. The caller ID showed it was his childhood best friend. Rindy, come back to the village when you get a chance. There's been heavy rain every day recently, your family house has collapsed. Ha! The news stunned Rindy. Though he hadn't returned home in 4 years, that old house, shabby as it was, had stood strong throughout the decade they'd lived there. How could it collapse after just 4 years of vacancy? After finishing the call with his childhood friend, Rindy hung up. His earlier joy at having received a large sum of money completely vanished. After booking a high-speed train ticket online, Rindy packed his luggage. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, sigh. The next day, after informing Yang Luoi, Rindy took the high-speed train straight back to his hometown. The journey was uneventful, and even the usually hyperactive system surprisingly didn't cause any trouble. Rindy had half expected it to assign him some task along the way, like being a train attendant or a track switch operator or something. Rindy's hometown is located in Sinan County, which was the fiefdom of a famous princess in ancient times. There's also a historic site that's now a tourist attraction called the Princess Temple. After exiting the high-speed rail station, he boarded a long-distance bus that rattled and swayed all the way to the town. Rindy got off the bus and stretched his stiff body. Just then, a dump truck drove by, splashing muddy water from the roadside all over him. Bah! Spit! Rindy spat out the mud in his mouth. It had been raining incessantly lately, and wherever he looked, there were muddy puddles. He figured the road to the village would be even harder to traverse. It was nearing evening, and Rindy decided to spend the night in town before heading home. After all, there was no place for him to stay if he returned now. With this thought in mind, he picked up his luggage and went to look for a hotel. Ding! The system that was late but never absent finally arrived. Mission: complete a 3-day temporary construction worker assignment. Reward 1, 500 yuan monetary reward. Reward 2, advanced tailoring and sewing skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. Randy's foot paused mid-step as he entered the hotel. You're trying to stir up trouble again, huh? Damn system. Posting this kind of mission in my hometown. What if somebody recognizes me? They'll say Randy went downhill after 4 years away, now he's so desperate he's moving bricks at construction sites. Randy asked angrily. Host may directly refuse. The system will process as mission failure with penalty task as follows. Randy's expression immediately changed when he saw the garbage cleanup location assigned as punishment for failure. System bro, system dude, system lord. Have mercy on me, let me take this job. I'll take it. I'm totally cut out for this kind of manual labor. No brainwork means more hair. It's just losing some face, no big deal. At worst he'll throw his dignity out the window too. Compared to the punishment tasks, moving bricks is nothing. Without hesitation, Randy turned and headed toward the location to accept the temporary construction worker job. Since he was going to haul bricks anyway, with food and lodging provided at the construction site, why bother with hotels or bicycles? Why spend his own money when there's free food and accommodation? Randy swaggered like he owned the place as he walked to the construction site at the east end of town, where the local government planned to build a logistics hub. He smoothly found the foreman and expressed his interest in doing casual labor for a few days. The foreman readily agreed. You look kinda familiar, kid. Which village you from? Ancient Kiln Village. Randy replied. Oh, Guyo Village. You look quite like Rindahai. Do you know him? He's also from Guyo Village. Rindahai is my father. Randy looked at the foreman. This person knew his father, perhaps an old friend of his father's? Ah, you're a child of the sea? The foreman sized up Randy with surprise, then patted his shoulder without another word. Carrying his luggage, Randy went straight to the simple tent arranged by the construction site. The conditions were crude, and as he approached the tent, he saw a line of underwear, clothes, and socks hanging outside. Many pairs of underwear had nearly frayed into rags, and the socks were riddled with holes, yet people still couldn't bear to throw them away. Looking at this scene, Randy recalled his father, who had also worn similarly ragged underwear back then. Once, finding it particularly uncomfortable to see, he had blurted out, torn to shreds like this, aren't you ashamed to wear them? Rendahai's face stiffened into a strained smile, offering no reply. After that incident, Rendahai worked even harder at the construction site, a diligence that would later fill Randy with boundless regret after his father's accident. If only he hadn't run his mouth, if only he hadn't been so petty, Rendahai wouldn't have pushed himself so relentlessly. And if Rendahai hadn't overexerted himself, he wouldn't have died from exhaustion at the worksite. The compensation from the construction site was gradually spent on Randy's subsequent schooling, and he always felt like a sinner. Why didn't he want to continue to college? Because he felt unworthy. Lack of money was just one factor. More importantly, there was a psychological barrier he couldn't overcome. Only after experiencing the harsh realities of society did he truly understand what mattered most. He grew up physically, but the regret in his heart remained. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, alas. Randy lowered his head and stepped into the tent, only to retreat at an even faster speed. Inside, it stank. The smell was about the same as what he'd encountered while cleaning trash from a fetid river. Stinky feet, body odor, rubber shoes soured by sweaty feet. Ha, kid, what are you here for? A fellow worker holding a wash basin came out and spotted Randy standing at the tent entrance. Haha, hello there, I'm here for casual labor. The fellow worker revealed pearly white teeth against his sun-darkened face and said, Heh, by the looks of you, you're a college student, right? Here for internship at the construction site? Ah, yes. Randy ignored the comment about being a college student. It was just the guy complimenting him on looking young. During summer and winter breaks, lots of students come to work at construction sites like ours. Come on in, there's an empty spot over here. A fellow worker enthusiastically greeted Randy and led him inside to look around. Then, Randy barely slept all night. By morning, dark bags hung beneath his bloodshot eyes. The tent housed over 20 people at once. At night, the sleeping quarters sounded like a full symphony orchestra holding a concert. The snores rose and fell around him, each distinct in pitch and rhythm, some metallic like clanging bronze, others undulating in mournful cadences, every sound as vivid as a dragon's roar amidst thunder or the surround sound resonance of ceremonial bells and vessels. Randy lay staring through the torn tent flap, counting stars while the cacophony enveloped him. I want to go home. I'd rather be garbage picking again. What should I do? Chapter 059, Seeing you struggle so hard puts my mind at ease. They all say construction sites are great, everyone rushes to work there. The yellow hats toil hard all day, yet earn just 20 grand a year. The red hats watch from the sidelines every day, pulling in over 10 grand annually. The blue hats roam around all day, only to face fines exceeding 10 grand by month's end. Who decides if the site's in chaos? The white hats have the final say. Without their signature, everyone's doomed. Randy wasn't learning about this for the first time, but now he was seeing it with his own eyes. Having no prior experience, the foreman assigned Randy to brick carrying duty. When brick trucks delivered their loads, manual loading and unloading was required. This was precisely where brick hauler Ren came into his element. Randy worked the entire morning from 8 a.m. until noon without even drinking a sip of water. His hands had gone numb from labor, his arms felt leaden, and his shoulders ached so badly he could barely lift them. During lunch at the makeshift canteen under a thatched shed, Randy wolfed down his meal noisily from an oversized stainless steel bowl borrowed from a fellow worker. His current appearance would be unrecognizable to anyone except his parents. The once delicate pretty boy had successfully devolved into a dust-covered laborer with grime-streaked cheeks. Had staying in the city too long made him arrogant, or had his physical condition deteriorated from lack of exercise? At this moment, he felt the scar on his shoulder that had just healed begin to ache again. Damn, construction work was brutal. Hey, Randy, how's your first day on the job treating you? The foreman walked over with his food bowl and squatted down to eat beside Randy. Not bad, Randy replied. Heh, you're lucky to arrive during some decent weather. For the past 2 weeks, we've been sweltering with daily highs hitting 37 or 38 degrees. Then last week brought continuous heavy rain. Every step was like walking on ice. Only these past few days have been bearable, with a bit of breeze finally kicking in. Wind? Randy smiled bitterly, as the wind blew, all the loose dust, debris, and fine sand on the bricks flew straight into his face, leaving a gritty taste in his mouth. He had no choice but to wrap his towel around his mouth. Eat quickly. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot. The foreman grinned. Randy nodded. The food here was decent enough, with generous portions of meat and unlimited rice and steamed buns, except the cook's skills left much to be desired. Randy picked out a strand of steel wool from the bowl, tossed it to the ground, then fished out 2 strands of hair. In the afternoon, after unloading another truckload of bricks, Randy was finally assigned a different task, carrying timber and cutting boards for the carpenter. From a distance ahead, the rhythmic hum of the planing machine was already audible. The ground was littered with pale wood shavings, and the air carried the distinct, fragrant scent of freshly cut wood. Randy greeted the carpenter and then followed his instructions to carry wood out from the warehouse. As for why they don't use machines, first of all, construction sites are usually littered with wasteland and rocks. With uneven terrain, the smoother paths are only formed after being compacted by heavy trucks. Second, machines need operators, but human labor is much more expensive than regular jobs, not to mention people's ability to handle things flexibly. Third, it depends on the foreman or boss's decision. Randy found a trailer and hauled the wood toward the carpenter's area. Along the way, many people greeted him, but he just responded blankly, not recognizing a single one. There's also a chant at the construction site called the 10 Undying. The carpenter won't die from exhaustion, the rebar worker won't die from sun exposure, the welder won't die from burns, the scaffold worker fears no death, the plasterer won't die from filth, the tower crane operator won't die from holding it in, the electrician won't die from overtime, the signalman won't die from anger, the painter won't die from poison, but the toughest of them all is the foreman. As he walked past a sand pile below, Randy noticed many empty iced tea bottles littered on the ground, left uncleared by anyone. After Randy hauled the wood back, the carpenter paused his work and tossed him a bottle of mineral water to drink. Randy thanked him and gulped down the water in one go. Just as he was about to throw the bottle away, the carpenter said, "Hey, don't toss that, put it in that bucket over there. We'll sell it for scrap later." "Oh." Randy nodded, then suddenly thought of something and asked, "Master, I noticed quite a few red tea and green tea bottles on the sand under the crane, some even completely full with no one drinking them. Why is that? Even if no one's drinking them, they shouldn't be wasted and tossed around everywhere." The carpenter stared blankly at Randy. What's wrong? Randy was utterly confused. "Haven't you heard this saying before?" "What?" "Roller coaster ejecting ate treasure porridge, tower cranes dripping iced tea, railway tracks garnished with beef jerky." Randy still didn't understand, but the carpenter just gave him a sly smile without any explanation before returning to work. What the hell does this mean? That night, Randy finally got a chance to look it up on his phone, and then he vomited. Since ancient times, genuine affection fails to endure, while calculated schemes win people's hearts. Randy decided he would go try to trick someone else later. The symphony orchestra was still playing music in the evening, but this time they had changed their tune. On the second day of his brick-carrying life at the construction site, Randy woke up again with dark circles under his eyes, now burdened with new troubles. Somehow, a swarm of mosquitoes and fleas had left a trail of red marks all over his body, especially below the face. Anyone who didn't know better might think he'd gone fooling around. After washing his face and hair with ice-cold water, Randy resumed his work. Rendi, come with me today. Ah, alright. The foreman had come to fetch Rendi early in the morning to accompany him on bank errands. The project payment had arrived, and the foreman planned to distribute wages to everyone. However, since he couldn't operate mobile banking, he always had the bank staff transfer the money directly to the workers' accounts. Those without accounts or temporary workers like Rendi needed to receive their pay in cash. Rendi sat in the foreman's Jinbei van, its rear compartment crammed with various construction tools, the vehicle reeking of that distinctive worksite smell. The foreman went inside the bank to handle some business while Rendi waited outside. If any traffic police show up, tell them I'm inside taking care of something and will be right out. Otherwise just wait here for me. Sure thing. This was the foreman's way of looking out for him as a college student, giving him an excuse to rest under the guise of standing watch. Rendi sat in the car for a while before getting out again to breathe some fresh air. Just then, a Chevrolet suddenly pulled up beside the Jinbei van. A young man stepped out, sporting a floral shirt, baggy shorts, and curly-permed hair, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Rendi glanced at the other car's license plate, quite flashy, with a tail number of 4 6s and a 9. Hey, Rendi, is that you, Rendi? The young man recognized Rendi instantly after glancing at him twice. Rendi covered his face, what he'd feared had finally happened. He'd run into an acquaintance here after all, and been recognized. Rendi gave a faint smile and nodded. Oh, it's you, Lubo. This was the kid from their neighboring family, the kind they used to play with as children and fight with daily. Lubo dropped out during middle school to work for relatives, and in later years they hardly saw each other once a year. At least by the time Rendi left their hometown, Lubo still hadn't returned. Yet observing Lubo's current unkempt appearance, Rendi couldn't help but sigh at how much the guy had changed. At the very least, he now looked like someone with money. What are you doing working at a construction site? Following your father's footsteps? Weren't you supposed to be in Yongchang? How'd you end up like this? Just look at those clothes. Beggars dress cleaner than you. Lubo's words shot out sharp as flying knives the moment he opened his mouth. Seeing you doing so poorly puts my mind at ease. Chapter 060, it's not shameful to say it out loud. Seeing you struggling like this really reassures me. Look at this, what kind of human talks like that? Rendi glared at Lubo with disdain. Get lost. Who do you think you are? TSK tisk. Lubo blew a smoke ring right in Rendi's face. You think we're still kids? If you've got a problem with me, why don't you try hitting me? Lubo circled Rendi twice, even pulling out his phone to snap pictures of him. Your dad used to brag to mine about how good your grades were, how you were the teacher's pet and class officer. Well, I'll make sure my father sees whose son turned out better in the end. Asshole, stop taking photos. You'd better not go running your mouth about this anywhere. Lubo dodged Rendi's hand and snatched his phone back, grinning as he said, Oh, Rendi the model student, everyone's golden child, ha, see ya, buddy. With that, he walked into the bank. Rendi wanted to chase after him, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a patrol vehicle approaching not far away, traffic police. Rendi immediately drove away in the Jinbei, watching through the rearview mirror as the traffic policeman indeed stopped next to the Chevrolet to issue a ticket. After circling the block twice, Rendi returned to the bank only to find the traffic officer had already left. At that moment, the foreman also came out. Rendi cheerfully returned the car keys to the foreman and, while getting out of the car, casually took the parking ticket from the Chevrolet. What are you doing with that? The foreman asked in confusion. Nothing, just needed something to wipe my dirty hands. Rendi casually threw the penalty ticket into a nearby trash bin while making offhand remarks. Although the fine wasn't much, and delaying payment wouldn't add significantly to the amount, Rendi still relished the thought of Lubo having to pay extra. Could this count as his contribution to the nation? Rendi successfully completed his 3-day stint as a temporary construction worker. The foreman handed him 500 yuan, quite a generous reward. After bidding farewell to the foreman, Rendi checked into a hostel for a proper bath and a good night's rest. Early the next morning, he took a bus back to his village. Walking along the village fields, Rendi saw quite a few farmers already tending to their crops. Oh, Rendi's back. An elderly man with a hoe over his shoulder greeted Rendi with a chuckle. Uncle Air, good morning. Still tending the fields at your age? What else can I do if I don't work in the fields? You go ahead, I'll go check on my house first. Rendi greeted them. Hey, isn't that the Ren family kid? Rendi, what brings you home? Your house has collapsed. An auntie shouted at Rendi. I know about Aunt Hua, I came back specifically to handle this matter. Rendi's home was situated toward the middle rear of the village, slightly eastward. Behind the house stood a large mountain, while the village head's residence faced the front. The Liu family lived to the west, and a 5-guarantee household of 5 members resided to the east. Only an old man and 2 large yellow dogs lived in Rendi's home. As Rendi reached the village's main road, he spotted quite a few people again. However, these people were looking at Rendi with strange eyes. Looks like the Ren boy is back, and he's dressed quite well, not as shabby as Lubo made it out to be. Eh, come on, who doesn't have a couple of decent outfits for going out? Besides, Would you go around telling people you're eating husks and scraps just to be laughed at? Yeah, that's true. Lu Bo was right. If he were doing well for himself, he wouldn't even be unable to afford a car. Even Air Guzi's family, with their limited means, managed to get a loan for a chalet. Precisely. Now that his house has collapsed, he'll probably have to borrow money to rebuild. No way, I need to go back and talk it over with my wife. We can't lend to him. Who knows when he'd pay it back. These days, the borrower acts like a servant when begging for money but turns into a lord when it's time to repay. Good luck trying to get it back. Yeah, I'd better go home and talk it over too. Listening to those blunt conversations around him, Rundee's ears turned slightly red. Should he explain? Even if he spoke up, no one would believe him. They'd just think he was pretending to be wealthy by saying he had 3 million in his pocket. Tomorrow, his doorstep would surely be crowded with people coming to borrow money. Come to think of it, his house had already collapsed. The door was probably broken long ago. As he approached his family's courtyard, Rundee noticed the rusted iron gate, its lock long gone, with one half hanging ajar and the other lying flat on the ground. The yard was overgrown with weeds. A cherry tree in the corner had wilted yellow leaves, many of its branches already bare. Rundee frowned. The tree was probably suffering from anthracnose leaf blight, doomed to die. The house fared no better. The row of 3 single-story rooms was collapsing from west to east, its roof utterly ruined, the floors caked with mud. Peering through a shattered corner of the wall, Rundee saw all the old furniture destroyed, his parents' wedding wardrobe, his childhood study desk, his grandfather's single bed. Even the kitchen was buried in mud, mushrooms sprouting in some spots. After digging through the ruins until he was covered in dirt, he finally found the portraits of his father and grandfather. With one last glance at the house, Rundee turned and headed to the village chief's home. The village chief was picking beans in his courtyard when he spotted Rundee entering, looking somewhat surprised. Well, if it isn't Rundee back already? Old chief, how's your health these days? Rundee placed the gifts he had bought in town on the stone table in the courtyard and then joined the old village head in picking beans. Not bad, but now, I'm no longer the village head, retired. Rundee was startled. The old village head had retired? Been to your place yet? Yeah, it's all collapsed. Probably need to rebuild from scratch. Your family's house is already 50 or 60 years old. Of course you'll have to rebuild it. Where else would you live when you get married later? The old village chief laughed heartily. Got a girlfriend yet? I hear young folks these days are into shotgun weddings. When are you going to carry on your family line? No rush for that. Rundee flushed slightly. He hadn't even made it to third base yet. If you're rebuilding, go find Lu Changue. He's the village head now. Have him resurvey your homestead plot. The government has a rural dilapidated housing renovation program. Your house qualifies as hazardous and could save you a lot of money. Lu Changue? Lu Bo's father? Rundee was surprised. Wow, that old troublemaker became village head? Did the villagers actually agree to this? Even a dog would make a better village head than Lu Changue, right? Ah, but Lu Bo got money. The old village chief clearly understood Rundee's implication as he explained why Lu Changue became village head. Heard you're working at a construction site? Not in Yangchang? Lu Bo was yapping nonstop in some chat group the other day, going on about how book smarts can't beat dumb luck or something. Rundee was speechless. This guy was really such a pain in the ass, so annoying. I'm just going to experience it for a bit, take on a temporary job. Rundee still explained to the old village chief that he hadn't actually become a construction worker. Hey, what you do isn't important. What matters is earning money honestly without any flashy or deceptive nonsense. Heaven watches what we do. It's best to avoid trouble your whole life. Peace is fortune. Rundee nodded in agreement with the old village chief's words. Say, you weren't really carrying bricks at the construction site, were you? There's no shame in admitting it. Chapter 0610. Thank you so much. After leaving the old village chief's house, Rundee first went to his childhood friend Wang Chang's place. Had Wang Chang not called him, he wouldn't have even known about what happened to his own house. Wang Chang wasn't home, only his elderly mother was present. After chatting with the old woman for a while, Rundee left and then went to Lu Changue's house. On his way back, Rundee hadn't noticed before, the Lu residents had actually built a small villa with white walls and red roof tiles, complete with European-style floor-to-ceiling windows that looked quite impressive. If not for the agricultural tricycle parked at the entrance and a pile of firewood stacked as tall as a person, Rundee might have thought he'd arrived in a foreign country. The gate of the Lu household was slightly ajar, and Rundee entered directly. Lu Changue was watching TV inside the house. The explosive music could be heard from afar. Rundee knocked on the door. Seeing it was Rundee, Lu Changue was momentarily stunned before opening the door to let him in. Uncle, taking a rest? Rundee greeted him. Rundee, when did you get back? Just arrived this morning. Your place is quite impressive. Living in a Western-style house now must have cost a pretty penny, eh? Bah, that Lu Bo kept pestering me about it. Couldn't refuse him in the end, so we ended up with this monstrosity. Such a pain to clean, and you have to shout just to be heard. Lu Changui grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile. Yeah, you're really something. Now you've even become the village chief. Is Lu Bo not home? Ren Di surveyed the interior structure of the house. It looked plausible at first glance, but upon closer inspection, felt peculiarly off. The floor of the expansive living room was tiled with a massive double happiness character. A set of dark red wooden coffee tables was paired with cobalt blue leather sofas, and a life-size nude female sculpture stood beside the wall-mounted television. Lu Bo went out with friends to discuss business deals. He's not home. Lu Changui said with a smile, take a seat, I'll fetch some fruit for you. You probably haven't seen these at the construction site. Lu Bo says they're imported from abroad. Most people wouldn't even recognize them. With that, he dashed inside and brought out a plate of starfruit and jackfruit. Imported fruit? Ren Di picked one up to examine. The sticker on the starfruit hadn't been removed yet. The Pinyin brand name left him momentarily stunned. Uncle, don't trouble yourself. I came to ask about rebuilding my collapsed house. The old village chief said I need to have you measure the homestead first, then apply for some dangerous house renovation program. How do I go about this? That's easy enough. I'll have them come measure it for you later, then you just fill out a form and sign it before rebuilding. Lu Changui said, but Ren Di, do you even have the money? Even working month-round at the construction site with room and board included, you'd be lucky to save 3,000 yuan a month. After expenses over 4 years, have you managed to save up 100,000? And what about the renovation and furniture after the house is built? Don't blame your uncle for nagging, but nowadays what young man gets married without a 200,000 to 300,000 bride price? You've got no money, no house, no car. What girl would want to marry you? If you're broke, I think you're better off selling this land to me. Lu Bo's been wanting a garage, and our courtyard's too small anyway. Even the gate was built too narrow for cars to enter. How about selling me your homestead? I'll give you a fair 100,000. Combined with your savings, that should cover the bride price. Ren Di, remember, of the 3 unfilial acts, leaving no descendants is the worst. You'd better wise up. Thanks a bunch, uncle. Ren Di tilted his head and grinned. Hey now, building the house is my business, and whether the money's enough is my business too. No need for you to worry. You're the village head, just help supervise when they survey the homestead. I'll head out now and come back tomorrow. With that, Ren Di turned to leave, but suddenly paused. Oh, by the way, uncle, thought you should know none of this fruit on your table is imported. That starfruit's label says Yangzhou in Pinyin. Lu Bo scammed you. Ha! Without bothering to register Lu Changui's stunned expression, Ren Di walked straight out the door and left. Bah! After stepping outside, Ren Di spat fiercely on the ground before Lu Changui's house. Bastards will always be bastards. What does it matter if they become village heads? A dog can't stop itself from eating shit. Expecting me to pay 100,000 for their family's homestead? Keep dreaming. Who in the countryside doesn't have homestead land spanning hundreds of square meters, some even over 1,000? You think you can take it for just 100,000 yuan? This is robbery. Even if he doesn't live there, he could build a house and rent it out, or use it for retirement when he's old. Ren Di grumpily went back to the village to buy some incense, candles, and spirit money, planning to go up the mountain to pay respects to the old man. Sigh, Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. For years without returning home, and now I've even lost the house. Who knows if the two of them down there are itching to give me a good beating. Carrying his luggage, Ren Di recalled fragments of his childhood memories as he entered the mountains. He noticed that all the plants he'd previously only categorized by toxicity or edibility now appeared different in his eyes. Scientific names, growth cycles, flowering seasons, whether trees, grasses, or other vegetation, every plant might as well have been tagged with visible labels in his perception. Was the botany skill really this overpowered? Ren Di casually plucked a blade of grass and instantly recognized its medicinal properties. Solanum nigrum, an annual herbaceous plant from the Solanaceae family with nearly hairless or slightly pubescent stems. Its roots can treat malaria, injuries from falls or blows, and abscesses, but accidental ingestion may cause facial flushing, numbness of the mouth, and symptoms resembling atropine poisoning. As a child, he only knew these as poison berries, constantly warned by adults never to touch or eat them lest they prove fatal. After meandering for half an hour, Ren Di gathered some wild berries that carried fond childhood memories and happened upon 2 patches of wild Polygonatum rhizome. The back mountain of ancient Kiln village is vast, forming part of the Woling mountain range, the largest in Tianxia nation. Most villagers here traditionally divided their time between farming at home and foraging medicinal herbs in these mountains. However, with steep terrain and frequent wild animal encounters, fewer people ventured into the mountains after the Tianxia government improved living conditions in rural townships. After all, compared to survival, money becomes secondary. In the past, several days of herb gathering barely covered basic sustenance, but after the government built roads and brought utilities to the village, living standards improved dramatically. Few outsiders venture into the great mountains, and without a village guide, they wouldn't even find the way up the slopes. Just before noon, Ren Di finally located the burial mounds of his grandfather and father. Ron-D laid out offerings of fruit for his elders, lit incense, and burned sacrificial paper, then poured out a bottle of premium liquor as he chattered on about his experiences over the years, even introducing them to that damn system of his. He went on to talk about being pursued by a naive rich girl, how beautiful she was, and so on, until eventually, he broke down in tears. A child's desire to care for parents who were no longer there. Now he had money, millions, yet he couldn't spend it on his father and grandfather, couldn't give them fine food or clothes, couldn't treat their illnesses. Boom! Suddenly, a dull sound echoed from nowhere, causing the mountains and forests to tremble slightly and sending flocks of startled birds scattering into the distance. The unexpected noise shocked Rin-D so much that his tears dried up instantly. What just happened? Chapter 062 I'm a pilot too, *******. A loud boom echoed through the mountains, sending startled birds scattering in all directions. Rin-D had a bad feeling about this. Could something major have happened here? A forest fire? But it's a clear day with no thunder, how could a wildfire start? And wildfires don't make sounds like that. A landslide? Wu Ridge had abundant vegetation, and its rocks were mostly sturdy granite that rarely collapsed easily. Rin-D thought about it and decided to go take a look. It wouldn't be good if there really was some major incident that went unnoticed and caused unfortunate consequences. After packing his things and burying the incense ashes, he set off toward the direction of the loud noise. The higher he climbed, the more difficult the mountain became to ascend. Rin-D spent over an hour climbing to the hilltop and stood on the highest tree branch, gazing deep into the Wu Ridge. Then he spotted flames and thick smoke rising from a distant mountain ridge. Not a wildfire, not a landslide. Rin-D suddenly remembered there seemed to be a military base in this part of the southern region. Could it be a plane crash? With this thought, Rin-D immediately climbed down the tree and hurried toward the location. After more than 3 hours, he finally reached the affected mountain forest. From afar, he caught the foul stench of burning, followed by the sight of numerous trees snapped at their trunks and a 20-meter-long trench gouged into the ground. The ground was littered with airplane wreckage, broken glass, and other debris. The pilot better not be hurt. Rin-D prayed silently in his heart. Judging by the severity of the crash, he was genuinely afraid the pilot might not have survived. He hoped the other guy had enough sense to bail out in time. The plane's broken wing hung high in the branches of a tree, while the fuselage lay shattered into pieces. The nose cone had plunged deep into the soil, uprooting decaying branches and rotten leaves that now lay scattered about. Among the wreckage, Rin-D spotted the body of an unfortunate rabbit. This should make for a nice dinner tonight. He casually stuffed the rabbit into his bag and climbed over the treacherous rocks. Rin-D finally located the cockpit empty. He exhaled in relief. No pilot meant they'd ejected safely. Wait, that didn't make sense. Rin-D noticed dark red stains inside the cockpit that he'd almost missed. The mountainside was perpetually shaded, with no direct sunlight penetrating through, and the decaying vegetation covering the aircraft had nearly concealed them completely. Rin-D hurried over to take a closer look and indeed found 2 bloody fingerprints on the cockpit, along with some smudges. The pilot hadn't ejected to escape and, though still alive, was seriously injured. Following the bloodstains on the ground, Rin-D searched carefully and finally found the pilot about 50 meters from the crash site, but the man was already unconscious. Rin-D immediately examined him and discovered multiple fractures, particularly 2 or 3 broken ribs in the chest, along with a sprained left foot. Fortunately, the brakes were clean without any displacement. Rin-D began using materials at hand to bandage the pilot, who also carried a first aid kit and medicine. However, these supplies had already been used, likely administered by the pilot himself before losing consciousness. Rin-D moved him to a slightly flatter area, then gathered some nearby herbs, crushing them to extract medicinal juice for the pilot to drink. Apart from the bitter and unpleasant taste, the herbal remedy was otherwise quite effective. By the time these tasks were completed, it was already around 7 in the evening. Though the sun hadn't fully set, the deepening shadows in the forest made visibility poor. Rin-D then scavenged useful items from the aircraft wreckage, temporarily assembling a stretcher. Placing his own bag on it, he carefully laid the pilot down to rest. After finishing these tasks, Rin-D found a small mountain spring to clean his rabbit, then gathered wild spices from the area to marinate it. Just as Rin-D was roasting the rabbit meat, the pilot groaned and woke up. "Hey buddy, you're awake? Want some water?" Rin-D brought over a liquor bottle to offer the pilot water. After a few sips, the pilot became fully conscious. He froze when he saw his legs wrapped in bandages with splints. "Thanks, man. My name is Li Xiangjuan. I'm Rin-D." Rin-D smiled and said, "Just lie still. The rabbit stew will be ready soon." Li Xiangjuan looked at Rin-D and suddenly smacked his lips, saying, "Am I hallucinating? Why does it feel like my mouth is full of alcohol?" "Ha, it's normal for water in a liquor bottle to smell like alcohol." Rin-D lifted the liquor bottle he was holding, originally meant as an offering for his father and grandfather. He had planned to take the empty bottle down the mountain to discard it, but it happened to come in handy now. "I used your hemostatic agent and bandages on you. The external injuries aren't serious, but you have 3 internal fractures, the one on your chest is the most severe. Li Xiangjuan's eyes dimmed upon hearing this. Once his injuries healed, he probably wouldn't be able to fly again. Did the plane collide with a bird? Ren Di asked when he saw Li Xiangjuan's expression. Don't worry, even if you can't be a regular fighter pilot, being a commercial airline pilot is just as good. Ren Di suddenly thought of himself, the wound on his shoulder had healed, but would he ever be able to fly a plane again? Without a job offer, fly what? What's the point of thinking about that when you can't even get close to a plane? Based on the host's constitution, the host will not retain any scars. Please do not fret over trivial matters. God damn it. Ren Di narrowed his eyes. Was the system showing off? Or trying to make him show off? The aroma of roasted rabbit meat wafted through the air as Ren Di tore off a leg and handed it to Li Xiangjuan, then grabbed the other one for himself to eat. The two continued their intermittent conversation until nightfall. As the firelight flickered, Li Xiangjuan fell asleep again after eating, but by midnight he developed a fever. Ren Di once more made use of nearby materials, gathering some ear-digging grass to administer to Li Xiangjuan while keeping watch through the sleepless night. The sky brightened, the air thick with moisture, dewdrops heavy on the grass blades. After gathering some, Ren Di woke up Li Xiangjuan. Is it dawn already? Yeah, we need to move. Rain's coming today. Ren Di said. Did you send out your distress signal? I did, but the signal here is terrible. No response yet. Don't worry, with me here, your safety is guaranteed. Ren Di packed up his things and then shouldered the stretcher. Whoa! Li Xiangjuan was startled, nearly thinking he was about to fall. But after swaying a bit, Ren Di walked steadily on. The path wasn't easy, yet Ren Di tried his best to choose level ground, though detours were unavoidable. Wandering aimlessly, Ren Di finally found a cave. Let's take shelter from the rain here. If you get soaked again, it'll be troublesome. Ren Di set Li Xiangjuan down as he spoke. The cave was small, forcing both of them to crouch uncomfortably inside. Ren Di gave up most of the space to Li Xiangjuan so he could rest more comfortably. They chewed on some leftover rabbit meat from yesterday, and Ren Di even brought out some Solomon's seal. What's this? Ginger? Solomon's seal, also called chicken head ginseng, it's really good stuff. Li Xiangjuan took a bite and said, You're amazing, knowing so much. Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Ren Di looked at him with a smile and said, No, I'm a pilot too. Sigma A. Chapter 063 I don't have. No, I'm a pilot too. Ren Di answered, but what he didn't say was that this pilot had no receiving unit, currently just an unemployed drifter. Li Xiangjuan looked at Ren Di, then You're wondering why I'm here, right? Li Xiangjuan nodded. Aside from civil aviation or the military, few places needed this profession. For Ren Di to appear here, and judging by his demeanor, lacking that military bearing, made Li Xiangjuan genuinely curious about why he'd shown up. I'm from the ancient kiln village, the one down the mountain. My house collapsed, so I came back to deal with that, and then went up the mountain to pay respects to my ancestors. That's when I heard noises up here and came to check, and then I ran into you. Oh, I see. I must be really lucky then. Li Xiangjuan smiled when suddenly some noises came from the woods in the distance, as if some animal was moving about. Both of them turned to look. The leaves rustled, and then a furry head popped out. Dog? Li Xiangjuan breathed a sigh of relief. No, it's a wolf. A lone wolf that separated from its pack. Ren Di slowly emerged from the cave. Ren Di, dagger. Li Xiangjuan heard it was a wolf and handed the dagger from his body to Ren Di. Ren Di twirled the dagger through a series of flashy maneuvers, feeling the blade sit exceptionally well in his hand, perfect for vegetable chopping or carving without needing to switch knives, and equally convenient for meat slicing. For some reason, as Ren Di stared at the lone wolf, he actually wondered whether its flesh might make a decent meat stew. Sigh, system, when are you going to give me a cooking skill? I'm not asking for much, just the level of a 5-star chef. Ren Di silently asked the system in his mind. Having knife skills alone is useless, we can't let this talent go to waste, right? Host may purchase culinary books for self-study independently. That makes perfect sense, but what if I don't want to? Ren Di ignored the system completely, his eyes fixed intently on the wild wolf behind the tree. Seemingly drawn by the scent of Li Xiangjuan's blood, the wolf bared its teeth, its eyes gleaming with greedy ferocity. Drool dripped steadily through its fangs. The next moment, the lone wolf lunged violently, jaws snapping toward Ren Di. A wave of foul stench assaulted his face. Ren Di dodged sideways to avoid the wolf's jaws, then delivered a left-handed punch straight to the lone wolf's belly. The wolf tumbled as it hit the ground, but Ren Di gave it no chance, kicking it once more to knock its head aside before cleanly severing the wolf's neck with a single slash. The wolf's blood sprayed all over Ren Di, warm, viscous, and reeking of iron. Li Xiangjuan had initially worried that Ren Di might not be able to handle the wild wolf and even considered pulling out his pistol to help. Yet, fearing he might accidentally hit Ren Di, he hesitated. To his surprise, Ren Di swiftly and effortlessly finished off the beast. Without wasting time, Ren Di skinned the freshly killed wolf, scraped off the fat, and returned to the cave. Perfect, this thing is waterproof, you can wear it on your head. Ha! Li Xiangjuan was baffled. This wolf doesn't seem like a lone old one, it was probably a scout for the pack. Killing it leaves a blood trail, and I'll bet the rest of the wolves aren't far behind. You wear the pelt to stay dry, and I'll carry you. Let's get out of these mountains fast, or we're really in trouble. Great! Li Xiangjuan draped the wolf pelt over his head, its foul stench nearly making him vomit up last night's dinner. Ren Di crouched down and let Li crawl slowly onto his back before standing up swiftly and hurrying away. The rain made the ground slippery, and Ren Di nearly fell several times. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. In moments like these, he didn't need to think, his body instinctively dodged danger. The only downside was that Li Xiangjuan on his back was so scared he nearly wet his pants. They moved slowly downward along a mountain stream. Staring down at the 30-meter-deep ravine below, Li Xiangjuan felt for the first time that he had developed a fear of heights. From such a height, if the two of them fell, would they turn into minced meat or flattened patties? Every time Ren Di slipped, Li Xiangjuan broke out in a cold sweat for him. The two cautiously made their way down the ravine and finally reached the foot of the mountain. Exhausted, let's take a break first. Ren Di was starving. After walking for 3 or 4 hours, he had no strength left. After setting Li Xiangjuan down, Ren Di slumped to the ground and sprawled out without a care for appearances. If not for his shallow breathing, his blood-soaked state made him look exactly like a corpse. At this moment, Li Xiangjuan was genuinely moved. This was a brother he'd acknowledge for life. When we get back, I'm treating you to a feast. Li Xiangjuan said, my hometown is Haibei, you know, the seafood there is amazing. I'll have my family send you some crabs later, the kind that weigh 3 or 4 jin each. Heh, seafood huh. Ren Di smacked his lips, imagining that taste. One meal will have you craving the next. Li Xiangjuan smiled, thinking of the taste of home. Don't feel like eating crab, can we switch to lobster? Ren Di looked at Li Xiangjuan and said, then why don't you treat me to abalone? Sea cucumber would work too. Oh, come on, abalone, sea cucumber, lobster, what's next? Li Xiangjuan was amused by Ren Di's antics. How about some shark fin then? Or maybe sea bream? Should we get 2 tuna steaks too? You might as well eat gold at this rate. As they were chatting, Li Xiangjuan's emergency pager suddenly beeped twice. Ha, we're getting signals? Just then, shouts could be heard in the distance. 3 soldiers in camouflage uniforms came running over. Target spotted. Over here. Ren Di sat up and saw the 3 men had already reached him. Are you Captain Li Xiangjuan? It's me. Li Xiangjuan shouted in response. Perfect. Target spotted, fire the flare. When the 3 men ran closer, they saw Li Xiangjuan and also noticed Ren Di covered in blood. Who is this? This is Ren Di. He's the one who. Before Li Xiangjuan could finish speaking, the soldier urgently reported into his radio. We've found Captain Li Xiangjuan along with a civilian casualty. Request immediate ambulance support. You two carry them down the mountain now. The 2 soldiers immediately moved to carry them without another word. Hey no, I'm not injured. Before Ren Di could react, a soldier had already hoisted him up. He hurriedly protested, you don't need to carry me, I can walk by myself. You're injured this badly and still saying it's nothing. This soldier refused to believe it. Hold on tight, I'm about to run. Hey, wait, I'm not. Ren Di wanted to get down, but the other gave him no chance, swiftly darting through the woods. Fine then. Ren Di thought about it and gave up struggling. Being carried like this was actually quite comfortable anyway. They wouldn't have to walk much farther before getting out of the woods. When they finally burst out of the woods and reached a highway, Ren Di saw several vehicles already parked there, along with search and rescue soldiers descending the mountain in succession. Ren Di was transferred to an ambulance. As soon as the doors closed, the vehicle sped off. A female doctor said, where are you injured? Quick, take off your clothes so I can treat your wounds. I'm not injured. Ren Di said. Not injured? How is that possible? Look at all this blood, your clothes are completely soaked red. The female doctor reached out to peel open Ren Di's clothes, then froze in astonishment when she finally managed to reveal what lay beneath. Ren Di's body was perfectly fine, his 8-pack abs looking absolutely gorgeous, his pectoral muscles even giving a little bounce. You really aren't hurt? No problem. If you're not hurt then why the hell are you in an ambulance? The female doctor was furious. I told them I wasn't hurt, but nobody believed me. Besides, it wasn't like I called the ambulance myself. Ren Di was speechless. Who could he even blame for this mess? Chapter 64. Only know to die for the country on the battlefield. Why bother with a horsehide shroud for the dead? Ren Diao Wulong was once again left stranded at the hospital entrance by the furious female doctor who had originally rescued him. Looking at this desolate place surrounded by people in military uniforms, Ren Di was completely bewildered. So, how was he supposed to get out? Hey, aren't you that what's his name? Suddenly, someone called out to Ren Di. I'm Ren Di. Ren Di spotted a soldier who looked familiar. Has your injury been treated? Why are you standing here? Don't worry, you won't have to pay for the treatment. What's wrong with this ambulance? They actually left a wounded person outside like this. The soldier grabbed Rendi and was about to drag him away, but Rendi quickly protested, I'm not hurt. This is wolf blood on me. He had learned his lesson this time, immediately explaining his situation first, lest the other party think he was fishing for sympathy again. No injuries? The soldier asked skeptically. That's right, I'm completely unharmed. Rendi swiftly stripped off his clothes to show the other party. The soldier looked at Rendi's model standard physique with visible admiration, clicking his tongue in approval at the defined abs. How did you train these muscles? They're even better than mine. He reached out to feel them, not the rigid hardness of weightlifting, but incredibly powerful, dynamic musculature. Rendi was frightened by the other's gaze and hastily put his clothes back on. If there's nothing else, I'll head home now. How do I get out of here? Oh, right. Rendi took out Li Xiangjuan's dagger from his backpack and handed it over. Please return this to Li Xiangjuan for me. I'll come see him again later. The soldier looked at Rendi and thought for a moment before saying, come with me first. You saved my men, how could I let you go back like this? Your clothes are all torn up. I'll get you a new set. And are you hungry? Rendi didn't speak, his stomach answered for him with a loud, rumbling growl. Ha, let's go. The man threw an arm around Rendi's shoulders and half-dragged him forward. Rendi, being unfamiliar with the place, had no choice but to follow him. During the meal, the man probed Rendi's background thoroughly, to the point where even childhood embarrassments like bedwetting got revealed. Helpless Rendi instinctively felt deference toward anyone in military green, answering whatever was asked. Alright, you're a good kid. I'm Ma Lixing, call me Brother Ma. Brother Ma, what's your rank exactly? I can't read military insignia, are you high-ranking? Rendi asked. This outfit is really handsome. Want to try it on? Ma Lixing inquired. Ha, it's nothing. Ma Lixing found Rendi a set of unmarked camouflage to change into and then had him wait in the office. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ma Lixing had already obtained Li Xiangjuan's verbal report and learned what role Rendi had played in the plane crash incident. Yet Rendi's own claim of being a pilot came as a surprise. His demeanor lacked the distinctive bearing of a military man, yet he possessed combat skills. Li Xiangjuan emphasized how Rendi had killed the wild wolf, confirming that the combat techniques he used were specifically military in nature. What particularly piqued his curiosity was the muscle tone he had personally observed on Rendi's body. Just what kind of person was Rendi, and what exactly did he do for a living? His known abilities included identifying medicinal herbs and mastering military combat techniques. Such a man should not be left to languish in obscurity. After some thought, Ma Lixing contacted the Armed Forces Department and asked them to conduct a background check on Rendi. After twisting around several corners, Zhao Hang from Yangcheng's Summer Security Bureau received yet another assignment to investigate Rendi's background. What the hell? Investigating him again? What did he do this time? What do you mean again? The person from the Armed Forces Department on the other end of the phone asked in surprise. Who else investigated him before? Well, the embassy abroad. The matter is like this. Zhao Hang recounted Rendi's background information one by one, specifically emphasizing his overseas activities and detailing what role he played in the most recent top-secret dossier. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, the voice replied, Here, he rescued a crashed pilot and even knows how to identify medicinal herbs. That ability wasn't uncovered in your investigation, was it? Zhao Hang fell silent too. This kid was mastering a new skill every day. Was he some kind of Pikachu wearing human skin? Constantly evolving day by day like he was stuck in permanent upgrade mode. As long as the background check comes back clean. The call ended between them. Ma Lixing got the results and immediately broke into a grin. As expected, the person he had his eye on didn't disappoint. This kid was impressive, good character, capable, and clearly destined for our military. Just as he was pondering how to coax Rendi into joining, suddenly a phone on the desk rang. Ma Lixing hurried to answer it and immediately received an urgent mission. Soon after, the emergency assembly alarm sounded throughout the base. The entire base was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Rendi, sitting in the room, also heard the assembly alarm and grew restless watching the crowd running outside. With Ma Lixing absent, he couldn't even find the exit, and his backpack was left elsewhere. So he rushed out intending to find Ma Lixing, but was abruptly shouted down the moment he stepped out. What unit are you from? Why are you still standing there foolishly instead of assembling? Want a court-martial? Ha! Move it! Oh, alright, no need to explain. Seeing the man's dark expression and the extra star on his shoulder insignia compared to Ma Lixing, Rendi immediately chickened out and ran in the direction pointed at him. After running quite a distance, he saw many people gathered on the training ground, and Ma Lixing was there too. Instantly, Rendi's panic vanished. He rushed over and stood at the edge of the crowd. The soldier next to Rendi froze for a moment, puzzled. Who was this guy? He hadn't seen him before, and why wasn't he wearing a cap? Did he want to get himself confined? But just as he was about to speak, the command sounded, and rows of soldiers lined up neatly to call out their numbers. Thus, Ren D absent-mindedly followed along and completed the count. However, after he finished calling his number, the leading officer froze, and then everyone uniformly turned their gazes toward him. Degree. Ren D? Ma Lixing immediately spotted Ren D standing there trying desperately to blend in. But Ren D's face stood out from the soldiers, he was far too pale. Get out here! Ma Lixing pulled Ren D out by the collar, torn between laughter and exasperation. What on earth was he doing here at a time like this? Impersonating a soldier was a crime. Oh, I didn't mean to. Ren D scratched his head in embarrassment. We'll deal with you later. Ma Lixing resumed addressing the entire group. At 14:27 this afternoon, a magnitude 5.9 earthquake struck the XX area of XX City in northern Tianxia region. Higher authorities have ordered our unit to immediately organize logistics and transport forces to deliver relief supplies to the disaster area as soon as possible. Now, I command. Train troops for 1,000 days, use them for one critical moment. Deploy us for the first battle, and victory shall be ours. Move out. Standing behind Ma Lixing, Ren D watched soldiers roughly his own age swear their military oaths, their deafening shouts piercing the sky. His blood boiled with fervor, longing to contribute his own strength, and he couldn't help but roar. Ren D requests to join. Chapter 065 Soaring to New Heights. Ding! Mission, complete 1 week as a temporary transport aircraft pilot. Reward 1, 20,000 Chinese yuan monetary reward. Reward 2, gain advanced weather reconnaissance skill experience. Failure penalty, deduct 10% of savings and complete assigned garbage cleanup work in designated area. The moment Ren D shouted that he wanted to join, the system appeared. The dazzling golden text looked particularly grandiose. Ren D grinned. The system's task assignment meant his participation in this rescue operation was practically guaranteed. Ma Lixing looked at Ren D with some surprise. What can an ordinary civilian like you possibly do? Without training, can you endure hardship or suffering? Rescue isn't war, but it's more painful than war. I can fly a plane. Ren D answered loudly. Li Xiangjuan is injured and we're short one pilot. I can take his place and fly the plane. All you've ever flown is a basic utility helicopter. The simplest aircraft there is. Military gear is beyond you. Ma Lixing declined. I've got it. An international pilot's license with Class A, B, and C ratings. This time, Ma Lixing was astonished. Was this kid really that formidable? You won't believe me unless you let me on the simulator. I'll show you. Great. The base had a flight simulator, so Ma Lixing took Ren D there. Ren D felt exhilarated as he settled into the simulator seat. He finally got his hands on an aircraft again, and if he succeeded this time, he'd score 7 whole days. Sweet. Soon, Ren D fired up the flight simulator, taxied down the runway, retracted the landing gear, and began circling in the air. He even pulled off some tactical maneuvers with the simulator, making Ma Lixing watch with bated breath for him. Finally, Ren D safely landed the plane under his control. Ma Lixing immediately recruited Ren D into the rescue team. Such a free workhorse? No. Such a promising talent delivered straight to their doorstep. How could they let this slip away? Thus, he used a special talent conscription order to enlist Ren D, and after going through the procedures, Ren D officially became a temporary transport aircraft pilot. Wow! The moment Ren D boarded the transport plane, he was so excited he couldn't decide whether to step forward with his left or right foot, nearly causing a scuffle between his feet over which one should enter first. The information about the transport aircraft automatically surfaced in his mind. Suppressing his excitement, he took the pilot's seat. Dongjio, this is Nest. Dongjio copies. Prepare for taxiing. Ready for departure. Dongjio preparing to taxi out. Cleared to taxi. With the command, Ren D piloted the Yun 7H500 into the sky. At the altitude of 1 kilometer, Ren D experienced a plane view surpassing first-class seats, absolutely exhilarating. Indeed, a man's ambition should reach for the stars. The sky is the true domain of heroic men. Ren Disheng took off in the evening. Not being part of the first wave of rescue flights, and due to inadequate resources at the military base, he had to first load relief supplies in Yangcheng before heading to the disaster zone. Accompanying him were 2 other aircraft, forming a small squadron. On the ground, Ma Lixing's impromptu conscription of Ren D shocked many, who considered the decision reckless and utterly nonsensical. But their base only had 5 planes and 3 pilots in total. If another one crashed, would next year's budget even stand a chance? Yet Ma Lixing forcefully suppressed the dissenting voices, his heart hanging in suspense as Ren D took to the skies. Only when Ren D landed safely at Yangcheng Airport did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. This round was solid. Given the severity of the rescue mission, the higher-ups had turned a blind eye to Ma Lixing's maneuver without giving explicit approval. Now that Ren D had landed safely, they too sent their acknowledgement. Due to Rendi's repeated acts of bravery and his significant contributions to the country abroad, his personal status was directly changed to that of a reserve technical officer. Without his knowledge, Rendi had suddenly become a reservist. At this time, Rendi was waiting for the aircraft to load relief supplies. Materials urgently allocated from major warehouses in Yongchang were all being sent to Yongchang Airport, while regular flight schedules were suspended. Night flying is a mandatory course for pilots, and Rendi followed the formation with ease as they flew towards the disaster area. 5 days passed in a flash, with Rendi flying nearly 16 hours each day, leaving him noticeably thinner. After hastily finishing his meal, Rendi was about to board the plane again for his mission when someone called out to him. "Rendi? Ha, Captain Wang?" The person calling him was another pilot from the same squadron, who also happened to be the team leader. The situation in the disaster area has stabilized somewhat. Higher-ups have sent CCTV reporters to gather some news footage. Major Ma's suggestion is to have them accompany you on your helicopter, and you'll get some TV exposure too. "Ha, me on national TV?" Rendi scratched his head. Was this really appropriate? You may be temporarily recruited, but you're still considered military personnel. Just show your face for the camera and fly normally as you would. They say it'll be used directly as a recruitment ad. The major said you're the fairest and handsomest among us, so do us this favor. Just be careful during the flight later, don't make it too bumpy. Alright. Rendi nodded, never imagining he'd get to appear on Tianxia's biggest national TV network in his lifetime, the legendary Mother CCTV. Yang Luoi was particularly irritated now. Her boyfriend had supposedly gone back to his hometown to look at houses, then completely vanished. He promised 3 or 4 days tops, but now it's been over 10 with no word at all. For the first 3 days, he'd still send her messages or something, but now the man has completely disappeared. When she tried to file a police report, she couldn't even clearly explain Rendi's specific hometown address, only roughly knowing it's in Lower Nanyu. But Tianxia is so vast, Lower Nanyu so expansive, how could she possibly find him? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Anxious and agitated, Yang Luoi couldn't even sleep properly, terrified that Rendi might have abandoned her for good. The time she spent with Rendi had been the happiest period of her life. Her depression hadn't relapsed even once during their time together. If she lost Rendi, she could never go back to her old life again. She would definitely do as Rendi had said, find a picturesque burial site and dig herself a grave. Just then, the nanny came to her room to call her downstairs for dinner. Yang Luoi had no appetite, but every time she thought of Rendi, she felt she shouldn't act this way. So, steeling herself, she went downstairs, planning to force down a few bites. Li Lu had already taken a seat at the dining table by now. Seeing Yang Luoi's appearance upon coming downstairs, the corners of her lips curled slightly upward in silent glee. This brat hasn't gone out for days now, moping around like her parents just dropped dead, probably got swindled out of money and virtue? Seeing Yang Luoi in misfortune made Li Lu practically gleeful with delight. See, Luoi? I told you not to hang around with those penniless losers, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened, tricked out of your money and taken advantage of. Rendi is nothing like that. Yang Luoi rolled her eyes dramatically. Keep your son in check. With how chaotic things are abroad, who knows what viruses he might bring back? What if he comes down with syphilis, venereal diseases, or even AIDS? Humph, sounds like you're the sick one. Your brain's full of nothing but water, a complete fool who can't do anything except fall in love. Clueless idiot, getting strung along by emotional manipulation without even realizing it. I've heard all about how you hooked up with that guy named D. No proper job, no money, no house, nothing but a pretty face. A freeloading pretty boy. If you had half a brain, you wouldn't have sunk this low. Li Lu held her head high, as proud as a rooster. Give her a beak, and she'd probably start crowing. Chapter 066. The true dating standard for girls is Rendi. Yang Luoi angrily put down her chopsticks, deciding not to eat anymore. Li Lu, however, pressed on relentlessly. Some people will never realize whether the friends they associate with are angels or demons. A pretty boy has you utterly spellbound. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't act like this. You'd better stay away from that kind of person. Speaking from experience, these words come straight from the heart. Yang Luoi couldn't be bothered to engage with her any longer and simply walked away to the living room to turn on the TV. Li Lu gave chase, having finally found an opportunity to leave Yang Luoi speechless. How could she let it slip away so easily? Skilled people are a dime a dozen in this world, yet you picked someone whose only redeeming quality is a pretty face. Your father warned you to know your limits, but you took it seriously. You've completely disgraced the Yang family. If it were me, I'd have cut ties with trash like that long ago. Shut up! Yang Luoi couldn't help but shout. Humph, ignore good advice and you'll suffer the consequences soon enough. Only someone with scrambled brains would fawn over trash not even fit to lick a stray dog's paws. Who are you calling clueless? Yang Luoi stood up ready to throw hands, just as the evening news began playing on TV. The Northern Territory's earthquake coverage was the current focus. The broadcast opened with aerial footage before cutting to the dashing, heroic figure of a pilot. Yang Luoi, midway through rising, found her attention abruptly seized by the screen. The person in the pressure suit holding a helmet, who else could it possibly be but Ren D? Though he's gotten a bit thinner now, he's still as strikingly handsome as ever. How on earth did this guy suddenly appear on TV? And flying military transport planes no less? Yang Luoi bit her lip, all the anxiety and frustration from the past few days transforming into sheer grievance upon seeing this image, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Li Lu also caught the TV footage, though she didn't recognize Ren D. All she thought was how dashing the young man on screen looked, so handsome, and a soldier too. The absolute perfect male idol material. She glanced at Yang Luoi, who remained motionless, and sneered again. Look, this kind of person on TV is the real standard for a girl's ideal partner. Handsome, with an admirable profession. Someone who's praised wherever they go. Isn't that so much better than your pretty boy? Yang Luoi, who had been teary-eyed just moments ago, suddenly burst into laughter at Li Lu's words. Though the broadcast had already switched to another scene, Yang Luoi continued to stare intently at the television screen. Yeah, being featured on CCTV's news primetime, this person must truly be the best of the best. Li Lu looked at Yang Luoi with confusion. Had she suddenly gone dumb? Why wasn't she rebutting? You don't know, do you? Yang Luoi suddenly turned her head to stare at Li Lu, startling her as she'd been sneaking glances. No what? That handsome, admirable professional you were just talking about, the one who gets praised wherever he goes, the true standard girls look for in a partner, that's my boyfriend, Ren D. After saying this, Yang Luoi laughed, her tear-streaked face radiating breathtaking beauty. Her man had quietly appeared on television, quietly piloted military aircraft, and quietly stolen her heart. He had become the very meaning of her existence. Impossible? Voice cracking. Li Lu involuntarily screamed. Wasn't the man Yang Luoi found supposed to be some freeloading pretty boy? How did he suddenly transform into the elite type you'd see on TV? Nothing's impossible. Your narrow worldview has filled your life with filth, but that doesn't mean you can or should deny someone else's reality. Yang Luoi excitedly ran back to her room to search for the news clip on her computer. She wanted to use that very screenshot as her desktop wallpaper. Ren D above, demons be gone. Downstairs, Li Lu was still pacing in circles. No way, how is this possible? She must be lying? How could that wretched girl get so damn lucky? What can't be? Yang Tiancheng had just returned from outside when he suddenly spoke up after hearing Li Lu's words. Ha! Seeing Yang Tiancheng return, Li Lu was momentarily stunned before immediately saying, your daughter's been pining away for that pretty boy of hers day and night. Aren't you going to do something about it? Don't let her get in too deep or this won't end well. Hearing this concerned Ren D, Yang Tiancheng's movements noticeably slowed. On his way back, he took a moment to watch the evening news. As a businessman of significant stature, keeping up with current events and analyzing trends was part of his essential routine. Then he also saw Ren D featured in the first segment of the top news story, and he immediately felt a wave of relief exactly as he had anticipated. Fortunately, he hadn't forcibly pressured his daughter to break up with Ren D. Even his previous warnings about maintaining boundaries had been spoken privately at home, with no outsiders knowing. Lucky, so lucky. The moment he thought about that 3S level confidentiality clearance, Yang Tiancheng felt completely deflated. Before such important figures, he amounted to nothing. He was fortunate they'd kept their identities concealed and never bothered with him. Otherwise, he'd have had it coming. I won't interfere with Luoi's marriage arrangements anymore. Her relationship with Ren D is entirely her own choice. Whether she marries or when doesn't matter at all. As long as she's happy, even if she never marries, I can support my daughter for life. Yang Tiancheng declared resolutely, you'd better watch your tongue, stop looking down on everyone all the time. Otherwise, you'll never know when you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Ha! Li Lu was utterly confused. This wasn't what Yang Tiancheng had told her before. He'd even warned that Yang Luoi should know her limits when having fun. How did it suddenly become do whatever you want? Has the world changed too fast, or has this man changed too quickly? Has being a gigolo living off women become society's new mainstream? What happened to a married daughter is like spilled water. What happened to raise sons for old age support? The daughters are just raised for others' families, so it's better to marry them off advantageously to strengthen the family's position? Hey, Tue! Li Lu rolled her eyes inwardly. Pfft, men. Ren D didn't know that with one shot, he had successfully helped his girlfriend break free from her original family status and directly catapulted her to the top. He was currently encountering trouble, as today's flight mission remained extremely demanding. While flying from Luoan City towards the disaster-stricken northern region, they unexpectedly encountered a sudden bout of severe convective weather. An extraordinarily intense thunderstorm with strong winds had appeared along their flight path, spanning an area of approximately 250 kilometers. Severe convective weather typically occurs within convective cloud systems or individual convective cloud clusters. When such weather strikes, it's often accompanied by terrifying lightning, thunder, violent winds, and torrential rain, conditions that can destroy buildings, devastate crops and trees, damage communication and transportation systems, and even cause casualties. But encountering such conditions high in the sky was absolutely terrifying. If it were a regular civilian airliner encountering such weather, it could only delay takeoff and wait for conditions to improve. But now they represent the nation, the military, carrying out military orders. They can only advance, never retreat. Chapter 067 Life Demands Struggle. Dong 9, this is Dong 1. Do you copy? Dong Jiao received. Dong Yao, please go ahead. In the transport aircraft, Ren Di received a message from Squadron Leader Wang. Prepare to ascend through the troposphere into the stratosphere. Maintain evasion protocol. Dong Jiao received. I'll be watching you every moment. Stay absolutely calm. Roger that. Captain Wang reminded Ren Di, fearing he might panic during such situations and crash the plane. Below them lay an entire city, and the aircraft was carrying life-saving supplies for disaster-stricken civilians. There was absolutely no room for error. But before this, Ren Di had truly been just an ordinary civilian, without any formal military training. Captain Wang had no way of knowing whether Ren Di's resolve was firm enough or if he could maintain composure when faced with difficulties and emergencies. But at this moment, he could only trust Ren Di, believing that he could do it. Still, he stayed fully alert to monitor the condition of Ren Di's plane. Ren Di took a deep breath to calm his mind, saying he wasn't frightened now would be a lie. When encountering such terrifying thunderstorms on the ground, many girls, I occasionally hide under the covers too, would be scared to tears, not even daring to look outside while safe indoors. Now he had to pilot the plane directly into thunderstorms, where humanity seemed as insignificant as a tiny ant facing nature's colossal forces. The atmosphere is divided into layers from the surface upward: the troposphere, tropopause, stratosphere, stratopause, mesosphere, mesopause, and thermosphere. Among these, the troposphere has the highest density and the most water vapor. At this moment, Ren Di's altitude was approximately 7,000 meters, requiring an additional climb of over 5,000 meters to reach the stratosphere. Thunder exploded right beside his ears, lightning streaked past the aircraft, and Ren Di felt every hair on his body stand on end. Alarms blared relentlessly inside the cabin, some instruments malfunctioned and flickered wildly, while the airframe shuddered violently. It felt like riding a runaway stallion. Ren Di clung desperately to the control stick, fighting to prevent the plane from stalling. In the lower atmosphere, for every 100 meters of altitude gained, atmospheric pressure drops by 9.5 millimeters of mercury. Thus, as the aircraft climbed, the thinning air density caused engine power to diminish progressively, making the plane increasingly difficult to control. Why do so many movies and TV shows depict planes flying upwards with pilots shaking violently even when there's nothing happening? The higher they go, the worse the shaking gets, to the point where even some small electric motors couldn't keep up. The sudden climb-induced G-forces and oxygen deprivation left Ren Di's face flushed red. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind: damn it, you climb! He roared, but the right rotor suddenly stopped moving, and the alarm blared at full volume again. Enraged, Ren Di shut off all the alarm systems. With the sudden loss of power on the right side, the plane's speed dropped sharply, tilting and spiraling downward in a deadly spin. Ren Di felt an electric surge of adrenaline coursing through his body, his heart pounding so fiercely it might leap out of his chest. If this were a comic panel, a cartoonish spurt of blood would surely be spraying from the top of his head. Ren Di couldn't tell sky from earth anymore, couldn't distinguish north from south. The plane's center of gravity tilted, the speedometer edging past red into black as the aircraft accelerated into its descent. Death lurked right beside him. Dong Jiao, grip the control stick. Don't you dare let go. Captain Wang roared a warning at Ren Di when he noticed the situation. Ren Di's eyes bloodshot, he yanked the control stick hard to swing the aircraft's fuselage while repeatedly igniting the right wing. After multiple ignition attempts, the right wing finally roared to life. The plane's deadly plunge abruptly halted as it pulled up sharply again. He maneuvered the aircraft into another climb. This time, he finally broke through the thunderstorm zone. The view suddenly opened up before them, all the storm and thunder left below their feet. Ren Di, gasping for breath, grinned at his teammates in the other two jets. I won. For the first time, death felt so near, and Ren Di had an epiphany: life should be fought for, because without struggle, how could one truly live? The 7-day flight had matured Ren Di greatly. He felt this experience would stay with him for a lifetime. The emergency relief mission in the disaster zone was complete, leaving only the reconstruction work. With the first phase of the mission accomplished, Ren Di piloted the aircraft back to the military base in Xiananyu. Yet, even now, he still didn't know the name of this base. Stepping off the plane, Ren Di saw Ma Lixing and several others already waiting for him on the tarmac. He jogged a few steps forward, saluted, and reported, Yun 7H500 transport aircraft pilot Ren Di, having successfully completed the transport mission, reporting for duty. Thanks for your hard work. Ma Lixing returned the salute. When he first heard that Rindi's crew had encountered unusual weather conditions, his immediate thought was, it's over. The plane is lost, and the crew too. Yet he never expected Rindi to withstand the pressure in such dire circumstances and navigate through the thunderstorm zone. As an ordinary person, someone without any stress tolerance training, he was genuinely proud of Rindi. Ma Lixing grabbed Rindi in a bear hug, pounding his back vigorously. Welcome back. Welcome back. Beside Ma Lixing, Li Shangjuan sat in his wheelchair giving Rindi a thumbs up. Bro, you're the best. Rindi winked at Li Shangjuan, wearing a proud yet deliberately restrained expression that was so cheeky it made people laugh. Ding! Temporary cargo plane pilot mission complete. Dispensing rewards. Congratulations on obtaining reward, Advanced Meteorological Survey Skill Experience. Ma Lixing arranged a room for Rindi to rest in. Rindi pulled out his long-dead, slightly dusty phone to charge it. The moment it powered on, it immediately began pinging non-stop with notifications. After reading through the messages, Rindi started calling Yang Luoi. That silly girl's texts were practically bursting his phone's storage. Rindi? Yang Luoi's delighted voice came through. Why did you disappear for so long without telling me? I missed you so much. I couldn't say anything at that moment. Rindi explained, I went up the mountain to pay respects to my ancestors. There was no signal up there, and then some things came up that kept me delayed until now. I saw you on TV. You're pretty amazing, right? I thought I was pretty awesome too. Rindi said boastfully, wait till we get back. We'll rent a small plane and I'll fly you around. Great. Yang Luoi smiled sweetly, and the two basked in each other's affection for quite some time before Rindi finally hung up the phone, then proceeded to send safety updates to friends who had recently contacted him. Lying on the bed, Rindi admired a CCTV-branded video screenshot truly worthy of a national broadcaster's cameraman. The angle was exquisite, the lighting perfect, and the composition simply impeccable. Mwah. He'd print this photo later, frame it in gold, and pass it down as a family heirloom to his sons and grandsons. When he got too old to walk, he'd tell them the story behind this picture and the contribution he'd made. Chapter 069 2 Cabbage Cornbread Buns. Ma Lixing wanted to recruit Rindi into the army, so he deliberately didn't mention that Rindi was already in the reserves. He planned to inform him only after the formal approval came through. After resting another day at the military base, Rindi was sent back to Guyao village to handle personal matters. He was told to just wait for further instructions. Rindi thought what Ma Lixing meant by waiting for news was waiting for his superiors to issue him rewards and commendation banners. He had received awards from the police station before, so this time the rewards must be generous too. Dressed in green military uniform without any insignia, Rindi stood on the main road of Guyao village. Along the way, many people looked at Rindi as if they had seen some rare spectacle. Hey, young Rin, where have you been? How come you're back dressed like this? You look like some demobilized foot soldier. Heh, third uncle, do I look handsome? Rindi greeted everyone with a military-like gait, walking with precise, measured steps that carried a soldier's bearing. But when he returned to the collapsed wreck of his own home, Rindi was stunned into silence. What was going on? Why had half the courtyard wall of his crumbling house been demolished? And just who are these people tearing up his house in the yard? Hey, who are you people? Who gave you permission to demolish my home? Rindi shouted at the workers who were merrily demolishing the house in the courtyard. Ha! A middle-aged man who looked like the foreman came over and said, and who might you be? Who am I? Rindi laughed. This is my house. Though it's collapsed, I haven't even decided how to rebuild it yet. Who sent you here? Your house? That can't be right. The foreman pointed at Lu Bo's house next door. We were hired by this neighboring family to build a garage. They said they bought this courtyard house. Bullshit. Who sold it to them? Rindi instantly understood what was going on. Last time Lu Bo's father had mentioned spending 100,000 to buy the house, but he hadn't agreed. Were they trying to force a sale now? He immediately turned and ran to Lu Bo's house, kicking open the front door as he arrived. This time, both Lu Bo and his father Lu Changgui were at home. The two were startled by Rendi's sudden entrance. Lu Bo stood up and pointed at him, shouting, "What kind of bandit are you? Couldn't you even knock before barging in? Knock your head off. What do you mean? I never agreed to sell my homestead land to you. TCH. Lu Bo immediately sneered upon hearing this. Oh, think it's too little? 10 grand. You wouldn't save that much even after a whole year working construction sites. I'm doing you a favor, and you don't even appreciate it. Biting the hand that feeds you, no gratitude at all. Pa, which of your eyes saw your grandpa here being broke? Do you even know what you're doing counts as illegal seizure of others' property? Out of respect for growing up together in the same village, tell those people to scram right now. Otherwise, or what? Got the guts to bite me? Lu Bo took out another cigarette and lit it, saying, Go out and ask around now, ask what kind of presents Lu Bo, the great boss Lu, is in Guya. Having me as your neighbor is a blessing you earned over 8 lifetimes. To hell with your blessing. Take my 2 fist-sized bun gifts. 2 cabbage-stuffed buns. Randy firmly grabbed Lu Bo by the collar and stared at him while enunciating each word clearly in response. Tell them to get lost, then you'll pay up. My house was already collapsed anyway, but the courtyard wall was perfectly fine until you tore it down. If you don't compensate me, I'll show you exactly why roses are so red. Hey now, let's talk this through properly. No fighting. Lu Changue quickly stepped forward to intervene and stop Rindi's actions. Lu Bo, you better talk nicely to Rindi. Perhaps Rindi's grip was too strong. Lu Bo struggled in vain for a long while, his face flushing crimson before he finally choked out 2 words, I'll pay. Only then did Rindi release him. Now get them all out of here. Wait, have them repair my courtyard wall first, you're footing the bill. Lu Bo opened his mouth to reply, but Randi glared fiercely and raised his fist again. Fine, I'll pay for it. Randi escorted Lu Bo back to his courtyard. The workers inside all looked over when they saw Lu Bo. With no other choice, Lu Bo had to let these workers rebuild Rindi's courtyard wall. Luckily, Lu Bo had already hauled several truckloads of bricks, sand, and other construction materials earlier for building the garage. And so, a group of workers spent the entire day fixing Rindi's courtyard wall, only to be promptly chased away by him afterward. Hey, wait! My courtyard wall is still torn down and unrepaired. Lu Bo had even demolished his own courtyard wall for this garage project, and his side was still a complete mess. But none of the workers were willing to continue. It's best to steer clear of disputed jobs like these. They all hurried off even faster. Randi looked at the nearly cleared-out old house with some melancholy, but he quickly suppressed these emotions and prepared to leave. He needed to find a place to sleep for the night. As he walked out of the courtyard, Randi saw the large iron gate that had already been replaced. You replaced it? Randi looked at Lu Bo with a cold sneer. Impressive, huh? You went ahead and treated this place like your own before the contract was signed or any money changed hands. Really taking advantage of honest people, aren't you? Did you really think I was just some ordinary construction worker? He reached out and slapped Lu Bo hard, instantly making his face red and swollen. With your dad standing there earlier, I held back. Now, let me show you what diversionary tactics really mean. Slap, slap. Randi punched and kicked until Lu Bo dropped to his knees begging for mercy. Bro, I'll call you bro, please stop hitting me. When I was a kid I couldn't beat him, and now I still can't. Currently, his body was covered in shoe prints, his stomach aching unbearably. Where's the main gate key? Randi asked. It's in my pocket. Randi found the gate key, locked it directly, and left with his luggage. Better sleep in town tonight, there's no place to stay in the village. Taking the village shuttle bus, Randi checked into a small hotel in town to wash up before resting. But in the dead of night, he suddenly heard movement outside his door. Randi cautiously got up. Who could be outside in the dead of night? Unlike the big cities, small towns like this don't have guests coming and going at all hours. He quietly moved to the door and listened to the commotion outside. Are you sure this is the right place? Yeah, right here. Later, Sanner will open the door, while the rest of us charge in, cover his head and beat the living daylights out of him. Got it. 2 grand for an arm, 20 grand if all 5 limbs are broken. Hearing this, Randi understood Lu Bo had sent these men to teach him a lesson. What would happen to an ordinary guy like him, with no money or power, if he got beaten up? Even if he called the police, these thugs would have bolted by then. And pointing fingers at Lu Bo? He'd need solid proof for that. He quietly backed away, then returned to bed and bundled up the quilt to create the appearance of someone lying there, before standing in a blind spot at the side of the room. Within half a minute, the door quietly opened, and a group of black-clad figures wearing gloves and hats entered the room. Such hot weather, aren't they afraid of heat stroke? Once inside, they immediately pounced on the bed, raising their clubs and beginning to smash down violently. Chapter 069 Calabash Brothers. The group surrounded the hotel bed, completely oblivious to Rindi standing behind them. The dull thuds of clubs hitting the mattress echoed through the room, yet no one noticed anything amiss. Hit harder. Finish him off. Rindi craned his neck to peer at the bed. Shoo, keep it down. The person in front of Rindi even nudged him with an elbow, signaling him to stay quiet. Rindi quietly retreated 2 steps and walked to the other side where his clothes were placed. He picked them up from the chair and started getting dressed. At this moment, the leader noticed something amiss and spoke up. Stop hitting it. Then he flipped open the quilt on the bed. The bed was completely empty, though the wheat bran pillow had been smashed to pieces by them. Nobody's here? A dozen grown men looked at each other in dismay. All that effort for nothing? Suddenly, the leader glanced in Rindi's direction. In the pitch-black room, there was a pale buttock swaying about. Over there! He pointed at Rindi and shouted. Oh, you noticed? Rindi hurriedly pulled up his pants and turned around, only to see the group swinging their clubs at him. However, the cramped space of the room left him with little room to dodge. Instead of evading, he resolutely grabbed a stool, climbed onto a table, and blocked the descending wooden poles with it. The leader pointed at Rendi and sneered, "Be smart, kid, let us break your arms and legs, or we'll snap your third leg instead. You can go be pals with Lilianiang. Why don't you go?" Rendi opened his mouth to retort but suddenly pointed at the ground with a dramatic shift in expression. "Shit, my money." Hearing Rendi's shout, the others immediately looked down at the floor. Seizing the moment, Rendi hurled a chair at them, then leapt off the table and bolted for the door. "Damn it, we've been tricked." They all lowered their heads to look for the money, only to get clocked by a chair. By the time they realized there was nothing but darkness on the ground, it was already too late. They'd fallen for the ruse. Rendi had already rushed out of the room toward the stairs at this point. The small hotel didn't have an elevator. When he reached the stairwell, instead of heading down, he ran upward. The crowd behind him gave chase and was about to catch up when Rendi spotted mops and other cleaning tools placed around the corner upstairs. His eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed a mop, held it horizontally across his chest, and charged back down toward the people below. With one sweeping motion, Rendi sent the entire dozen or so pursuers tumbling down the stairs like gourds rolling along the ground, leaving them sprawled on the floor and howling in pain. Rendi held up a mop and gave them one by one a face wash. When someone refused to stay down and got back up, Rendi promptly beat them until they curled up like a shrimp, unable to rise again. The dim yellow glow of the energy-saving lights in the hallway flickered on. Rendi pulled down their hoods and realized they were all punks. Their multicolored hair surpassed even a painter's palette. Closer inspection revealed their faces betrayed their youth. "So tell me, do you still want another face wash?" Waving the mop idly, Rendi sighed. "I thought I might lose since there were so many of you, but turns out you're all just trash." "Big bro, we were wrong." "Wrong? You realize that now? What were you doing earlier? Look at this mop you've ruined." Rendi pointed at the mop whose cloth strips had all fallen off. The group didn't dare speak, only nodding repeatedly, but inwardly cursing nonstop. "Damn it, wasn't it you who broke this piece of junk? Smashing our heads with this worthless thing." Rendi gave these people a stern lecture before letting them go. He had initially thought they were some kind of gangster group, but it turned out they were just a bunch of misfits who couldn't amount to anything. After returning to his room and getting dressed, he took out his laptop again, connected to the internet, and started using his hacking skills to dig up dirt on Lu Bo. As the spawn of a second-rate rogue who grew into a petty boss, Lu Bo undoubtedly had plenty of skeletons in his closet. It would be impolite not to return the favor. He hadn't even planned to bother with Lu Bo originally, but unfortunately, the guy brought this on himself. Rendi directly hacked into the police station's household registration system to find Lu Bo's ID number, then used the ID to locate his phone number, followed by banking information. After the series of operations, he actually discovered some unusual details. Lu Bo was actually involved in antique import-export business? Someone like him, practically illiterate, dealing in antiques? It wasn't that Rendi looked down on Lu Bo, but if Lu Bo could even name all the dynasties of Tianxia's ancient history, Rendi would swear to change his surname to Lu. Rendi began digging deeper into the records and soon discovered that Lu Bo frequently traveled deep into the Wushan mountain range. There's no signal on the phone, but that doesn't mean it can't be located. Rendi calculated Lu Bo's approximate position each time he entered the mountains through cell towers and GPS, but it still required time. Combining the timing of Lu Bo's company's antique business transactions, Rendi came to a conclusion: this guy is a tomb raider, or at least a key figure in the trade if not one himself. Tax evasion aside, false accounting is common, but stealing national cultural relics? That's practically criminal. After compiling all this information, Rendi prepared to send it, but to whom exactly? Rendi suddenly didn't know who to give it to. He didn't know any of the local police officers back home, nor did he have any acquaintances. What if news leaked out and Lu Bo fled? Right. He thought of Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhao Hang from the Xi'an Bureau. Through Zhang Xiaoyu, he could reach Zhao Hang and then connect with someone from the local Xi'an Bureau to handle the matter. Without caring about the time, Rendi immediately dialed Zhang Xiaoyu's number. Awakened by Rendi's call, Zhang Xiaoyu wanted to curse, but after hearing Rendi's explanation, he reluctantly sent Zhao Hang's contact number over. Then Zhao Hang also felt terrible because, having just finished his work, he was woken up right as he was about to drift off, and his head was pounding. After Rendi recounted the whole incident to him again, Zhao Hang really wanted to say, "TM, this is customs police business, why come to me?" But after giving it some thought, he still told Rendi to send the documents over so he could arrange for someone to handle it. Finally, Zhao Hang said to Rendi, "You're capable, but don't direct that ability where it doesn't belong. You're already on their radar, and I'll tell you, if you take one wrong step, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't send yourself somewhere you shouldn't be." "Ha, what do you mean?" Rendi still wanted to ask, but Zhao Hang had already hung up the phone. In the morning, Rendi woke up the still snoring hotel owner. What kind of person sleeps through a bunch of troublemakers breaking in at midnight? The guy must be a heavy sleeper. After settling the bill, Rundi decided to head straight back to Yancheng. For now, he'd leave his old family home as it was. Once he'd earned more money, he'd buy some land back in his hometown, build a proper estate, and plan it all out nicely, a good retirement spot for the future. While cleaning Rindi's room, the innkeeper suddenly noticed several extra wooden sticks that hadn't been there before. Could it be that his guest had gone out stealing lumber in the middle of the night? When he went upstairs to retrieve the cleaning tools, he discovered that the mop for scrubbing the toilets was broken. Well, it had seen quite some years of use, it really was time for a new one. P.S. I've read all your comments, hee hee. Chapter 070 The torrent cascades 3,000 feet. Rundi smoothly returned to Yangcheng, just as uneventfully as when he had arrived. The system didn't issue any tasks. However, by the time he exited Yangcheng's high-speed rail station, it was already past 7 in the evening. Rundi sent Yang Luoyi a message confirming his safe arrival, then sought out his pal Fatty Lu brother Lu for a meal where the pair drank quite a bit. After dinner, Rundi hailed a cab home, but halfway through the ride, his bladder started protesting. Figuring he was almost home anyway, he decided to tough it out a little longer. But fear grows when overthought. The more he pondered it, the more urgent things became below, almost uncontrollable. Driver, please pull over. What's wrong? We still have some way to go. I suddenly feel like walking. The rest here is fine. Rundi squeezed his legs together while scanning the QR code to pay the taxi driver, then watched as the cab drove away before darting into a nearby grove of trees. One perk of being a man is being able to relieve yourself standing up anytime, anywhere. Back in childhood, all the boys would line up on the ridges between fields to hold pissing contests. Those scenes were truly spectacular. Rundi glanced left and right. At this late hour, in such darkness, with the streetlight at his chosen spot conveniently broken, it was the perfect venue. Why are you only coming now? Just as Rundi was unzipping his pants, he suddenly heard someone speaking. Startled, his hand trembled and the zipper caught on his underwear. Sorry, something came up on the way. They aren't talking to me? Rundi finally realized. Only now did he notice this place wasn't just occupied by him. Looks like this grove gets fertilized quite often by others. With mischievous thoughts running through his mind, Rundi kept struggling with the zipper, seemingly about to lose control. How many pieces of candy did you bring this time? Is the jelly quantity what we discussed last time? Not that many, we didn't have enough materials. Made less than 100 pieces. Rundi overheard part of the two men's conversation, and suddenly every hair on his body stood on end. If he hadn't spent those 2 days at the police station, he never would have realized how utterly terrifying their conversation was. Rundi stiffly turned his body toward the two shadowy figures hidden inside. Slowly pulling out his phone, he immediately silenced it, then used his jacket to cover the screen as he unlocked it and dimmed the display. He kept watching the men's movements the entire time, terrified of alerting them to his presence. If it weren't for his urgent need to pee today, he would have already knocked out these two villains. But now, he felt completely drained of strength. It's over. As Rundi unlocked his phone and used night mode to take photos of those two men, he felt the irresistible force beneath him finally break through its shackles, charging down from the high ground like 10,000 stampeding horses along the two towering columns supporting heaven. As the ancient verse says, the waterfall plunges 3,000 feet. Rundi's hand shook slightly as he secretly snapped photos with his phone, then he completely relaxed and continued shooting. Well, what else could he do now? The two men remained completely unaware of being photographed, continuing their conversation. Here's 55 pieces. All the goods are in this bag. Where should we meet next time? How should I know? Every transaction spot is wherever my cat steps on the map. You think those damn cops have never caught me by accident? Because all their predictions are wrong. Ha ha ha. Rundi's heart pounded with terror. This was an old ghost indeed. He wondered what rank it held among the playing cards. Damn it, piss got into my shoe too. Unable to resist, Rundi shifted his foot, only to accidentally snap a small twig by his shoe with a crisp crack. Who's there? Both men retreated vigilantly, Rundi inwardly cursing their misfortune. Just then, a cat emerged from the grass with a few soft meows. Its large, gleaming eyes looked somewhat eerie. A mouse ran out, and the cat instantly gave chase. Damn, a stray cat. Nearly scared me to death. One of them spoke up. Alright, that's it for today. Same routine as always, send the message 1 hour early. The two quickly parted ways and headed off in opposite directions, while Rundi was already crouching on the ground, burying his head deep in the bushes as if trying to blend in like a plant. After waiting for a few minutes, just as Rundi felt his legs going numb and was about to stand up, he heard footsteps again. No one's really here? One of the two men actually came back and paced around the same spot again, but just as he was about to reach Rundi, he suddenly stopped. Everyone's fucking nuts, public restrooms right there, yet they choose to take a dump in places like this. Damned bad luck. Turns out, the guy had just stepped on human waste. He vigorously scraped his shoe against the ground while cursing under his breath before storming off. Only after watching the man disappear completely did Rundi stand up. How was he supposed to get home like this? Dark areas weren't a problem, but under any light source, anyone could see he'd pissed his pants. Annoyed, Ren Di immediately called Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu had just changed into his pajamas and was about to go to bed when Ren Di's phone call startled him. Why does this guy keep calling me for no reason, disturbing my sweet dreams? Hey, Ren Di, what's up now? Bro Zhang, could you come to the 7th Street Light northbound on XX Road, the one on the left side, and bring me a pair of pants? I've got a big surprise for you. Are you out of your mind? Why the hell would I bring you pants? If you've got something to say, spit it out, otherwise, I'm hanging up. Hey, don't. I'll talk. I saw someone trading candy and jelly. What? Zhang Xiaoyu started in alarm, leaping to his feet. What's going on? Did you see something? Is this something that can be seen? Is this something normal people are meant to witness? After Ren Di finished outlining the general sequence of events, Zhang Xiaoyu was speechless. Ren Di had waited less than 20 minutes in the pitch-black grove when 2 police cars arrived at his location. Ren Di handed the phone to Zhang Xiaoyu, who took it into the car. Before long, the officers had analyzed the footage and obtained clear frontal photos of the 2 individuals. Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help wanting to laugh when he saw Ren Di's predicament. Pissing your pants at this age? How embarrassing. Shut it. Did you bring the spare pants like I told you? Ren Di's face darkened. In the end, people had noticed, and not just 1 or 2. Nah, left in such a hurry that I forgot. Zhang Xiaoyu said, but I can drive you home. The way you're walking looks pretty awkward. Several police officers nearby covered their mouths, giggling without sparing Ren Di any dignity. Ren Di had no choice but to nod, feeling an icy draft wafting through his trousers as he walked Epsilon 3. Just as Ren Di was about to get in the car, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, "Wait! Ha! Put this under your butt so you don't dirty my car." Zhang Xiaoyu then handed Ren Di a black trash bag. Looking at it, Ren Di had plenty to say, but in the end, it all turned into a sigh. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, sigh, got it. Percent. Science popularization. Manhwa, candy, methaqualone, commonly known as food. Ingestion can cause severe coma, respiratory failure and death, with the minimum lethal dose being 2 to 10 grams. Guodong, jelly, regular jelly mixed with cathinone-type new psychoactive substances. Inhalation can trigger violent behavior, and overdose may induce heart failure and death. Cherish life, stay away from drugs. Chapter 071 The Bogus License System. The whole year's work depends on a good start in spring, and a day's work depends on a good start in the morning. The moment Ren Di opened his eyes in the morning, the system appeared before him, glittering golden characters as large as fists. People say pets resemble their owners. Hey system, I realize we're quite alike actually, both so fond of money. This system has no habit of nurturing trash. Please live seriously and strive for further improvement. Startled from death's door I rise, only to realize the clown was me all along. Ren Di hadn't expected the system to rebuke him so sharply, but upon reflection, he'd indeed been living comfortably by relying on it. Did that make the system his master? The system had come to collect debts, several garbage disposal tasks remained unfinished. Ren Di finished washing up, grabbed his cleaning kit, and headed out. Just as he was about to take the bus to that familiar little river, he suddenly noticed the cleaning location provided by the system had changed. Why the change of location? I distinctly remember that river still had piles of trash. Does the host not recall what happened over a month ago? Forgot what? Damn, did someone actually go clean up that place? That place has already become a viral volunteer check-in hotspot. Crowds pour in daily. By the time our host got there, the line was already too long to join. Equals? Fine, Ren Di shrugged. Switching to another bus route, Ren Di headed toward the new cleanup location, the East Yangcheng Industrial Park. When they arrived at the location, Ren Di couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow!" A roughly 200-meter-long road running east-west through the industrial park was completely piled with garbage. Household waste, industrial debris, discarded appliances. If not for the relatively clean surroundings and the road sign displaying park regulations, he'd have sworn this was a landfill. Was there really no one managing this? Ren Di stared at the mountain of garbage before him, nostalgically recalling the little river. Even fully armed, Ren Di couldn't stop the putrid stench of garbage from assaulting his nostrils. This massive pile would require at least 8 to 10 garbage trucks to haul away. Sigh, Omicron asterisk, might as well start by sorting things first. Ren Di felt he should hire some help, but he wasn't sure if the system would recognize them. Fortunately, the system only ever required him to put in the hours, without specifying how thoroughly the job had to be done. Ren Di first picked up the trash bags that seemed easier to handle and grouped them together. As he was cleaning, he didn't notice the pile of garbage bags behind him slowly collapsing and sliding down until they suddenly buried him beneath. Damn it! Pressed beneath the heap of trash, Ren Di was fortunate his enhanced physical condition kept him from being knocked unconscious immediately. The gaps between the bags also allowed him to keep breathing. Damn, should have checked the almanac, today's not a good day for dealing with dirt. Ren Di was like a monkey trapped beneath the five-finger mountain, unable to move a muscle. Damn it, system, save me, I'm gonna die. Maybe this dumb host isn't worth keeping, let's carve it in stone as proof, peace out. When the system didn't respond, Ron D continued struggling beneath the garbage pile until he finally managed to wiggle his hand into his pocket, ready to call for help. This is so frustrating, #. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a car approaching, then it came to a stop. Just as Rin D was about to happily shout for help, he heard curses emanating from the car. Trash Nation. Ha, French, a Gaul? Ron D had obtained mastery-level French but hadn't used it even once. His first time hearing it spoken was when Gauls were cursing Tianxia. Ren D abandoned the idea of calling for help. Better not embarrass his country abroad. He strained to peer through the gaps in the trash bags, wanting to see what these people looked like. The people in the vehicle did not disappoint. They stepped out, but Ren D could only see 2 pairs of shoes, not their faces. Then he heard them continue conversing in French. What terrible luck! How can Tianxia people be so filthy, dumping garbage right on the highway? How are we supposed to get through? I'm not willing to clean up this mess. Take it easy, mate. It's just trash. Weren't you crawling through sewers when carrying out missions in Sagres? Have 2 years playing fake merchant made you forget your old life? Bullshit. It's precisely because I remember my old life that I hate garbage. But watch your tongue, we're in Tianxia now, not our damn Manhwa. Ha, relax, mate. We're speaking French now. Who'd guess we're from the CIA? My Gallic passport is genuine, and so is my identity. Besides, there's not a soul around here, no cameras either. Those dimwits at the bureau would never imagine we've been operating right under their noses this whole time. Right now, you're a top executive at Pierre and Company, and I'm your assistant. Regular Tianxia folks would welcome us with open arms. Why would they suspect a thing? Being cautious never hurts. You're just too paranoid. Lighten up, this isn't a battlefield. No one can overhear us. But, what if? My gut's telling me this place feels off. Ha ha ha, your battlefield sixth sense? Do you really think someone could predict we'd show up here and ambush us in this rubbish pile? You're gonna make me die laughing. Your bad feeling is probably just the stench of this garbage getting to your head. Then, the two simply moved a few bags of trash to create enough space for the car to barely pass through before driving away. Thanks to the friendly American agents, Ren D crawled out of the trash pile after they left. He gazed at the blazing sun in the sky and then asked the system, "System dude, are you actually a knockoff system? Is your true identity some sort of super agent system? Is this temp worker gig just your cover?" The system says this is all a coincidence. Does the host believe it? I don't believe it. Ron D brushed the dirt off his clothes and walked straight out of the industrial park. Can I skip cleaning up this trash for now? Affirmative. The penalty task can be extended in installments, 36 installments, or 48 installments. Please select, host. An orphan living in this society can keenly perceive the coldness and warmth of human relationships around them, as well as the stability of the social order. Moreover, when he piloted the transport aircraft through the thunderstorm and narrowly escaped death, he had already resolved to live well. Therefore, none of those who sought to wreak havoc in Tianxia could be spared. Originally, Ren D had planned to hail a cab and go home first to change clothes, but after stopping several taxis at the industrial zone's entrance, the drivers sped off the moment they got close and saw him without even uttering a word. It was as if their tails were on fire, fleeing with astonishing speed. Ron D. Yesterday, I got snubbed by Zhang Xiaoyu, and today, I can't even get on the damn bus. Ron D pulled out his phone and dialed Zhao Hang directly. After all, hadn't those two fake French real American bastards just claimed the Xi'an Bureau was looking for them? Then let Zhao Hang pick me up, and have him drive me home. That simple request shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Chapter 072, Xi'an Bureau Off-Site Temporary Worker. It was August, the height of summer. The scorching heat was so intense that even sitting still left one dripping with sweat. Zhao Hang was absolutely, extraordinarily, and utterly unwilling to share a car with Ren D. Here he was, a full-fledged director of the Xi'an Bureau, reduced to playing chauffeur for some nobody. It was downright mortifying. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaoyu telling him this morning about Ren D's embarrassing incident last night while constantly bragging about scoring a major achievement in bargain, if Ren D hadn't solemnly sworn there was something extremely important to tell him, Zhao Hang would never have bothered with Ren D. Merits? Ha, who doesn't have a handful of medals tucked away? It's just a matter of how big they are. After picking up Ren D in the industrial park, Zhao Hang was both ruined and repentant. Turn on the circulation fan for ventilation, but the outdoor air felt like steam from a boiling pot. Leave it off, and the stench made him question his very existence. Just say what you have to say. If you can't give me a good reason today, I'll send you straight to the West District Detention Center. Zhao Hang scowled. This car desperately needed a thorough cleaning and maintenance. Who knew how much it would cost to completely rid it of that lingering stench? Two people, claiming to be executives and assistants from the Galpete Company, speaking flawless French, but actually agents of the American CIA. They even talked about crawling through Seward's and Sargeras back in the day and offered that intel as payment for sending me home. Not too much to ask, right? Zhao Heng suddenly fixed his gaze on Rendi's eyes and asked word by word, "Are you sure it's Sargeras? How did you know?" "They said it themselves, I heard it." "Understand? Since when do you know French?" Zhao Heng had always felt there was something off about Rendi, a kind of dissonance, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Whether it was his background check or other aspects, Zhao always felt there was some secret about Rendi, yet he could never grasp it. "French? Isn't that something you can just pick up? Just watch more movies in the original language." Rendi forcibly dumbed down the situation with sheer ostrich logic, bluffing through his teeth. "Just tell me, are you sending me home or not? Fine, I'll trust you this once. But don't rush back home yet, you're coming with me somewhere." Zhao Hong dragged Rendi straight to the local branch of the Xi'an Bureau. After passing through the compound gates, Rendi was left stranded in the administrative building's lobby while Zhao Huang went to verify the information he'd provided. Damn! Rendi sat in the lobby, watching people around him covering their noses as they came and went, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Zhao Heng had just dumped him here without a second thought. What a jerk. Wu Bin had worked all night and had just come downstairs to grab a bite when he caught a whiff of something foul in the lobby, more pungent than his unwashed socks after 2 days. Who the hell fell into a sewer? He blurted it out without thinking, only to see Rendi glaring at him with murderous eyes. Sorry, Admittedly, saying someone fell into a cesspit right to their face wasn't exactly polite. Wu Bin apologized awkwardly, even though it was technically true. Not a cesspit. Rendi muttered softly in response. For 2 days straight, he seemed to have hit a streak of bad luck. Misfortune just kept clinging to him. Over an hour later, Zhao Heng returned. I originally planned to take Rendi to my own office, but then reconsidered and took him directly to Wu Bin's office instead. Wu Bin's workspace was already cluttered with computers, air conditioning units, and piles of smelly socks. One more person wouldn't make much difference. Here, take a look at this and sign at the bottom. Zhao Heng handed a stack of documents to Rendi. Rendi skimmed through them and instantly froze. Why did every single clause conclude with "violators will be charged with treason"? Do not misuse his hacking abilities to steal, must not. Rendi watched as Zhao Heng casually tossed aside the item in his hand and lazily retorted, not signing. I haven't done anything illegal, no theft, no robbery. Why shouldn't I be allowed to use my own skills? Plus, I even provided you with leads, that counts as merit. Why restrict me? Even if it's a confidentiality agreement, this scope is way too broad. Zhao Heng had indeed slipped some personal additions into the confidentiality agreement because he always felt Rendi was too unruly, hard to control. Left unchecked, this guy could easily veer off the wrong path. Seeing Rendi's defiance, he wasn't surprised. Smirking, he said, fine, if you refuse to sign, I'll have you escorted to the West District shortly. I've dug up dirt on you driving without a license, street racing, and let's not forget illegally infiltrating the national security network. Those materials you handed over? No ordinary person accesses that sort of thing. Damn it! How could Rendi have forgotten this? He was so focused on getting revenge that he completely overlooked these details. Young man, you should spend more time studying the law, especially criminal law. Zhao Heng patted Rendi on the shoulder. Originally, your case wasn't my responsibility, but since you voluntarily delivered yourself into my hands, it would be a shame not to take advantage of the situation. Rendi picked up the pen again, but felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. Is there really no room for negotiation? Zhao Hao raised an eyebrow. Unless you become an unofficial member of the Xi'an Bureau. Unofficial? You mean a temp worker? Rendi asked. Yes, what's wrong? Don't you approve? Zhao Heng inquired. This could really work. He's the perfect candidate for temp work. Rendi mentally called up the system. System. Taking on this temporary job at the Xi'an Bureau doesn't violate your principles, does it? No violation. All temporary jobs fall within the system's acceptable scope. Deal. As Rendi finished speaking, he saw Zhao Heng swiftly pull out another document and hand it to him. Seeing how well prepared Zhao Heng appeared, Rendi realized he'd been set up. Zhao Heng rubbed his chin while staring at Rendi, thinking to himself, you little rascal, even the most cunning monkey can't escape the Buddha's palm. From now on, with me keeping you in check, you won't be able to stir up trouble everywhere. And starting today, I'll see how that bastard Zhang Xiaoyu can still strut around in front of me. When Rendi saw the temporary external employee contract, he was surprised to find numerous exceptionally good benefits in its clauses, things like free medical care and business trip allowances up to 100,000 yuan. If temporary workers get such fantastic treatment, wouldn't regular employees practically ascend to heaven? However, when Rendi saw the rights and obligations, he was delighted again. Participate in at least 2 armed trainings within a minimum of 1 year, with the total duration not less than a month. Meaning, he could legitimately get his hands on firearms? Also, list your specialties, write down everything you can do. If there's suitable work later, we'll assign it to you. Zhao Heng took out another form. Rendi looked at it, pondering how he should fill it out. The system had granted him so many skills, revealing them all was impossible. Which one should he pick? First, mechanical repairs. Write this down. He's repaired cars for people. It's out in the open. Second, foreign languages. English and French should also be listed. He's self-taught in these. Third, piloting. He's a certified, legitimate pilot with an actual license. Fourth, hacking skills. This couldn't be hidden. It's been exposed. Fifth, my combat skills have been publicly displayed and even awarded, so they're already on record. Sixth, knife skills. Almost forgot I'm supposed to be an assistant chef. Well, assistant to the chef at state banquets. Seventh, there's no space left here. Should I keep writing? Ren Di asked Zhao Hang. What have you written that you can't write anymore? Zhao Hang picked up the form and looked at it, then fell silent. He also knew that Ren Di could race cars, play the piano, identify medicinal herbs. Is this animal some kind of undercover agent sent by the enemy? Chapter 073 Devouring Ren Di. Ren Di finally made it home after 2 straight days of utterly humiliating himself. System buddy, do you have a memory eraser? The kind that flashes when you press a button and makes the whole day's memories disappear? Ren Di lay on the bed resting, not wanting to go anywhere, even lacking the appetite to eat. Host can make it themselves. So this thing really exists? Ren Di sat up excitedly as the system's text changed. It is recommended that the host revisit multiple disciplines such as physics, medicine, biology, and electromagnetism. Kneel and take your leave. Ren Di felt heartbroken and desperately wanted someone to comfort him, but when he picked up the phone, he didn't know who to call. Looking for Yan Lui? Better let anyone know about this social suicide than let your girlfriend find out. Ask Whiny Hong? He and Yang Lui are practically the same person except for their genders. Asking him would be signing my own death warrant. Ask Zhang Xiaoyu? Forget it. It would just give them another joke to laugh about and make them eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Looking for Fatty Lu, Brother Lu? With Brother Lu's big mouth, probably the whole of Yang City will know by tomorrow. Wait, better find his childhood friend instead. Ren Di dialed the number of his childhood friend Wang Chang, finally got a name, and the call was quickly answered. Hey, Ren Di, what brings you the time to call me? Ren Di had just started speaking when the system appeared again to issue a new task. Ding! Mission, complete a 3-day temporary packaging job. Task Reward 1, obtain 800 yuan monetary reward. Task Reward 2, acquire advanced diving skill experience. Task Failure Penalty, deduct 15% of deposits and complete garbage cleanup work within designated area. Hey, what's wrong? Wang Chang asked after noticing Ren Di's prolonged silence. Hey, Xianzi, are you short on hands? How about I come work as a temp for you? Ren Di's words startled Wang Chang. Earlier, he'd tried to get Ren Di to work with him, but Ren Di was too proud and didn't want to admit defeat. Had he finally been humbled? Wang Chang thought about the collapsed house back in their hometown, and how Lu Bo had told villagers that Ren Di was hauling bricks at the construction site. Wang Chang realized Ren Di was desperately trying to earn money to rebuild his family home. He readily agreed. Great, we happen to need a packaging worker here. When can you come? How about tomorrow? I was thinking of trying it out for 3 days first. Ren Di's weak tone sounded to Wang Chang like he was reluctantly swallowing his pride to ask for help. Wang immediately grew more worried about his childhood friend's predicament. Sure, you can work however many days you want. It's all up to me. I'm sort of a foreman at this factory after all. Do you have money for meals? Want me to lend you some? No, don't worry. I have money. Ren Di replied. With over 3 million to his name, was he really short on meal money? Wang Chang sighed inwardly. His childhood friend would rather die than lose face. Asking for work must have taken every ounce of courage he had left. After hanging up, Wang Chang decided he'd pay Ren Di properly when the time came, then slip him some extra cash on the sly. Ren Di hung up the phone and angrily addressed the system. Hey system, come on, explain this to me. Why do I still have to do missions after becoming an off-the-books temp worker for the Xi'an Bureau? And out of all the tasks you could assign, you had to give me this one? Go find my childhood friend? Start explaining. Host, do you really think being an off-the-books temp worker will fulfill all your life's needs? Do you even have a house yet? A car? Have you saved enough for your future daughter's dowry? And is your bank balance even sufficient for the system to deduct from? The system delivered a soul-crushing interrogation. The system, not bad at all. This assignment you've arranged is right up my alley. Easy job. Basically just working in a factory, right? Leave it to me. Ren Di thumped his chest resoundingly. Whatever damn feelings of frustration had long since vanished without a trace. At that moment, Yang Lui called again. Ren Di, you came back to Yangcheng without even looking for me. Do you have someone else now? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I just got home last night, and went out to handle some business this morning. I only just got back a little while ago. How about I come find you now and we grab dinner together tonight? How about seafood? Yeah, what do you think about seafood pasta? Sure. Ren Di and Yang Lui set a time and place before freshening up and heading out. Arriving at the famous food street, colorful signs and food models lined the sidewalks as far as the eye could see. An intoxicating blend of culinary aromas filled the air, making mouths water and stimulating appetites, tempting visitors to sample every delicacy from one end of the street to the other. Young Luoi looked as dazzling today as a fairy descending to earth, wearing a beautiful pink dress with her hair piled into a bun, a playful tuft sticking up adorably from her forehead. When Rin-D saw young Luoi, he suddenly thought that if he had a child with her, it would surely be an exceptionally beautiful child. Their daughter would definitely be a little angel. As for a son, if he turned out too mischievous, perhaps they could reconsider. What are you thinking about? Young Luoi tugged at Rin-D's arm and said, I've been calling you for ages with no response. What are you staring at? I was thinking about what school our future daughter should attend and which cram classes to enroll her in. Ag! Rin-D suddenly snapped back to reality. He wasn't even married yet, for God's sake. Where the hell would a daughter come from, hatched from a rock? Damn that system for putting ideas about his future daughter's dowry in his head. It had completely messed with his thinking. Yang Luoi's face turned so red she couldn't even raise her head at these words. Her mind kept replaying Rin-D's words on loop. Daughter, daughter, daughter. Was he hinting at something? Did Rin-D want her to marry him right now? Did he prefer daughters? But what if she gave birth to a son? Just throw it away? Son, maybe just don't have me at all. Even freebies from phone card promotions aren't this cheap. Hiss. If they had a shotgun wedding, would young Tiancheng die of rage? Young Luoi also realized that her father didn't seem as detestable as before. Recently, he even gave her 5 million in pocket money for dates with Rin-D. Young Luoi lost herself in fantasy. After dinner that night, she would do this, then that, and finally this, to devour Rin-D. Luoi, hey, wake up? Rin-D gave young Luoi a couple of nudges. Ha, what? What is it? Young Luoi snapped awake abruptly, looking at Rin-D with flustered confusion. Wipe your mouth, your drool's dripping into the food. Since you seem to love this dish so much, should we order another serving? This one's all yours. Rin-D looked at young Luoi with a serious expression, showing not a trace of disdain in his demeanor. Chapter 074, How to Prove You Are You. In the evening, young Luoi ultimately went home regretfully without managing to accomplish anything with Rin-D, as Rin-D mentioned having other matters to attend to the next day and left first. Young Luoi had no choice but to part with Rin-D reluctantly. Early in the morning, Rin-D got up intending to find Wang Chang, only to notice that his wardrobe was running rather low on clothes when he opened it. Recently, I've ruined and thrown away quite a few clothes, and apart from 3 very expensive outfits, there aren't any wearable clothes left in my closet. It's the height of summer, after all, I can't exactly go out wearing a sweater and thermal pants, can I? Rin-D rummaged around until he finally managed to dig out a t-shirt and a pair of long pants from the depths of his wardrobe. The t-shirt had a torn hole where the shoulder stitching had come loose. It was apparently bought for $10 at a night market years ago. Aside from it being prone to stretching out after washing, staining easily, and the seams coming undone, it didn't really have any other drawbacks. The pants were given by the restaurant back in the early days when he was a waiter, and the waist was a bit loose. Why wear good clothes to work in a factory? That would be wasteful. Wang Chang worked at an auto parts factory on the outskirts of Yangcheng, where he was the workshop foreman overseeing 30 or so workers. Rin-D had visited once before. This time, as soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Wang Chang waiting there early. Bro, been waiting for you, had breakfast yet? Here's a bag of buns. Wang Chang shoved a bag of meat-filled buns into Rin-D's hands. Rin-D thanked him and started devouring them hungrily. Last night at young Luoi's place, he'd barely touched that disgusting plate of leftovers. Now the savory aroma of the meat buns made his stomach growl in agreement. Watching Rin-D wolf down 3 buns in as many bites, Wang Chang's heart ached. The sight of Rin-D's threadbare clothes nearly brought tears to his eyes. He was 24 years old, 2 years older than Rin-D, already married and about to become a father, while Rin-D remained alone, without even anyone introducing potential partners to him. If Rin-D had parents around, given his good looks, matchmakers would be lining up for miles to set him up. Rin-D ate the steamed bun too quickly and nearly choked, pounding his chest vigorously. Wang Chang hurried over to help, saying, "Slow down, eat slowly. No one's competing with you." Ugh, I almost choked to death. Rin-D gasped as he caught his breath. I saw on your moments that you became an auxiliary police officer, didn't you? Why did you quit? And Lu Bo said you were hauling bricks at a construction site? You're not working multiple part-time jobs just for money, are you? Being an auxiliary cop? That was 2 months ago. Only lasted a month. Yeah, that's true. Nowadays, everything requires formal qualifications. That's what's holding you back, isn't it? Wang Chang continued to cook up a series of excuses for Rin-D in his mind. Rin-D stared at him, thinking, since when had this guy become so sentimental? Wang Chang took Rin-D through some paperwork, then the two headed to the workshop where Wang Chang taught him how to package parts. This thing is as easy as pie once you get the hang of it, but the operation is tedious and mechanical. Many people get so frustrated while doing it that they just want to quit. Rin-D spent the entire morning mechanically doing his work amidst the noisy environment. At noon, Wang Chang took Rin Di out for lunch again, 16 yuan fish-flavored shredded pork over rice and 18 yuan stir-fried pork. The two chatted enthusiastically about their childhood memories and some amusing things happening around them now. Hey, by the way, Rin Di, I noticed something funny. Check this out, I found someone who looks just like you. Wang Chang pulled out his phone and swiped a couple times to show Rin Di. This photo was something I stumbled upon accidentally. This guy's a pilot, crazy handsome, and his eyes look exactly like yours, though you're a bit chubbier than him. As he spoke, Wang Chang handed the phone to Rin Di, who was chewing on chilies at that moment and immediately recognized his own photo. Cough, cough. Slow down. Drink some water. Rin Di gulped down a large glass of water before the chili seeds in his throat finally went down. So, isn't it just like you? How could it not be? That's Rin Di through and through. A pilot, eh? Truly an impressive figure. If I'd taken better care of my eyes as a child, I probably could have become one too. Your eyesight might be good, but failing the cultural courses still won't help. Rin Di teased. Can't you even let me daydream a little? I wonder if flying a plane feels the same as being a passenger on one. Wang Chang chuckled. It's not the same. Rin Di replied. How would you know? You've never been on a plane, let alone fly one. I have flown and piloted before. Oh, come off it. Were you on those 3-minute 10 yuan kiddie rides at amusement parks? I'm talking about real planes here, the kind that actually flies, got it? Rin Di continued working at the machine in the afternoon when a supervisor came over and shouted, Everyone, stop for a moment. Stop what you're doing, I have an announcement to make. When all eyes in the workroom were fixed on him, the supervisor said, Clients are visiting the factory tomorrow morning. Nobody leaves after shift tonight, we're all staying overtime to clean the place. And no slacking off, understand? Oh. The responses were sparse, with some workers grumbling in discontent. Can't even go home on time after work every day without being forced to stay late cleaning, might as well just tell us straight we can't go home at all. Boss, I have a stomachache tomorrow and need to take leave to see a doctor. Is that okay? Not tomorrow, you can go the day after. We have important clients coming tomorrow, no one is allowed to take leave. Even if you're about to give birth, hold it in. Remember, everyone must show up tomorrow. Since when can you just hold in childbirth? We spent the whole night cleaning, but really, everyone just tidied up the obvious garbage, who bothers with the corners? That evening, Rin Di had dinner with Wang Chang and his wife, then ended up sleeping on the floor at their place. The next day, shortly after starting work at the factory, their visitors arrived. About 20-odd people swarmed in, both factory management and the guests, and glancing from his workstation, Rin Di actually spotted a familiar face among them. Just when will this streak of bad luck end already? Rin Di twisted his body upon seeing the familiar figure, hiding himself behind the machinery. At any rate, no one would probably notice a minor worker like him. Nana strode through the factory workshop in her 10-centimeter sky-high heels, inspecting various workstations while listening to the factory director explain production capacities. She was now the CEO of the Tianxia division under the American multinational corporation Mold Corporation. Just as the group approached the packaging department, Rin Di immediately bent down to fake tying his shoelaces. Excellent, your factory's management is quite advanced, and the company environment meets our requirements perfectly. Nana said, as long as your product qualification rate meets our standards later, I can sign the contract with you. Yes, our qualification rate is extremely high, we guarantee all components will be absolutely flawless. The factory director replied with a smile, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out noticeably with his broad grin. Let's go check out another spot. The group changed direction, and only then did Rin Di straighten up. That woman just now was really beautiful, and so perky. One of Rin Di's co-workers chuckled beside him. Damn, must be at least a C-cup. D, you're underestimating it. Rin Di interjected. You didn't even see it just now, how would you know? Rin Di scratched his head, how should he answer this? Say he'd measured it personally with his arms? Chapter 075 Planes and planes are not the same. The 3-day packaging job flew by in the blink of an eye. After receiving the system reward, Rin Di bid farewell to Wang Chang. He truly wasn't cut out for factory work, monotonous and exasperating. Back in the city center, Rin Di planned to make 2 new outfits for himself when he suddenly remembered he hadn't tested his newly acquired skill yet. Excitedly, he rushed to the wholesale fabric market and bought a bunch of materials along with tailoring tools. Back at home, Rin Di searched online for some stylish clothing images, planning to make 2 outfits based on them. Just as he was settling in to begin, his phone rang. It was actually Major Ma Lixing calling. Hey, Brother Ma? After leaving the military, using official titles felt overly rigid, so Rin Di opted to address people as brother. After all, when dealing with anyone more capable than yourself, regardless of age, calling them brother or sister couldn't be more appropriate. Rin Di, how did you end up in the security department? I just got all the paperwork done for you, your political vetting cleared, and now they're telling me you've joined the Xi'an Bureau? Oh, that's right. What do you mean what? Didn't I tell you to wait for my message? Why didn't you wait for my update before wandering around the unit like this? Just waiting for a reward notification, is all this trouble really necessary? Ren-D hadn't quite grasped it yet, but after Ma Lixing's lengthy explanation, he finally understood. Turns out Ma Lixing was planning to recruit him into the military, telling him to wait for the enlistment notice. But he hadn't mentioned this beforehand. Him, enlisting to become a pilot? Holding the fabric in his hands, Ren-D thought for a moment before responding. Bro, I think Xian Bureau actually suits me better, though it's auxiliary work, there's more freedom, right? Leaves me time for my own things. Does being a pilot mean you don't have any free time? Ma Lixing got angry, so there's no free time in the military? Whoever said that, come out and take the beating. But here I get to handle guns. My side can issue you a gun. I'm used to living alone. Pilots all live by themselves. TCH, so you're saying you don't want to protect our homeland, don't want to serve the people? No, I didn't. That's not true. Don't talk nonsense. I'm doing just fine at the Xian Bureau, and I can do even more things. Wouldn't flying planes in the military be a waste of my talents? Ma Lixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who brags about themselves like that? A waste of his talents? Alright, since Ma Lixing couldn't persuade Ren-D, he had no choice but to give up trying to convince him. No sooner had he hung up than Zhao Hang's call came through again. The moment the call connected, a roar blasted through. You damn kid, alive you're one of the NSA, dead you're NSA's ghost. You're not going anywhere. Ren-D rubbed his ear. Was this guy calling to warn him after hearing the news? Such terrible attitude. 1-star review. Director Zhao, keep yelling like that and I'll really go fly planes for the military. That won't do. You've already signed the papers and are registered with the security department. You can't just change your mind willy-nilly. Even if you could go, could you bear to leave your girlfriend behind? Not seeing each other for 3 years? Flying planes every day is one thing, but you can't be jerking off every day. What a waste of your talents. Here, I've got fancy cars for you to drive, pianos for you to play. You can do whatever you want. Really? Can I get a gun then? Ah, no. You're not qualified yet. But, Ren-D gave a scornful look. If he hadn't genuinely not wanted to go, he might have actually joined the military just for the gun. I can get you a car and a house. Zhao Hang was investing heavily. The senior executive from the Gull Corporation had been confirmed 2 days earlier as a member of the American CIA and had been secretly arrested. Thus, Ren-D's contribution was undeniably significant, and rewarding him with a car and house was absolutely justified. If you work hard and manage to get promoted to a permanent position within the year, I might even get you a private jet. No permanent position. Ren-D was scared to death. If he got converted to permanent staff, the system would be finished, and so would he. Being a temp worker was just fine. When do I get the car? Where's the apartment? With a cheeky grin, Ren-D asked, when do I start working? Otherwise, holding onto this thing is burning my hands. You don't need to come to work, but you have a classmate named Li Nana? Ha, what about her? Just get closer to her, and report her every move to me later. What do you mean? You want me to date her? Let me tell you, I'm a very loyal person. No, it's to see if she has anything unusual about her. Anyway, it's too late for you to receive training now, so just interact with her like this, don't worry about the rest. Ren-D was left utterly confused, but Zhao Hang hung up without explaining further. Could there be something wrong with Li Nana? She just graduated, didn't she? What could possibly be the issue? The phone rang again, and Ren-D couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the number on the screen. What was this supposed to mean? Hey, Li Nana, what made you suddenly think of calling me? Ren-D, I've returned to the country and I'm working in Yangcheng now. Let's get together when we have time. I've also invited some other classmates. Okay, no problem. After Ren-D agreed, the other party hung up only for another call to ring immediately. What kind of day is this today? Why is everyone calling me one after another? Ren-D answered the call. It was from Yang Luoi. Hey, Ren-D, why is your line always busy? By the way, can you come over for dinner at my place tonight? Yang Tianla is back, my half-brother. He's bringing his girlfriend over, and my father asked me to bring you along. Me? Go now? Meeting the parents this early, is that appropriate? You've seen it before. Yang Luoi said, you've been gone for 3 days without even talking to me. I missed you. Alright, I'll go. What he feared most was Yang Luoi using that tone, so sickeningly sweet it made his skin crawl endlessly. After hanging up, Ren-D noticed his phone battery was only at 50%. He hurried to charge it, but just as he plugged in the charger, his phone rang again. Holy crap, when will this ever end? Hello, you have a package here. Please collect it from the parcel pickup locker in the community using your verification code. Ren-D turned off his phone. To hell with it all, he wasn't answering. Let them wait. He was going to make his own clothes now. After spending several hours, Ren-D finally used his system experience to make 3 sets of clothes for himself. Admiring his handsome reflection in the mirror, Ren-D proudly proclaimed that he too was now a man who wore high-end, handmade custom outfits. When he arrived at Yang Luoi's home at the appointed time, he noticed she was wearing a chipa today, her slender figure magnificently accentuated, her long legs appearing endlessly elongated. The tantalizing, half-hidden allure made Rendi involuntarily swallow hard. Hee, did I make you especially proud today? Yang Luoi's eyes curved into crescents as she looked at Rendi, her jelly-like lips looking particularly enticing. Thank goodness I didn't join the army, otherwise I'd really be jerking off every single day. Rendi wrapped his arms around Yang Luoi's slender waist and moved in for a kiss. Ahem. Standing at the entrance with Yang Luoi to greet Rendi, Yang Tiancheng noticed Rendi completely ignoring his presence while openly attempting to bully his daughter right before his eyes. The old father had to fake a cough to assert his existence. Chapter 076, Mini Theater begins. Rendi, you're here. Come in quickly. Don't just stand at the door. Yang Tiancheng modestly yielded the way to Rendi. Rendi quickly apologized and released his hold on Yang Luoi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they stepped inside. It was Rendi's first visit to Yang Luoi's home, and he immediately noticed the exquisite interior decor far beyond what ordinary families could afford. Meanwhile, Li Lu was directing some staff to put the finishing touches on dishes being arranged on the dining table. Seeing Yang Tiancheng bring in Rendi and Yang Luoi, I inwardly scoffed at the old man's pretentiousness, but still smiled welcomingly at Rendi. My, so this is Rendi. I'd long heard you were quite handsome, and seeing you now, your face really is pale. Ha, Auntie looks very young too, doesn't seem 50 at all. Li Lu, who just turned 39. Just then, a voice called out from the front door, Dad, Mom, I've brought my girlfriend. Come quickly and meet my girlfriend, Li Nana. Ha? Rendi doubted his ears. At that moment, Yang Luoi clung to Rendi's ear and whispered, Is it what I think it is? I don't know. Rendi replied softly, then turned around to stand with Yang Luoi. They saw a spirited young man in his early 20s walking in, pulling Li Nana by the hand. It actually turned out to be that campus belle beauty Rendi knew. This shameless woman, how dare she chase after me all the way to my home? Yang Luoi's face instantly darkened as her hand crept around to Rendi's waist and gave it 2 vicious twists. Rendi grimaced, what on earth was this great young lady getting jealous about now? Li Nana followed Yang Tianla inside and glanced around, noticing Rendi and Yang Luoi were also present, their expressions indifferent as if meeting strangers. Mom, Dad, let me introduce you to my girlfriend. She was also my university classmate abroad, Li Nana. Yang Tianla acted as though he hadn't even seen Yang Luoi, not sparing a glance in her direction. Good. Tianla, Miss Li, let us introduce you, this is Luoi and her boyfriend, Rendi. Yang Tiancheng said, to properly welcome you, I specifically invited your sister to bring her boyfriend so we can all get acquainted. You're all young people, you should interact more in the future. Hearing Yang Tiancheng's words, Yang Tianla finally turned to look at Rendi and Yang Luoi. Pleased to meet you, I'm Yang Tianla. Rendi. The two merely exchanged names briefly, not even shaking hands. Miss Li Nana, we meet again. Yang Luoi leaned against Rendi while looking at Li Nana and said, I didn't expect you. Oh my, I just recognized it's actually Miss Yang. We meet again, I really must thank you for helping me last time in America. And this gentleman, Mr. Rin, you and Miss Yang make such a perfect couple. Hearing Li Nana's words, Yang Luoi noticed she was deliberately keeping a distance from Rendi, and immediately felt relieved. Yang Tianla glanced at Li Nana's expression, then at Rendi, before positioning himself in front of Li Nana. Yang Tiancheng invited everyone to sit down for the meal. Your little brother is suspicious. Rendi whispered secretly to Yang Luoi. What's the problem? Yang Luoi asked, did he contract syphilis, or maybe AIDS, rabies, something terminal? Rendi broke into a cold sweat. Just how bad was their sibling relationship? Did she actually wish for his death? He just finished rolling in the sheets with someone, and it wasn't Li Nana. How did you know? Yang Luoi's curiosity was piqued. Yang Tianla was cheating, two-timing someone. This kind of gossip sounded absolutely juicy. I smelled it. He carries the scent of 3 different women's perfumes, none of which matches the fragrance Li Nana wears. Rendi confidently replied, his perfumer's skills activating effortlessly, naturally recognizing the scents lingering on the 2 individuals just now. Didn't expect this guy to be such a player. Yang Luoi smiled. Rendi gave Yang Luoi small hand a gentle squeeze while Yang Tianla was loudly boasting about Li Nana's excellence, her overseas achievements, family background, and more, as if determined to paint her in the most dazzling light. Yet, Rendi found it rather odd. Li Nana's family was indeed somewhat well off, but not nearly as affluent as Yang Tianla claimed. Besides, he remembered Li Nana came from a single-parent household, with only her mother left. But just now, Yang Tianla had mentioned meeting Li Nana's parents before even sharing a meal with them? He made a mental note to bring this up to Zhao Hang later. Throughout the meal, Rendi remained silent, carefully observing Li Nana's every move and committing her words to memory. Meanwhile, Yang Tianla couldn't stop showing off about how deeply in love he and Li Nana were. Yang Luoi, on the other hand, was wildly dramatizing scenes between Li Nana and Yang Tianla in the theater of her mind. For instance, right now young Tianla was saying, I pursued Nana for a full 3 years. To defeat all my love rivals, I even took up taekwondo and swordsmanship. Yang Luwei mini-sketch, a chibi version of a short, pockmarked, acne-ridden brat stands with arms akimbo, roaring with laughter. There's no girl I can't score. To chase after Li Nana, I specially learned flashy martial arts and the art of shamelessness. Yang Tianchang looked at Ren Di. Actually, his intention was for young Tianla to interact more with Ren Di. With this big shot around, the young family's path forward would be smoother. But Ren Di kept staring at Li Nana, while young Tianla kept talking about his experiences over the past 2 years, making this family banquet feel rather like a failure. Ahem, Ren Di, do you know Miss Li? I noticed you've been staring at her the whole time. Li Lu ate and drank her fill, then spoke a single sentence. I. Mr. Ren noticed I resemble one of his friends. I'm aware of this. Li Nana spoke first, using her eyes to signal Ren Di not to speak. Yang Luwei stared wide-eyed at Li Nana lying, just about to refute when she suddenly caught sight of young Tianla beside her and immediately swallowed her words. Instead, she played along. Yeah, Ren Di mentioned that to me too, right, Ren Di? Yang Luwei Mini Theater, a chibi-style girl dressed provocatively, reeking of green tea bitch energy, declared, don't you dare mess with my gold-digging plans, or I'll make you pay. After dinner, as everyone was having tea, Li Nana excused herself to the restroom. Then Ren Di's phone buzzed with an incoming text message. He opened it to find a message from Li Nana saying that young Tianla was quite jealous, so he must never mention their high school classmates' relationship. They should pretend not to know each other. Whether she ends up with young Tianla or not doesn't matter, but it wouldn't be good if it affected Ren Di and Yang Luoi's relationship. Ren Di showed the message to Yang Luoi, and the two immediately started whispering again. Yang Luoi said, she knew I don't get along with young Tianla, so she's sure I wouldn't expose her. And to think you used to like her. If I hadn't snatched you up first, this woman would have devoured you, flesh and bones. Yeah. Ren Di smiled, he was quite lucky. After a while, Li Nana returned, and Yang Tianla led her upstairs. Watching the perfectly matched pair, Yang Luoi couldn't help but beam with delight. Yang Luoi side story, the chibi pockmarked dumpling and the catty woman kiss and cuddle, soon giving birth to 3 babies, the first black, the second white, the third yellow. The dumpling exclaims, these aren't my kids. The catty woman retorts, they're from 3 different women. You cheated first, pay up. Ha ha ha. Yang Luoi couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing heartily. Yang Tianchang, who had just been speaking, was taken aback. He had merely asked Ren Di if they had any marriage plans, and this kid had gotten so overjoyed. How desperate to get married can one be? Chapter 077, Green Hills and Blue Waters bury heroes' bones, while prosperous times leave you the path. That evening, Ren Di called Zhao Hang and recounted every detail of his encounter with Li Nana that day. Zhao Hang replied with a cold laugh, figures. Another rookie cannon fodder straight out of the talent incubator. The talent incubator? What's that? Ren Di asked. It's a place where those Yankee devils specifically train cannon fodder. They scour various countries worldwide for self-proclaimed geniuses who are actually complete idiots, then gathers them under the guise of competitions or events. After minimal training, they're dumped back into their home countries to serve as spies. If they're lucky, they gain both a decent spy and valuable intel. If unlucky, it's just one less expendable pawn while giving their opponents some headaches. Are these people all fools, collaborating with outsiders against their own nation? Money makes the devil turn the millstone. You think they're stupid? Meanwhile, they consider you hopelessly naive. Sigh. Ren Di was left speechless. Alright, don't worry about her anymore. If she behaves, fine. If not, we'll send her packing to her ancestors. So should I still interact with her? She invited me to a class reunion. Ren Di asked again. It's up to you, but starting next Monday you'll undergo 3 months of training. Pass it and you'll get your work license. Fail and, what happens if I fail? If you fail, you'll be sent back for retraining. You won't be released until you pass. And if you still can't qualify within a year, they'll toss you into the Northwest deserts to work as a prison guard. Ha! After Zhao Hang hung up the phone, Ren Di let out a sigh. How had the person who once delivered that moving speech in class, vowing to become an ambitious young man, turned into another country's lackey in the blink of an eye? Ding! Mission: complete the 3-month Super Temporary Agent Training Program. Reward 1, receive a monetary reward of 100,000 CNY. Reward 2, obtain skill experience in ship navigation, including aircraft carriers. Penalty for failure, deduct 20% of savings and complete garbage cleanup work within designated areas. The system appeared again at the perfect moment, and this time both the task rewards and punishments were quite nice. Ren Di felt he had already figured out the system's temperament. System, you still claim you're not a knockoff. Look, your ulterior motive is showing now. An aircraft carrier? That's something one person can handle? Piloting this thing. An aircraft carrier, excluding departments like engineering, artillery, electrical, and radar, requires only one person to operate for basic navigation. The system grants the host ship handling experience capable of operating all waterborne vessels. An aircraft carrier is still a ship. Is that so? Randy didn't understand, but whatever the system said went. Randy had no idea what this mission meant for him, nor did he know what kind of person he would become in the future. Perhaps he'd read too many novels or watched too many movies. Randy didn't think Zhao Hang's so-called training would be particularly difficult. After all, plenty of ordinary people in dramas became formidable characters with ease. With so many skills at his disposal, how could he possibly fail this mission? At worst, he'd just have to endure some hardship. 3 days later, Randy, dressed in clothes he made himself and carrying a bag with 2 changes of clothes, walked downstairs effortlessly to report to the ZN Bureau headquarters. When they arrived, Zhao Hang said nothing and merely left him in a vehicle. 3 others accompanied him, 1 man and 2 women. None of them had met before, and no one spoke. They simply sat quietly, waiting for the vehicle to set off. Randy then noticed that the windows were completely sealed and blacked out, blocking any view of the outside. Unlike the others, who remained still, Randy couldn't sit still. He tried prying at the windows but couldn't move them at all. Even the seat beneath him wouldn't budge. That impressive? Suddenly, the vehicle jerked twice as if starting up, so Randy leaned back in his seat intending to play with his phone, only to suddenly realize there was no signal inside. His phone was in a state of being unable to connect to the network, and he couldn't make calls either. With nothing else to do, Randy closed his eyes to rest. Just as he was drifting into a hazy sleep, the vehicle came to a stop, the door opened, and someone outside announced, "We're here, everyone out." Carrying his bag, Randy stepped out, then got a shock when he saw his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were tombstones everywhere, densely packed and layered upon each other. Those who got off the bus with him also gaped at their surroundings in shock. Tombs, gravestones, still more graves stretching endlessly. Surrounding them from all directions, aside from the single path beneath their feet, there were no other features, just endless graves. Had they arrived in a cemetery? "This is the ZN Bureau training facility," came the explanation, "but also the Bureau's private cemetery." A slightly hoarse middle-aged male voice rang out. Randy turned around to see a man standing on the other side of the car, dressed in plain camouflage fatigues without any insignia. Randy noticed the man had a long scar running from the corner of his right eye up to the center of his forehead, giving him a rather ugly appearance. His right sleeve hung empty, tied into a knot, while his left hand held a cigarette. "Welcome to hell." The middle-aged man smiled. "My name is Li Chao. You can call me Old Li, or Instructor Li, whatever you prefer." "Hello, Instructor." Randy was the first to greet him. Li Chao nodded. "Come with me." He took the lead in walking toward the other side of the road. The 4 people followed behind Li Chao, an inexplicable emotion brewing in their hearts. With every few steps, Randy could clearly see the names, photos, and dates of death engraved on each tombstone. Most of these on the left are older graves, many are cenotaphs, some without photos, just names as placeholders. The ones on the right were buried in recent years, also mostly cenotaphs. They died without even a trace of their bones left behind. On average, 7 or 8 die each year, not too many. Li Chao spoke slowly, his words laced with a hint of sarcasm. They were all idiots, wasting their training. A few missions in, and they ended up dying in some foreign land, leaving us to clean up their mess every damn day. Randy saw a gravestone bearing the bright smile of a beautiful young woman, and another photo of a warm, kindly-looking elderly lady. You lot, don't follow their example, playing at heroic sacrifice. Once you're dead, you're nothing, just leaving behind grieving wives, kids, parents, whole families in mourning. Though of course, if you're all orphans that's another matter. No one would remember you except the people here. And even if they did, they wouldn't speak of you. So study hard to do your damn jobs right. Li Chao walked somewhat slowly, only then did Randy notice that one of Li Chao's legs was a prosthetic limb. Each time Li Chao lifted his leg, a small section of the metal framework would be exposed, reflecting the sunlight. Instructor, one of the female students couldn't help but exclaim. Don't worry, we're almost there. See that valley up ahead? The base is right there. Chapter 78, Absurd. Returning to Yangcheng again, watching the bustling streets filled with beautiful women wafting fragrance and countless young men in flip-flops and loose shorts, Randy really wanted to stand there and shout at the top of his lungs, "Your grandpa Wuhan-san is back." After just 2 months, Randy was unexpectedly released ahead of schedule. To quote Li Chao's exact words, "Damn it, never seen a workhorse like you before. Think being a genius makes you special? Showing off how you learn everything instantly? Finishing in 2 months what takes others 2 or 3 years? Get the hell out of here." Randy. Yang Luoi sprinted towards Randy at world record-breaking speed, then wrapped herself around him like a koala. Alright, people are watching. Randy spun Yang Luoi around twice before setting her down, but she still buried her face in his chest, unwilling to let go. "You didn't call me, message me, or even video chat with me for 2 whole months. Yang Luai meticulously listed Ren Di's offenses. Didn't I tell you I wasn't available? I know. Just like when you went flying that plane before, I just can't help worrying about you. Did you go pilot an aircraft carrier this time? No, but why would you even imagine something that ridiculous? Ren Di ruffled Yang Luoi's hair. Just a guess. My man's the big hero who saves the world, nothing you do would surprise me. This train of thought is truly astounding. Dating, moving houses, taking the girl out for a drive. Ren Di happily played with Miss Yan using the extra settlement allowance and bonus from the Xi'an Bureau's external personnel funds. A car worth 300,000 yuan, a small villa over 300 square meters, being taken care of by the state really comes with absolutely no psychological burden. Tomorrow I'm heading to the capital city of Shanjing, the state banquet is about to begin. Ren Di said to Yang Luoi, do you want to come with me? You just got back and now you're leaving again? Yang Luoi was somewhat displeased. I can't go. What's wrong? The old man's actually been teaching me how to handle company affairs these past 2 months. He never let me touch any of it before. Who knows what screws come loose in his head now, or maybe his brains got bashed by a door. Yang Luoi kept grumbling about Yang Tianchang's shortcomings. Probably wants you to take over the company? Ren Di replied. No idea. Ever since the last family dinner, he's been like this. Ren Di pondered, guessing this old fox must have noticed something. His attitude towards Li Nana had sparked this change. Are Yang Tianla and Li Nana still together? Yang Tianla has moved out. God knows how the old man agreed to it. I want to move out too. Ren Di hugged Yang Luoi and said, just wait a little longer. When I achieve great merits, I'll marry you, okay? Only then will I have the means to hire the state banquet chefs and celebrities you want. Ren Di, I want to have your... The words monkey babies never left her lips as a crisp ringtone abruptly interrupted their tenderness. Yang Luoi gritted her teeth, took out her phone, turned it off, and removed the SIM card. But the words she'd mustered the courage to say moments ago now stuck in her throat. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. I said I can't stay out too late tonight. Oh. Ren Di nodded disappointedly, his hopes of getting closer to the young mistress thwarted once again. After seeing Yang Luoi off, Ren Di returned to his room and took out his equipment, the secret agent ensemble. Not as flashy as what you see in movies and TV shows, just a few sets of credentials for different occasions, a Xi'an Bureau-issued phone, and a specialized laptop. Zhao Hang, his superior, had done well by getting Ren Di a driver's license and a domestic CCRA pilot's license, so at least he wouldn't be driving without proper certification anymore. Ren Di packed all these items into a custom briefcase and placed it by the bed. From now on, he was no longer unemployed. System, thank you. Serving the host is the system's duty. Disguise, self-defense counterattacks, violence response, tracking and counter-tracking, rapid memorization, logical deduction, cipher training, psychological conditioning, stealth. Though these spy training courses lasted only 2 brief months, they enabled Ren Di to truly dissect his past life and understand his innermost self. Ren Di had a sudden epiphany, realizing that his past self had been a complete fool, utterly oblivious to the system's hidden goodwill. Tell me, what kind of system are you really hiding under this super temporary worker system, disguise? A super agent system? A super war god system? Or maybe the mighty invincible universe war god system? Spill the beans. Host is overthinking things. Alright, fine. I'll just keep treating you as a temporary worker system then. Ever since the cooking competition, Chef Fatty Lu had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Now that the day had finally come for him to serve as head chef at a state banquet, he practically floated on air with every step. He met Ren Di at Yangcheng Airport, and the 2 bought economy class tickets. Throughout the journey, Fatty Lu couldn't stop bragging about how he would attend the state banquet, post on social media, and watch the envious backlash from his circle, followed by his clever comebacks. Ren Di found it amusing. Indeed, Fatty Lu was still Fatty Lu, someone ordinary folks simply couldn't handle. Once on board, they found their seats in the middle aisle toward the rear. When Fatty Lu sat down, the chair visibly expanded outward, straining under his weight. Ren Di couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Lu, this seat must have been custom-made for you. Look how perfectly it fits. Lu Peng patted the armrest but didn't stand up. Lately I've been in such good spirits, eating well, sleeping soundly, so I put on just a little extra weight. A little? Feels more like a ton. Thankfully Ren Di wasn't overweight, otherwise these 2 chairs sitting side by side would have collapsed. Passengers boarded the plane one after another, and Ren Di heard a familiar voice. Why does he always run into acquaintances? Is everyone this leisurely, spending their days orchestrating chance encounters? They say it takes 500 glances in a former life to earn a passing brush of shoulders in this one. Just how many times has he brushed shoulders with this person already? Did he get slept by them in his past life? What a damn misfortune. I'm sorry. I really couldn't grab first-class tickets, too many people traveling to Beijing for National Day. A lot of folks booked their flights months in advance. Zhang Anshuan apologized to his girlfriend. I've never sat in such a terrible place before, this space is so cramped, I can't even stretch my legs. Oh well, what a sacrifice I'm making just to watch my goddess perform. Lily, just bear with it a little longer. If we miss this flight, you won't make it to your idol's concert. Do you recognize it? Lu Pang noticed Ren Di's expression and asked. Yeah, the guy's my high school classmate, but we don't get along. Is that so? Lu Pang's eyes darted slightly as he immediately raised his voice, saying, Hey, Ren Di, aren't you nervous? Later when we attend the state banquet and face so many foreign guests and leaders, even my calves are trembling a bit. His words instantly quieted the passengers in the cabin, with everyone simultaneously turning their eyes toward them. Ren Di was momentarily flustered. Brother Lu, are you trying to stir up trouble? Chapter 079. Speaking of which, why is there a snake on the plane? Hey mister, are you guys going to attend a state banquet? Someone asked curiously. A state banquet? Spouting nonsense without penalties, keep spinning your tall tales. Would people attending state banquets squeeze into economy class with us? Don't they get chauffeured cars? Others retorted. Exactly. Only big shots get to go to state banquets. Neither of you looks familiar from TV, and dressed like this? You think you're invited to a state banquet? Most of the crowd was just joining in the mockery. Zhang Anchuan and his girlfriend Lily also spotted Ren Di and Fatty Lu, especially when Fatty Lu shouted Ren Di, which stunned Zhang Anchuan completely. With how vast Tianxia is, why do I always run into people I'd rather not see? What happened to like poles repel? We bump into each other every time I leave the house. Ha! Noticing the gazes of those around them being drawn, Fatty Lu said leisurely, Well, I can't get up right now, Ren Di. Could you get our invitation letter for me? Let's see which hall we're assigned. Four Seasons, the largest banquet hall. Ren Di only said this much. The invitation letter also stated they'd be responsible for cooking for the guests in that hall. But without either of them mentioning it, who would know they were chefs? Oh, the Four Seasons Hall, I thought it was the Peony Hall. My mistake. Lu Pang played his part with great enthusiasm, even giving his own head a little pat for emphasis. Ah, age brings confusion. Ren Di, my path's set now, but you're still young. Getting into state banquets at your age, your future's limitless. Most people never reach what you've achieved already, and those your age who have, they're as rare as phoenix feathers. Ren Di was feeling rather sheepish from Fatty Lu's excessive flattery. Zhang Anchuan had originally been annoyed at Ren Di's presence here, only to hear him and some fat guy engaging in mutual admiration. Going to attend a state banquet? At most you'd get to tour the outside venue. Truly a toad yawning, what enormous breath, all talk and no substance. Pfft, some lowly worker dreaming of going to a state banquet, maybe in his dreams. In the end, Zhang Anchuan couldn't resist shooting back at Ren Di. However, the two were standing too far apart for Ren Di to hear his remark. Fatty Lu was now telling an animated story to those around him about how his master had taken him to a state banquet in previous years, recounting credible details that convinced many he truly had attended such events. Bro, keep it low-key, tone it down a bit. Ren Di tugged twice at the fat guy's sleeve as the plane's announcement came on, indicating preparations for takeoff. Fat Lu seized this opportunity to shut his mouth, knowing that any more talk might expose his cook identity. Even if he had catered state banquets, the circumstances were entirely different now. About 3 hours into the flight, as the plane approached Shangjing Airport, sudden screams erupted on board. Ah, there's a snake! The scream sent the passengers into a panic, everyone hastily sitting up to see where the problem was. Ren Di was also startled by the noise. Holy shit, where's the snake? Who's got a snake? Could make some snake soup? Fat Lu sat up abruptly while wiping drool from his mouth. He'd fallen asleep mid-dream about eating. Zhang Anchuan screamed as she pointed at the overhead luggage rack and the glass ceiling panel inside the lampshade where a snake the thickness of chopsticks slithered ominously, on the verge of emerging. The passengers' panic quickly drew the flight crew's attention, though the attendants also recoiled in shock upon seeing the serpent. Nonetheless, the cabin crew began calming the passengers while summoning an air marshal to subdue the snake. The small snake slithered swiftly across the cabin while the plane remained unable to land, making passengers increasingly fearful that an accident might occur. Zhang Anchuan completely leaped up from his seat, causing those around him to remain standing as well. The situation was momentarily spiraling out of control. Damn it! Can't catch it, it's crawling to the other side now. What do we do? The snake's about to slither into the ventilation ducts. The flight attendant also began to panic. This was no joking matter. If the snake happened to carry some kind of virus, or worse, slithered into a sensitive area of the plane, everyone on board would be doomed if the aircraft got damaged. Ren Di felt anxious as he looked at the situation, suddenly wondering if his mechanical repair skills could allow him to quickly remove this panel safely to get the snake out. Brother Lu, I'll go help out. Ren Di mentioned it to Lu Pang and then got up to find a cabin crew member. Ren Di stood up, and the flight attendants thought he was also frightened and trying to flee the area. A stewardess quickly approached to calm him down. Ren Di said, I can help with this, but I'll need to use the aircraft's aviation toolkit. With that, Rin-D pulled out a freshly minted special ID from inside his clothes to show the flight attendants. Why was he carrying such a thing, you ask? It was probably that little urge to show off and act cool messing with his mind. He just felt that having such a thing and not using it at least once wouldn't fit his personal brand. An agent must remain mysterious and unconventional. The flight attendant never expected Rin-D to pull out a credential for her to see. With one glance, she was shocked she hadn't seen anything like it before. Was it genuine? So, the flight attendant hurriedly called the air marshal and another co-pilot, whereupon Rin-D displayed his little booklet to them as well. This time, he immediately obtained the aviation toolkit. At that moment, the little snake was still stubbornly trying to burrow inside, but due to the partition blocking its way, it slithered over to the other side instead. This time, the passengers on the other side were so frightened they couldn't sit still. Rin-D quickly opened the special aviation maintenance toolbox worth 300,000 yuan, took out the tools, and dismantled the partition at the luggage rack. The small snake immediately fell down and was promptly caught with a cloth before being thrown into a bottle. Rin-D then reattached the luggage rack and returned the toolbox to the crew. Seeing that the snake had been caught with Rin-D's help, the passengers spontaneously applauded for him. The flight attendants all crowded forward, eager to hug Rin-D as a gesture of gratitude. Rin-D declined their requests, but they kept slipping small cards with their phone numbers and names into his hands. Their enthusiasm was simply overwhelming. TCH, damn lucky bastard. Zhang Anquan couldn't help but see that Rin-D's popularity. Why did that snake have to appear above his head instead of Rin-D's? He'd made a complete fool of himself by screaming and jumping around on the plane like a clown, while Rin-D got to play the hero surrounded by beautiful women. Pretty boy. Damn it, Zhang Anquan cursed. Wow, that guy is so amazing. I think I'm in love again. Zhang Anquan's girlfriend Lily was admiring Rin-D when Zhang Anquan suddenly flared up. You're always loving this one and that one. Have you ever loved me even once? Whether I love you or not has nothing to do with you. Lily watched as Zhang Anquan delivered this classic line. Zhang Anquan. Chapter 080, will Rin-D make his debut? Zhang Anquan didn't dare truly lose his temper with Lily. This concerned whether he could avoid 50 years of detours in his future. As the daughter of the company's big boss, Lily was his goddess, his meal ticket, his golden goose. To encounter such a high-quality sugar mommy, similar in age with looks to match, even if Zhang Anquan had 10,000 grievances, he wouldn't dare vent them at Lily. Instead, he unleashed this vicious fury upon Rin-D instead. That's right. This was all Rin-D's fault, that jinxed, ill-omened, calamitous, wretched bastard. Returning to his seat, Rin-D suddenly felt an eerie, bone-chilling cold swirling around him. After looking around and not noticing anything unusual, he stopped paying attention to it. The plane landed safely at Shanghai Jing Airport, and under the enthusiastic farewells of the cabin crew, Rin-D stepped off the aircraft. How could you just throw all those notes away? So many beautiful women were willing to spend a passionate night with you. Weren't you tempted at all? I'm afraid if I go back, it'll be another meal of bamboo shoots with pork. Rin-D replied. Is this actually on the menu? Fat Lou couldn't process what kind of new dish this was supposed to be. Rin-D offered no explanation either. They exited the passageway where two people immediately approached them from the adjacent VIP corridor. After a brief exchange, the group proceeded to leave through the VIP passage. Zhang Anquan trailed behind, watching Rin-D walk toward the VIP entrance, the flames of resentment burning hotter in his narrowed eyes. Humph, once I marry Lily, losers like you won't even qualify to appear before me anymore. Snap. Zhang Anquan got a smack on the back of his head as Lily complained. What are you doing? I've been calling you forever. Are you ignoring me? Don't tell me you're thinking of leaving me for someone else? Ah, no, not at all. Rin-D and Fatty Lou passed through several rounds of security checks and identity verification before entering the state banquet venue. One of the suit-clad men examining him grinned at Rin-D and said, colleague, you're truly impressive. You even managed to sneak into the back kitchen. Just luck, nothing but luck. Rin-D replied with a smile. Reflecting on everything that had happened over the past 6 months, wasn't it all sheer luck? In the massive hall of the state banquet restaurant, a group of chefs from all corners of the country stood in orderly rows, listening to the pep talk from the national top-grade chef and head chef of this state banquet, before shouting slogans in unison. Heh, does that get your blood pumping? Exciting, isn't it? Fat Lou was so excited his entire body of flesh trembled. This was the exact same routine as barbershop employees gathering at dawn to dance to Compendium of Materia Medica by the roadside. The state banquet commenced, with chefs meticulously preparing dishes according to procedure, showcasing culinary delights that would make the nation renowned worldwide. The state banquet lasted 3 consecutive days. On the first day, foreign dignitaries were hosted. The second day entertained high-ranking officials of Tianxia's domestic administration, while the third day honored recent outstanding figures within Tianxia. Over these 3 days, Rin-D tasted delicacies he had never dared dream of before. In the past, he'd considered a jianbing with an extra egg the height of deliciousness. But after sampling the state banquet chef's version, he realized everything he'd eaten before was swill. Leaving now, he feared he might starve henceforth. Who could return to eating excrement after tasting such divine flavors? Ding! Mission: complete the temporary lead violinist, disguise, mission for the Love Music Ensemble. Mission Reward 1, obtain advanced chef skill experience in knife work. Mission failure penalty, complete garbage cleanup work within the designated area. The system popped up abruptly. System bastard, where's my cash reward? And why hasn't the penalty for failure deducted anything from my savings? You, got possessed again? Host has already donated all his savings or spent them all, leaving just 2 yuan 28 cents. Who exactly are you trying to disgust with that pitiful amount? Ha ha ha. Run D burst into laughter. This was the first time he'd beaten the system, even forcing it to change its rules. Wait, so does that mean he won't get any money from now on? But then how will I make ends meet? What will I eat and drink? Alright, I still get temp worker wages from the Xi'an Bureau. Never mind then. Ron D hadn't reviewed the task details earlier and was unaware of the specific procedures involved. Just then, a uniformed man approached and asked, "Excuse me, are you Comrade Ron D?" "I am. Here's an urgent task that requires your assistance." Then the uniformed man stated the purpose of his visit. "So you're saying all the principal musicians in the orchestra can't make it to the venue for various reasons?" "Yes. But the Xi'an Bureau has so many people, surely several can play piano? How did this task end up assigned to me?" "There are plenty of people who can play the piano, but few reach performance-level mastery. Those who do can't arrive at the venue immediately. All things considered, we can't do this without you. More importantly, this celebrity is actually a spy from the Mold Kingdom. We suspect the principal violinist's delay was orchestrated by them to stir up trouble." "Understood, I'll get right on it." Taking off his chef's coat and donning a tailcoat, Ron D quickly made it to the concert venue with the help of his peers. This concert, it was said, would be broadcast live to the entire world. In my left ear was an earpiece for communicating with the Summer Bureau, while my right ear hosted concert-grade noise-canceling headphones, and tucked in my waistband was a pager. Ahem, wrong channel. A dagger was tucked at his waist, a gun nestled against his ribs. Fully armed, Rin D entered the backstage holding sheet music. The conductor's eyes lit up when he saw him. "Mr. Rin D?" "Yes, hello maestro." "Splendid. The message said they'd send us an excellent pianist. Do you think you can handle this occasion today?" "Well, I'll have to complete the task no matter what." Ren D thought to himself, could this be considered his debut performance? Although he wasn't exactly a star. The conductor explained the importance of this concert to Rin D, along with the pieces to be performed. Worried Rin D might not be familiar with the orchestra's routine, he quickly went through every single detail. Thanks to the rapid memorization technique he'd learned, Rin D mastered all the scores. Still, this approach left him somewhat passive. Who knows what tricks this celebrity spy might pull this time? At the concert venue, the audience had taken their seats awaiting the orchestra's entrance. Zheng Anchuan and Lily had booked tickets for this performance long ago. Lily was a devoted fan of Mariana Merlin Barhorn, the American superstar and utterly extraordinary figure. She could sing, she could act, and above all, she was breathtakingly beautiful, earning her the title of America's Angel. "Ah, I'm so excited. My idol, my goddess is about to appear." Lily tugged at Zheng Anchuan's arm, shaking it vigorously. Zheng Anchuan, playing the role of a caring boyfriend, gently brushed aside her slightly tousled bangs. "Meishem, I know. Your goddess is about to appear. You should mind your manners at an event like this. Don't let people say I'm, holy shit." Zheng Anchuan's voice erupted with such piercing intensity it felt like it could shatter half the theater's roof. As Ren D stepped onto the stage, he heard gasps of surprise from the audience below, though the sea of dark heads made it impossible to see anything clearly. He didn't pay it much mind, those gasps were probably just some audience member marveling at how incredibly handsome he looked. Chapter 081, A Grand Paranormal Scene. "Captain, is it really appropriate to entrust such an important mission at the concert to a rookie? Mariana is a veteran agent, one of the Celestials codenamed Angel. And Yen, female, 29 years old, XAAN Bureau S-Class agent, codename A, operational codename Hibiscus, member of the Reaper Squad. We're all tied down here and won't be able to get there anytime soon." As for the rookie, Ruan Linjun, male, 34 years old, XAAN Bureau SSS Class Agent, codename R, operational codename King, captain of the Reaper Squad. The veteran analysts in Yangcheng had mistaken him for Rin D. Ruan Linjun recalled Rin D's profile, a rookie capable of outmaneuvering Li Chao, a man with bizarrely peculiar luck, a not exactly bright genius. Perhaps it was his peculiar blend of luck and ability that led the higher-ups to choose him for the concert. America wants to leverage Mariana's popularity to pressure our country through public opinion, then stirred discontent among our citizens to create internal chaos. Mariana's international status is immense and solid, she has fans everywhere in the world. If her fans become dissatisfied, it could escalate to a national level. It's a clever move. Seems like last time when we seized on the Western medical disputes to push our pharmaceuticals into the international market really hurt them. Wait, that kid? And Yen suddenly realized. Heh, exactly. That rookie, before even joining XAB, had already single-handedly disrupted several enemy operations within our borders in the most baffling ways. Ruan Linjun chuckled. First time, he located a corpse we'd been searching for half a year. Second time, he severed the enemy's entire domestic economic network and nabbed dozens of minor operatives we hadn't even noticed before. Third time he directly took down the Delta Triangle. And Yen finished Ruan Linjun's sentence for him. Heh, exactly. That was supposed to be my job, but some amateur just snatched it right up. Ha ha ha, and this kid even had hidden firearms. Ruan Linjun couldn't help but find the scene he witnessed amusing. How could that kid be so bold? That's practically asking to die. A regular civilian daring to meddle in this, if not for the captain covering his back, he wouldn't even know how he died. You never know. The fourth time, he straight up exposed the conspiracy at Yangcheng Airport. Didn't you see how Western media rushed to publish headlines about Tianxia's terrible security and a terrorist shooting at the airport, only to retract everything later when they realized it was a false alarm? The golden 10 minutes. Had he been just 10 minutes later, the tragedy would have unfolded. Ha! Isn't his luck just bizarre? But the wildest part, he straight up went to the US, snatched those files that every insider in the world had their eyes on. Totally absurd how he got his hands on M and then slipped M quietly right into the embassy. I heard he lost his passport and went to get a new one. Otherwise, those damn Yankees wouldn't be so desperate as to throw a bunch of untrained cannon fodder back here to cause trouble during National Day. Just watch, with someone like this at the concert, there's bound to be some entertainment. On the performance stage, after a brief commotion in the audience seats, all the musicians of the orchestra assembled, and the conductor stepped onto the stage, bowing to the audience. Run D sat before the piano, stretching his fingers. It was another grand piano, even better than the one he played at the Ding Sheng Hotel. Rendi's fingers lightly glided across the keys as the conductor's baton danced, sending out strings of beautiful musical notes. The conductor's eyes lit up as he nodded approvingly at Rendi, thoroughly impressed. The higher-ups had indeed delivered by recruiting such a formidable reinforcement. Even this simple prelude was performed with exceptional artistry. His musical prowess rivaled that of world-renowned pianists known to the conductor. It was truly a waste of talent for such mastery to be merely a side pursuit rather than his primary vocation. As the interlude began, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause when Marianne appeared, gliding forward in a dazzling crimson gown. Randi watched the figure before him, scenes from every spy thriller he'd ever seen flashing through his mind, visions of a concert hall engulfed in terror explosions, where he charged through flames without regard for personal safety to rescue trapped victims in a heroic blaze of glory? Or perhaps he and Marianne would engage in an ultimate spy showdown on stage, her firing shots, him bending backward to dodge bullets, and when evasion failed, catching one between his teeth before quipping, "Brought to you by Black Person Toothpaste?" Fully aware these were absurd fantasies, Rundi still couldn't help indulging in these delightfully ridiculous daydreams. The conductor's baton pointed at Rendi, who nodded and continued playing. As the sheet music on the stand needed turning, Rendi signaled the page-turner with a glance. The page-turner was entirely focused on Marianne at that moment and didn't notice Rendi's signal. His mind had wandered. Unable to bear it any longer, Rendi took a moment to kick the page-turner under the table. Only then did the page-turner snap out of it. Getting distracted in such a setting was practically suicidal. His career would be over. He hurriedly flipped the sheet music for Rendi, but shaken with panic, he failed several times before finally turning too hard and flipping 2 pages too far. Unaware of this mishap, the page-turner's arm had briefly blocked his view. Rundi continued playing once the music was turned. The entire orchestra was left utterly baffled, and even the conductor froze in shock. "This is out of sync, buddy." But how to remind him now? Say, "Bro, you played it wrong, delete it and start over?" The music mustn't stop. The piano, as the soul of the band, is the backbone. Whatever it says goes. If the piano goes out of sync, what can the others do? Follow along, of course. Let's all run together toward that beautiful sunset. So everyone quickly flipped through 2 more pages. Fortunately, most of the musical melodies were looped and transitioned rather smoothly. The brass, the violins, the flutes, the entire orchestra followed the piano's lead and ran with it. The conductor took one look and thought, well, let's keep going then. Meanwhile, Mariana, who was singing, was stunned. This rhythm was all wrong. At this moment, Mariana wasn't the real Mariana, she was a stand-in. In their original plan, Tianxia Opera House would have to delay the performance due to the absence of the pianist and lack of a substitute. But who would have thought Tianxia would be so unyielding, refusing to give them any excuse, by producing a pianist out of thin air? Mariana was nowhere near the concert hall at this moment. The show went on as scheduled, and they had no choice but to use a stand-in. This wasn't the first time. But after all, a stand-in could never truly be Mariana. they simply couldn't replicate her angelic voice. So they specifically had Mariana record a cappella vocals beforehand for the stand-in to perform with. Rundi's piano mistake threw the entire orchestra off rhythm, making the lip-syncing stand-in's playback of Marianne's melody suddenly sound jarringly out of place. The conductor glanced at Mariana beside him, realizing she seemed unaware of the orchestra's mistake. But how could that be possible? The stand-in girl was nearly in tears with anxiety. The recording couldn't improvise. Who wouldn't notice such an obvious mismatch between the lyrics and music? Faking the lip-sync, the stand-in girl tried desperately to turn off the recorder hidden in her hair. But her movements were too frantic. In her panic, she accidentally yanked off the wig entirely, revealing the disastrous train wreck to everyone. There on the floor, a singing wig still belting out lyrics. Chapter 082. Well done. On the other side, the real Mariana was making contact with her target. Mr. Amuro, shouldn't you hand over the materials in your possession now? Certainly. Here are the materials. But Miss Anna, could you tell me how you managed it? I'm rather curious. What exactly do you mean, Mr. Amuro? Poseidon's heart. How did you steal it right under Tianxia's nose? Ha ha ha, so that's what you were talking about. Mariana cast a coquettish glance at the scruffy old man with the mustache. If you can perform as valiantly next time as you did today, I'll tell you then. It's about time. I should be heading back now. Mariana gathered her documents and prepared to leave. What a pity not to be able to attend the concert in person and hear Miss Anna's angelic voice. Don't worry. The concert won't start on time anyway. I'm just going through the motions before issuing a statement. Next time, I'll invite you to my exclusive concert in May Country. The two bid farewell with feigned courtesy. The moment Mariana stepped out the door, her expression darkened. Ugh, you dirty old man. That pathetic excuse couldn't even lift a fingernail, let alone do anything worthwhile. If not for my acting skills, I would have fallen asleep right there. She retraced her path back to the underground parking garage with her hat on, then drove off intending to return to the concert venue. But she hadn't gone far when her communication device rang. Hello, Crone? The intel's secured. Has the decoy been deployed yet? Never mind the documents now. Get back to the country immediately through Snake Pass. Don't linger in Tianxia. What's wrong? What happened? The concert double's been exposed. What? Mariana asked in shock. Why wasn't the concert postponed? Where did they find so many backups? Damn it! It's all that bastard Ungshi's fault. If that old geezer hadn't demanded such conditions in exchange for the documents, my concert. That bastard. I'm going to kill him right now. Calm down. The only thing you can do now is return home as soon as possible. Don't worry about Tianxia, I'll suppress the news about you through other means. Damn it! Damn it! Mariana roared in the car before finally lighting a cigarette to calm herself down. The concert could no longer continue. The stand-in performer ran away in tears, and Rendi noticed the entire orchestra was looking at him with strange expressions. A voice came through the earbuds in his ears. Rendi, well done. Public opinion has completely reversed. No matter what tricks they have up their sleeves now, they can't pull them off. What had he done? Rendi's heart raced with panic. Today, he had simply focused intently on playing the piano, summoning every ounce of concentration to complete the task perfectly, not missing a single note. How is this considered doing well? Meanwhile, the page-turner was so terrified he nearly went into shock. It's over. It's over. He screwed over the entire orchestra. Will he get fired for this? How will he ever find another job like this? No place would ever hire him now, right? Beauty leads men astray, it ruins lives and topples nations. Lust spells doom. Why did he fall for the enemy's honey trap? Ding! Mission complete. Temporary lead violinist, disguised, of AIU Orchestra. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations! Reward obtained, advanced knife skills and complementary culinary expertise. The system's reward brought warmth to Rendi's somewhat unsettled mind. The mission was completed? The reward is coming? Oh, then it's all good. If the system says it's okay, then it must be okay. Rendi confidently left the venue. Now that his task was complete, he planned to report in before heading home. These days in Shangjing had exhausted him utterly. Rendi returned to the dormitory assigned by his superiors to sleep, completely unaware of the uproar brewing outside. As an external agent of the Xi'an Bureau, and a rookie at that, many believed Rendi wasn't cut out to play piano at a globally broadcast concert. He truly was too inexperienced. Just 6 months ago, he'd been an ordinary wage worker. His training had only begun 2 months prior. No matter how psychologically resilient anyone might be, maintaining composure under the gaze of the entire world should have been impossible. That's how it ought to have been. In fact, the higher-ups had already prepared for Rendi's potential failure at the concert and being crushed by American public opinion. But indeed, the concert was a failure, yet the one who ended up making a complete fool of herself was Mariana. Everyone who needed to know was already aware that Mariana used to stand in for lip-syncing, they just never spoke of it. This time, however, the stand-in took the initiative to expose the truth. Lip-syncing, body doubles. Under certain media's deliberate close-up death shots, the differences between the body double and Mariana were magnified, revealing the truth for all to see. Tianxia released the prepared statement within 3 minutes of the incident occurring. For country star Mariana to use a body double and lip-sync in Tianxia, just how much must you look down on Tianxia people? Hashtag on Mariana's past? Just what kind of powerful background makes this woman so brazen? Hashtag lip-syncing and using a body double at a world-class concert, is this the caliber of a top-tier star? Hashtag horrifying. This celebrity actually uses a body double. This woman's horrifying true colors? Is she an angel, or a devil walking among us? Her actions. A series of Mariana's past scandals surfaced, her history of using body doubles and lip-syncing at concerts overseas, many of which were buried intelligence from the Xi'an Bureau. The United States, which had originally intended to leverage Mariana's popularity to pressure Tianxia Nation, never expected that the problem would arise on their own side. The situation took a complete 180-degree turn simply because Rendi accidentally played the wrong sheet music. Such a mishap wouldn't have occurred if an actual musician had been involved. Rendi's skill was advanced piano technique, not musicality. Had he known even a little about orchestral dynamics or the essence of music, he wouldn't have missed the sheet music. Unfortunately, there are no second chances in this world. Ruan Linjun also learned about the incident at the concert immediately and couldn't stop laughing to the point of doubling over. This rookie is way too strong, and hilarious too. No way I can just sit back, I've got to figure out how to get him onto my team. With luck so impossibly good, it'd be a waste not to use it. Captain, this guy, is he poisonous or what? And Yan also saw the concert intelligence and didn't know how to describe it. Ha ha ha, what do you think would happen if we had him on our team? Ruan Linjun asked. Spiders and dogs are going to lose their jobs. And Yan replied. Ha? Ruan Linjun froze for a moment, then immediately recalled all the skills and experiences Rendi Hui possessed. And Yan was absolutely right. If Rendi joined the team, his abilities would overlap with those of the other members. Spider handles hacking skills, while Shogo specializes in mechanical repairs and botany. Then should we cut costs by firing Spider and Shogo? Captain, Chapter 083 might as well die from sweetness overdose. As for how things developed afterward in the capital, Rendi had no idea. Anyway, his mission was complete, and he returned to Yangqing together with Fatty Lu. Yang Luoi arrived early at the airport by car, waiting anxiously. When she saw Rendi emerge, she hopped and jumped like a little rabbit. Hey, your little sweetheart is getting impatient over there. Aren't you going to hurry up and run to her? Fatty Lu gave Rendi a nudge. Blushing slightly, Rendi muttered something before jogging over. Yang the octopus wrapped herself around Rendi again. Stop it, so many people are watching. Was the state banquet fun? It was alright. I learned a few dishes from the state banquet chefs, I'll cook them for you later. Rendi answered with a smile. The new skill the system had given him just happened to provide the perfect excuse to put it to use. Great, great. Yang Luoi blinked her large, dewy eyes at Rendi, who in turn stared fixedly at her petite face and exquisite nose before lowering his gaze to her adorable, cherry-red lips. Closer, closer, just a little bit closer. Just as both were utterly lost in each other's gaze. Ding! Mission, complete 3 days of temporary chef work. Reward option 1, obtain mechanical repair skills and mechanical modification experience. Mission failure penalty, complete garbage cleanup work within the designated area. Could you really bring yourself to ruin and interrupt such a warm, heartwarming moment? Rendi was going crazy inside. He had almost kissed Yang Luoi when the system abruptly interrupted them. This system is pretty basic, completely emotionless. Yang Luoi had closed her eyes, but instead of the anticipated sweetness, she opened them to see Rendi looking gloomy. Rendi, what's wrong? Did she have bad breath? She'd only drunk milk this morning, no leak pancake, and she even ate 2 peppermints just in case. Or is there something on her face? Has her makeup smudged? Is her powder flaking off? Or maybe half her false eyelashes have fallen off? Yang Luoi hastily pulled out a mirror to check her makeup. Everything seemed perfectly in place. Could it be that I didn't wash my hair this morning, and now it's greasy? What should I do? What should I do? Will Rendi look down on me? Crying face. The two walked out of the airport in low spirits, neither speaking until they got into the car. Rendi finally broke the silence. Let's go buy groceries. I'll cook something delicious for you when we get back. A breakup meal? Yang Luoi lowered her head, not daring to look at Rendi, silent tears streaming down her face. A harvest feast? Let me think about that. We don't have a big wok at home, so it might not taste authentic. Ha! When Yang Luoi heard Rendi say it didn't seem like a breakup dinner, she immediately lifted her head happily to look at him, except she'd just been crying so hard that a snot bubble had formed. The next moment, pop! The snot bubble burst. Eek! Yang Luoi's shriek could scare a cat to death. It's over. Ruined. Just vanish like this. This planet can't hold her anymore. The next day, Rendi woke up and couldn't help but grin as he looked at the young mistress sleeping beside him. Yesterday he tried everything to no avail in comforting the young mistress, until suddenly inspiration struck. He remembered a plot device from those romance novels he'd read before. When women cry and make a fuss, spoil them. Keep them in bed until they can't move. When a woman argues with you, spoil her. Keep her in bed all day. When a woman keeps nagging for gifts, spoil her. Keep her in bed all day. As long as she can't even get out of bed, how could she possibly do anything to wrong you? The more dominant a man is, the happier a woman will be. My kidneys are aching a bit, and my knees feel all scraped up. Ren D got up and went to wash up in the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, he saw his back was covered in claw marks from Madame scratch patterns so elaborate they looked like flower petals. He wondered if he'd survive once Madame perfected her 9-in white bone claws technique. After washing up, Ren D heard Madame murmuring in her sleep. Awake yet? Ren D gently held the young lady's hand and asked. Ah. Upon seeing Rindy's face, Yang Luoyi suddenly realized she was completely naked. Then she spotted the clothes strewn all over the bedroom, the torn stockings, and the bra hanging on the bedpost. Her face instantly flushed crimson as she dove back under the blankets, refusing to come out no matter what. Rindy looked at her with amusement and said, Bao Bao, I'll bring you breakfast later. What would you like to eat? You're so annoying. Beneath the covers, Yang Luoyi's face burned fiercely. The timid little fantasy she'd nurtured for so long had actually come true last night. Yang Luoyi Mini Theater. A group of chibi Yang Luoyi figures wave banners and signs while cheering. Congratulations to student Yang Luoyi for achieving a home run. Plus 5 points. Should I go home and steal our household registration booklet? Yang Luoyi pulled a gap in the blanket to ask Rindy. Well, we might have to wait for a time when my dad isn't in Yangcheng. The household registration booklet is in the safe in his bedroom. Silly girl. No need to steal it. In a few days I'll go to your house and ask him for it directly. Smiley face. Rindy caressed Yang Luoyi's smooth cheeks, then accidentally let his hands wander downward, and then the two of them didn't get up until the afternoon, purely because they were starving. Otherwise, they might have stayed in the room for another 10 days to half a month. After a quick cleanup, Rindy immediately used the leftover fabric from their last shopping trip to make a sporty short skirt outfit for Yang Luoyi to wear. Yang Luoyi was absolutely delighted. Her man had personally made it for her, and it was even a couple's set. Host, have you forgotten something? Wedding candy? What about my matchmaker fee? Rindy muttered to himself and the system in his mind. If it weren't for the system's divine intervention this time, it probably would have taken him much longer to win over the young lady. He really did need to properly thank the system. Have you forgotten about the new chef assignment? Damn, I screwed up. What's wrong? Yang Luoyi asked from the side. My luggage and the things others entrusted me to bring from the capital are still with Fatty Lu. Forgotten at the airport, Fatty Lu watched the two lovebirds walk away hand in hand, leaving him stranded with a pile of luggage as he howled at the sky. By the time you remember me, my corpse will have fossilized. Rindy hurriedly picked up his phone and saw over a dozen messages and missed calls. Yang Luoyi now remembered she hadn't returned home all night. Staying out overnight, the old man would be furious. She picked up her phone and saw a pile of messages and calls too. I have to go home first. I should go find Fatty Lu first. They spoke simultaneously, then looked at each other and laughed. Yang Luoyi's small hands climbed onto Rindy's chest as she said, Rindy, I want to marry you. Kiss me. The two lingered affectionately for a long while before parting. When Yang Luoyi left, the tenderness in her eyes was so thick it seemed tangible, and the way her soul seemed to linger behind made Rindy's heart stir all over again. Rindy waited until Yang Luoyi's car had completely disappeared from sight before getting into his own car to go find Fatty Lu. But the moment he got in his car, the phone rang. It was Yang Luoyi again. Rindy, I miss you so much. I miss you too. Gagging from sweetness. Chapter 084, The Pig Teammate. Rindy first retrieved his luggage from Fatty Lu, then delivered the items he'd brought back from Shanghai to the Xi'an Bureau. Then he went to apply as a chef at the restaurant mentioned by the system. After all, it was only for 3 days, not much work, not much pay, but the important thing was the skill the system would provide. Rindy was now eager to get all the skills the system had to offer. He wanted to see what the system would give him when it eventually ran out of skills to provide. Dressed in a chef's uniform and wearing a chef's hat, Rindy stood with a spatula in hand, drawing murmurs of admiration from the crowd. Kid, are you in the wrong place? With your looks, it's a waste not to be a model. TSK. Absolutely. You don't look like a cook at all, more like you're here for a fashion show? Yeah. Rindy smiled without responding and immediately began cooking. When the plate of perfectly prepared dishes, appealing in color, aroma, and taste, was placed on the table, everyone couldn't hold back their drooling. The fragrance was so irresistible, as if it had legs and was marching right into their noses. Successfully becoming a member of the restaurant staff, Rindy began his first day as a chef. No complaints here. Apprentices prepped ingredients while master chefs cooked. Everyone knew their role perfectly. The only irregularity was the unpredictable mealtimes, but everything else was great. On the second day, Run-D caught the attention of the restaurant's female staff. Every time Run-D finished a dish, the waitresses would rush to carry it out, competing to get to the kitchen first. This was unheard of in the past. The kitchen was filled with heavy smoke and grease, and the young women, protective of their skin, typically avoided fetching dishes from there whenever possible. This time, they practically fought each other for the job just to sneak a few more glances at Run-D. Even the veteran cooks who'd worked at the restaurant for years were baffled. What? Had the kitchen suddenly become some kind of danger zone? Chef Ren, a guest wants to see you? Ha! Run-D, who just finished stir-frying a dish, froze at the floor manager's words, a guest asking for him. A guest in the private dining room ate your dishes and wants to meet you. Alright. Run-D followed the head waiter to the private room, and before even reaching the door, he could hear people inside boasting. This chef's skill is really outstanding, almost on par with that meal I had at the Shangjing Grand Hotel. Though it's still missing something. If I were to give a couple pointers, there'd be room for even greater improvement. The system's skills not cutting it? Run-D shook his head. Clearly, this guy was full of hot air. He walked into the private room and asked, "May I ask who was looking for me?" "Ah, so you're the chef who made this dish?" Run-D stared at the plates on the table, now reduced to mere traces of soup and scraps. Which dish had this been? The flavor's decent, but something's missing. Your plating could use a touch more finesse, and the vegetable cuts aren't uniform enough. Also, you've been a bit heavy-handed with the salt. Yes, you're absolutely right. Run-D nodded. He was here to earn skill experience, not listen to this guy ramble. I'm a regular here, you know. Chef Wang's dishes are always excellent. You should learn from him. Don't go ruining this restaurant's reputation. Blah blah blah. Run-D didn't rebut, just nodded and waited until the guest had spoken his fill before being allowed to leave. Outside, the supervisor looked somewhat embarrassed. Chef Ren, I didn't know the guest would be like that. If I'd known, I wouldn't have called you over. It's fine. That, Chef Wang, who is he? Run-D had only been here for 2 days and didn't even recognize everyone in the kitchen. Someone was clearly picking on him. The supervisor glanced around before whispering to Run-D, the head chef of the restaurant is about to leave. Chef Wang is the most likely successor, but since you arrived, many think you're more skilled than Chef Wang and could become head chef. So a temp worker who'd only been here 3 days was already drawing resentment? Run-D shrugged nonchalantly, seizing the opportunity to step out and relieve himself in the restroom. Run-D didn't go to the staff-only restroom at the back, but headed to the regular restaurant restroom instead. As soon as he entered, he suddenly realized something was off. What's this package doing here? Did someone leave it behind? After finishing his business, he carried the package toward the front desk, intending to have them identify its owner. But as he walked, Run-D noticed the package's weight seemed unusual, and its contents appeared to form a single solid shape. Run-D curiously pulled it open to take a look and was instantly stunned. It turned out to be a timed explosive device. Having received professional systematic training, Run-D immediately recognized this object. Checking the timer, he saw it displayed less than 5 minutes remaining. Run-D rushed out of the restaurant immediately and called Zhao Hang on the way. The restaurant was surrounded by densely populated buildings. Just moments ago, Run-D had considered the package's location. On the other side of the restroom wall was the kitchen, filled with flammable and explosive materials. If this bomb detonated, the entire restaurant kitchen would essentially become a megabomb capable of destroying the entire commercial district. A gas pipeline explosion, in particular, would lead to incalculable damage. He ran to the commercial district's square, crowded but relatively open. Everyone evacuate now. There's a bomb. Everyone get out now, there's a bomb. Run-D shouted loudly. Many people panicked and fled immediately, regardless of whether it was real or not. Of course, some thought it was just a prank and weren't scared at all. Instead, they moved closer to observe. Still others anxiously called the police. Run-D directly took out the bomb, intending to hack it using his phone. Though a phone isn't a computer, it still had some capabilities. Utilizing his hacking skills, Run-D began performing calculations. Just then, a female patrol officer approached. Hey, what are you doing? Stay back, there's a bomb here. Evacuate the crowd immediately. Run-D kept his head down as he continued cracking the system. What? A bomb? The female patrol officer tensed up at the mention of a bomb and quickly drew her pistol, aiming it at Run-D. Everyone step back and you, hands up. Put down that bomb in your hand, or I'll shoot. The female officer shouted at Run-D. Run-D was at a critical moment in his decryption work and dared not spare any attention to respond. Seeing Run-D completely ignore her, the patrol officer grew furious and immediately called for backup. Then she yelled at Run-D again. I'll count to 3, if you don't put down that bomb, I'll shoot. 1, 2, 3. Run-D's arm was hit by a bullet, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground. Idiot. Run-D cursed through gritted teeth. Sweat poured from his forehead as if it were free, watching the bomb's countdown tick away with less than 60 seconds left, just as he was about to crack its secret. Got screwed over by his incompetent teammates. Ren-D got up and started running toward the female patrol officer, only for her to fire a warning shot at his feet. Freeze! Hands on your head! The female patrol officer fearfully pointed her gun at Ren-D, now fully convinced he was a terrorist. At that moment, the sound of a helicopter echoed through the sky. The female patrol officer, mistaking it for reinforcements, immediately shouted, "Drop what you're holding and put your hands on your head." But a broadcast echoed across the sky, "That female officer, drop your gun immediately. Drop your gun now." Chapter 085, I'll send you a commendation banner later. The arrival of the helicopter made the surrounding crowd realize something was wrong, that there really was a bomb here. In an instant, they scattered and fled in all directions. "Female officer, drop your gun immediately. Drop your gun right now." Upon hearing the announcement, the female patrol officer froze. What? They wanted her to drop her weapon? The moment she hesitated, Ren-D made his move. He rushed towards the female officer at lightning speed, wrestled the gun from her grasp, and pinned her to the ground. Ren-D seized the gun to prevent this pig of a teammate from accidentally firing another round at him. After all, he wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest today. The helicopter quickly ascended at that moment, continuously broadcasting warnings through its loudspeakers urging the crowd to stay away from the area. After being knocked down, the female patrol officer still tried to fight Ren-D. He, acutely aware of the rapidly dwindling time, roared at this reckless woman who seemed oblivious to danger. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Bastard!" The female patrol officer was pinned beneath Ren-D, his hand pressing against her chest. Blood rushed to her head as she snapped at his face in fury. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted, releasing a shockwave that sent both of them tumbling over 5 or 6 meters. The ground had been torn apart, leaving a crater over 10 meters wide with its deepest point sinking a full meter down. Bricks and debris clattered onto the earth like hail. As the smoke and ashes settled, the police cars arrived belatedly with their sirens wailing. This was the destructive force of an explosion in open ground. Ren-D didn't dare imagine the consequences if it had occurred inside the restaurant. Struggling to his feet, he rose from the floor. The female patrol officer sat up at this moment, still looking dazed. "Ren-D, are you alright?" Zhang Xiaoyu stepped off the police car and headed straight this way. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here?" Ren-D was a bit surprised to see Zhang Xiaoyu. "Got promoted, huh? You hurt?" Zhang Xiaoyu frowned at the sight of Ren-D's arm. "Gunshot wound?" Ren-D stormed up to the female patrol officer, his voice seething with anger as he demanded, "Are you out of your mind? You opened fire without even assessing the situation. Did you wangle your way into the police force through backdoor connections?" "I'm not." Bang! Ren-D unceremoniously slapped the woman hard across the face. "You shooting me with a gun is water under the bridge, but don't be stupid as a hog. Otherwise, you'll get someone killed sooner or later." The female patrol officer now realized she might have misjudged the situation from the very beginning. The surrounding police officers were busy cleaning up the aftermath as Ren-D was loaded into the ambulance. Zhang Xiaoyu stared at the female patrol officer and said, "What's your name? Hand over your badge and gun immediately. You're suspended from duty." "I refuse to accept this." "On what grounds? I was acting for the public safety too. Can your teacher have taught you to not even understand the basic details of the situation?" I thought he was a terrorist." You think you can just pull the trigger? You think you can just kill people? Who made you judge of who's good or bad? Forget it, go complain to your supervisor." Zhang Xiaoyu shook his head. Ren-D had barely gotten into the ambulance when he suddenly cried out, Wait, stop at that restaurant up ahead, I need to change clothes." The ambulance pulled up in front of the restaurant. In fact, many people had already come out to gawk when the helicopter flew over earlier and explosions occurred. Now, seeing the ambulance stop, their curiosity only grew stronger. Ren-D stepped out of the car, and everyone inside the restaurant widened their eyes in surprise. "Executive Chef? Chef Ren, what happened to you?" "Yeah, it's nothing, just a minor injury." Ren-D smiled. The wound on his arm was a through-and-through injury, now temporarily bandaged to stop the bleeding, though the bloodstains on his clothes still looked quite alarming. He returned to the restaurant, changed out of his chef's uniform, and put on his own clothes. Just as he was about to go find the boss arrived, followed by a portly chef. "Boss, look at this guy. No matter how exciting things get outside, we've got work to do." But this kid ran off to gawk without a second thought, and came back all banged up. "If word gets out, won't it fall on you? What if he insists this was an on-the-job injury? Would our restaurant have to compensate him or not?" The boss studied Ren-D. He'd only hired this handsome young man 3 days ago, today included. "Perfect timing, boss. There's something I need to discuss with you," Ren-D said with a smile. "Well, old one already told me everything. You left work without permission during office hours, consider yourself fired," declared the boss. "So your chef won?" Ren-D glanced at the chubby man behind the boss, then grinned and said, "You're happy I got fired, aren't you? No one's competing for your head chef position anymore?" What nonsense are you talking about? The fat on the chef's face trembled twice. Though, I should thank you for sending someone to humiliate me today, it ended up saving the restaurant. Saved everyone on this street. I'll have an honorary banner sent to you later. Randy took out a document from his pocket and handed it to the boss. Boss, could you take a look and settle my 3 days' wages, please? What do you mean? The chubby chef was puzzled, and even the boss curiously took Randy's credentials. After opening and taking a glance, he was utterly dumbfounded. He looked up again at Randy, then down at the credential in his hand, momentarily unsure whether to trust its authenticity. Boss, there are 2 police officers here to see you. 3 more people crowded into the tiny staff locker room as the supervisor entered with the police officers. On seeing Randy, the officers froze momentarily before immediately snapping to attention with a salute. Hello, Captain. This sentence left the fat chef, the boss, and the supervisor all frozen like wooden chickens, as if they had just seen an alien. Are you responsible for investigating the situation here? Yes, sir. Investigate thoroughly. I suspect there's a mole in this restaurant who leaked the internal layout, especially the kitchen area. Question everyone. Randy spoke as he retrieved his documents from the boss's hands. Will my salary for these 3 days be paid normally? Randy looked at the boss with sincere eyes and asked again. Yes, of course. Definitely. I'll give it to you right now. The boss was so frightened he was practically babbling. What kind of supreme being had he just hired? Panicked, he fumbled through his wallet and pulled out all his cash, thrusting the entire wad at Randy without bothering to count it. Please, is this enough? Randy smiled as he accepted the money. I'm heading out first. Damn, my arm really hurts. Everyone watched Randy leave, remaining silent for a long while. So, Chef Ren was an undercover agent? The manager still couldn't believe that such a skilled chef like Ren was actually working for the authorities. But why would he go undercover at their restaurant? This wasn't some den of iniquity or anything. That person isn't a police officer, nor an undercover agent. One policeman said, and that's none of your business. Alright, first suspend operations and have people come in to give formal statements. At this moment, the fat chef suddenly slumped to the ground, stammering incoherently, will I be arrested and thrown in prison? I haven't done anything bad, at most just pilfering some ingredients, skimming a little profit here and there. I really haven't done anything wrong. Chapter 086, A Peaceful and Wonderful Life. Ouch. Randy was getting his wounds stitched back up at the hospital. Due to his acquired drug resistance training, the anesthesia had absolutely no effect on him now. Randy howled in pain, drawing repeated glances from the pretty young nurse. Even if you're trying to get my attention, this isn't the way to do it. You've been given anesthesia yet you're still crying out in pain, you can't even act properly. The pretty young nurse huffed and tossed out those words before walking away. Ugh, I'm not, this really hurts. Honestly, nobody believes me. I can't explain it either. Nobody would buy that I've trained for this, that even several doses of anesthesia wouldn't work. Forget it. After the pain comes bliss. Stimulated to the deepest nerves, Randy actually recalled many forgotten memories. As a kid, I stuck my fingers in a door crack and got them slammed shut. I also once poked a chicken's rear end with a burning twig from the stove and got chased all around the yard by the furious bird. Seeing a neighbor's donkey eating grass, I sneakily climbed up behind it to touch its belly, only to get kicked flying with a dark purple hoof print on my stomach. On Lunar New Year's Eve, I stole Grandpa's lighter to play with fireworks in the haystack and burned off all my hair and eyebrows. Then my father tied me up with a rope and broke 2 brooms beating me. Alright, don't get it wet when you go back, change the dressing every 3 days. Meshem, thanks. You're welcome. You're lucky the bullet didn't hit bone or stay lodged in your body, otherwise. Randy didn't say anything more, just dressed and prepared to go home. As they were almost home, Randy finally asked the system. Hey system, don't you think I did great today? I got 3 days' wages. The boss didn't say anything later either, which proves I completed this temporary chef job and I saved so many lives too. Shouldn't you be giving me my reward now? Ding! Temporary chef mission completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations! You have received the reward, Mechanical Repair and Modification Skill Experience Package. The system promptly distributed the skills. Randy rubbed his temples, feeling slightly dizzy. Was it because of the blood loss today? He needed to replenish. Inside the Xi'an Bureau, Zhao Heng listened to his subordinates' reports on the sweeping inspections conducted at major commercial hubs and high-traffic areas throughout Yangqing District. Sure enough, they had caught a few more people who were either sabotaging or hadn't had the chance to carry out their terrorist plans yet. Since the incident with Marianne last time, numerous terrorist attacks have occurred all over the world. There were almost more than 10 incidents a day. Explosions also happened in other cities of Tianxia, but they were all dismissed to the public as gas explosions due to hot weather. Those damn Yankees can't stand seeing others do well and are always scheming to sabotage others. They don't even clean up the mess in their own backyard, yet they're busy making trouble for others outside all day. I'm absolutely furious. How is Rundi doing? Heard he took a bullet in the left arm, but it didn't hit the bone. Idiots. Why are there always such incompetent teammates around? Do cops carry guns on patrol just to shoot their own people? Can't catch the bad guys but have all the strength to use against their own. Pass this message to those people. Deal with this matter strictly. If Rendi hadn't shown up, every last one of their official caps would be gone. Zhao Hang grew angrier the more he spoke. The 2-kilogram C4 explosives definitely didn't enter Yangcheng from the outside. Who the hell produced these things? And who's acting as their protector? Zhao Hang felt that if he hadn't recruited Rendi, he'd probably be spending this spring festival in the desert. Fortunately, Zhang Tianyu got promoted to deputy section chief by riding on others' coattails. Doesn't that mean his direct supervisor gets to soak up buckets of that lucky aura? Hoping he can climb another rung next year. That evening, Rendi went out to a roadside barbecue stall for dinner, since cooking at home was inconvenient with his injured left hand. But Rendi didn't tell Yang Luoyi about his injury, otherwise the young miss would start crying those golden tears again, and he just didn't have the energy to comfort her. They say one barbecue meal a day keeps all troubles at bay, living that sweet, easy life. With wine, meat, and friends by your side, life's worries all take flight. Rendi watched the happy crowd sitting together drinking and enjoying barbecue, feeling a quiet joy in his heart. Many were still discussing the explosion case that happened downtown during the day, describing it so vividly you'd think they'd witnessed it firsthand. Had Rendi not been at Ground Zero himself, he might have believed them too. Wasn't it some smuggled-in black kid clutching a timed bomb trying to blow up the downtown building? Then got shot dead on the spot. I also heard the police shot someone dead? Died real nasty. No remains left at all, just a massive crater in the ground, not even ashes to be found. Rendi listened while breaking out in a cold sweat. He died? No remains left? Come on. At least your guy saved a bunch of people today. Cut me some slack with these jinxes. Rendi desperately wanted to go over and explain that he was still alive, and that he was quite fair-skinned, not dark at all. Before Rendi could even stand up, a metal tray came flying from the side and crashed onto the floor with a loud clatter. Everyone turned their heads to see that customers at another table had actually started fighting. One man was wielding a broken green glass bottle, another had a handful of bamboo skewers, and a third guy was holding up a plastic stool. All three were tangled in a brawl. Just as Rendi stood up to try and stop them, someone shouted loudly, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! The police are coming! The police are coming!" The three men entangled in the scuffle immediately froze, then quickly separated. Broken liquor bottles were tossed to the ground, overturned tables and chairs were righted, and they even started asking each other, "Did that hurt? Are you okay?" A police car slowly pulled up and parked by the roadside. As an officer stepped out, the three brawlers instantly straightened up, standing obediently and awaiting the officer's judgment. Spotting the trio blocking his path, the policeman asked, "What's going on? You three got something to report?" "Ha, but aren't you?" One of them was about to say, "Aren't you here to handle our problem?" when the other two simultaneously covered his mouth. "Nothing's wrong. Nothing wrong at all. No trouble here, move aside. Don't block the way." The police officer walked up to the barbecue stall and bought some peanuts and edamame from the owner before leaving. Watching the officer's retreating figure, the three men who had been fighting all let out a long sigh of relief. "Cops love edamame too? Ha ha." The surrounding customers burst into laughter. After all, police officers are human too. Isn't it perfectly normal for them to snack on edamame? Suddenly, someone yelled again, "The city inspectors are coming! The city inspectors are coming!" In an instant, all the food stall owners around sprang into action. They immediately stacked up all the unoccupied tables and chairs, loaded them onto the backs of their mobile stalls, and pedaled off into the depths of the night. Rendi stared at the skewered barbecue in his hand, lost in thought. The boss still owed him 2 lamb kidneys that hadn't arrived yet. What if he lacked stamina during tomorrow's date with Miss Young?